Chapter 1. Lucky prize? Let go of me. I'm going to smash this damn machine today. Dad, please. That device is worth tens of thousands. I worked hard to save money to upgrade it. Chinja desperately blocked his father, who was holding a metal bat and ready to smash the virtual reality access device. You said you would go back to school this time, right? What happened? You even forged the re-enrollment application, treating us like fools? Dad, just give me one more year, really just 1 year. The longest I can take a break is 3 years, and next year, even if I want to continue taking a break, I want to be able to apply for it. For the past 2 years, you've spent all your time playing games except for eating and sleeping. This can't go on. Chinja, starting tomorrow, they'll take you to the Internet Addiction Center. I should have taken you there long ago. I've been too soft-hearted. Father Qiming made up his mind. 2 years ago, a VR virtual reality game called Another World was released, hailed as the strongest in history. Its unprecedented immersion and gameplay drew people into its world. Once launched, its popularity quickly swept the globe. Previously, gaming addiction was primarily a problem among teenagers, but the emergence of Another World ensnared adults as well. Many college students dropped out or took leave to immerse themselves in gaming. Even quite a few workers in their 30s and 40s quit their jobs to dive into the virtual world. The government debated daily whether to issue a gaming ban, but the massive foreign exchange revenue brought by Another World made them hesitant to act rashly. I know, you're afraid it'll become a useless person, right? How about I play while making money? They'll even give you living expenses every month. Qiming was no outsider. He had once been an MMORPG player and made money by selling equipment. The problem was, how much can you earn each month? About over 10,000, I guess. As a seasoned player, Chinja knew that if he worked hard, 10,000 was already the limit point 10 times that. If you can stabilize your monthly income at 100,000, I won't say a word against you dropping out and playing games. You can't be serious? I'm very serious. If you're willing to give up medicine, you must have some skills that can convince your mother and me. If I can't do that, then I'll go receive counseling. Your mother doesn't say it, but she worries about you every day. We're not forcing you to become a doctor, but we can't just watch you waste away. Looking at his father's expression, Chinja finally realized the seriousness of the situation. If it was just about making money, grinding monsters, and collecting materials was no different from working 8-job, that IT would be better go back to school honestly and squeeze out time for entertainment. He glanced at the virtual reality access device and gritted his teeth to say the words he least wanted to say. I will quit gaming. The next day, at a main plaza in Another World. Thank you. He'll make good use of these items. A female player excitedly waved goodbye as she just bought items from Chinja at a price far below market value. Watching her recede into the distance, Chinja silently shed tears. I really sold everything. From a new equipment, I just got my hands onto the old items filled with memories. Anything that could be traded was cleared out. To sell quickly, I had to sell cheap. While this hurt, what hurt more was that those memories of youth could never return. The backpack full of gold coins provided him no comfort whatsoever. He stayed in the game not because he was addicted or trying to escape reality. He just didn't want to lose the friends he had made here, those who fought, laughed, and acted silly together. He shook his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts and turned to step toward the last place in Another World. System prompt. Would you like to convert all character attributes into tokens? Warning. Profession, level, attributes, skills, achievements, titles, quests, favorability. Reputation, public contributions, and bound equipment will all be cleared. After hesitating for a moment, Chinja ultimately pressed confirm, converted into 27 tokens. Another empty prize. That guy is really unfortunate. Shoo, keep your voice down. He's probably having a breakdown right now. Don't provoke him further. Another World does not allow account transfers. This type of virtual reality game uses a biometric system to bind accounts unless authorized by the game company. Transfers are impossible. Since he was quitting gaming, he had to sever all ties, and the only choice was to delete his account himself. Another World designed a special farewell system. This system allows you to bet all the value in your account for a chance at a final lottery. The cost is ridiculously high, and most rewards don't even return 1% of the input. Only players truly prepared to quit would bet everything and enter that casino. Just like Chinja, who had already invested 2 years of his life into Another World. 26 consecutive empty prizes. Even in this slot machine with only a 10 probability, this was an unprecedented record. Many merchant players gathered around the slot machine, some sympathizing, some jeering, and some live streaming for hype. Facing the reality of 26 consecutive empties, Chinja was trembling all over. Damn, even if he got a top prize, he wouldn't necessarily be happier, but after so many tries, not hitting anything was just ridiculous. Forget it. Since it's already like this, let the last try be empty too. This way I can just let it go. Give me a chance to completely let go, haha. He said this, but his hand was still shaking. He put the last coin into the slot machine. The first symbol slowly stopped at the red number 7. Why is a number? I haven't seen that symbol in over 2 months. It can't be a bug, right? Don't talk nonsense. Don't scare me. I've invested all my stocks in this game company. The red number 7, known in the community as Lucky 7. Chinja was indifferent to the prize, but was still curious about the spectacle. He immediately opened the community to search for slot machine Lucky 7. He found only 2 posts, one from 10 months ago and another from 7 months ago. The content was all about, after drawing the red 7, they had no idea what it was. The comments section was filled with various speculations. System bug? Maybe a hidden grand prize? Could it be 10 billion gold coins? Perhaps a hidden profession, a way to dissuade players from quitting? In any case, it should be worth more than any item. No one knew what it was. If someone had really won, it would have spread long ago. The second symbol also stopped, still the red number 7. Chinja watched as the last symbol slowly decelerated. Only those who bet everything are worthy of receiving everything. A giant slogan above the slot machine suddenly flashed. The last symbol stopped again at the red 7. 3 consecutive lucky 7s completed. Chapter 2. What comes after 1,000, 10,000, billion, trillion? The scene fell silent for a second, then erupted completely. Holy shit. 3 7s. This can't be the jackpot, right? Those 26 empty draws were clearly just a setup. Just then, a system prompt appeared before Chinja. Congratulations. You've won the first prize. Reward. 10 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0.10 to the countless power crystals. Please be sure to read the usage instructions. Details expand. Awarded title. The luckiest man in another world. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, although doing so in virtual reality was pointless. The content on the screen still hadn't changed. He had indeed won the jackpot. But what was this number? He squinted his eyes and started counting the units. 1,000, 10,000, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion. What comes after that? It didn't matter in total. There were more than 40 zeros. It's worth noting that the currency unit crystal in another world is equivalent to real currency. 1 crystal equals 1 yuan. In other words, there's now an almost infinite cash value in his account. This is an extreme dopamine rush he has never experienced in his 2-year gaming career. But he forces himself to suppress his excitement and not get too happy too soon. Although this game is known for its stability, there's no guarantee that today won't be the first time it has a bug. He immediately opens the shop interface to check his account balance. Account balance 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 7 630 crystals. Wait, what is this? The balance should be 7,630, but there's a long string of zeros in front. He suspects a display error and tries to purchase a package priced at 8,888. Would you like to use 8,888 crystals to purchase the package? After clicking confirm, the system pops up. Purchase successful. Please check your warehouse remaining balance. 9,999,999,998,742 crystals. This is not a display error. The number is just too long. Everything is real. Holy crap. Calm down. Let's see if I can cash it out. As long as he carefully and inconspicuously exchanges the crystals for gold, he might be able to make a fortune from the game. As long as he doesn't crash the game's economy. The officials won't interfere. He immediately opens the currency exchange and tries to exchange 10,000 gold, which equals 5,000 yuan. The system prompts. This exchange requires 5,000 crystals. Do you confirm? He decisively clicks confirm. Ding. It's not a success. Sound, it's a transaction failure alert. Current player-to-player transactions are not allowed. He is taken aback and tries again. The result is still the same prompt. He keeps clicking, trying transactions, auctions, gifting. The mail system all report errors. Cold sweat trickles down his back. What is going on? He quickly pulls up the system log to check the prize information, and after clicking Details Expand, the page pops up. Using first prize rewards will permanently restrict all player transaction functions. Restricted content includes direct exchanges between players, mail system, auction house, currency exchange, gifting functions, discarding items, picking up items, indirect transactions. 8T that moment. Chinja couldn't help but exclaim. Dev team, UXF. Chapter 1. Lucky jackpot. Let go of me. I must smash this damn machine today. Dad, please. That equipment is worth tens of thousands. I've saved up for so long to upgrade it. Chinja desperately blocked his father, who was holding a metal bat, ready to smash the virtual reality access device. You said you would go back to school this time, right? And what happened? You even forged your re-enrollment application, treating us like fools? Dad, just give me one more year, just 1 year. The longest I can take off is 3 years, and next year, even if I want to continue taking a break, I won't be able to apply for it. For the past 2 years, besides eating and sleeping, you've spent all your time playing games. This can't go on. Chinja, starting tomorrow, they'll take you to a center for internet addiction. I should have done this long ago. I've been too soft-hearted. His father, Qin Ming, made up his mind. 2 years ago, a VR game called Otherworld was released, hailed as the strongest ever. Its unprecedented immersion and gameplay drew people into its world. Once it launched, it quickly swept the globe. Previously, gaming addiction was mainly a problem among teenagers, but Otherworld ensnared adults as well. Many college students dropped out to dive into gaming, and even numerous workers in their 30s and 40s quit their jobs to immerse themselves in the virtual world. The government debated daily whether to issue a gaming ban, but the massive foreign exchange income from Otherworld made them hesitant to take action. I know, you're afraid it'll become a useless person, right? How about I make money while playing? They'll send you living expenses every month. Qin Ming wasn't naive. He had once been an MMORPG player and had made money selling equipment. The problem was, how much can you earn each month? About over 10,000 as a seasoned player. Chinja knew that if he worked hard, 10,000 was already the limit. 10 times. If you can consistently earn 100,000 a month, I won't stop you from dropping out and playing games. You can't be serious? I'm very serious. You dare to give up on medicine, you must have some skills to convince your mom and me. If I can't do it, then I'll go for counseling. Your mom doesn't say it, but she worries about you every day. We're not forcing you to become a doctor, but we can't just watch you waste away. Looking at his father's expression, Chinja finally realized the seriousness of the situation. If it was just for money, grinding monsters and collecting materials was no different from working. It would be better to go back to school honestly and squeeze out time for entertainment. That he glanced at the virtual reality access device and gritted his teeth, saying the words he least wanted to say. I quit gaming. The next day, at a main square in Otherworld. Thank you. You'll make good use of these items. A female player excitedly waved goodbye after buying items from Chinja at a price far below market value. Watching her back, Chinja silently shed tears. Really, it's all gone. Everything I could trade, from the new gear I just got to the old items loaded with memories, has been cleared out. To do it quickly, I had to sell them at a loss. Though it's painful, what hurts more is those memories of youth can never come back. The bags full of gold coins offer him no comfort. He stayed in the game not because he was addicted or trying to escape reality. He just didn't want to lose the friends he made there, those he fought with, laughed with, and acted silly with. He shook his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts and turned toward the last location in Otherworld. System prompt. Do you want to convert all character stats into tokens? Warning. Profession, level, attributes, skills, achievements, titles, quests, favorability, reputation, public contributions, and bound equipment will all be cleared. After hesitating for a moment, Chinja finally pressed confirm, converted to 27 tokens in total. Another empty draw. This person is really unfortunate. Shoo, keep your voice down. He's probably having a meltdown right now. Don't provoke him more. Otherworld does not allow account transfers. This type of virtual reality game uses a biometric system to bind accounts, and unless authorized by the game company, transfers are impossible. Since he was quitting, he had to completely cut off his hopes. The only choice was to delete the account himself. Otherworld has designed a special farewell system. This system allows you to wager all the value in your account for a chance at an ultimate lottery. The cost is absurdly high, and most rewards don't even return 1% of the investment. Only players truly ready to quit would gamble everything and enter that casino. Just like Chinja, who had invested 2 years of his life into Otherworld. 26 consecutive empty draws. Even in this slot machine with a 10 probability, this was an unprecedented record. Many merchant players gathered around the slot machine, some sympathizing, some cheering, and others live streaming for views. Facing the reality of 26 consecutive empties, Chinja trembled all over. Damn. Even if he hit a premium prize, he might not be overly happy, but drawing so many times without winning was just ridiculous. Forget it. Since it's come to this, let's just have this last one be empty too. That way, I can finally let go, haha. Despite saying that, Chinja's hand was still trembling. He put the last coin into the slot machine. The first symbol slowly stopped at the red number 7. What's with the number? I haven't seen that symbol in over 2 months. It can't be a bug, right? Nonsense. Don't scare me. I've invested all my stocks in this game company. That red number 7, known as Lucky 7 in the community. Although Chinja felt indifferent about the prize, he was still curious about the spectacle. He immediately searched the community for slot machine Lucky 7. He only found 2 posts, one from 10 months ago and one from 7 months ago. The content was all. After hitting the red 7, no one knew what it was. The comments were full of speculation. System bug? Maybe it's a hidden jackpot? Could it be 10 billion gold coins? Perhaps it's a hidden profession, a way to deter players from quitting? In any case, it should be worth more than any item. No one knew what it was. If someone had really won, it would have spread by now. The second symbol also stopped at the red number 7, and Chinja watched as the last symbol slowed down. Only those who gamble everything are worthy of receiving everything. A huge slogan above the slot machine suddenly flashed. The last symbol stopped, and again it was a red 7. 3 consecutive lucky 7s completed. Chapter 2. What comes after 1,000, 10,000, billion, trillion? The scene fell silent for a second, then erupted into chaos. Holy crap. 3 7s. Could this be the grand prize? Those 26 empty draws were indeed a setup. Just then, a system prompt popped up in front of Chinja. Congratulations, you've won the first prize. Reward. 10 octillion 10 to the countless. Power crystals. Please be sure to read the usage instructions. Details unfold. Game title. The luckiest man in Otherworld. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, though doing so in virtual reality was pointless. The content on the screen remained unchanged. He had indeed won the grand prize. But what was this number? He squinted and began counting the units. 1,000, 10,000, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion. What comes after that? It didn't matter anyway. There were more than 40 zeros in total. It's worth noting that the currency unit in Otherworld, crystal, is equivalent to real-world currency. 1 crystal, 1 yuan. In other words, his account now has an amount of cash. Reserves that can almost be described as infinite. This is an extreme dopamine rush he has never experienced in his 2 years of gaming. But he forces himself to suppress his excitement and not get too happy too soon. Although the game is known for its stability, there's no guarantee that today isn't the first time it has a bug. He immediately opens the store interface to check his account balance. Account balance 0,000,000,007, 630 crystals. Wait, what is this? The balance should be 7,630, but there's a long string of 0 in front of it. He suspected a display error and tries to purchase a package priced at 8,888. Do you want to use 8,888 crystals to purchase the package? After clicking confirm, the system pops up. Purchase successful. Please check your warehouse remaining balance. 9,999,999,998,742 crystals. This isn't a display error. The number is just too long. Everything is real. Holy shit. Calm down. Let's see if I can cash this out. As long as he carefully and inconspicuously exchanges the crystal for gold, there's a chance he could get rich through gaming, as long as he doesn't collapse the game economy. The officials won't interfere. He immediately opens the currency exchange and tries to exchange for 10,000 gold, which equals 5,000 yuan. The system prompts. This exchange requires 5,000 crystals. Do you confirm? He decisively clicks confirm. Ding. It's not a success. Sound. It's the transaction failure alert. Currently unable to conduct player-to-player transactions. He is taken aback and tries again. The result is still the same prompt. He keeps trying to click on various options. Trading, auctioning, gifting, mail system, all return errors. Cold sweat drips down his back. What's going on? He immediately pulls up the system log to check the winning information and clicks Details Expand, and the page pops up. Using the first prize reward will permanently restrict all player trading functions. Restricted content includes direct exchanges between players, mail system, auction house, currency exchange, gifting function, and discarding items. At that moment, Chinja couldn't help but exclaim, "Development team, UX, ah?" Chapter 1. Lucky Jackpot. Let go of me. I have to smash this damn machine today. Dad, please. That equipment is worth tens of thousands. I saved up for so long to upgrade it. Chinja desperately blocked his father, who was wielding a metal bat and ready to smash the virtual reality access device. You said you would go back to school this time, right? But what happened? You even forged a re-enrollment application, thinking we're fools? Dad, just give me one more year, really just 1 year. The longest I can take a break is 3 years, and by next year, even if I want to continue my break, I won't be able to apply for it. In the past 2 years, aside from eating and sleeping, you've been immersed in games. This can't go on. Chinja, starting tomorrow, I'm taking you to a gaming addiction center. I should have taken you there a long time ago. I'm just too soft-hearted. His father, Qin Ming, had made up his mind. 2 years ago, a VR game called Otherworld was released, touted as the strongest in history. Its unprecedented immersion and gameplay drew people into its world. Once it launched, it quickly gained global popularity. Previously, gaming addiction was mostly a problem among teenagers, but the emergence of Otherworld ensnared adults as well. Many university students dropped out or took leaves of absence to dive into gaming. Even some office workers in their 30s and 40s quit their jobs to immerse themselves in the virtual world. The government debated daily whether to issue a gaming ban, but the massive foreign exchange income brought by Otherworld made them hesitant to act rashly. I know, you're afraid I'll become useless, right? How about I play while making money? I'll even give you living expenses every month. Qin Ming was not naive. He had once been an MMORPG player and had made money selling equipment. The problem was, how much can you earn each month? About over 10,000. As a seasoned player, Chinja knew that if he worked hard, 10,000 was the limit point 10 times. If you can consistently earn 100,000 a month, I won't say a word about you dropping out and playing games. You aren't joking, are you? I'm serious. You're willing to give up on medicine, you must have some skills to convince your mother and me. If I can't do it, then I'll go for counseling. Your mother may not say it, but she's worried about you every day. We don't expect you to be a doctor, but we can't just watch you waste away. Looking at his father's expression, Chinja finally realized the severity of the situation. If it was just about making money, grinding monsters for materials was no different from working a job. It would be better to honestly go back to school and squeeze out time for entertainment. He glanced at the virtual reality access device and gritted his teeth, uttering the words he least wanted to say. I quit gaming. The next day, at a main square in Otherworld. Thank you. I will make good use of these items. An excited female player waved goodbye after purchasing items from Chinja at a price far below market value. Watching her back, Chinja silently shed tears. Really, everything is sold out. From the new gear, I just got to the old items filled with memories. Anything that could be traded has been cleared out. Sell quickly. I had to sell them cheap. While that stings, what hurts more is those memories of youth can never be recovered. The pile of gold coins in my backpack offers no comfort. He stayed in the game not because he was addicted or trying to escape reality. He just didn't want to lose the friends he had made here, those he fought with, laughed with, and acted silly with. He shook his head, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts, and turned to take a step towards the last location in Otherworld. System prompt. Do you want to convert all character attributes into tokens? Warning. All classes, levels, attributes, skills, achievements, titles, quests, affection, reputation, public contributions, and bound equipment will be cleared. After hesitating for a moment, Chinja ultimately pressed confirm, converted into 27 tokens. Another empty prize. This guy is really unfortunate. She'll keep it down. He must be mentally breaking down right now. Don't provoke him further. Otherworld does not allow account transfers. Such virtual reality games use a biometric system to bind accounts, and without authorization from a game company, transfers are impossible. Since he wanted to quit, he had to completely sever his ties. The only choice was to delete the account himself. Otherworld has a special farewell system. This system allows you to bet all the value in your account for a chance at an ultimate lottery. The cost is absurdly high, and most rewards don't even return 1% of the investment. Only players truly ready to quit will stake everything and enter that casino. Just like Qin Zhe, who had invested 2 years of his life into Otherworld. 26 consecutive empty prizes. Even in this slot machine with a probability of only 10, this was an unprecedented record. Many merchant players gathered around the slot machine, some sympathized, some jeered, and others took the opportunity to stream and gain attention. Facing the reality of 26 consecutive empties, Qin Zhe trembled all over. Damn, even if he hit something great, he wouldn't be that happy, but after so many tries without a win, it was just too ridiculous. Forget it, since it's like this, let the last one be empty too. That way, ITLL be over and give me a chance to completely let go, haha. Though he said that, his hand was still trembling. He put the last coin into the slot machine. The first symbol slowly stopped at the red number 7. Why is it a number? I haven't seen that symbol in over 2 months, it can't be a bug, can it? Nonsense. Don't scare me, I bought stocks in this game company. That red number 7 was known in the community as Lucky 7, but although Qin Zhe had no feeling for the prizes, he could still watch the excitement. He immediately opened the community to search for slot machine Lucky 7. He only found 2 posts, one from 10 months ago and one from 7 months ago. The content was all about, after hitting the red 7, they had no idea what it was. The comments were a mix of guesses. System bug? Maybe a hidden jackpot? Could be 10 billion gold coins? Perhaps a hidden class, a way to dissuade players from quitting? In any case, it should be worth more than any item. No one knew what it really was. If someone had really won, it would have spread long ago. The second symbol also stopped, still the red number 7. Qin Zhe watched as the last symbol slowed down. Only those who stake everything are worthy of receiving everything. A huge slogan above the slot machine suddenly flashed. The last symbol stopped again on the red 7. 3 consecutive lucky 7s completed. Chapter 2. 1,000, 10,000, billion, trillion. What comes after that? The scene fell silent for a second before erupting into chaos. Holy crap. 3 7s. This can't be the jackpot, can it? Those previous 26 empties were indeed laying the groundwork. Just then, a system prompt jumped out in front of Qin Zhe. Congratulations. You have won first prize. Reward, 10 octillion. 10 to the power of countless times crystal coins. Please be sure to read the usage instructions. Details expanded awarded title. The luckiest man in Otherworld. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, though doing so in virtual reality was pointless. The content on the screen remained unchanged. He really had won the jackpot. But what was this number? He squinted his eyes and began counting the units one by one. 1,000, 10,000, 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion. What comes after that? It didn't matter anyway. There were over 40 zeros in total. It's worth noting that the currency unit crystal in Otherworld is equivalent to real currency. 1 crystal equals 1 yuan. In other words, his account now has an almost infinite amount of cash value. This is an extreme dopamine hit he has never experienced in his 2 years of gaming. But he forced himself to suppress his excitement and not get too happy too soon. Although this game is known for its stability, there's no guarantee that today isn't the first time it has a bug. He immediately opened the shop interface to check his account balance. Account balance 0,000,000,007, 630 crystals. Wait, what is this? The balance should be 7,630, but there's a long string of zeros in front of it. He suspected it was a display error, so he tried to purchase a package priced at 8,888. Do you want to use 8,888 crystals to purchase the package? After clicking confirm, the system popped up. Purchase successful. Please check your warehouse remaining balance. 9,999,999,998,742 crystals. This isn't a display error. The number is just too long. Everything is real. Holy crap. Calm down. Let's see if I can cash it out. As long as he carefully and inconspicuously converts the crystals into gold coins, it's possible to make a fortune from the game, as long as he doesn't crash the game economy. The officials won't interfere. He immediately opened the currency exchange to try to exchange 10,000 gold coins, which equals 5,000 yuan. The system prompted, "This exchange requires 5,000 crystals. Do you confirm?" He decisively clicked confirm. Ding. It wasn't a success sound, but a transaction failure alert. Interplayer transactions are currently not possible. He was taken aback and tried again. The result was still the same prompt. He kept trying to click on trading, auctioning, gifting, and the mailing system all reported errors. Cold sweat trickled down his back. What's going on? He immediately pulled up the system log to check the reward information. After clicking Details Expand, the page popped up. When using the first prize reward, all player transaction functions will be permanently restricted. Restrictions include direct exchanges between players, mailing system, auction house, currency exchange, gifting function, discarding items, and indirect trading. At that moment, Chinja couldn't help but exclaim, "Developers, UX, ah!" Chapter 3, the first live broadcast. Let's get some excitement. Why did he suddenly go crazy? Faced with players continuously questioning him about what grand prize he had drawn, Chinja didn't say a word and instead frantically scrolled through various interfaces, then began cursing into the air, his mouth full of expletives. The surrounding players exchanged glances, utterly confused. Before long, due to continued use of vulgar language, muted for 1 minute. The system directly imposed a mute penalty on him. It was until he was muted by the system that Chinja calmed down a bit. Thinking it over, he realized that he couldn't entirely blame the development team. After all, he hadn't paid attention to the system prompt earlier because he had activated the setting to hide long prompts. Just as he was dragging his complex emotions, preparing to leave the casino area, a crowd of players rushed up and surrounded him. "What did you draw? Are you planning to quit the game? I'll take all the prizes you got. Is it really the first prize? Were you cursing the development team just now? What exactly happened?" Surrounded by this overwhelming attention, Chinja suddenly felt as if he were a celebrity caught in a scandal being chased by paparazzi. While being cautious of his surroundings, he quietly took out a city return scroll he had prepared from his backpack. "Hey, wait, don't go." The crowd was a beat slow to react. The spell had already been activated, and in the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and Chinja vanished from the center of the crowd. Everyone was left stunned in place. Just then, a player behind him looked at the slot machine and saw the system prompt. "This system is currently unavailable." "Huh? Why can't I draw anymore?" Because Chinja won the jackpot, the system was forcibly shut down. The slot machine that had been operating for 2 whole years was permanently stopped. Those players who had hoped to turn their accounts around immediately began cursing as well. Meanwhile, in the main square of the big city, Chinja sat by the fountain, staring blankly at the mall interface, looking like an NPC that had lost power. How could this happen? He had obtained unlimited crystals, but he couldn't trade, couldn't cash out, and even the 300,000 gold coins he had painstakingly saved over 2 years were also locked away. Converted, that was a total of 150,000 just gone down the drain. He was almost convinced this was a sarcastic ending, until a crazy yet feasible idea exploded in his mind. "I can't trade? Then I just want trade. I can't sell gold? Then I'll sell myself. I want to be a streamer, a game streamer." This profession, which rose to prominence in the early 21st century, is still the dream of countless players in today's era of fully developed virtual reality, especially for a game like Otherworld, which is popular worldwide. Not only is it hot itself, but it also drives the rapid development of the entire streaming industry. In fact, many people started playing this game just to stream it. This game also cleverly built a complete streaming interface and simple equipment support, allowing almost anyone to easily start streaming. Although Chinja was recognized as a hardcore player with top-tier skills, having the technique alone was far from enough to become a streamer. You also need uniqueness, topics, eloquence, and capital. And apart from his skills, Chinja had none of those. But now, he had gained one ability that surpassed all advantages: unlimited crystals. He wasn't a hidden class, nor was he a leaderboard god, and his eloquence wasn't grade either. Logically, such a person would have no chance of becoming a popular streamer. But now, he had the qualification to become the first dedicated streamer who spent heavily. Because Otherworld's spending efficiency was ridiculously low, almost no one would start a spend-heavy stream. But Chinja could throw money around without worry since he had an endless supply of crystals. The only question was, did he dare to gamble once more? The answer was clear. Chinja had already decided. He would become the first dedicated spend-heavy streamer of Otherworld. A few hours later, "Dad, I have something to say." Hearing the long-lost title of Dad, Qinming immediately felt an ominous premonition. "Don't tell me you again. I won't play the game for another year." Chinja didn't let his father finish, directly tossing out a printed contract. Chinja, pledge that within 1 year from today, I will achieve an annual income of 1 million. If I fail to achieve this, I will immediately delete all data of my game account and return to school. His dad looked at the neatly printed pledge and sighed. "Do you have any plans?" Chinja grinned. "Yes, I want to be a streamer." 2 hours later, After some heartfelt persuasion, his father finally reluctantly nodded in agreement. Preparations immediately began. Step 1. Change ID. He opened them all and spent 299 crystals to buy a name change card. What should it be called? After thinking for a moment, he finally chose a simple and straightforward name with significant meaning. Spendthrift. Your new nickname has been set to Spendthrift. Next was changing his appearance. To avoid being recognized by old friends, longtime viewers, or acquaintances in real life, he spent 499 crystals to buy a character appearance modification ticket. Keyword. Let us use air of a tycoon. A few seconds later, 5 preset faces appeared on the screen. It really did have that look. He selected the third face and clicked confirm. Changes will take effect after relogging in. Done. The nickname was changed, the face was altered. Next step. He scrolled through the mall interface, finally stopping at the enhancement and lottery sections. A meaningful smile crept onto his lips. The first live broadcast must have some excitement. Chapter 4. The Million Reinforcement Show of a Level 1 Newbie a few days later. As a seasoned player who is used to soloing and prefers to observe calmly, Jinhao opened the live broadcast section of Otherworld as usual. Level 97 Swordsman, Day 1 Initial Broadcast, Shadow, Dungeon Strategy. Welcome to Guide. Is there a big shot willing to take newbies? Even though the new channels were limited to 3 hours of broadcasting, the page was still packed with over 50 live rooms. Could he discover a potential star today? He has always enjoyed finding new streamers who might go viral and then promptly posting recommendations in the game community. Just as he was scrolling through the page, a newly popped up live title caught his attention. A newly launched stream? The title is, Level 1 Newbies Million Reinforcement Show. Jinhao was stunned, his brows slightly raised. He had seen thousands of titles, funny ones, tragic ones, and those that set flags, but he had never seen one that was so straightforward and outrageous. Was it a clickbait title or a joke? He hesitated for a second, but still clicked in. Just a few seconds wasted. What if it was a treasure streamer? The moment the screen loaded, his eyes suddenly lit up. In a live stream, a character was focused on hammering away at the reinforcement station, as concentrated as a machine. What the heck? It hasn't even been 10 seconds since I entered, and they're already reinforcing. He wanted to send a chat message to complain, but suddenly realized something was off. The target of the reinforcement was actually the level 1 newbie sword given by the system. Stop. Please stop. Don't reinforce anymore. Can you at least look at the chat? Jinhao sent 4 messages in a row, trying to stop this crazy behavior. However, the streamer, Fu Hao, didn't even lift his head, his eyes glued to the reinforcement interface, completely immersed in it. Is this person crazy? Helpless. Jinhao opened the donation feature. After donating, he could leave a message that the streamer would hear. Jinhao donated 5 yuan. Please stop. Really don't reinforce anymore. With the system voice announcing his donation, Fu Hao finally stopped hammering and looked at the camera. Oh, someone has already come in? Wow. 10 viewers already. Jinhao, thank you for your donation. You said not to reinforce? Why? No matter how much you reinforce the newbie sword, it's still trash. Reinforcing at this stage is just wasting money. Another viewer also started sending messages, trying to persuade the streamer to stop this self-destructive investment. This should convince him. Jinhao waited for the streamer to calm down, but instead, he saw Fu Hao not only not stopping, but becoming even more determined to continue reinforcing. This is really crazy. He donated again. Jinhao donated 5 yuan. You're really losing money. Stop it. The streamer glanced back when he heard the donation message. Oh, you mean it's too much of a loss? But I can't wear other equipment right now, right? Yes, but even if you reinforce it to 3, it's still worse than a level 10 green item. If you want to spend money, you should find a pro to take you through dungeons. Reinforcing the newbie sword is purely wasteful. The money efficiency in this game is extremely low. I suggest you check out the newbie guide first. The chat messages kept pouring in as viewers tried to dissuade him, but he just smiled, his tone calm. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I'm reinforcing this to get the title of fastest clear of the newbie trial. They say this title is super valuable. That's my goal. You mean the first trial dungeon for newbies? Right, I'll throw 1 million into it first, and if it's not enough, I'll add more. Jinhao finally reacted, glancing back at the live title. Level 1 Newbies Million Reinforcement Show. Damn, it turns out it's not just a bluff. The title is good, but there is no need to spend 1 million, right? The key is that dungeon relies on skill, not on stats. All the viewers were earnestly trying to dissuade him, but he remained unmoved. This is my goal. If I want to do 1 million reinforcement, it'll probably take a whole day. So from now on, I'll just respond to donation messages. After saying this, he thoughtfully enlarged the reinforcement record and equipment information window, hanging it in the lower right corner of the screen. Newbie Sword 2. Level. Normal. Attack power. 1218. Usage restriction. None. Description. A beginner weapon suitable for everyone. The reinforcement record was clear. Reinforcement failed. Level dropped to 0. Used basic reinforcement stone. 1 success. 2 success. Failed again. Reset to 0. Jin Hao stared at that line of record. Just about to switch back to the game to continue grinding monsters when he heard the streamer calmly say, "Oh, reinforcement 5 succeeded." The streamer announced calmly. And at the same time, the pleasant sound of a successful reinforcement rang out. Huh. In the middle of casting a skill, Jin Hao's finger twitched, and he was hit in the face by a lizard man's tail, instantly reducing his health to 0. Reinforcement 5 so quickly? Is this real? Just as he was trying to concentrate, he heard the streamer let out a light sigh. Sigh. It blew up. What the hell? Jin Hao panicked, made a mistake in his operation, missed the counterattack opportunity, and took 2 hits in a row. You have died. Cannot log in for 24 hours. Experience -10, level decreased. He watched his level drop and nearly collapsed on the spot. How long did I grind for this experience? But just as he was cursing, his hand unconsciously switched back to the live page. The chat was going wild. Blew up, huh? Expensive reinforced sword gone. Reinforcement 5 newbie sword. What a guy. Does anyone know how much this guy has burned? This title isn't bluff. He is really a madman. In less than 20 minutes, the viewers exceeded 3,000. Looking at the constantly refreshing chat on the screen, Jin Hao fell into a momentary contemplation. The thrill of the reinforcement genre, where success and failure are at stake, is nearly extinct in Otherworld nowadays. And today, Fu Hao's live stream reignited that long-lost spark. It seems I should retire too. Watching Fu Hao, who was focused on reinforcing, Jin Hao forgot about his level, forgot about his experience, and silently hit the follow button. Chapter 5, the first 10 enhanced sword in history, just a few days before the premiere. Fu Hao whispered softly as he skillfully brought up the character information interface. Character name, Fu Hao level, 1 class, none title. The luckiest man in another world, health, 200 mana. 50-50 strength, agility, intelligence, constitution. 5555 after 2 years of painstakingly developing this character. It had been reset with a single click, reduced to a complete level 1 novice. The only thing left was that title, which looked like a GM's joke. The luckiest man in another world. Starting with the word luck, it was likely a unique and rare title. Such titles almost always come with incredible effects in another world. He suppressed his racing heartbeat and clicked on the title details. The luckiest man in another world. All drop rates 777. Gain active skill, Fate's Luck. Huh. He had thought it would enhance attributes or skills, but instead, it was an overall drop rate boost. Although a drop rate of 777 seemed absurd, in a non-tradable system, no matter how much he dropped, it wouldn't translate into actual resources. However, he had a sudden idea. What if I team up and let others pick it up? In the game's team system, there's a setting where the team leader exclusively enjoys the drops. If someone else takes on the role of leader, then the high drop rate is his, but the drops can go to others. As long as that person is willing to help with trading, perhaps he could break the non-tradable restriction. This could be tested later. Even without relying on teammates to pick up, in a system where all materials must be self-sufficient, a 777 drop rate is almost equivalent to having infinite resources. This title is enough for me to become legendary. Next up was the skill Fate's Luck. Fate's Luck, active skill, cool down, 7 days, effect, designate a probability, making its triggering rate 100 for this instance. Only applicable to one-time probability events. What kind of setting is this? Locking any one-time probability event to 100? This skill, if used for enhancement, Fu Hao immediately experimented, binding it to the critical hit probability. Set. Next attack must critically hit. A confirmation window actually popped up. However, he quickly canceled the binding. A 7-day cooldown for just 1 critical hit. Too wasteful, better not. Such a skill should be saved for the most critical moments, like enhancement. Right now, he was just about to start an enhancement live stream. Perfect. Let's make it a big one today. He took out the prepared enhancement stones specifically for the 5 to 10 enhancement range from his bag. Lower enhancement stone. Can only be used on equipment from 5 to 9. Low success rate. 1 chance for 2 on success. 0. 1 chance for 3. Failure. 50 destruction. 50 downgrade to 5. He had heard that the highest enhancement in the server was only 9. And that was on a piece of armor. Weapons at most went to 8. He had never heard of 10 success. To refresh enhancement history, one would need luck akin to hacking. But Fu Hao didn't want to wait. He wanted to create a memorable scene on the premiere night. Use Fate's Luck. Target, trigger the 0. One chance for 3 enhancement. Today, I will bring a 10 to life in front of everyone. After 7 hours of enhancement live stream, Fu Hao was still hammering away. Some players had organized the enhancement history in the community. First sword. Time taken 25 minutes. Exploded after 5. Second sword. Time taken 40 minutes. Exploded after 6. Third sword. Time taken 1 hour 10 minutes. Exploded after 5. 19th sword. Time taken 6 hours 30 minutes. Exploded after 5 dash. Total of 19 consecutive explosions. Summary. 16 times exploded after 5. 3 times barely made it to 6, but still exploded. The success rate was as low as held difficulty. The comment section referred to this live stream as a direct clash between human will and system mechanics. But the terrifying part of this live stream was no one left. The barrage of comments never ceased. 7 is the gate to hell. He must have burned at least 4 million by now. Finally understand why no one touches enhancement stones. Laughing to death. If it were me, I would have uninstalled it long ago. Just hold on to 7. Please succeed. Finally, with the 20th sword, at the 7th hour, it reached a critical juncture. Enhancement successful. 7, oh my. 7, stop now. Here it comes. Here it comes, it's about to explode. The next hammer will definitely drop back to 5. Just hoping for an explosion, not success. Fu Hao did not respond to the barrage. He secretly activated the skill off-screen. Fate's luck activated. Enhancement successful. Must be 3. 1 hammer fell. Enhancement successful. 10. You are the first player in the entire server to achieve 10 enhancement. Gain title, 10-star person. Activated hidden job transfer condition. Complete 10 enhancement without transferring. Would you like to transfer to Master Enhancer? The live stream exploded. The barrage surged, 999 to 10 success. Is this for real? This streamer must be hacking, right? Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Viewer count. 31, 214 people. Fu Hao grinned, looking at the barrage and murmuring to himself. This is just the beginning. Chapter 6. Obtaining a hidden profession. Am I dreaming? Fu Hao stared at the flashing success prompt for the 10 enhancement on the screen, then glanced at the series of notifications about hidden professions and the new title system popping up, with only one thought left in his mind. He could hardly believe it. Why doesn't it hurt? He subconsciously pinched his face gently. No sensation at all. Of course, it doesn't hurt. This is virtual reality. What truly pulled him out of his daze was the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, along with that iconic system notification. Due to excessive chat activity, the barrage delay has been automatically activated. Only after applying the barrage delay would the speed of the comments return to a readable level. This is 10? The first 10 enhancement in the universe. Newbie sword. I'm dying of laughter. Why is it newbie sword? Ha! Can't tell if it's luck or a hellish start. This thing can sell for 10 million gold coins. A huge profit. Fu Hao didn't rush to deal with the profession transfer prompt, but instead checked the weapon details of the universe's first 10 enhanced sword. Newbie sword 10. Rarity. Normal, required level. None, attack power. 40-72, durability. 30-30 weight. 30 special effects. Critical damage 100, attack power 30. Ignores 30 of enemy defense. Stuns the enemy for 2 seconds upon hit. Effective only once on the same target. Grants 1 second of invincibility upon hit. Effective only once on the same target. This. Is 10 enhancement really this exaggerated? The pure panel attack power alone has already surpassed that of a level 50 greatsword. And the 5 special effects listed below are all outrageous. The equipment he had seen before, even with a stun effect, topped out at 0. 1 seconds. Legendary equipment only managed 0. 3 seconds. And now, this enhanced newbie sword had 2 seconds of stun and 1 second of invincibility. Even if limited to triggering once on the same target, it was still astonishing. If it weren't for the outrageous enhancement costs, this kind of attribute could practically sweep the low to mid-level battlefields. Without Fate's luck, even if he spent an infinite amount of money, it would probably take him a year to stack up to a 10. When players in the live stream first started analyzing the equipment strength, Fu Hao proactively closed the live stream. Let's stop here for today. Now that 10 has come out, continuing to enhance other equipment seems meaningless. I thought I could see you enhance armor. Will there be a replay? Are you streaming tomorrow? Tomorrow, I plan to challenge the newbie trial speedrun, so everyone remember to tune in on time. I'll enhance my armor tonight, and if I have results, I'll showcase them tomorrow. The live stream will have a replay, and the edited video will be uploaded as soon as possible. Please help me promote it. With your strength, breaking the record is a sure thing. I'll pull my roommate to watch. Your screenshot has already flooded the community. Tomorrow the live stream audience is likely to skyrocket. Then, see you tomorrow, and I wish everyone a pleasant gaming experience. Bye. See you tomorrow. Good work. Don't go. Fu Hao waved to end the live stream. Phew, I'm really exhausted. Although he didn't particularly care about the barrage and interaction. Enhancing itself was a dual torture of physical and mental strain, and he had just hammered away for a full 7 hours. Why isn't there a one-click enhancement? Why must players hammer one by one? Fu Hao's complaints sounded like showing off to others. He reopened the unread system notifications. You are the first player in the entire server to successfully achieve a 10 enhancement. You have obtained the title, 10-star person, activated hidden profession transfer condition, complete 10 enhancement in a non-profession state. Would you like to transfer to the hidden profession, enhancement master? Let us check the title effects. Fu Hao opened the title page, 10-star person, when enhancing weapons above 10. The base attributes of that equipment increase by 20, not including buff-debuff effects. This is too awesome. The already explosive 10 attributes are further amplified by this bonus. But this title isn't very friendly to regular players. After all, getting a 10 enhancement isn't something you can just hammer out casually. Only a madman or a GM, game master, can manage it. But for him, this effect is simply tailor-made. Next, it's time for the transfer. The hidden profession in another world means uniqueness. There are no guides, no data, no references. Although many hidden professions are indeed very powerful, there are also many players who regretted abandoning their original profession skills for a lifetime. Some soared to great heights, while others directly abandoned their accounts and restarted. If it were in the past, Fu Hao might have carefully considered it for 3 days and nights. But now, the character is only level 1, with no skills and no profession. If he doesn't take the gamble now, when will he? If it doesn't work out, he can always switch back to the night class. His original plan was to go the night route after level 10, but now that he accidentally activated the hidden profession, how could he let this opportunity slip by? Confirm transfer. Enhancement master. Transfer confirmation in progress. Transfer successful. Obtain skill. Enhancement limit breakthrough. Obtain skill. Enhancement synthesis. Obtain skill. Enhancement effect change. Obtain skill. Summon beast enhancement. Obtain skill. Attribute enhancement. Obtain skill. Trait enhancement. Obtain skill. Skill enhancement. Obtain skill. Accessory enhancement. Special attribute unlocked. Luck. Watching the series of skill names jump into view, Fu Hao couldn't help but smile. What kind of profession is this? This is clearly the essence of a cheating system. Meanwhile, on the other end, ranked 7th player ID, Tima, stared at the now-closed live stream channel, silent for a long time. This man had spent over 10 million crystals just on enhancing items. Even so, his best result was merely a piece of 9 armor. And now, a newbie account, using a system-given newbie sword, had been enhanced to 10 just like that. Tima wasn't unable to accept defeat. He just hadn't expected. It turns out, this is truly a game of luck. 2 years of extreme investment, ultimately stopping at 9, and he could barely maintain 7th place on the leaderboard. He had always thought of himself as someone without talent, relying on spending money to stand firm. He was afraid of losing to wealthy players or veterans. But now, for the first time, he lost to luck. Sigh. The only thing that could defeat financial power is indeed luck. After a long silence, he suddenly chuckled. So what if it's 10? The speedrun record for the newbie trial still belongs to Leon Hart, right? Tomorrow should be interesting. Saying that, he unhesitatingly clicked the follow button. Chapter 7. Speedrun Challenge in Otherworld. Dungeons are divided into 2 types. One is the normal dungeon, and the other is the trial dungeon. Normal dungeons appear randomly in a corner of the map. Each time they open, only one team is allowed to enter, and whoever clears it first will cause the dungeon to disappear. Due to their higher drop rates compared to outdoor leveling areas and richer experience, they are often seen as unexpected surprises by players. Because of this, fierce competition often arises at these dungeons. Players who discover the dungeon block the entrance waiting for teammates to arrive or simply sell the coordinates at high prices. Buyers rush in, and any slight dispute can lead to PvP, which is inevitable. In contrast, the atmosphere of the trial dungeons is much more gentle. These dungeons do not have restrictions on the number of entries, allowing any player to challenge them freely, and clearing them will not cause the dungeon to close. However, the entry requirements are not low. The system often sets various restrictions, such as minimum level, equipment rating, and even specific characteristics matching evaluation mechanisms unique to certain dungeons. When completing some trial dungeons, if a player breaks the fastest clear record in the entire server, they will receive a unique title that only one person can hold. Not a commemorative badge for everyone, but a truly limited title that belongs solely to that fastest clear player. Among all trial dungeons, the most famous is undoubtedly the newbie trial. Regardless of which newbie village players start in, the main storyline process before reaching level 10 is almost identical. The newbie trial is the climax of that process. From the moment a character is born, the system guides them into this dungeon, and every player has experienced it. It can be said to be one of the most impressive dungeons in Otherworld. In the Andres Plain, within the Kingdom of Loven, Fu Hao stands before the entrance of the newbie trial, his gaze fixed on the tall leaderboard beside him. Newbie trial fastest clear leaderboard. First, LV, 5 Leon Hart. 057, 09. 010 second, LV, 9 Curse. 112, 36. 001 third, LV, 9 Shuetzai. 115, 07. 099 fourth, LV, 9 Lychee. 115, 21. 034 fifth, LV, 9 Miami Aequin. 115, 21. 081 AOS, Mount Twitches. This leaderboard is a server-wide summary, showing only the 5 fastest players. First place, Leon Hart. Not only is he the record holder for the first clear, but he has also held the top position unshaken for 2 years after his legendary battle. The only player to clear in under an hour. The only player to complete the challenge at level 5, with a staggering 15-minute gap from the second place. Even more shocking is that, according to community research, he cleared the dungeon while playing blind, without referencing any guides, and did so in one go. In the history of Otherworld, just based on this trial, Leon Hart has become a legendary figure, on par with NPCs. Even if he wasn't the top player on the power rankings at that time, no one dared to question his status. He finished in just 57 minutes. Fual murmurs softly. He had once challenged this dungeon, achieving a final time of 2 hours and 25 minutes, already an excellent level within the top 10. Now, he has memorized the routes, checkpoints, and mechanics, confident he can compress his time to under 1 hour and 20 minutes. Moreover, this time, he is equipped with a 10 Divine Sword. It's almost time to go on stage. He opens the live streaming interface, inputs the title, and gently clicks to start the broadcast. Live stream is started. Just as he was about to greet the audience, he glanced at the screen and froze. Wait, there are 6,000 viewers in less than a minute? The bullet comments have already started flooding in. Here it comes, here it comes. Strong Brother is online. Are you smashing equipment today? Let me see the true form of that 10 newbie sword. Is this Andres Plain? You're not really challenging Leon Hart, are you? Do you know the whole community was spammed by you yesterday? Fu Hao then realized that his breaking of the enhancement limit yesterday had ignited the entire community. What the hell? What's going on? In just 2 minutes of streaming, the number of online viewers has already surpassed 10,000. Just now, when you start streaming, it's at least 10,000, okay? That post about 10 enhancement is still trending on the community homepage and hasn't dropped off. Dude, your followers are already at 40,000. Let us see if you can break 100,000 today. Have you enhanced your armor? Fu Hao decided to satisfy the audience's curiosity first by opening the equipment panel to display it on the live stream. 10 newbie sword. Attack 40, 72, critical damage 100, attack power 30, ignores 30 of enemy defense, stuns target for 2 seconds upon hit, once per target, grants invincibility for 1 second upon hit, once per target, 8 worn leather boots, defense 12, movement speed 10, movement speed 15, 7 worn leather pants, defense 20, damage taken reduced by 15, maximum 80, 7 worn leather gloves, defense 10, attack speed 10, 5 worn leather top, defense 13, not enough time. The top didn't enhance to 7, so I'll have to make do with it. This set of attributes is more luxurious than my level 100 gear. Although it's worn leather, these values are those of the Elf King's worn leather, right? How much did you spend on enhancements? I didn't calculate the exact amount, but I estimate. Over 10 million crystals. Yesterday, it was several million. Today, it's over 10 million. Dude, when you start streaming, the national GDP has to shake 3 times. Fu Hao smiled lightly, his tone cheerful. Oh right, to prevent disturbances, I changed the donation notification to start from 50. Yesterday's enhancements were too many times. The voice notifications gave me a headache. Then, he set up a small poll. Do you think I can break the speedrun record? 1. Yes 2. No dash 2 minus 22,222 dash 1111111. No matter how good you are, you can't just casually challenge Leon Hart. With that 10 sword, you're still afraid? Ebet Viennas. The voting countdown ended, and the results flashed on the screen. Yes. 11. No. 89. The bullet comments exploded. What is the mentality of those voting yes? What are they after? Did your mom vote for you? I'm convinced. The faith of players in this game towards Leon Hart is on a religious level. Fu Hao silently watched the voting results. He knew that this was not just the audience looking down on him, but rather a testament to their faith in the absolute genius that is Leon Hart. To be honest, he himself was once a fan of Leon Hart. Every dungeon speedrun, every challenge mode, every guild battle, Leon Hart always refreshed all records with a single clear, a single kill, demonstrating an overwhelming talent that surpassed others' 100 attempts. Today, I want to stand at his position. Just as he finished saying this, a donation voice popped up. Leon Hart is forever a god-donated 50 yuan. Will donate 5,000 if the record is broken. Fu Hao was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. Thanks to Leon Hart is forever a god for the donation. Breaking the record will get 5,000? That's cool. Bullet comments. Wow, he is here. He really came. ISNT, that ID the crazy fan? Whoever challenges Leon Hart, he surrounds them with his fan club. You're about to break the record. I want to see him lose it, haha. Fu Hao skillfully guided. Just look at the ID. It's clear you're a die-hard fan of Leon Hart. I will remember this challenge. Is anyone willing to raise the stakes? Welcome aboard. As a result, within just a few minutes, a flurry of bets flew into the bullet screen. Break the record. Add 500 top 2. 500 complete within 50 minutes. Double the rewards. Fu Hao looked at the screen full of pop-ups and thought to himself, this wave is easy money. Thank you to all the sponsors, especially Leon Hart is forever a god. You are the biggest sponsor of this round. He smiled lightly and clicked to enter the dungeon. I1T let everyone down. You have entered the novice trial dungeon. The screen darkened, and a challenge about glory, records, and shattering the divine altar officially began. Chapter 8, the first beginner dungeon of the second round. Entered the dungeon. The moment Fu Hao stepped into the beginner trial, he shot out like a bullet from the chamber. The distance from the initial area of the dungeon to the first battle zone was about 300 meters. The terrain was uneven, filled with rubble and collapsed pits. Normal players had to constantly pay attention to their feet, detouring to avoid the pits, taking at least 2 minutes to pass through safely. But Fu Hao, his footsteps were completely steady, gliding as if on a smooth floor. Is the beginner speed really this fast? A 25 movement speed boost is ridiculous. Remember the brother from 2? Regretting it? The audience hadn't recovered from their shock when a donation alert popped up. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. First segment completed. 1 minute 29 seconds. Dash? Is he really going to break the record? Is this a new account? Where did that skill come from? Reasonable speculation. Practiced for 3 days and nights. It's not button mashing. This is a real person moving. Okay. For beginners, playing games on a computer or smartphone is already quite difficult. Let alone this VR motion sensing game that requires whole body coordination. Most people could only default to one explanation. Fu Hao had practiced who knows how many times before the competition. But sharp-eyed veteran players sensed something was off. 25 movement speed, adapting in just 1 day? What a joke. They knew very well that in a hyper-realistic VR game like Otherworld, even a 5-speed increase required several days of practice to master the rhythm, let alone jumping straight to 25. To achieve this, one had to either be a seasoned holographic gamer or a prodigy. In short, not an ordinary person. The atmosphere in the chat gradually shifted. Whether it's 1 or 2, I want to see him break the record. From Fu Hao's perspective, his previously clumsy body had returned to its original state. Before his account was wiped, his character's movement speed was 128. 3. Compared to the initial 100, this state was actually closer to the familiar feeling he had. What others saw as him sprinting felt smooth and normal to him. The next second, the battle began. First battle zone. 5 monsters. 3 goblin warriors and 2 goblin mages. The usual tactic is to lure the warriors away one by one, taking them to a corner out of the mages' firing range to defeat them individually, then swiftly attack the mages. But Fu Hao's tactic? Charge straight into the monster horde. Dash. Where you going? Dude, you ran the wrong way. No way, is this how he fails? Not relying on skill, just brute force? Faced with overwhelming skepticism, Fu Hao remained unfazed and charged straight into the core of the monsters. Hua. He swung his sword down at the goblin warrior, standing in the center. The goblin reacted quickly, raising its sword to block at the same time. Its companions on both sides lunged forward, their blades glinting dangerously close. Logically, this move would result in being sandwiched and pierced by the goblin's dual swords. But Fu Hao's expression was calm, his breathing steady, because what he held was the only 10 enhanced sword in the entire server. The next second, the battle info bar began to flood with notifications. Hit, 170 damage. Enemy stunned for 2 seconds. Enemy resistance failed. You gained 1 second of invincibility. The 2 goblins' long swords stabbed towards him. The result was attack resisted. Attack resisted dash? Attack immunity? Did he calculate the invincibility duration before charging in? This sword effect is like hacking. Stun for 2 seconds and invincibility for 1 second. And you tell me this is a beginner sword? The audience instantly understood. The strength of this 10 sword lay not in its damage, but in its outrageous effects. Most players had never even seen a stun invincibility combo, let alone applied it in actual combat. Even high-level players equipped with such items were nowhere near as smooth as Fu Hao. Snake Brother donated 50 yuan. I said the 10 sword is godly, right? But the show wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of the remaining invincibility, Fu Hao turned and slashed at the left goblin. The next second, the system popped up 2 words. Critical hit. 704 damage. Enemy has been killed. Achievement unlocked. Over-level one-shot kill of a high-level common monster. Gain title. 1 hit. 1 common monster. What the hell is going on? 1 hit 700? This beginner sword must have a nuclear warhead embedded in it. Whoever dares to say 10 enhancement is useless, come out and I 1T hit you. Snake Brother donated 50 yuan. This sword is definitely in the top 10 of the rankings. Fu Hao was momentarily stunned. The base critical hit rate was 5, and he hadn't expected it to trigger at such a critical moment. The rhythm he had originally rehearsed in his mind was 0 seconds. Attack the central goblin to stun it and gain invincibility. 0, 7 seconds. Attack the left goblin to stun it and refresh invincibility. 1, 4 seconds. Kill the central goblin. 2, 1 seconds. Take down the stunned left goblin. Invincibility ends, but before it ended, he had already withstood the attack from the right goblin. 2, 8 seconds. Stun the right goblin and regain 1 second of invincibility. 3, 2 seconds. Withstand 2 fireballs from the 2 goblin mages. 3, 5 seconds. Kill the last right goblin warrior. 4, 3 seconds. Move in front of the goblin mages and easily defeat the 2 mages whose skills were on cooldown. However, contrary to expectations, the left goblin was killed in 1 hit, disrupting the rhythm. No, it was just right. Since I got a critical hit, then I'll clear it without taking damage. A clear goal arose in Fu Hao's mind. I can't get the first clear, but I can get the first clear without taking damage. The system has 3 major trial awards. First clear title, already taken by Leon Hart. Fastest clear title, first clear without taking damage title as long as he didn't take a hit. He will be the 3rd unique title holder. In the next few seconds, 1, 4 seconds, 1, 4 seconds did not kill the central goblin, instead stunned the right enemy. Refreshing invincibility. 2, 1 seconds. The central goblin recovered and lunged with a sword, but Fu Hao evaded like the wind, charging straight for the mage. 2, 9 seconds. Instantly killed the first mage, refreshing invincibility. 3, 2 seconds. The second mage's fireball hit, but the invincibility state negated the damage. 3, 6 seconds. Slashed the second mage, once again refreshing invincibility. 4, 3 seconds. Turn around to finish off the goblin warrior whose stun was about to end. 5, 0 seconds. The last goblin warrior could not withstand the assault and was killed. All enemies have been defeated. The entrance to the second area is now open. 5 seconds to wipe them all. I can't. Leon Hart over there must be shaking. This battle would later be known as the 5-second battle. 1 sword to start, 1 second of invincibility, a seamless execution, without taking any damage. It was also Fu Hao's first battle on the path to glory. Chapter 9. No damage clear, entering the second major area. Before he had a chance to catch his breath, Fu Hao had already dashed into the next battlefield like an arrow released from a bow, reacting a moment faster than most of the spectators. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan, second segment run, 12 seconds. Combat, 5 seconds. 5 seconds? Dash? Am I watching a newbie zone? No, who is playing this game? The 4th-ranked player, Rich, as a certified top 10 expert, took 7 minutes and 47 seconds to clear his first battle zone. Fu Hao, on the other hand, took only 5 seconds. Class donated 50 yuan. Leon Hart is about to step down. Not to mention ordinary players, even 90 of the comments in the barrage, which were fans of Leon Hart, were left speechless by this sudden, crushing victory. Fu Hao did not pause for a moment. Second area, 3rd area, 4th area. Invincible stun kills. Each battle felt like a copy-paste, 1 strike per enemy, clean and neat. The gate to the 5th major area opens. Trial Mania donated 50 yuan, cleared area 13 and 47 seconds. Combat, 33 seconds. The official community exploded. Breaking news, Fu Hao cleared area 13 in just 11 minutes and 7 seconds. 7,658 comments. Is Leon Hart watching Fu Hao's livestream now? Haha. How many minutes do you predict Fu Hao will take in total? 1446 comments. Desperately seeking Fu Hao's character creation data. Who exactly is Fu Hao? An anime character? Is 10 enhancement a system bug? Didn't they say this isn't a pay-to-win game? Does anyone know what Fu Hao does in real life? Trap in Area 15 is coming. This wave can't rely on gear anymore. Finally, to the point of speed and brain competition. Leon Hart, if I were you, I'd be losing hair by now. As discussions about Fu Hao flooded the official community, more and more people flocked to his livestream. Livestream viewer count, 103,002 people. 100,000. 100,000 viewers. Second day of the livestream, straight to the sky. If he went to mainstream platform, he'd be trending by morning. Hitting 200,000 is not a problem. A newbie account starts with 100,000 people watching. Is that reasonable? Sweet Candy donated 50 yuan. Fu Hao, your livestream has broken 100,000 viewers. Since he had been focused on pushing through the dungeon, Fu Hao had barely responded to donations. Now, as he crossed a relatively flat and nearly obstacle-free area, he took a moment to respond briefly. Thank you all for the donations. Welcome to the new friends. If you like my content, please hit the follow button. The barrage immediately flooded the screen. Take your time. Stop talking. Hurry up and fight monsters. Fu Hao, can you just focus on the dungeon? This scene requires concentration. Don't get interrupted. Go for the record now, or you'll easily get overtaken later. Unless Leon Hart deletes his account and starts over and enhances the newbie sword to 10, no one can break this record. Fu Hao proceeded to the 6th major area, drank a stamina potion, and directly entered. Entering the 6th major area. Please pass all traps. The map changed, and 3 traps were neatly laid out in front. Seeing this, the barrage erupted in excitement. Invincible can't trigger if there are no monsters, right? Pay to win, brother. Welcome to experience the suffering of mortals. Whether or not a record can be broken now depends on skill. Finally going to see you fail. Haha. First trap. Moving trap, the ground is divided into 10 by 10 squares, refreshing every round, with a refresh cycle of 5 seconds. Only 20 squares are safe zones. Stepping on any others means instant death. Players must move at least 1 square each round, cannot wait for refresh in place, and must rely on reaction and memory to judge the path, making it a typical test of both skill and mental acuity. How did Leon Hart break the record with blind playback then? Please, stop comparing with gods, okay? Leon Hart is forever a god. Donated 50 yuan if you pass this section in 2 minutes. I'll change my name to Fu Hao is forever a god. The shortest record is 2 minutes and 40 seconds. What are you talking about? Internet mad dog. Stop setting flags for yourself. Let's see the barrage that mocked Fu Hao before. Who are you? Guys, let us send him a social death today. With no time to respond, Fu Hao stepped into the trap area, his steps steady and familiar. He had indeed played through it 2 years ago, but that was no longer important. He had reviewed all the trap mechanisms, rhythm changes, and optimal paths. In the first round, he quickly cut 4 squares southeast. His steps precise. Before the second round had finished refreshing, he had already judged the direction of the next safe zone, moving like the wind. By the third round, he almost stepped on the last second to avoid falling. And in the fourth round, he stood theoretically in a position waiting to die in the center of the square. The barrage was stunned. Dash? Why are you standing there? The last 2 rounds are guaranteed to die. Did you go the wrong way? Oh no, he fell into the pit this time. The result? Fu Hao dashed across the finish line with precision at the last 0.2 seconds, stepping onto the endpoint. First trap clear dash? The movement speed is too unreasonable, right? He could clear this? The slap in the face is too fast. Trial Mania donated 50 yuan. Area 15 to 1 cleared in 22 seconds. Leon Hart is forever a god. Donated 50 yuan. I was wrong. Go change your ID and stop being stubborn. You're no longer a Leon Hart fan. Now your last name is Fu Hao. I suggest you don't change your ID, because Fu Hao would find embarrassing. Second trap. Reaction test 3 consecutive stone wall ambush intermittent cutters. This is child's play. For Fu Hao, it was just child's play. He dodged through without even pausing. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. Area 15 to 2 cleared in 36 seconds. Third trap. Ultimate challenge narrow bridge rain of arrows after more than 10 minutes of continuous sprinting. Fu Hao stopped for the first time in front of the last trap, taking a breath. This was the culprit that had kept the no damage clear record unbroken. A 150-meter long log bridge hung over an abyss with a sharp arrow shooting straight every few seconds. One must block with their weapon at the most precise timing, known as perfect parry, to avoid damage. The closer to the endpoint, the shorter the intervals between arrows, with the last arrow only 0.8 seconds apart. He currently had a 25 movement speed and a 10 attack speed bonus, theoretically allowing him to pass through the trap without being hit. But theory and practice were completely different. He had to perfectly parry all shots without slowing down. Fu Hao was wielding the most ordinary newbie sword. However, he had once been a knight class, and blocking was one of his most skilled abilities. He took a deep breath, started running, his whole body tense. Focus to the utmost. First arrow, 60 meters. Parried successfully. Second arrow, 105 meters. Parried successfully. Third arrow, 125 meters. Parried successfully. Fourth arrow, successful. By the last arrow, the launch interval was compressed to the limit, and the arrow speed approached the point where it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Fu Hao, however, closed his eyes. He relied not on sight, but on rhythm, timing, and muscle memory. Snap! You have passed all traps, entering the final area soon, at this moment. The livestream room was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then dash. 999. Holy crap. 999. No injury really happened? Leon Hart. I give up. From today on, I believe in Fu Hao Ge. Chapter 10. The Master of Copies. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. 15 to 3 phase. Took 15 seconds. Total time 1 minute and 41 seconds. Wow. What the hell is this? The block god himself. Even more fierce than Leon Hart's gameplay. That guy, the Forever God, must be so happy he is considering a name change, right? While all the viewers were still immersed in the shock of the completion time, someone suddenly realized a more terrifying fact. Roa donated 50 yuan, it seems. He hasn't lost a single drop of blood until now. Really? Don't talk nonsense. It's normal not to lose blood when relying on invincible combos, right? First time completing without taking damage. Although it's one of the hidden achievements set in all trial dungeons, very few people know about it. After all, with hundreds of trial dungeons, the vast majority are not meant to be completed without taking damage. Not to mention there are many team dungeons where to achieve a no-damage run, the whole team must avoid damage. Even a hardcore player who has been digging into game mechanics for 2 years has only seen 2 no-damage completion certification posts in the community, and both were ancient posts. Of course, it's not just the hardcore player who knows about this. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. If you're the first to complete without taking damage, you'll get a hidden title similar to the speedrun record. This Trial Maniac, who relied on donations to show his presence throughout the event, once again provided critical information. Wow, no one has ever achieved this. Maybe Leon Hart did, but he didn't say. Maybe he got it long ago, but didn't bother to post. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan without relying on movement speed and attack speed bonuses. The trap area just now is guaranteed to take damage. I'm willing to bet my ID. You're the first person in history to complete without taking damage. This guy's a madman who only plays trial dungeons. 100 credibility. Wow. So this hardcore player is getting 2 hidden titles this time? No, he just wanted to see you strong. Didn't he expect you to be this strong at this moment? The heavy stone in the heart of the hardcore player finally landed. He casually glanced at the chat window, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Trial Maniac, deserve a special thank you. The number of donations was so high it felt like a monthly subscription, the information was accurate, and the rhythm was steady. This was simply the ideal audience template every streamer dreams of. Whether he is a fan or not doesn't matter, as long as he is a fan of Trial Dungeons. After seeing today's live broadcast, it would be truly strange if he didn't become a fan. The hardcore player silently recited the Trial Maniac's ID and stepped into the portal for the final stage. Entered the final stage. Defeat the boss to complete the dungeon. Although the trap area just now was theoretically the only section that couldn't be completed without taking damage. The key word here is theoretically. In fact, the no damage difficulty of the final boss battle is also ridiculously high. If you don't understand the mechanics of this stage, you might wonder, is this stage really that hard? Why does the hardcore player seem so relaxed? The answer is that the mechanics are simple, but the design is extremely annoying. The appearing boss is the double-axe giant ogre. The mechanics are as convoluted as a programming exercise, and the skills chain together so quickly you can't react in time. Plus, there are over a dozen bats that slow you down and steal health, making it a perpetual nightmare for newbies. The usual strategy is purposely take a charged skill hit, get knocked back by the skill, lure out some bats, and clear them. Then face the boss alone. In other words, the real villain in this boss room isn't the boss, but that group of mosquitoes. The hardcore player, as strategy, first kill the bats, gain an invincibility buff, then tank the boss's attacks, and during the boss's skill recovery period, deal extra damage. Once the invincibility state disappears, Continue killing bats to stack buffs. Dealt 182 damage. Enemy has been killed. You have entered a 1-second invincibility state. Invincibility, perpetual motion machine. Feels amazing, relying on bats to survive. Who would have thought? I also want invincibility now, official. How about we nerf it a bit? If you're not happy, go hit a level 10 enhancement yourself. The hardcore player gains 1 second of invincibility with each hit. He steadily advances against the boss S double axis. Roar. Attack resisted, 5, dealt 170 damage. Enemy enters 0, 8-second stun state. Enemy resists stun. Duration shortened. You have entered a 1-second invincibility state. Keep attacking. Critical hit. Dealt 610 damage. Hit again. The boss roars and swings its axes wildly. The hardcore player directly uses a bat to refresh his buff. Dealt 179 damage. Enemy has been killed. You have entered a 1-second invincibility state. Here we go again. Dealt 168 damage. Keep hitting. This scene, even a pure tank class wouldn't dare to stand and tray blows like this. Class donated 50 yuan, boss. Can we talk about martial ethics? Sweet and Sour Pork donated 50 yuan, requesting an immediate stop to the mental harm to the ogre. Poker Face donated 50 yuan. The hardcore player's expression is so calm. I suspect he is about to start yawning. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan, Forge ranks. Most boring boss battle of all time one. I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for the boss. What should I do? That is too ruthless. The hardcore player refreshes his invincibility with the 14th bat, then cuts down the boss S last health bar. Dealt 150 damage. Enemy has been killed. As the boss falls, the swarm of bats also dissipates, and the treasure chest at the end of the boss room slowly appears. At the same time, system prompts begin to pop up frantically. Completed the novice trial dungeon. Completion time. 13 minutes 47 seconds, 877. Ranking, first. Record has been uploaded to the leaderboard in front of the portal. Refreshes the shortest completion record. Gained title. Novice trial fastest completion. If refreshed by others, this title will be revoked. First to achieve no damage completion of a novice trial. Gained title. Novice trial king of no damage. The hardcore player opened all prompt display settings, and the viewers witnessed this moment with him. Trial Maniac donated 500 yuan. Congratulations. Jean Hao donated 500 yuan. The hardcore player is a god. Troublemaker donated 5,000 yuan. He actually did it. My money flew away QEQ. Wow. 13 minutes. Leonhardt's record was chopped down to a quarter. This wave directly turned the god into a mortal. The no damage achievement actually exists. Phew, I'm exhausted. Lucked out on the gamble. The hardcore player looked at the continuous large donations, suppressing his inner excitement, and exhaled lightly. Thank you all for the donations. Phew, I'm really exhausted. Lucked out on the gamble. But the system prompts were not done yet. First to clear the dungeon at LV. 1 solo, gain title, master of dungeons. Level 1? Yes, actually level 1? Most viewers thought that the hardcore player must have leveled up to level 9 before entering the dungeon for safety. Nunu donated 50 yuan, confirmed. The leaderboard shows LV1. It really is level 1. The viewers squatting at the dungeon entrance immediately posted a screenshot of the refreshed leaderboard in the community. Newbie trial leaderboard first place, LV. 1 Fuhao 013, 47, 877. Second place, LV. 5 Leonhardt 0, 57, 09, 010. Third place, LV. 9 Curse 112, 36, 001. Shaun donated 50 yuan. Did you forget to level up? Oh well. I just thought having cleared at level 1 on the leaderboard looked pretty impressive, so I didn't level up. Who would have thought I could also get a title? You're really crazy. Level 1 takes first place. Can't stand it. Even Leonhardt wouldn't dare play like that. This is what we call romance. Leonhardt at level 5 definitely lacks some flavor, A dungeon monopolizing several hidden titles. Who can handle that? Fuhao is a god. 130 Fuhao smiled as the entire livestream chat transformed into a large pilgrimage scene. At first, he started this livestream for money, as a reason to keep playing the game. It was a bit utilitarian and not very pure. But when countless people witnessed him in person, cheered for him, and were captivated by him, the indescribable satisfaction made Fuhao realize for the first time, perhaps, being a streamer is the stage he was destined for. He looked at the camera, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I want to become the strongest pay-to-win streamer. Chapter 11. Power ranking number 1. Leonhardt power ranking number 1. Leonhardt training tower. Level 72. Leonhardt, the man who has held the top spot on the power ranking for over 2 years, stand before the challenge that once led to his downfall. Ready to take on the training towers, level 72 again. Roar. As the boss knight's health drops below 10 and enters a berserk state, Leon Hart unhesitatingly activates all the buff skills he had saved for this moment. These buffs have a very short duration and catastrophic side effects, but their impact is enough to turn the tide. Especially the last skill he unleashes, Life and Death Wheel. Once the Life and Death Wheel skill is activated, if the designated target is not killed within 10 seconds, the caster will suffer the consequences and die on the spot. It is an extremely simple and violent skill, betting 1's life on the outcome. Leon Hart has swept through high-difficulty dungeons relying on extreme operations, speed, and tactics, defeating countless bosses that should theoretically be unbeatable. But he knows all too well that the boss of the Training Tower's level 72 cannot be evaded or tanked. The only way to break the deadlock is to clear its health within the 3-second skill-switching window after it goes berserk. To prepare, he reviewed all the footage from his last failure, analyzing the output curve frame by frame, calculating damage expectations and growth gaps. For a full 2 weeks, he crazily leveled up, adjusted his equipment, and meticulously maximized every single attribute. Some might question, critical hits have variability, and damage ranges have both upper and lower limits. Can such a life-risking operation really be calculated accurately? For ordinary people, of course not. But Leon Hart is not an ordinary person. His hidden skill, Vital Strike, guarantees a critical hit when striking the target's vital point and inflicts maximum damage based on his current weapon. As long as he accurately hits the target's vital point, his output will be virtually fixed at the maximum value, without relying on luck. Therefore, as long as the boss doesn't have that annoying mechanism of entering the second stage when its health is below 1, he is confident he will succeed this time. Leon Hart firmly believes that this boss 1T have such a twisted design. This time, he is sure to win. Until the fastest completion record for the newbie trial dungeon has been refreshed. Due to insufficient qualifications, your fastest completion title has been revoked. All attributes granted by the title have been removed. Just as Leon Hart was preparing to unleash his full power, he froze in place. All the players in the game were praising his talent and strength, but Leon Hart never got complacent. He always knew that one day someone would take the fastest completion title from him. He just didn't expect to hold on to it for 2 whole years. Though having his title revoked was regrettable, it was far from devastating. But why now? Godi! The boss roared, raising its giant sword in its berserk state and striking down at him. Leon Hart did not dodge. He knew that even if he avoided this attack, he would struggle to withstand the following combo. With nowhere to escape, he decided to take it head-on. He calmly faced the attack, and the scene before him quickly turned gray. You have died. You cannot log into the game for 24 hours. Amulet item consumed to prevent experience loss. Death was not unfamiliar to Leon Hart. Challenging limits was part of his daily life, but dying because his title was revoked was a first for him. He usually looked down on other players, but this time, he had to figure out who was responsible for this mischief. He logged onto the official community, initially planning to search for names in the search box. He was met with a string of names as soon as he entered the homepage. Fu Hao. It was all him. The community homepage was almost dominated by Fu Hao, with posts titled either fastest completion or are you crazy? Fu Hao's 5-second kill compilation, 9,175 comments. Poll. Do you believe Fu Hao can achieve the fastest completion? 12,088 comments. Fu Hao's equipment list for fastest completion challenge, 8,221 comments. Updated leaderboard screenshot attached, 4,821 comments. Leon Hart opened the post with a leaderboard screenshot. Newbie Trial Dungeon leaderboard first place LV. 1 Fu Hao 013, 47, 877. Second place LV. 5 Leon Hart 0, 57, 09, 010. Third place LV. 9 Curse 112, 36, 001. 13 minutes? And level 1? Leon Hart was stunned. A completion time over 4 times faster than his. Yet only at level 1. This was impossible, right? The phrase that had once been used by community players to describe his operations now escaped his lips. Leon Hart was intimately familiar with every detail of the newbie trial stages. By his estimation, even if he reset his current operations, experience, and reaction speed back to level 1, he still couldn't complete it in under 40 minutes. 13 minutes? What a joke. Could it be a bug? This was something others had once questioned him about. And now he found himself saying it. He continued scrolling through community posts. Fu Hao's equipment list. The title felt jarring. A newbie, a level 1 player, had equipment worth organizing? He clicked on the post. Fu Hao's equipment list, newbie longsword, 10, attack power, 4072 durability, 3030 weight, 30 critical damage, 100 attack power, 30 ignore enemy, defense 30 stun for 2 seconds upon hitting target. Once per target. Gain 1 second of invincibility upon hitting target. Once per target. Worn leather armor, 5, defense, 13. Worn leather pants, 7, defense, 20, damage reduction 15, max 80. Worn leather shoes, 8, defense, 12, movement speed 25. Worn leather gloves, 7, defense, 10. Attack speed 10, what the hell? 10 enhancement? Leon Hart finally understood. The terrifying record of 13 minutes hinged on this weapon. 2 seconds of stun, 1 second of invincibility. So that's how it was such a twisted special effect. He instantly clarified the core tactic of the entire run. Looking again at the attached live broadcast screenshot, it seemed he was even a streamer. Leon Hart usually spent almost all his time in the game, aside from eating and sleeping, and had missed that live broadcast that ignited the entire server. But today, he made an exception. He wanted to see how this man named Fu Hao broke his record. What he didn't know was that an even greater shock awaited him. The impact of the level 1 completion had not yet settled when the title of Dungeon Master suddenly popped up, causing the entire livestream's chat to lag. As the audience was still immersed in joy and shock, a viewer named Trial Maniac sent a donation message. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. Fuao, can you reveal the effects of your title? Leon Hart has never disclosed it, and we don't have the information. Since Leon Hart had never publicly shared his title information, players have been unable to determine the specific effects of the hidden title from the newbie trial and could only speculate based on titles from other dungeons. Now that Fu Hao had obtained this title, everyone finally had a chance to glimpse the truth. Thanks to Trial Maniac for the donation. I was planning to share it with everyone anyway, and you came just in time. Regarding the effect of titles, Fu Hao pretended to be deep in thought, and the audience's comments immediately erupted. Please reveal it QAQ. I'm so curious. Is it similar to other trial dungeons? Even a little hint would be fine. Let us see the effect first before deciding whether to reveal it. Guys, let's not pressure him. Most of the audience is looking forward to him revealing the title effects. Fu Hao knows that since the title acquisition has already been exposed, it will eventually have to be revealed. As a streamer, keeping it secret will only affect his popularity, and the new title effects are currently the hottest topic. However, just saying it directly would be too boring. He suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. By the way, did Leon Hart is Forever the God get 5,000 donation? Did I miss it? I remember he said he would change his nickname. He brought up the donation promise that had been temporarily forgotten due to the shock of clearing the level at level 1. Yeah, haha. He hasn't donated yet. Forever Bro has long run away. If Forever Bro can fulfill his promise in 3 minutes, I will reveal all title effects. Fu Hao Bro is Forever the God. Donated 5,000 yuan. From today, Fu Hao is my forever God. Keep it up, God of Wealth. Haha. He really changed his nickname. It shouldn't be a fake, right? Check the information. It's real. Whether it was due to being teased by the audience and Fu Hao, or he was already prepared to keep his promise, or he completely switched from being a Leon Hart fan to a Fu Hao fan. In any case, the original Leon Hart, Forever the God, completed the donation after a little over 2 minutes. Thank you for the donation. So now let's start revealing the title effects. Which one should we look at first? Let's see the fastest clear, go. Master of the Dungeon. Fastest clear. Fastest clear. I want to know the no damage clear effect. The call for the fastest clear was the highest, but everyone was also very curious about the other titles. So I won't drag this out. Let's reveal them all at once. I really want to see too. Fu Hao revealed all the title effects at once. The previously unreleased fastest clear title, the newly appeared no damage clear title, and even a Master of the Dungeon title that hadn't even been mentioned. The audience thought they had witnessed a miracle, but little did they know, the real shock was just beginning. Chapter 12. Meeting online friends offline. Newbie trial, fastest clearance. All attributes increased by 20. Character experience, summoning beast experience, skill proficiency experience, growth type equipment growth experience. And obtained amounts increased by an additional 20. Newbie trial, first no damage clearance. All attributes increased by 40. Character experience, summoning beast experience, skill proficiency experience, growth type equipment growth experience, and obtained amounts increased by an additional 40. Master of Dungeons. Each time you clear a dungeon, permanently increase all attributes once. Only effective once per dungeon. The increase depends on the dungeon level and difficulty. Dungeon-related title effects are doubled. Dungeon clearance rewards are doubled. This title effect is too outrageous. Just as Fu Hao's ecstatic exclamation fell, the donations burst forth like fireworks. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. Wow. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. So sour. New donated 50 yuan. So sour. The barrage of WoW messages flooded the entire chat box like a tide. Just at the peak of the excitement, the system popped up a prompt. Detected chat overheating, automatically enabling barrage delay function. Even so, messages continued to scroll at an uncontrollable frequency. Fu Hao couldn't help but repeatedly confirm the title effect, fearing he had missed something. He opened the attribute panel. To verify whether the title was effective, he quickly brought up the status bar. Name, Fu Hao level. 1 title. Master of Dungeons, total 6, health, 320 mana, 110 strength, 11 agility, 11 intelligence, 11 stamina, 11 looking at the basic attributes, soaring from 5 to 11. Fu Hao murmured, 120 of 5 is 6. The title effect stacked and took effect. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. This title is on a completely different level. I've never seen attributes increased by percentage before. Class donated 50 yuan. What is this growth experience bonus? I didn't know there was such an effect. Fantasy Kingdom donated 50 yuan. After 2 years of hard work. I can't compare to a newbie who just started for a day. I really want to swap accounts with Fu Hao. Daniel donated 50 yuan. Master of Dungeons is outrageous. Starting with godlike equipment at level 1, Wow, Leon Hart can actually hold back from showing off. It's simply a chosen account. Growth speed doubled. Is ranking stable in 2 years? Leon Hart has already cried in the bathroom. It's like cheating. I suggest reporting at Gagogo scanning the barrage. Fu Hao suddenly became somewhat worried about the number of haters. This ultra-rare reward equivalent to a hidden title top growth equipment could not only inspire envy, but also jealousy and hostility. He immediately switched strategies and activated the newbie weakness mode, skillfully putting on a Na'vi expression. Family, is this effect really that amazing? He pulled out the green tea act from before when he monopolized rare equipment in dungeons, but pretended to be innocent, winking at the camera. Dash. 9.99. Reverse Versailles warning. Hee, class donated 50 yuan. I was just about to say you're showing off. But then I laughed out loud. Nunu donated 50 yuan. I want to punch someone. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. Everyone calm down. This guy is still a level 1 newbie. Yeah, the newbie can't even feel how outrageous these attributes are. Just act like a super account. So sour. Big shot. You must not quit the game. It would be a national loss. Your account won't be a dream to rank first in 2 years. Let me put it this way. It's 1,000 times stronger than a level 10 weapon thanks to the newbie persona pulling back the reputation. The barrage gradually shifted from hostility to teasing and envy. Fu Hao seized the opportunity, showing a bewildered and innocent smile. Really? You all say it's so amazing, but I have no concept of it at all. Thanks everyone for the science. That's all for today. As Stream Dash? 9.99. Miss Rabbit donated 50 yuan. It's only been 30 minutes since the stream started QAQ. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. Aren't you going to continue enhancing your equipment? Zorro donated 50 yuan. I want to see a monster hunting live stream. Please, whether old viewers or new fans drawn in by community hot posts. All expressed strong regret at the abrupt end of the live stream. This level 1 newbie, who had claimed the game's most significant first kill title for 2 consecutive days, left everyone full of anticipation for his future development. Fu Hao originally wanted to extend the streaming duration to maximize profit while riding the wave of 100,000 concurrent viewers. But he thought better of it, realizing that letting the audience leave with the feeling of not having seen enough was a more effective long-term strategy. Tomorrow, we'll continue and stream a bit longer. Friends who like my stream, don't forget to follow. Actually, I have a secret I haven't told you. What secret? 9.99. Really a master of suspense. Real life job? Revealed tomorrow. Please support me tomorrow too. Live stream has ended. 999-999. Live stream genius confirmed. See you tomorrow. How go after the live stream ended. Fu Hao dismantled his equipment while casually drawing the curtains to let the room ventilate. The sunlight outside streamed in perfectly warm and gentle, accompanied by a breeze brushing against his face, bringing a rare comfort. He sighed, stretched his shoulders and neck, then grabbed his phone and wallet, leisurely walking out the door. Inside a CAF, Chinja, dressed in carefully selected clothes, sat by the window, feeling somewhat nervous as he waited for the online friend Chaos from another world with whom he had fought side by side for 2 years. The story of Chaos began when Chinja was preparing to quit the game and sell all his equipment. Chaos requests to private chat with you. Do you accept? What's the matter? Chinja answered the call coldly, but the other party immediately shouted, What do you mean, what's the matter? I heard you're quitting the game. Is it true? Are you crazy? Didn't we agree to fight the world boss together tomorrow? What do you mean you're suddenly not playing anymore? Sigh. I knew that guy would talk nonsense. Didn't I tell him to wait until I officially quit before saying anything? He anticipated this would happen. Once it was public, there would definitely be a lot of crying and wailing. Of course, he was feeling somewhat the same. Are you serious? Not playing anymore? Yeah, it has to be this way. He wanted to explain something, but ultimately chose silence. In their guild, there was an unwritten rule: no discussing real-life matters. The entire gaming community was almost tacitly aware of this. He faintly heard a slight sob from the other side. You're not crying, are you? Of course not. Your voice is shaking. And you're saying you're not crying. Since the game first launched, they had been veterans of the same guild. But he had never seen her cry. Even when the guild wars devastated their attributes, she never shed a single tear. Even if the storyline tasks were so touching they made others cry, she merely stood quietly to the side, watching him and the guild leader cry like dogs. He always thought she was the type who was invulnerable, unbreakable. Chinja remained silent, quietly waiting for her to calm down. After a while, she finally spoke again. Why aren't you crying? I'm the only one crying. It feels so embarrassing. I already cried with the guild leader once, and now I'm out of tears. Although my tears have dried, my heart feels heavier and more unsettled than ever. He stays in the game, not out of obsession or to escape reality, but because he can't bear to leave the friends he has made here, those who have fought, laughed, and acted silly together. Especially, he doesn't want to leave her. So, what is next? What next? Don't you have anything to say to me? Her voice hinted at anticipation. Chinja had already thought of what to say, but in the end he swallowed it back. Yes, but I want to say it. She would still stay in the other world, and he wouldn't return. Even if they could meet in reality, that gap wouldn't be easily bridged. That is what he thought. But she didn't seem to think so. Sieg, Fina, it's all my fault for always wearing a mask. What did you say? I can't hear you. It's nothing. Anyway, you've already quit the guild, so you don't have to follow that no talking about reality rule anymore, right? Yes, that is not wrong. I sent you my phone number in a private message. If you don't contact me, you're dead. Then, Chaos abruptly ended the voice chat. What kind of person would Chaos be in reality? Chinja felt anxious yet somewhat excited. As long as she not a trap. That shouldn't be the case, right? For Chinja, Chaos was not only a founding member of the guild, but also a dear friend with whom he shared laughter and tears, someone he could confide in. He didn't know when exactly, but this friendship had quietly developed into a subtle feeling of affection. However, he had never dared to confess, the biggest obstacle being her character's appearance. For 2 years, she had worn that teddy bear mask. He hadn't seen her real face, not even the customized one. Once, the guild leader suggested she take off the mask, but she strongly refused, and now no one dared to bring it up. Even if he liked Chaos a lot, confessing to a teddy bear would be too strange. Chinja had long decided that he would confess when she took off the mask voluntarily. But he didn't expect to be forced to quit the guild due to his father's ultimatum, missing the opportunity entirely. Fortunately, Chaos took the initiative to suggest meeting offline, allowing their gaming fate to continue in reality. At this moment, sitting in a CAF, he was both excited and anxious. There were 5 minutes left until the meeting time. Please, don't be a guy. Please don't be a guy. Please don't be a guy. He kept repeating in his mind. Chaos's voice was gentle and pleasant. Logically, she should be a girl. But the rumors about voice changers made him uneasy. The agreed time passed, yet he still hadn't seen anyone who looked like Chaos. After waiting another 10 minutes, Chinja couldn't sit still anymore. He was about to get up to check when a girl stealthily approached him, her voice slightly trembling as she spoke. Chinja? Huh? You're Chinja from Otherworld. It's me, you are. Damn, it really is you. Why pretend not to know me? I'm not pretending. Chinja was stunned. She had worried that the other person might be a voice changer user and had fantasized about them being a beauty, but she didn't expect her real appearance to far exceed her expectations. The girl in front of him was breathtakingly beautiful, her voice carrying the characteristic thunderous tone of Chaos. What are you staring at? Shocked by my beauty? I'm indeed shocked, Chinja admitted honestly. The other party suddenly blushed and turned her face away. Really? When their eyes met, that familiar tone made Chinja sure this was Chaos. But the face was too incongruous. He needed time to adjust. So Chaos suddenly grabbed the lemon sparkling water Chinja ordered and drank it all in one go. Why did you quit? Family reasons? My dad said if I don't go back to medical school, he'll send me to internet addiction rehab. The lemon sparkling water sprayed all over Chinja's face. Medical school? You're actually a medical student? What is wrong with that? Wow. First time seeing a medical student become a gaming loser. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't quit yet. Then why did you suddenly vanish? I was going to quit, but it's a long story. Do you know Fu Hao? Fu Hao? The one who upgraded the newbie sword to level 10? The newbie trial title is simply insane. Everyone in the guild was discussing him yesterday. By the way, my newbie trial ranking is higher than yours. I'm 271. You're 279, remember? Stop. Is there a difference between dozens and hundreds? It's only a few seconds. Hey, are you daring to argue with me? A few seconds now could mean a difference of tens of thousands later. Speaking of which, what about Fu Hao? Shinji took a deep breath. Well, me Fu Hao. Puffed. The lemon sparkling water sprayed on Shinji's face again with precision. Were you doing that on purpose? Trying to choke me to death? Shinji complained while wiping his face. The image of the beautiful girl in front of him completely collapsed. As expected, chaos was still that chaos, but in reality, she made his heart race even more than in the game. Chapter 13, leveling up to 101 day, Captain. Did you watch Fu Hao's livestream? Yes, I just finished watching it. In the conference room of Huang Su, the head of the MCN agency for Otherworld, the atmosphere was tense and urgent. The new agent, Peng Yuzhen, hurriedly walked into the conference room, pulling out a chair to sit down while anxiously speaking. She was discussing with the captain the rising streamer Fu Hao, who had recently become a sensation in Otherworld. This company, which had rapidly risen to the top of the industry by leveraging Otherworld, was currently working hard to discover potential newcomers in an effort to solidify its leading position in the industry. At this moment, players across the server were buzzing about Fu Hao, and the MCN circle had already moved, trying to sign this top newcomer before anyone else. Huang Su naturally did not want to fall behind. Has there been no reply to the emails? Yes, I've been sending them every 30 minutes, but none have been read so far. Keep sending them, and make sure the format doesn't get flagged as spam. So, until he replies to the emails, do we just monitor the live stream? No, let us take direct action. You mean, she was taken aback. Mobilize the entire team, and, if necessary, coordinate with other departments to go directly into Otherworld to find Fu Hao. But we don't even know where he is. Even if we locate him based on the live stream, approaching him for a contract could easily get us criticized by the viewers for interrupting the stream. So we'll wait until the live stream ends and stay nearby, acting according to the situation. We must formulate a detailed plan to secure Fu Hao's contract. First, gather everyone in the kingdom of Luo Feng. How about trying to send donation messages? Didn't you see how other MCNs were criticized for their donations yesterday? The captain frowned, his tone turning serious. It's the wrong timing that gets you criticized, but even if the timing is right now, the risk is too high. Moreover, we've sent so many emails without a response. Fu Hao is likely choosing to ignore us. Long messages will only come off as annoying and off-putting. New streamers have no idea about MCN methods. Direct in-game contact is more realistic. All right, Peng Yuzhen nodded with a bitter face, feeling worried. This week, I guess there's no chance of a break. I'll have to go into the game to follow the streamer over the weekend. What life I have. She silently added herself to the list of people who disliked Fu Hao. In the kingdom of Luo Feng, the palace, the magnificent hall was adorned in gold, with a towering throne that exuded authority. The king, the first prince, the second prince, the third prince, and a group of ministers dressed in luxurious attire gathered here. Their expressions either tense or solemn. Carlson, Mion, and Kane, the king's gaze swept over the three princes, and he slowly spoke. I will hold a trial to choose the crown prince among you. As soon as the words fell, the first prince's expression changed, and he immediately retorted, Your Majesty. What does this mean? Were you not summoning us to crown a crown prince? Since the establishment of the kingdom of Luo Feng, the firstborn inheritance system had never wavered. Unless a major incident occurred, the succession of the throne should be straightforward. Now that the king proposed a trial, it was tantamount to publicly denying the first prince's qualification for succession. The first prince's face flushed as he argued, while a few loyal ministers behind him stood up to support him. Your Majesty, please think twice. Our country has never broken the firstborn inheritance system. This move may provoke turmoil in the noble society. However, more ministers chose to remain silent. They had already secretly aligned with the second and third princes and were now just watching the wind change. Enough. The reason the firstborn system of Luo Feng has persisted until today is that the firstborns have always been outstanding. Carlson, if you truly have the ability, then prove yourself through the trial. Seeing the king's firm attitude, another old minister stood up. Your Majesty, with all due respect, Prince Carlson is known for his literary and martial prowess. The king waved his hand to interrupt him and turned to the second prince. Mion, What do you think is the most important ability for a king? The second prince immediately replied, the ability to identify, cultivate, and appoint talent. The king nodded in satisfaction. Correct. 10 years ago, the kingdom of Atlantis fell due to the invasion of monsters, precisely because they underestimated talent cultivation, leading to the downfall of the nation. The first prince's face turned as pale as paper. He realized that the trial the king spoke of was probably far more complicated than it seemed. I will authorize each prince to select 100 from the 1,000 newly enlisted soldiers in the kingdom's army. The selected ones will become your direct subordinates. You will use all means to train them rapidly, and in 3 months, we will use illusions to simulate actual combat. Based on the results, we will determine the crown prince. This rule was like a sentence. Without support from external family forces, the first prince could only recruit mediocre individuals. If the second and third princes had already made arrangements, he would be at a natural disadvantage. I take my leave. He gritted his teeth. His fists clenched tightly, and after the king nodded, he hurriedly left the hall. Meanwhile, in the waiting area of Fu Hao's livestream in Otherworld, when is Fu Hao going live? I'm getting dizzy waiting. Please start the livestream QAQ. I skipped tonight's group dungeon just to watch Fu Hao's stream. Does anyone know what he is streaming today? Did you see Fu Hao's title? 2x experience boost. It's 2x. Skills, growth gear, summon beast experience all at 2x. And attributes also increase by 2x. It's insane. The planners probably didn't expect the dungeon boss to be this overpowered. Thank goodness this wasn't available at launch. Otherwise, it would have been labeled a pay-to-win game. Anyway, there aren't any other games to play. Whether or not he has this title, I still have to play. Although the live stream had not officially started yet, the waiting area was already packed with viewers, and the barrage of comments was flying fast, with the atmosphere remaining enthusiastic. It should be starting soon. Don't pressure the streamer. Is it live yet? Sure enough, a few minutes later, the live stream started on time. Live stream started. God, how 999. I've been waiting forever. What are we playing today? Hello, everyone. So many of you are here already? Current viewers, 33,701. Looking at the viewer count in the upper right corner of the screen, Fu Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Breaking 30,000 viewers right at the start was something even many top streamers struggled to achieve. Today's live stream title is Leveling Up to 101 Day. Leveling up to 101 Day? Is he hacking? Newbies probably don't know how hard it is to level up to 100. Even with experience boosts, it should take at least 2 months. Do you all know where I am right now? No idea. 999. It looks like a building. The Palace of the Kingdom of Luo Feng. One viewer got it right. Yes, this is the interior of the Palace of the Kingdom of Luo Feng. So why am I here? To do main quests? How did you get in? Is it a monster spawning area exclusive to the royal family? In Otherworld, royal families and nobles have exclusive monster spawning areas created by magic arrays, allowing them to customize monster types, levels, quantities, and spawn rates, making it an excellent leveling spot. However, only family members can enter. By the time ordinary players accumulate enough merit to gain access, they have long missed the golden leveling period. The only way for newbies to enter is by randomly obtaining a 10-minute access pass from the new player gift boxes in the shop, which has an extremely low drop rate. Fortunately, opening the boxes directly grants the rewards, so there's no need to watch the opening animation. Yesterday, he opened 70,000 gift boxes in one go. If he had to watch the opening animation, not even 7,000 would be bearable. That's right. It's the exclusive monster spawning area for the royal family. I've prepared 100 entrance passes. Many viewers said they wanted to watch the live stream for longer. So today I'll stream for 16 hours. You all better not leave, haha. Thinking about the temporary ad revenue from the platform that I couldn't earn yesterday, Fu Hao revealed an evil smile and spent 16 hours leveling up, which is just a fraction of his grinding over the past 2 years. Newbies still want to level up 100 levels in a day. Who would have thought of this operation? Opening random gift boxes for newbie items. Isn't it a waste of money compared to enhancing weapons? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh donated 50 yuan. How much did you spend? I think I opened about 70,000 boxes. Class donated 50 yuan. Burning over 30 million in a day? Damn. 999, as expected of a Chable's son. Spending over 30 million on the game. Might as well give it to me. The richest spender in history. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. I suggest Fu Hao configure his profession and skill book first. It will be more efficient. Alright, I almost forgot about that. I mentioned before that I triggered a hidden profession because of Enhancement 10, and I have now changed my class. Hidden profession? I suspect the streamer is a GM. The new class is called Enhancement Master, but you probably haven't heard of it. This is so infuriating. Is this reasonable? Are you bragging? Seeing the chat filled with complaints, Fu Hao quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the profession is sorted out, so let's directly rush to the monster area. Chapter 14, The Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Rowan Stop. This area is off limits. Just as Fu Hao was heading towards the royal family's exclusive monster spawning area, several fully armed inner-city guards suddenly stepped back, crossing their spears to block his path. What is going on? Fu Hao stood still, his face filled with confusion and shock. He never expected such a fatal oversight in his plan. It turned out that entering the inner city required completing a task that could only be unlocked at level 50. And the exclusive monster spawning area happened to be deep within the inner city. What a fail. So the exclusive monster spawning area is hidden inside the inner city. What a buzzkill. Fu Hao's first plan has failed. Class donated 50 yuan. Stop messing around. Just obediently go back to the newbie village to level up. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. Everyone makes mistakes. After all, Fu Hao is just a newbie. Don't be too harsh. The audience, who had previously been dissatisfied with Fu Hao, was now fully immersed in the enjoyable atmosphere of mocking the streamer's first failure. However, Fu Hao did not feel discouraged. He quickly pulled out a shiny ticket from his backpack and showed it to the guard in front of him. I have this. Can it let me in? The guard glanced at the ticket and disdainfully shook his head. I've never seen such a thing. Could you take a closer look? I said I've never seen it. So, I haven't. The guard replied coldly, his tone growing firmer. Nunu donated 50. Fu Hao could be a bit hesitant sometimes. Another fail. Give it up. My plan. My ad revenue. Fu Hao calculated in his mind, preparing to grit his teeth and turn back towards the newbie village when suddenly, a tall figure slowly walked out from the depths of the inner city passage. Spam Pickle Cabbage donated 50 yuan. That is Prince Rowan. First time seeing a royal NPC. So handsome. Crown Prince? Hearing the donation message, Fu Hao decided to give it another shot. Hello, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Gathering his courage, he stepped in front of the prince, but the guard reacted swiftly. The tip of his spear instantly pressed against Fu Hao's throat. That spear could one-shot Fu Hao. He'll be executed for offending royalty. Looks like another sleepless night watching the livestream QAQ. Your Highness, how should we handle this? The guard asked, looking down, the spear still pressed against Fu Hao's throat. The already displeased crown prince glanced coldly at Fu Hao. Wow, that look is intense. He really messed with the wrong person. See you tomorrow, Fu Hao. Proceed as per the rules. Wait, just as he was about to give the order, his gaze suddenly fixed on the ticket in Fu Hao's hand. What do you have there? Do you recognize it? This is the exclusive monster spawning area entry ticket. As a former member of the royal family who had used that area, the crown prince naturally recognized the origins and value of that ticket at a glance. Where did you get this? How many do you have? Explaining the mall's loot boxes to an NPC? The other party wouldn't understand at all. Fu Hao could only mumble. A friend gave it to me. I have 100 tickets. 100 tickets? Nonsense. Do you know how rare this kind of ticket is? The crown prince remained half convinced. Meanwhile, the guard beside him, upon hearing the number, showed evident impatience, gently poking Fu Hao with the spear. Speak properly. I really have 100 tickets. See for yourself. The guard is so fierce. Why don't you trust what players say? Honestly, I wouldn't believe it either. A newbie in shabby gear can't possibly have tickets worth over 30 million. Fu Hao was a bit puzzled. Are the tickets really that valuable? Although I spent over 30 million crystals, it shouldn't be that surprising. Even if they are valuable, I can use them up in 16 hours, right? What is so shocking about that? He helplessly pulled out a neatly stacked bundle of entry tickets from his backpack and handed them to the crown prince, thinking that since he hadn't given up ownership, he was afraid of being robbed by the NPC, but still felt a bit anxious since items other than equipment weren't protected. The crown prince looked at the full 100 tickets, his expression changing, surprise written all over his face. Really? Oh my, this is simply. Seeing this, Fu Hao seized the opportunity to get to the point. Your Highness, I need to enter the inner city to use these tickets. But the guards won't let me in. Could you make an exception? The crown prince finally took a serious look at Fu Hao, clad in inconspicuous newbie leather gear. He had a globally first item level 10 weapon, but its enhancement effects were not obvious, making him look particularly shabby. After a moment of contemplation, the crown prince finally nodded. Let him in. However, are you the only one using these tickets? Yes, I. Then how about you sell me the remaining 99 tickets? I can't afford them right now, but I promise to repay you handsomely later. Fu Hao was taken aback by the crown prince's ridiculous proposal. What are you joking about? Are you trying to rob me? I need a live stream for 16 hours to level up. He thought. Spam Bubble donated 50 yuan. Didn't he expect the crown prince to be a thief? Try to get 30 million for free. I'm really sorry, but I need all 100 tickets. What? With just one, you can freely use the spawning area. Are you disrespecting me, the Crown Prince? Fu Hao doubted he had misread the description of the ticket. Checking again. Exclusive monster spawning area, 10-minute entry ticket. Choose an exclusive spawning area. Can enter for 10 minutes. That's right. He frowned slightly. It seemed the only possibility was, this ticket was limited to players for only 10 minutes, but for NPCs, it granted permanent access. However, Fu Hao didn't want to give his ticket to the prince, because even if there was no animation for opening boxes, it still took a lot of time to open 70,000. More importantly, he had already promised a live stream for 16 hours and had to use up all the tickets. Actually, I still have uses for the remaining tickets. I'm not lying to you. Well then, the Crown Prince suddenly smiled ruefully. I'm sorry for coveting your things without offering payment. It was rude of me. I grant you permission to enter the inner city. Go ahead. Thank you, Your Highness. Fu Hao's face lit up, contrasting sharply with the Crown Prince's gloomy expression. Spam Bubble donated 50 yuan. The Crown Prince isn't bad after all. A Tsundere Prince. Fierce in speech but kind at heart. That disappointed expression is so cute. Give one to the prince. Fu Hao watched the Crown Prince leave, secretly thinking, I need to thank him properly next time. With gratitude towards the Crown Prince, he finally entered the inner city. 16 hours later, the entrance to the exclusive monster spawning area in the inner city of the Kingdom of Rowan was already surrounded by players, among whom were also many staff from Huang Su MCN. Their expressions varied, but their gazes focused on the same direction. Captain, those people seem to be waiting for Fu Hao too. Isn't that right? Could they be sent by other MCNs? Hard to say. They might also be fans wanting an autograph after the live stream. This world really has all kinds of people. Peng Yuzhen sighed, thinking of her similar predicament. Unable to help but sigh. Enough chit-chat. Focus on the live stream. How far is Fu Hao from level 100 now? One moment. He is already level 100. Quickly notify those waiting at the respawn point. Once he finishes his live stream, follow him closely. If he doesn't return to the city, go straight for a face-to-face talk about collaboration. Got it. Have you memorized the contract terms and company introduction? Of course. Since we're bored waiting, we can only memorize this. I've also been watching the live stream seriously. Waiting for Fu Hao to finish leveling up was not just the players. On the other side, Crown Prince Carlson of the Kingdom of Rowan was sitting in the study of his residence, intently listening to a report from his confidant. According to his subordinate's detection skills, before entering the spawning area, Fu Hao was still only at level 1. But I don't know what means were used. After continuously killing high-level monsters, the level has rapidly risen and is now close to level 100. Henry, is this reasonable? It's hard for me to believe as well. Henry, the trusted aide, looked serious. I personally went to confirm, and the situation is indeed true. Your Highness, we must win this person over as soon as possible. If we can grasp the secret of his rapid growth, it will be a great help for His Majesty's trials. Let's meet him first. Although the eldest prince is not fully convinced, in this situation, even grabbing a straw is a glimmer of hope. Dealt 7, 190 damage to the enemy. Enemy killed. Gained 1, 240 experience points. Level up. Achieved level 100 achievement. Gained the title Beginner Adventurer. I told you, right? Reached level 100 in 16 hours. Remaining monster grinding time, 43 minutes. After 15 hours and 57 minutes of continuous grinding, Fu Hao finally achieved the goal. Cow, a 9.99. Jean Hao tipped 50 yuan. I will never doubt Fu Hao again. Everyone take your time. I'm going to sleep first. Class tipped 50 yuan. I also grinded for 16 hours, but my experience bar only moved a little bit. Su Shui tipped 5,000 yuan. Congratulations on reaching level 100. Thank you, Su Shui, for the 5,000 yuan tip. And thanks to the other viewers for their support. For those brothers who helped me extend the live stream. Are you satisfied? I guess many have gone to sleep. Come on, there are girls watching too, okay? Fu Hao, you messed up my day-night cycle. After taking a nap, how did it suddenly become level 100? What the? Despite the complaints in the chat box, the audience count remained stable at 110,000. However, judging from the clearly slowing barrage speed, it seems most people were either multitasking while watching the live stream or had fallen asleep. For Fu Hao, none of this mattered. As long as the live stream was on, the platform would continue to place ads, and he could keep earning revenue, which he naturally welcomed. I've reached my limit. I really can't continue any longer. Let us end today's live stream here. Thank you all for staying up with me. God of Wealth. 9.99. What will you stream tomorrow? No more monster grinding tomorrow, right? Please don't grind anymore. Live stream has ended. Ignoring the complaints from some viewers, Fu Hao ended the live stream and directly exited the game. Captain, did Fu Hao log off in the monster grinding area? I see other players have all left. Is there any news from the people at the resurrection point? No. I haven't seen any characters that seem to be Fu Hao. Not only did Huang Su's MCN plan fall through, but the spies sent by the eldest prince also returned with a brief yet frustrating message. Your Highness. He suddenly disappeared. Adventurers are always elusive. Arrange patrols to monitor the monster grinding area around the clock. Understood. Chapter 15. Please don't beg after a grueling 16-hour monster hunting livestream. Chinja collapsed onto his bed like a pile of mush as soon as he logged out of the equipment. For him, fighting for 16 hours straight wasn't a big deal. He had once managed to stay online for 40 hours without a break. However, the mental fatigue from battling monsters while interacting with the audience in real time was far more debilitating than simple gameplay. The most troublesome part was the physical discomfort. After all, he was still human and had to use the bathroom every few hours. But every time he returned to his seat and saw the viewer count plummeting, he would dismiss the thought of getting up, even if his bladder felt like it might burst. He gritted his teeth and held on. 16 hours of streaming was truly tormenting. He secretly vowed to avoid long streaming sessions in the future. His stomach felt like it was touching his back. No matter how tired he was, he had to fill it with something. He walked to the fridge and took out the fried rice and fruit he had prepared in advance. This was the eating schedule he had maintained for 2 years. One meal before going online and another before logging off. While waiting for the microwave to heat his food, he opened his tablet to check the live stream backend data. Average viewers, 96,000. Peak viewers, 130,000. Total viewers, 390,000. New followers, 107,000. New members, 222. Tips received, 46,000. Ad revenue, 66,000. This was only the third day of streaming, and the numbers were almost unreal. With such a massive viewer base and decent tipping and membership conversion rates, Chinja felt a bit dazed. Dad, this isn't a month's earnings. It's just one day. He couldn't help but want to brag about this achievement to his parents, but he ultimately suppressed the impulse and decided to wait until he was more stable. Gaining popularity through streaming isn't difficult. The hard part is maintaining that popularity. For streamers like him, who rose to fame through controversy and topicality, once the hype fades, they might be forgotten by the market. But for now, the topic was hot, so there was no need to worry. Instead of flaunting his streaming earnings, Chinja decided to buy gifts for his parents, even preparing one for his arch-nemesis sister. If he only bought for mom and dad, she would definitely report him to their mother for being addicted to gaming again. After finishing his fried rice and washing up, Chinja collapsed in a bed. He had originally wanted to message Chaos, but remembered that it was the time for the guild's regular meeting, so he gave up. Everything was progressing steadily according to plan. As a streamer in the spotlight, showcasing his uniqueness should have made him happy, but Chinja felt a strange emptiness. He began to miss the carefree days of messing around with guild members. Wait for me. I'll catch up to you soon. To shock the guild members, Chinja yearned to grow stronger quickly, and as he thought about it, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the first thing Fu Hao did upon opening his eyes was to check his attributes panel to confirm the results of his upgrades from yesterday. Name, Fu Hao, level, 100 profession, enhancement master title, novice adventurer, 7 in total, health, 2300 magic, 1210 strength, 451 agility, 451 intelligence, 121 stamina, 110 luck, 2 remaining attribute points, 0 that should be equivalent to a combat power level of 150, right? Logically, he had values equivalent to level 220. However, in the Otherworld game system, aside from various hidden titles, there were countless subtle but time-consuming attribute enhancements, which usually also impacted overall combat power. However, Fu Hao's combat power was far beyond that. He had the world's first 10 weapon and battle experience far exceeding that of ordinary players. More importantly, his rapid growth had not yet stopped. From today onwards, he would switch to a lottery livestream. From level 1 to level 100, accessories and summon systems have been gradually unlocked, and he could now buy accessory and summon lottery boxes from a store. Although equipment couldn't be obtained through the lottery, for relatively secondary accessories and summons, only if he spent enough could he possibly draw top-tier accessories and summons. However, the game's cash efficiency was extremely low. Even the player known for spending lavishly, who ranked 7th in the server, openly complained it was better to invest money in equipment enhancement than to spend it on drawing accessories and summons. But Fu Hao was absolutely confident about this. He He opened the skill panel and pulled up the 2 core skills of the Enhancement Master. Accessory Enhancement. Type: Active. Level: None. Consumes accessories of the same type and level as materials to enhance the accessory. Enhancement success rate is fixed at 100. The higher the level, the more materials are required. Summon Enhancement. Type: Active. Level: None. Consumes summons of the same level as materials to enhance the summon. Enhancement success rate is fixed at 100. The higher the level, the more materials are required. The mechanism that couldn't originally perform enhancements could now achieve a 100 success rate with skills after obtaining the Enhancement Master profession. Let's see what this Enhancement Master profession is all about. Whether choosing this hidden profession over a conventional combat profession was wise or reckless would soon be revealed. Captain, does this really work? After only 6 hours of sleep, Peng Yuzhen was woken up by her superior and returned to the game without even washing her face. Complaining to the captain, "Sigh, I'm also very troubled. But right now, is there any other way besides taking action? Stop complaining." "Damn, I really want to quit. This is already the 10th time you've said that. This time it's for real." Huh. Just as the two were bickering, Peng Yuzhen suddenly saw Fu Hao walking out from his dedicated monster hunting zone. "Captain, PS out. Don't get too excited. Quickly prepare the opening lines." The two immediately rushed forward, and Peng Yuzhen quickly took the lead. "Hello? You must be Mr. Fu Hao, right?" Fu Hao's first reaction was not to think of them as fans, but as professional beggars. When it comes to MMORPGs, begging culture has always been an indispensable part of the game. In MMORPG worlds that support personal trading, begging culture has flourished for a long time. At its core, on one hand, players subconsciously feel that game currency is worth less than real money, so even giving a little feels like no burden. On the other hand, the gaming community has always advocated a mutual helping atmosphere of experienced players aiding newcomers, which provides fertile ground for begging behavior. Sometimes, these professional beggars earn more than diligent veteran players grinding dungeons and monsters. Players like Fu Hao, who spend money like water, have long been targeted by countless beggars. He thought he could avoid them by not checking his mail, but now he was directly intercepted. "Sorry, go beg somewhere else." Peng Yuzhen was stunned. "Do I look like a beggar?" She had created her character using her own face and felt deeply hurt at this moment. Seeing this, the captain quickly took over the conversation. "Hello, I'm Huang Su from Jiangshang Hoenn MCN Company. I've been following your live stream for a long time and really hope to sign a contract with you." Hearing that they weren't beggars, Fu Hao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, sorry, I misunderstood. MCN Company? Yes, we mainly handle streamer operations and ad partnerships." "I know. It's the kind of company that helps streamers manage their live stream affairs and represents brand collaborations, right?" "Exactly. You understand well. Our Hongwen MCN is a leading enterprise in the industry and has signed many top streamers." "I see. But why are you waiting for me in the game? ISNT business cooperation usually discussed offline?" Faced with his questions, Peng Yuzhen finally recovered from the emotions of being mistaken for a beggar and explained through gritted teeth, "We have sent a lot of emails, but you haven't replied. We were afraid that leaving a reward message would disturb you, so we could only wait in the game." "Ah, I'm sorry. I receive a bunch of emails every day asking for equipment, coins, and help. I don't even bother to look at them and just skip them all out of habit. So when you said begging, you were referring to this. I didn't expect there would be people chasing after things in games nowadays. Do we look like beggars?" "Of course not." This statement from Fu Hao finally brought Peng Yuzhen back to calmness. She adjusted her tone and continued to promote. "In the future, you will receive various collaboration invitations, and it would be too troublesome if they get buried in begging messages. After signing the contract, we can manage everything for you, and we have editors to assist in content production, share tips, and optimize the live broadcast pace." "How will the earnings be split after signing?" This question stunned Peng Yuzhen. A player who spends tens of millions a day actually cares about profit sharing? She originally thought Fu Hao was just playing for fun. Rewards, memberships, and advertising revenue all belong to you, while the video editing revenue will be split 70-30, and brand collaborations will be a 90-10 split. "Okay, let's sign." "Huh, this is my phone number. Just contact me with this in the future. I'm mostly online, and I might not reply immediately, but I will read the messages." She thought there would be a back-and-forth argument, but the other party agreed with just one sentence. In Fu Hao's eyes, top companies naturally provide top-notch treatment, so there was no need to hesitate. "I need to prepare for the next live broadcast, so I'm leaving now." "Okay, we will send you the contract details as soon as possible." Watching Fu Hao disappear into the portal, Peng Yuzhen felt a bit dazed. Just now, didn't we act like two clowns? It seems like he had already planned to sign. We? Didn't you just say you wanted to resign? Just kidding. Anyway, since we signed Fu Hao, it's time to make some money. Captain, do you think he can stay popular for a long time? Many streamers are just fleeting stars. You don't understand. Why has Leon Hart remained popular? Because his skills are unmatched. Fu Hao is the same, but he spends so much. He'll run out of money sooner or later, right? The captain looked at the screen, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The real show has just begun. Chapter 16, are you going to give me a territory? Fu Hao wandered around the palace with the thought of starting a lottery livestream. Although he had randomly chosen a secluded corner for his first enhanced livestream, he now had an average of over 100,000 viewers per stream. If he went to the wild area to broadcast, he would definitely be surrounded by dozens or hundreds of onlookers and beggars, which is the fate of a top-tier streamer. Although the Otherworld system has a built-in anti-tracking mechanism, if he really encountered a fanatic fan, those settings would be useless. As a streamer, avoiding trouble is common sense. Just as Fu Hao was hesitating whether to start a stream at the inn, a voice suddenly came from behind. Hey you. He was taken aback and turned around to see the crown prince he had met yesterday, accompanied by a group of NPCs, walking towards him with a serious expression. Your Highness the Crown Prince, thanks to you, I was able to utilize the exclusive monster spawning area well. I really appreciate it. I know, the Crown Prince nodded. You used it for 16 hours, right? Yes, but just as Fu Hao was about to express his surprise at how he knew, the Crown Prince said directly, I had a trusted person monitor you. If there was any offense, please forgive me. How could that be? You're too polite. Fu Hao thought to himself, you wanted to snatch my entry ticket yesterday, and now you're apologizing? Are you going to offer compensation? He responded perfunctorily. But his intuition told him that this might trigger a quest. I have a question to ask, and I hope you will answer truthfully. Sure, go ahead. When we first met yesterday, were you really level 1? Yes. So now you're a level 100? Yes, exactly level 100. As soon as he said this, the NPCs behind the Crown Prince immediately stirred. The Crown Prince took a deep breath, his voice trembling. So, would you be willing to tell me the secret to your rapid leveling? No. Fu Hao almost thought that this nobleman had lost his mind, expecting him to honestly disclose that he was a natural luck god, pulling out 10 weapons and getting hidden rewards for free. Who would believe that? I spoke out of turn in a moment of panic. The Crown Prince lowered his voice, his brows filled with anxiety. To be honest, I have my reasons. I need to train 100 new recruits to grow as quickly as possible within 3 months. Can you help me with this? As soon as the Crown Prince finished speaking, a quest prompt popped up in front of Fu Hao. Assist the Crown Prince in enshrining the Crown Prince difficulty. Unmeasurable the Crown Prince of the Luo Feng Kingdom, Carlson. Request your assistance in quickly training 100 new recruits. 3 months later, these recruits will engage in a simulated battle with the personal guards of the second and third princes. Only by achieving the best results can the Crown Prince be qualified to be enshrined as the Crown Prince. Quest completion conditions. Achieve the best performance in the simulated battle. Quest rewards, Baron title and Baron territory. Crown Prince's favorability increased to friendly. Title. Benefactor of the royal family. Title. Master of talent development quest failure penalty. Crown Prince's favorability reduced to hostile after reading the quest description. Fu Hao's heart was shouting that he had struck gold. A Baron title and territory? Currently, all players holding noble titles in the entire server are top-tier players, requiring a massive amount of time to gain merits for specific countries to achieve. Although Fu Hao had unlimited spending power due to transaction restrictions, he could not transfer resources to other users, making it impossible to directly obtain resources. Territory would allow him to recruit NPC residents, completely freeing him from the passive situation of spending money to buy resources. What else more? The cost of maintaining a territory is itself a popular topic on a live streaming platform. If paired with his financial ability, the effect would be unimaginable. Without hesitation, he immediately accepted the quest. I can help you with this. Quest accepted, great. If you can really train elite soldiers, I will surely reward you handsomely. Don't worry, it's on me. Fu Hao patted his chest, promising that these new recruits would soon experience an unprecedented speed training method. No, a special training in financial ability. 5 days later, I will personally select qualified new recruits and send them to the palace to meet you. At that time, you will frequently enter and exit the palace. This is your pass. Fu Hao took the token and suddenly remembered the live streaming venue. Your Highness, may I ask if others are allowed to enter the palace? Aside from you, no one else can enter voluntarily. I see. Then we'll meet in 5 days. Watching Fu Hao leave in high spirits, the Crown Prince murmured to himself, what a unique person. Your Highness, are you really that confident in placing your hopes on him? I have no other choice. I can only take a gamble and place my hopes on this miracle worker. In the lottery system of the marketplace, summoning beasts and accessories lotteries are considered money pits. First sin, price accessories lottery costs $1,500 per draw, while summoning beast lottery is even more exaggerated, costing $5,000 per draw. Second sin, probability compared to the 1/700 probability of needing 70,000 draws to obtain 100 exclusive monster spawning area entry tickets. The drop rate for top rewards in summoning beasts and accessories is even more despairingly low. Third sin, lottery animation unlike other box openings that directly grant items. These two systems have gorgeous animation performances, with a single draw animation taking 30 seconds. A 10 consecutive draw without skipping the animation takes an average of 30 seconds. Fu Hao is estimating the lottery efficiency while flipping through the materials. Streaming for 6 hours a day, excluding various errors, he could probably draw about 7,000 times. Let's first take a look at the probability table. Summoning Beast Lottery Probability Table. Normal level, 95. Rare level, 4, 5. Hero level, 0. 49. Legendary level, 0. 0099. Mythical level, 0. 0001. Probability of summoning beasts of the same level is equal. Types of summoning beasts. Normal 27 20 types, rare 5 10 types, hero 165 types, legendary 40 types, mythical 19 types. Damn, this is too ridiculous. Even Fu Hao, who had been spending tens of millions of crystals daily, couldn't help but curse when he saw these probabilities. In the player community, legendary and mythical summoning beasts are regarded as the top-tier existence. Based on the current drop rates, wanting to draw a legendary level would cost at least over 10 million. And mythical level, that starts at 5 billion. I still want to rely on live streaming to draw a mythical level. At this probability, it might take forever to get lucky. For him, time is far more precious than money. He not only needs to top the power rankings, but also maintain his popularity as a top-tier streamer. So he simply cannot afford to waste an entire month on lottery draws. As a compromise, he thought about drawing a few legendary level summoning beasts to make do, but only drawing legendary level would be too boring. He originally planned to wait for the cooldown of the Fate Luck skill to finish in 4 days to create a second 10 weapons. But right now the tasks and live streaming content piled up like a mountain, so weapon enhancement could only be postponed. In the end, Fu Hao decided to use the Fate Luck to gamble for a mythical level summoning beast. With a guaranteed critical effect, it shouldn't backfire, right? Chapter 17. The All-in Lottery for Mythical Summoned Beasts Otherworld Official Community of the Red Nation. The live stream by Fu Hao has been going on for over 3 days. And related topics still firmly occupy the trending list, with no signs of diminishing popularity. Fu Hao achieves a new record at level 163. 009 comments. Unexpectedly changing to a hidden class. 120 comments. Mercedes vs. Chocolate Guild battle results. 9. 500 comments. How high is the expected value of 10 weapons? 12. 833 comments. What should I do if my mom says if I don't quit the game she'll kick me out? 9. 971 comments. Not only are the popular sections buzzing, but the name Fu Hao also frequently appears in the latest posts of the free discussion area. Heard Fu Hao is streaming today? 1 comment. Today's loot share. 12 comments. When will Fu Hao's monster farming live stream end? 3 comments. Blue Swamp Outdoor Boss Spawn Time. Automatic translation went wrong. Got into an argument with a foreigner. 11 comments. However, not all players are crazy about Fu Hao. As usual, Yao Xuxin habitually browses the official community before officially logging into the game. She didn't click on the trending post section or enter the lively free discussion area, but went straight to the section dedicated to summoned beasts that she always follows. Did no one draw a new summoned beast today? With anticipation, she switched to the daily recommended sorting and scrolled through the titles. Is this summoned beast worth cultivating? 192 comments. Analysis of the pros and cons of taming professions. 337 comments. Caught a stronger summoned beast, but reluctant to release it. So conflicted. 290 comments. Summary of publicly available hero-level summoned beast information. 92 comments. The same summoned beast has different personalities based on the owner and growth environment. 39 comments. She almost scrolled through the entire recommended page, but still couldn't find the target content. Even when clicking into the summary of hero-level summoned beast information post, what greeted her were only those screenshots she had already memorized. Among the 165 types of hero-level summoned beasts, currently, the community has only confirmed the existence of 72 types through screenshots from the information interface, and only 5 of them, which she had previously posted, fully revealed their appearance, attributes, and growth data. as a player who successfully transitioned to the hidden class of taming profession. Yao Xuxin has 5 hero level and 72 rare level summon beasts under her command. Their sources vary, with 3 obtained through professional tasks, high difficulty dungeons, and a random drop from a regular dungeon, while the remaining 2 were drawn from lottery boxes. Just for the summon beast lottery alone, she has spent 7 figures. Aside from a few extremely lucky players, she is the only one in the entire server who can splurge over $1 million on the summon beast system. Not only is she the top player on the Taming Power leaderboard, but she's also a well-known top player in the summon beast enthusiast community, Yao Xuxin. Sigh, no new goods today either, she murmured, exhaling, her fingers still unwillingly refreshing the page. And sure enough, it still depends on her luck. She has already poured over $2 million into the summoned beast lottery. The savings she accumulated in her 20s from entrepreneurship have almost all gone into this inefficient cash sink. Fortunately, it hasn't reached the point of selling her house and going into debt. Otherwise, her parents would have sent her to an internet addiction treatment center long ago. This month's lottery quota is used up. Should I try one last time? Maybe this time I'll hit a legendary or even a mythical level. Just as she was conflicted about whether to reserve living expenses until the next payday, suddenly, a striking new post title jumped out on the page, nailing itself in her mind. Fu Hao is going all in on a mythical summoned beast lottery livestream today. Fu Hao? Is that the crazy guy who enhanced a beginner's sword to 10? Although she was focused on the summoned beast section, the legend of Fu Hao had already spread like wildfire in the community in the game. Mythical level. All in? Yao Xuxin understood what this meant. According to the outrageous probability of 0.0001 for mythical level summoned beasts, to draw one, theoretically, one would need to spend 50 billion crystals. This is an astronomical figure that could appear on a national budget sheet. Is he really spending money just for this? Is he really crazy? Spending so much for attention? It must be for the hype. She said this, but her fingers had already tightly grasped the mouse, her breathing unconsciously quickening. She had never seen a legendary or mythical level summoned beast, not even a single clear screenshot. In the brief moments between refreshing the page, for more new posts popped up. Fu Hao is drawing summoned beasts. Hurry and watch. Fu Hao announced at least 7,777 draws today. Summoned beast lottery enthusiasts quickly enter Fu Hao's live stream. Fu Hao's lottery live stream audience surpasses 100,000. Shockingly ongoing. Regaining her composure, Yao Xuxin quickly closed the community and headed straight for the live streaming platform. Just like her dedication to digging up summoned beast information in the community, she only chooses to watch streamers or taming players who have top summoned beasts. At this moment, she unhesitatingly typed Fu Hao into the search bar. Mythical level summoned beast lottery all in. Let's start with 7,777 draws to test the waters. Streamer. Fu Hao. Viewers. 139. 992 found it. She initially thought the post might be exaggerated, but the live stream title was so straightforward and unambiguous. It shouldn't have started yet, right? Don't tell me he has already drawn a legendary or mythical level. As the live stream had not yet loaded completely, the bullet screen was already flying by at an incomprehensible speed. She anxiously waited while praying not to miss the key moment. But unexpectedly the next second, a familiar advertisement popped up. Delicious fried chicken delivered to you faster and cleaner. Ad playing. 28 seconds. 1-2. Damn it. She slammed her hand on the table, suddenly remembering that she had canceled her ad-free subscription to save money for the lottery. She could only grit her teeth and stare blankly at the countdown in the lower right corner of the ad. Even during the ad, the chat area was still buzzing. -0.0001 probability is really outrageous. Has he started drawing yet? Is he still interacting with the audience? As the countdown reached 10 seconds, she finally exploded with emotion, yelling at the air, "Damn you operators! Can this ad just go away?" Detected continuous profanity. Voice chat disabled for 1 minute. Usually just a girl who would exclaim how cute the summoned beasts are, she had now experienced her first ever platform mute. Finally, when the ad ended and the live stream picture lit up, it felt like she had been reborn. Before we start the first round of the lottery, let us have a vote. Phew, it hasn't started yet. She sighed in relief, just about to focus and prepare to watch, when a voting pop-up suddenly appeared. Vote content. Will mythical level summoned beast be drawn today? 1. Yes. 2. No. Invest live stream points. Those who guess correctly can share the points of those who guess wrong. The bullet screen was instantly flooded with 22222, clearly indicating that most people were not optimistic. Yao Xuxin looked at her only 1,000 initial points and decisively clicked 1. Yes. This isn't gambling. It's the ultimate belief of summoned beast fanatic in mythical levels. The luck of enhancing a 10 weapon. Let us share some points with the summoned beasts. If I could just see what a mythical level summoned beast looks like, I will be your lifelong fan. What she didn't know was that at this moment, Fu Hao behind the camera had no obsession with mythical level summoned beasts. So, will Yao Shuxin really become Fu Hao's lifelong fan? Everything is under Fu Hao's control. Chapter 18. Expensive tips. The voting results were announced 1 minute after it started. Voting ratio 1. Yes, 19-2. No, 81. Points ratio 1. Yes, 17-2. No, 83. Wow, this result is a bit unexpected. Fu Hao raised an eyebrow in slight surprise at the higher-than-expected yes voting ratio. With 10 weapons, achieving the title of Newbie Trial Hardest, leveling up to 100 in 1 day. These incredible accomplishments achieved within 3 days may have given the audience a strange trust in his luck. Although this trust is limited to luck, it is a qualitative leap compared to the 11 when the 10 weapons first appeared. Why are there so many votes for yes? Don't they care about the points? The probability of 10 is lower than Mythic. If you can get 10, what does Mythic even mean? If a Mythic really comes out, I would start to suspect it's rigged. But a Mythic isn't even a taming class. Is it useful? Mammoth tipped 50 yuan. Do you know how much it costs to summon a beast once? This must be the first time watching Fu Hao's live stream. A person who spends 30 million a day on monster hunting wouldn't care about this little bit, right? Thanks, Mammoth. I certainly know this stuff isn't cheap. After Mammoth, new viewers curiously tipped small amounts, and old viewers continued to support. However, the face-lapping scenario Fu Hao was anticipating still hadn't played out. He gradually became a bit anxious. He had carefully set up the voting. Why was no one challenging him? The reason was simple. Who would be foolish enough to bet against someone who can drop over 30 million in a day? The high tips he received were the result of small accumulations from a large audience base. Although there were occasionally big spenders who would drop 500 or 5,000, that was still just a minority. Moreover, as the growth of new viewers slowed down, the blind tipping from big spenders was also decreasing. Why isn't anyone taking the bait? Should I exaggerate my reactions a bit more? But if he deliberately overacted now, it would only come off as hypocritical and forced. If only there was a shill around. Didn't he successfully ride on a shill's momentum during the last newbie trial task? As he recalled that lively event, a tipping notification suddenly exploded. Fu Hao brother Forever God tipped 50 yuan. If I can get a mythic today, I'll directly tip 5,000. Wow, Forever brother, you've put that out there. Didn't you say you were quitting before? Turns out it was a fake quit. Haha. Forever brother doesn't care about this 5,000, right? Although the nickname has changed, he's still obviously a Leon Hart fan. Forever brother, you're back? He thought they would have no connection after the level live stream. But unexpectedly, the other party made a sudden comeback. Although the community regarded him as the 10th generation brat, in Fu Hao's eyes, he was a quality atmosphere creator who could liven up the mood and encourage tipping. Thank you, Forever brother. You bet me 5,000 yuan. So today, I must draw a mythic for you. If I really get it, it will all be thanks to you. He seized this opportunity to steer the conversation. Unfortunately, the audience misinterpreted his intentions. Is this being sarcastic? His pure face hides a knife. I'm scared. Realizing his intention was misunderstood, Fu Hao waved his hands anxiously. No. Misunderstanding. I really appreciate you. Even if I can't draw it, it's not your fault. Forever brother, you understand me, right? Fu Hao brother Forever God tipped 50 yuan. Got it, I understand you. The resentment is deep. The shadow of being forced to change his name hasn't gone away yet. Although Forever brother didn't leave, the atmosphere had already dispersed. Forget it. Anyway, there was no luck today. He originally wanted to solidify the culture of a live stream room, but in the end, it was still empty. Just as he was about to officially start the lottery, suddenly, Tianma tipped 5,000 yuan. If you can draw a mythic today, I'll give you 500,000-999. Wow. Is that the real Tianma? Are you crazy? The original big spender has come out. Tianma is watching the live stream too? Is this mutual admiration among big spenders? Thanks to brother Tianma for the 5,000 yuan tip. If I draw a mythic, you'll give me 500,000. Is that for real? He immediately pulled up the tipper's information to confirm. Tipper's in-game information. Nickname, Tianma. Combat power ranking, 7th. Sure enough, it was Tianma. Even Fu Hao, who was used to spending money like water, couldn't help but feel his heart race at this moment. Just then, his luck was still cooling down. No luck? Then let us go for anyway. So the first round of 10 consecutive draws began. His hand trembled slightly as he pressed the 10 draw button. Class tipped 50 yuan. Starting with the first draw for 10 consecutive, so professional. The screen instantly darkened, and when it brightened again, It was no longer the familiar palace, but a mysterious space with a starry sky reflected on the water surface. 10-dimensional gates stood quietly, with environments like ice fields, grasslands, lava, swamps, and forests vaguely visible behind the doors. The first gate emitted a faint blue light, and a summoned beast slowly appeared, an Arctic cub. Although it was a fierce species, it was exceptionally cute in its cub stage. Wow, it's rare. Getting a rare on the first draw is awesome. So cute, I want it. Bear baby tip 50 yuan. I still haven't drawn the Arctic bear yet. The second summoned beast was a pony, the default reward from the newbie guidance task, recognized as the most useless common level in the prize pool. Hapon. How did a newbie reward summoned beast get in here? Whereas the planner's conscience. The 3rd to 10th beasts appeared one after another. All of them were common level without exception. Even if all 10 were rare, it would still be a loss, let alone this batch. That is why no one is willing to touch this lottery. Alright, let us keep going directly to the next round. As the 10 just landed, he immediately clicked on the second round of 10 consecutive draws. The first 5 gates opened in succession, still common level. But when it came to the 6th gate, the dimensional gate suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a special sound effect. Here it comes, here it comes. According to prior research, this was a sign of an epic summoned beast. Although the shaking effect for legendary or mythic levels had not yet been revealed, based on the verified phenomenon of shaking for hero levels and above, it was speculated that legendary mythic may use the same performance. At least, that's what the audience guessed. So fast? Hero level? Come on, mythic level. I beg you, mythic level, please come out. I beg you, 500, 000, 500, 000, 500, 000. He thought he could remain calm throughout. But the number 500, 000 kept pounding in his heart, making it hard for him to suppress his emotions. The shaking of the 6th gate stopped, and then burst forth with a purple light 10 times stronger than that of a rare level, an epic summoned beast. Following that, the summoned beast that had been exposed in the community appeared, obtained epic summoned beast, the highest level fire spirit salamandra. Saiha, an epic level came out. This spirit is really beautiful. Wanting a legendary mythic right from the start. You're dreaming, brother. Golden How tipped 50 yuan. You can still make a small profit if you stop now. Drawing an epic on the 20th try far exceeded the expectation of 200 draws. Although the practical value of hero level items is questionable aside from showing off, it's still a profit. However, the payer shows disappointment, despite being hero level. It's an old face with all information exposed, which is inevitably regrettable. Since I drew it, let's introduce it according to plan. 30 seconds will be enough. He prepares to go through the process of introduction, as there are still many newcomers or viewers who haven't followed the community. After this round ends, Salamandra. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before he finishes speaking, the 7th door shakes again. What the hell? Here it comes again. Don't mess with people's mindset. The luck is overflowing. 0. 5 probability. Are you a dog supporter? The audience trembles with excitement at the payer's luck. Serengeti donated 50 yuan. This is a 10 weapon holder, the number 1 lucky player in the server. Let's put Salamandra aside for now, please. This time it must be a mythic level. He puts his hands together and prays earnestly again. At least give me a legendary one. It's definitely going to be hero level again. Are you dreaming, brother? 5 seconds later, a strong light bursts again, still purple light. Sigh, another sigh. Look at his expression. Ha ha ha, legends mythics don't just appear by saying it. The audience is busy mocking, but the dimensional gate doesn't give them a chance to breathe. Obtained hero level summoned beast, highest level fire spirit salamandra. Ha 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 ha. Hero level can be repeated? Bobo Bobo donated 50 yuan. Who said the payer is the strongest lucky player in the server? Chapter 19. Ranked 7th in combat power, Pegasus. Ranked 7th on the combat power list. A peak representative among pay-to-win players in another world. Recently, he has been spending almost all day in a certain live stream, completely immersed. A 2-second stun plus 1 second of invincibility. Isn't that an effect worthy of hacks? He actually smashed 10 enhancements onto a beginner's weapon. That's not being soft-hearted. That's just being incredibly bold. No damage clear? He must have aimed for that goal from the very beginning, right? Although still a newbie, that operational awareness. Absolutely not simple. It's normal not to compare with Leon Hart, but in the entire gaming circle, he's definitely top-notch. The speedrun record has been directly refreshed to over 4 times the original record. Leon Hart's proud face, which could reach the sky, probably can't hold up this time. If I knew where he was, I'd rush over to mock him right now. A title effect with 2 times attributes and growth speed? Is that reasonable? That kid Leon Hart is actually holding such a god-level title while pretending to be low-key and slowly developing? Is the secret to his monstrous growth all hidden here? Burning through 30 million a day on monster farming. Does his family run a bank? Could it be that he's actually richer than me? Hidden profession enhancement master. Why doesn't this broken luck fall on me? Stupid probability game. At least I leveled up to 100 in a day. If I had known there was a dedicated monster farming area from the start, I could have milked it for free and taken off. I really missed out big time. A vague curiosity about the holders of 10 beginner weapons, combined with a subconscious deep competitive awareness against Leon Hart, led Pegasus to continuously follow Fu Hao's livestream. What started as mere curiosity gradually evolved into daily obsession, and he became more and more entrenched. Until the fourth day, as soon as Fu Hao's livestream started, the title caught his eye. Pegasus subconsciously scanned it, but instantly froze. A gamble on a mythic level summoning beast lottery. First come 7,777 draws to probe the waters. Summoning beast lottery. Mythic level gamble? At that moment, his spine felt drenched in cold water, and a vaguely painful memory surged from the depths of his heart. The summoning beast lottery. This term was a taboo he avoided discussing in both reality and virtuality, an ultimate nightmare he couldn't let go of. Although he couldn't enhance to level 10, Pegasus had once spent over 100 million, forcing his way into the top 10 of the combat power list with a full set of 9 and 8 enhancement gear, confidently declaring himself the strongest enhancement player. Even after the title of strongest enhancement was snatched away by Fu Hao, he had no regrets. After all, the returns from enhancement were tangible and steadily increasing, and he could afford it and enjoy it. But the summoning beast lottery, that was another matter. That wasn't a growth route. It was a synonym for nightmares. He had done his homework and knew that the efficiency of the summoning beast lottery was extremely low. But at that time, he was filled with contempt. Low efficiency? If I throw in 50 million, I should at least get a legendary one, right? With a bit of luck, maybe I could even gamble for a mythic. Watching those who threw hundreds of thousands or even millions to get a hero-level summoning beast and couldn't wait to show off, he scoffed. A true top player like him naturally deserved a legendary summoning beast. Even if its practical use was questionable, just the bragging rights alone were worth the ticket price. So he decisively invested 50 million, then 200 million, ultimately losing it all without seeing a single legendary beast. Losing 200 million was such a heavy blow that even he, who spent money like water in reality, found it hard to let go. From then on, the summoning beast lottery became a heart demon he couldn't speak of. Did he actually dare to draw summoning beasts? Did he know how low the probability was? 50 million for a legendary one. This theoretical probability was incredibly tempting for top pay-to-win players like Pegasus and Fu Hao. Yet, the cruelest aspect of this mechanism was the uncertainty. Most people foolishly believed they wouldn't be that unlucky and would at least hit the average. Pegasus was no different. When he spent 100 million, he was still comforting himself. The next draw is definitely going to hit. It wasn't until he burned through 200 million without seeing a single legendary beast that he finally woke up from the bubble of hope. 200 million without a legendary beast, and he still wanted to draw a mythic? Ha! Reflecting on that painful experience, Pegasus laughed while also unable to stop worrying. What if Fu Hao really draws a mythic? If he lost 200 million? Yet the other party turned around with less money that could give the 30-year-old him a heart attack on the spot. To ease his unease, he quickly initiated a seemingly ridiculous yet psychologically suggestive task. Draw a mythic, and I'll give 500,000. He knew in his heart that this kind of thing was impossible. But even if he couldn't change the lottery mechanism, he needed to create a little psychological sense of security that the mythic would absolutely not drop. The guild members saw this and hurriedly advised against it. President, why are you suddenly doing this? Bro, have you gone mad? Throwing 500,000 into the water is worse than investing in the guild. However, Pegasus was surprisingly calm, his tone carrying a near-paranoid certainty. You really don't think he can draw a mythic, do you? I spent 200 million and didn't he even get a legendary? This statement seemed like a spell, instantly suppressing the noise in the guild channel. After a few seconds of silence, everyone echoed, Impossible. President, you're too cautious. Fu Hao might not even be able to draw a legendary. The live stream officially began. The first 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws were uneventful, with not a single ripple. Until the third round, the dimensional gate suddenly shook violently. So soon? It must be a hero level, and the weakest one at that. The next moment, purple light burst forth, and the heroic spirit leaped out, confirming it was indeed a hero-level summoning beast. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. See, President, what did I tell you? However, Just as the tension eased, it suddenly tightened again. The dimensional gate shook once more, this time even stronger and more frequently. Pegasus instinctively closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, not to pray for a hit, but to mutter softly, "Please, just be a hero level. It must be a hero level." The purple light shone again. He let out a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still purple light. Chapter 20 Audience numbers soar. Phew, I was really scared just now. Sigh, it didn't drop again. Time quietly passes. 30 draws, 100 draws, 1,000 draws. An hour goes by, and the statistics for the draw are as follows. 942 common level, 67 duplicates, 56 rare level, 5 duplicates, 2 hero level, 1 duplicate. As for legendary and mythical levels, still nothing. With 7,000 draws, maybe I can get a legendary level. There are just too many types of summoned beasts. What a garbage game. Only 2 hero levels. At this moment, Tiamat and the guild members, whose tense emotions had long since dissipated, thought, "Sigh, I really am stupid for throwing 200 million into this." But you stopped just in time. You're right. With such a big hype, there is no way to get down without spending over 200 million, right? The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and Tiamat even stood up to stretch, casually taking off his headphones, walking out while saying, "I guess I'll have to stream for over 8 hours. I'll eat while watching. You guys should go do whatever you need to do. Wait, let us see the last draw." Just then, the dimensional gate shook again, emitting an unusual roar. No need to guess, it must be another hero level. The audience knew how low the probability was and had long since given up hope. That said, what if? Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from the dimensional gate, brighter than any time before, and most importantly, it was a rare, pure white light like holy radiance, representing the unique symbol of the mythical level. Dash? What the heck? What's going on? No way. A mythical level has dropped? Obtain mythical level summon Beast Golden Young Dragon. First time achieving mythical level summon Beast Acquisition Achievement. Granted the title Lord of Myths. In an instant, Tiamat and the guild members were frozen, as if under a petrification spell, unable to move. After a long time, a member finally managed to speak. "So what if we got a mythical? ISNT Fu, how not a taming profession? Even if the mythical attributes are strong. President? Bro? Tiamat had lost consciousness in reality, swaying and collapsing to the ground. On the other side of the screen, Fu Hao was completely oblivious, still immersed in the thought of receiving a 50,000 tip, grinning from ear to ear. "I told you a mythical would drop, ha." Meanwhile, the guild members stared blankly at the live stream screen, their expressions filled with unspeakable complexity and resentment. On the 4th day of the broadcast, Fu Hao, completely unaware, successfully accumulated the full-level hatred value of 3 top-ranked players. Tears are a bit salty, tipped 50 yuan. "Fu Hao, your luck is too outrageous. But I didn't expect you to really draw a mythical level." Black Magic Apprentice tipped 50 yuan. "Yes, not a shill, right? Uyeli, tipped benkesdeshimt yuan. The Golden Young Dragon is too cute. The mythical level summoned beast is actually a dragon. Aren't dragons the strongest race? I want to see it breathe fire. I really want to have it." The Golden Young Dragon slowly appeared, its scales shimmering with a soft golden glow, its dark golden vertical pupils exuding majesty, contrasting sharply with its enormous body, which awkwardly wagged its tail in a somewhat childish manner, accompanied by a dazzling entrance effect. The Golden Young Dragon instantly captured the hearts of all the viewers. The little guy puffed out its chest, tried its best to open its mouth, letting out a fierce yet adorable roar. Owo. Its combat power is yet to be known, but just based on this visual impact and the contrast, it had already dealt a fatal blow to the audience. Is this a game? Fu Hao seems to have monopolized all the good things. So shocking. Just touching it would be great. Even Fu Hao was deeply attracted by this never-before-seen dragon hatchling, his eyes glued to the screen. But he quickly came back to his senses. Now was the crucial moment to seize the momentum. He decisively paused the continuous draws and changed the live stream title to Mythical Level Summon Beast Golden Young Dragon has been drawn. Thanks to the gorgeous draw animation and the hot topic of the Mythical Level Summon Beast itself, the already high audience numbers surged again. Current audience, 263. 111 people. Current audience, 291. 350 people. Current audience, 400. 275 people. In a short time, it not only easily broke the 180,000 highest record set by the Rookie Trial livestream, but also seized the top spot in the real-time audience ranking during non-peak hours. Jin Hao tipped 50 yuan. Breaking news. Fu Hao first achieved the highest audience count. Class tipped 50 yuan. A rookie after 4 days of streaming Audience over 400,000. Wow, 400,000. This data after just 4 days of streaming? Fuhao, you're amazing. 66666. I've followed since the first broadcast. 666666. Who is this person? Why are so many people watching? 4 days of streaming? Can we immediately evaluate the Golden Dragon? Thank you all for the congratulations. I didn't expect to have so many viewers. Today is just overflowing with luck. If friends who haven't follow me like my content, please hit that follow button. Fuhao just put on a warm and interactive demeanor when the barrage flooded in like a dam bursting. Has the mythical level draw ended? Don't tell me you're going offline. Quick, evaluate the dragon. I want to see the dragon fight monsters. Aren't you going to draw the legendary level? Let's try other draws. When that's the next live stream for enhancements. Even though he had enabled barrage delay, the chat box was still scrolling so fast that the content was almost unreadable. Of course, he had to continue drawing. The legendary level hadn't made its first appearance yet. And who knows, maybe the next draw would yield it? Chapter N-Invisit, Golden Dragon Hitchlink, Bobo donated 50 UN. Greedy, suswe donati 50 yuan. Please, I beg you for the Golden Hatchling evaluation. I beg you. You all want to see the Golden Hatchling evaluation, huh? Just hold on for a moment while I tally up the voting results. Can we draw a mythical level today? Voting results? 1, yes. We can win. Reward distributed based on betting points ratio. May the anti-gambling folks perish. Never doubt the big spenders. Those who don't believe in the 10 weapon owners should repent. My points. The audience who lost points were filled with despair. The bullet screen flooded with crying emojis and desperate texts, while those who guessed correctly were already ecstatic, wildly spamming their achievements, and the entire chat room was momentarily consumed by the topic of points. The big spender still appeared calm on the surface, casually flipping through the interface, but deep down, he was anxious, silently praying. Where is the Tiamat Big Shots donation? He wouldn't plan to default on the payment, would he? After all, this is a big shot ranked 7th on the list. But upon further thought, unease crept in. After all, the other party had spent so much money to enhance their equipment, only to have their 10-weapon title taken away by him. And now, even mythical level summoned beasts were being crushed by luck. It must be so frustrating for him. Could it be that Tiamat is just like Forever Brother, betting that I won't draw a mythical level? With that thought, the big spender sighed, deciding not to hesitate any longer and simply pull out his trump card. Although it was somewhat pressuring to provoke the big shot ranked 7th, he thought to himself that he still needed to claim the rewards he was entitled to. Compared to the empty title of mythical level summoned beast, he was more concerned about the solid 500,000 prize money. Do you all want to see the Golden Dragon evaluation? Suswe donati 50 yuan. I want to see it. I want it. 9.99. I want it, please. I want to see the title compared to the shock of the mythical level debut. The audience's enthusiasm for the dragon race summoned beasts was reaching almost frenzied levels. In the grand worldview of another world, dragons had always been legendary existences, and the entire player community had explored for 2 years without unlocking even 10 of the relevant information. Even a mention of the word dragon by NPCs could spark extensive discussions. Now that it had been realistically modeled in the live stream, it naturally ignited a frenzy in the entire chat room. All right, everyone calm down. I have both contents arranged. Suswe donati 50 yuan. Please let me see the dragon. Just when everyone was eager to see the title or the Golden Dragon evaluation, the big spender suddenly remembered something and paused slightly. Let me first gather the donations from the big shots before starting the evaluation. Tiamat probably didn't expect to succeed. Hurry up and donate. With the previous experience, Forever Brother reacted quickly this time, before the bullet screen could mock him. He had already swiftly transferred money. Big Brother Fu Hao, Forever the God, donated 5,000 yuan. He got scared and donated immediately. Thank you for Forever Brother's donation. He has been supporting me since the newbie trial. I'm truly touched. Forever Brother finally woke up. Who is Forever Brother? As soon as Tiamat Big Shot's donation arrives, we can start the evaluation right away. A minute passed. In the bottom right corner of the screen, still hadn't popped up a new notification. Where did Tiamat go? Is he planning to default? A big shot who can throw billions of game coins wouldn't default on 500,000, right? He wouldn't be so shocked by the mythical level that he logged off, would he? If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to donate either, although he couldn't be compared to the number 1 ranked Leon Hart. Tiamat was also quite famous in the player community. At this moment, because he had not shown up for a long time, the chat room instantly split into 2 factions, one denouncing Tiamat and the other defending him. Suswe donati 5,000 yuan. I beg you, let me see the Golden Hatchling. This is all my savings for this month. Dragon Knight, donated 500 yuan. Let me see the golden dragon. I will never unfollow. Watching as everyone threw out heavy sums for the golden hatchling, even offering all their savings. The big spinner finally made up his mind. Maybe the big shot has temporarily left the live stream. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Let us start the evaluation. First, the title. He quickly opened the title interface. Pulling up the recently obtained Mythical Master. Mythical Master. Mythical level summon beast ability value increased by 20. Initial intimacy with mythical level summon beasts increased by 20. It's weaker than expected. Although titles with percentage bonuses are extremely rare, for someone like the big spender, who already had multiple top-tier titles, this was hardly surprising. The practical ability of mythical level summon beasts was still unknown, and enhancing and training would require a long time. Wow, this is weak. Are you a newbie? This special effect is super godly. Are you feeling it's useless because it's not a taming profession? The dragon looks super fierce. This is a huge profit. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. Although it's outrageous compared to the newbie trial title, this one feels inferior. The title has been seen. Now for the summoning of the golden hatchling. After pausing the lottery, the live scene switched back to the Grand Prince's palace in the resplendent hall. The big spender selected the shining hatchling in the summon beast interface. Summon golden hatchling. Roar. A roar that pierced the eardrums suddenly erupted, shaking the screen slightly. The golden dragon scales shimmered in the light, and the little dragon that appeared was actually twice the length of the big spender. But fortunately, its height was moderate, so there was no need to look up. Wow, what a big one. Level 1, and it's this size. The scales are absolutely stunning. Why is it so cute? It's both majestic and adorable. Let me touch it. The big spender reached out to touch the hatchling's back, but unexpectedly, in the next second, the hatchling suddenly turned around sharply, its tail swishing. The golden arc sliced through the air, and the tail whooshed past, creating intense wind pressure. Yeah! The big spender's expression changed. Before he could retract his hand, he was already swept by the tail, flying backward and crashing into a stone pillar of the palace. Then heavily falling onto the marble floor of the palace, his health bar instantly plummeting, and an alarm sounded. Warning! HP has dropped below 10. Chapter 22. Dragon Taming Plan. No way. The summoned beast attacks its master? This is the first time I've seen a summoned beast hit its master. It's only level 1, right? The master is already level 100, and just one hit almost took it down to low health? Wow, that was close to death. Fu Hao tilted his head back and downed a top-tier health recovery potion until his health was back to full, finally regaining his composure. Relying on his unbeatable crowd control combo that allowed him to dominate dungeons in the wild, he had long forgotten that he was still wearing beginner gear. It wasn't until he was swept to the brink of death by the young dragon's tail that he truly realized the importance of defense attributes. If it weren't for having cleared the beginner trials and wearing a level 7 shirt, that hit just now could have definitely killed me. I need to prioritize defense from now on. The first player to be killed by his own summoned beast? While this topic would be highly discussed, he certainly didn't want to become a lifelong laughingstock. However, there was good news. This mere level 1 young dragon had an attack power that could crush players around level 150, far surpassing ordinary, rare, or even hero-level summoned beasts. Originally, he planned to wait until he developed a bond with the young dragon before showcasing affectionate interactions. Now, it seemed that plan needed to change. Fu Hao glared darkly at the dragon that was still proudly raising its head. Humph, daring to attack your master? You asked for this, don't regret it. What's he up to now? Look at Fu Hao's expression. Fu Hao is angry. The young dragon flicked its whiskers and arrogantly raised its head with a huff, its demeanor extremely proud, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" The young dragon's attitude is so arrogant. My cat isn't even this spoiled. Fu Hao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, then recalled the young dragon back to the summoning bar and forced a smile at the audience. Everyone, we just had a little incident. Class donated 50 yuan. Haha. That incident was no small matter. Kane donated 50 yuan, almost became the first player to be killed by his own summoned beast. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan, could have been the top death artist. What a pity. Are you still planning to continue the draw? I still want to see the dragon. Sorry, the draw segment may need to be paused for today. I need to properly educate this child first. Fu Hao once again displayed a fierce expression. Entering exclusive monster spawning area of Rowan Kingdom. Remaining time, 12 minutes and 45 seconds after entering the spawning area. Fu Hao set the magic circle to the highest monster level, maximum monster count, and shortest respawn time. Once the monsters were generated, he summoned the young dragon again. Summoning Golden Young Dragon. The moment the young dragon opened its eyes, it found itself surrounded by hundreds of monsters, looking confusedly at its master. "Welcome to the purgatory." Fu Hao's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his eyes resembling those of a demon. The young dragon is in big trouble now. Poor young dragon. Just happens to fall into Fu Hao's hands. Nunu donated 50 yuan. Isn't time running out? No need to worry about that. He pulled out the beginner-exclusive lottery box he had prepared in advance. Although it was only available for players below level 10, he had stockpiled it beforehand and could use it any time. Originally, he had stocked up a full million, used 70,000, and still had 930,000 left. Today, the one farming monsters isn't me. It's our little Jean. As long as I draw an entry ticket, I can extend the time indefinitely. It feels like a father paying for his son's internet fees. So, this is called little Jean? Even summoned beasts can't escape Spartan training. So ruthless. You bastard. Roar. Little Jean roared angrily, and the monsters within a 10-meter radius fell into a daze. Taking advantage of their fall, little Jean swung its tail fiercely, taking down one monster after another with ease. The prompt bar quickly displayed messages. Summon Beast Golden Young Dragon, level up. Summon Beast Golden Young Dragon, level up. Summon Beast Golden Young Dragon, level up. Summon Beast Golden Young Dragon, reached level 30. Learned ancient 5th tier magic-related skills. Not bad. My little Jean is truly impressive. Fu Hao sat in a prearranged safe zone, drawing prizes while watching the battle. Oh, I got an entry ticket extending 10 minutes. Consumed exclusive monster spawning area, 10-minute entry ticket. Remaining time, 22 minutes and 5 seconds. Roar. As if it understood its master's words, little Jean let out an angry roar. Don't lose your temper. Daddy spent a lot of money leveling you up. This is all to make you stronger, understand? Would Daddy lie to you? Shadow donated 50 yuan. It proves it's indeed to get stronger. Time flew by, and 7 hours passed in an instant. Little Jean, with its dual assault of physical and magical power, soared all the way to level 100. Summoned Beast Golden Young Dragon reached level 100. Learned ancient 6th tier magic-related skills. Much faster than expected. Indeed, large-scale attacks are the way to level up. Wow, already 100 levels? No noticeable change in appearance? Feels like it grew a bit. Little Jean at level 100 is awesome. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. Speaking of which, isn't it harder to control now that it's so strong? I'm not fighting it. Why control it? Besides, if I were to control it. Just as he was saying this, suddenly he received a telepathic message. Master, master. Please don't spawn anymore. I won't hit you again. Fu Hao was taken aback. It actually spoke? It seems that the ancient 6th tier magic includes a telepathy skill. The audience was also astonished. A summoned beast that can talk, rarity maxed out. Can it breathe fire yet? Fu Hao opened the summoned beast interface. And Little Jin's stamina was indeed nearing its limit after hours of continuous monster spawning. Even a dragon couldn't hold on. Although summoned beasts would only be recalled upon death and wouldn't truly die, Little Jin's pride clearly wouldn't allow it to fall before low-level monsters. Dad, I was wrong. I won't hit you again. Who's your dad? I really made a mistake. Will you dare to attack your master again? No more. I won't dare. Don't you dragons have a contract? A breach would mean death, right? Right. No, no such thing. Do you want to be trampled by monsters? I swear by the dragon bloodline, I will never attack my master again. That's right, Little Jean. You need to be obedient from now on. Wait, is that my name? Yes, from now on, you shall be called Little Jean. You might as well let the monsters trample me. Didn't you just swear an oath? Do you want to go back on your word? Thus, Fu Hao officially completed the personality education of a young dragon. Fu Hao's dragon taming technique is invincible. Dragon taming master is online. Little Jin's aggrieved expression is too cute. As the magic circle closed, Fu Hao walked over to Little Jean and gently stroked its back. Our Little Jean has grown so much without us noticing. From a distance, it didn't seem to have changed much, but up close, he realized that its size had at least increased by 5 times. Little Jean flicked its whiskers in dissatisfaction, but made no further aggressive moves. I'm hungry. Hurry up and give me food. What do you usually eat? I want to eat 100 pure gold. If not, gems will do as a compromise. Dragon Knight donated 50 yuan. Finally understand why it's called a golden dragon. Its staple food is gold. The feeding costs are going to bankrupt me. This isn't raising a dragon. It's clearly raising an ancestor. Fu Hao took out 1,000 gold coins from his backpack. Let's eat this first. If it's not enough, then. What? It's already finished? Can you give me a bit more? To test the appetite, Fu Hao added another 1,000 gold coins. Xiao Jin gobbled it up with great enjoyment. Xiao Jin eats quite ferociously. A meal starts at least from 5,000. Moments latte. Xiao Jin lay down on the ground, satisfied. The intimacy with the summoned beast, Golden Young Dragon, increased by 100 points. Everyone wanted to ask Xiao Jin something. Now they can ask, and I will ask on their behalf. Can you fly? When will you breathe fire? Dragon Knight tipped 50 yuan. Wants to know where to find other dragons. Xiao Jin, can you fly? I don't know. When can you breathe fire? I don't know. Do you know where other dragons are? I don't know. What do you know? I don't know. Do you want to go hunt monsters again? No, no, no. I really don't know anything. It seems I can only nurture and observe you. So what skills do you have? Tell me one by one in detail. Xiao Jin, Master, I am sleepy. Due to the summoned beast Golden Young Dragon's insufficient stamina, it has been automatically recalled. Jin Hao tipped 50 yuan. Xiao Jin is a baby. Babies need to sleep. Looking at this willful new pet, Fu Hao sighed helplessly. Today's live stream will end here. Sorry everyone, the content of the stream has gone off topic, turning into a summoned beast live stream. No need to apologize, it's super interesting. Just watching the young dragon is very healing. Although it completely deviated from the original live stream plan. The audience's reaction was exceptionally enthusiastic. I almost forgot my most important hidden job skill, summoned beast enhancement, because I was too focused on Xiao Jin's skills. I overlooked my own most critical ability. But thinking about it, even enhanced heroes or legendary level summoned beasts shouldn't be better than Xiao Jin, right? He suddenly felt that perhaps he should draw a few more mythical level summoned beasts, specifically to use as enhancement materials for Xiao Jin. Chapter 23. The Black Wolf Knight Legion. Live broadcast has ended. With the end of the live broadcast notification appearing, Fu Hao's tense nerves instantly relaxed. As if he had been unplugged from a high-voltage current, letting out a long breath. The path of the unexplored is indeed highly controversial, but the variables are just too many. He murmured to himself, a hint of fear in his tone. If he had been swept to death by Xiao Jin just now, triggering a 24-hour ban, not only would today's live broadcast be ruined, but it would also completely collapse the image of the pay-to-win monster he had painstakingly built. He realized once again that venturing into uncharted territory, while tempting, concealed countless deadly variables. Leon Hart must have suffered quite a bit due to prediction errors, right? To maintain the top spot on the power ranking is already hard to believe. But Fu Hao was still unaware that he would personally deliver the most absurd death method to Leon Hart in the future. Originally, he planned to showcase this in a live broadcast. Fu Hao decided to test the summoning beast enhancement skill in advance. This is the core ability of the hidden profession, Enhancement Master, and one of the mechanisms that attracts the most audience attention. After all, hidden professions with the title of Master always hide abilities that can overturn the game. He brought up the skill description interface. Summoning Beast Enhancement Type. Active level. None effect. Consumes the same level summoning beast as material to enhance the target summoning beast. Success rate. Fixed 100. The higher the level, the more materials required. It would be great if it could consume materials across levels. But that would be too overpowered, right? Fu Hao frowned, but couldn't help but smile. Having long sealed his conscience, his greed had no end. The more he had, the more his desires swelled. This was his creed. Summoning Beast Enhancement. As the activation phrase was spoken, a dedicated enhancement interface appeared before him. He chose an eye-catching hero-level spirit as the test subject. Hero-level Summoning Beast. High-level Fire Spirit Salamandra selected. Current enhancement level. 0 target level. 1 required materials. 1 hero-level summoning beast success rate. 100. Although he needed to confirm the specific effects after enhancement, player Su Shui had uploaded a detailed video on the community showing Salamandra's growth from level 1 to max level, which would save him a round of testing. Salamandra, become the material. Enhancement successful, the attribute overview after enhancement appeared. Seemingly identical to the 0 state. High-level Fire Spirit Salamandra. 1. Level. Hero level. 1 description. Uses spirit magic to attack enemies. Skills can be unlocked as the level increases. The description hasn't changed. Time for practical testing. He immediately summoned Salamandra. It was a spirit burning with azure flames all over. With a sleek and agile lizard-like silhouette, its eyes showing a hint of emotion that seemed to ask for its master's command. Did you see that monster over there? Go take it down and then come back. Salamandra quickly darted out, gliding over the ground with a fiery halo, and Fu Hao nodded in satisfaction. A obedient summoning beast is truly gratifying. Xiao Jin, you need to learn more. Salamandra cast the basic fire magic fireball on the target monster. However, after firing 7 shots, it barely managed to kill it. No way. Is this enhancement as disappointing as equipment enhancement? It's not showing any improvement at all. Suppressing the ominous premonition, he turned to test a rare level polar bear. By the time he enhanced it to level 5, The number of required materials had reached 32 similar summoning beasts. Indeed, exponential growth, calculating that 10 would require 1023. Shout Gene. Better not enhance anymore. How many times do I have to roll to get a mythic level to 10? 10 days? 100 days? A year? He lamented the cruelty of fate while switching targets. This time, it was the common level Black Wolf, widely recognized as the strongest among common summoning beasts. Unlike equipment enhancement requiring manual tapping, as an enhancement master, he only needed to click confirm. He clicked 10 times in a row, enhancing the Black Wolf to level 10 within 3 seconds. Black Wolf, 10. Level, common level. 1 description, a wolf with pitch black fur. Its size and strength are top-notch among its kind. Attack power, defense power, 30 movement, speed, attack speed, 30 skill, effect 100 lifts. The summoning beast system restriction evolves to the next tier at level 300. The stat boost is indeed exaggerated, but ultimately it's still common level. To verify the attack power change, not listed on the panel, he summoned a level 10 monster as a test subject. Go attack. Woof woof. The Black Wolf let out a low growl, darting out like the wind. Its front paw instantly striking the monster and unleashing its skill. Summoning Beast Black Wolf, 10, level increased. Summoning Beast Black Wolf, 10, level increased. Oh, against the target that Salamandra had to attack 7 times to defeat, the Black Wolf actually killed it in 1 hit. He further tested it against a level 30 monster. Although it evaded death for 5 minutes relying on speed and agility, its output was still far inferior to Xiao Jin's. Indeed, there is a limit to enhancements for common summoning beasts. But his gaze immediately fell on the last 2 lines of the enhancement effect. Lifts the summoning beast system restriction evolves at level 300. System restriction lifted. What does that mean? As he pondered its meaning, an idea struck him. While maintaining the Black Wolf as summoning state, he attempted to summon a rare level polar bear and, unexpectedly, succeeded. Holy crap! The setting that non-taming professions could only summon 1 summoning beast was completely shattered by this level 10 Black Wolf. He suddenly remembered that taming players could only control up to 3 summoning beasts at the same time, while he, as an enhancement master, could break the fundamental rules through enhancement. Even better, the lifting of system restrictions likely not only pertained to quantity, but also broke limits on summoning distance, cooldown times, and more. If he could batch enhance the Black Wolves to form a legion, territory defense, automatic monster farming, even guild wars, a magnificent picture floated in his mind. Hundreds of Black Wolves patrolling the territory, forming an unceasing automatic monster farming system, continuously generating resources like a perpetual motion machine. The timing was still early, but when the conditions matured. Haha, a chilling ambition crept into Fu Hao's smile. Even if chaos were here, it would have to retreat. The plan for the Black Wolf Knight Legion had quietly taken shape. At this moment, he was still unaware that this plan would unleash the most terrifying storm in the history of Otherworld. Remembering the humiliation of being crushed by the 5 top guilds, a cold glint flashed in Fu Hao's eyes. The 5 guilds that once trampled our guild had better start praying now. His ultimate goal was to surpass Leonhardt. But for now, with just this embryonic legion and territory, he had already vaguely seen the glimmer of revenge. Just wait, I'll be coming for you soon. Until then, enjoy this hypocritical world well. He exited the game, still wearing that cold, confident smile. A man's dream should be this grand. From his point of view, he truly was a man among men. Chapter 24 Mean Reversion. After finishing the summoned beast enhancement experiment and returning to the real world, Qin habitually checked his phone notifications. Missed calls. Chaos. 5 calls. What is so urgent? Is she going to confess? No, absolutely not. Confessions should be made by me first. His heart tightened, and he almost immediately called back. Hello, what is up? Quick, let me see Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin? This sudden request left Qin momentarily stunned. Is that not okay? I mean, you call me this many times just for this? Yeah. Originally, Qin was seriously contemplating how to respond if she confessed, even envisioning a wedding scene in his mind. But at this moment, he felt an unprecedented resentment towards Xiao Jin. At the headquarters of a certain MCN company in Jiangsheng, rookie Peng Yuzhen had just returned to her desk after a lunch break when she saw her team leader returning from business trip. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately approached. Team leader, big news. Super big news. What's going on? Did you see Fu Hao's live stream? Why would I have that much free time? I have a pile of work to do. No time to watch his live stream every day. He just hit the #1 spot in real-time viewers for the day. What? How'd he do that? He drew a mythic level summoned beast. Mythic level? What did he draw? It's a golden young dragon. I heard it's called Xiao Jin. The team leader immediately opened the live stream replay and silently stared at the screen. Peng Yuzhen stood beside her, eyes sparkling. "Isn't it super cute?" The whole community exploded. "The screen is filled with 'I want Xiao Jin too.'" The team leader's fingers trembled slightly as she put down the mouse. Her expression serious. "This wave is phenomenal. Xiao Jin is very likely to become the new darling of the advertising world." The fifth day of the live stream began. After careful consideration, Fu Hao ultimately decided to focus all his energy on drawing summoned beasts for the time being. The buzz created by Xiao Jin's stunning appearance was too high, making the audience look forward to potential legendary or even other mythic-level summoned beasts that could appear in the future. He also knew that to build the Black Wolf Legion, he would eventually have to keep drawing. Now was the best time to strike while the iron was hot. There were still 4 days before the big princess task began, so he decided to focus on drawing for now. He quickly reviewed the live stream content from the past few days in his mind. Day 1, Weapon Enhancement Live Stream. Day 2, Newbie Trial Dungeon Speedrun Challenge. Day 3, 24-hour sprint to level 100. Day 4, one-shot draw of the mythic-level summoned beast Xiao Jin. Although the content arrangement was somewhat aggressive and exhausted what could have lasted for 10 days or even 100 days of live streaming topics. The result was explosive attention and a surge in viewers. The short-term explosive strategy was undoubtedly successful. The current focus was to firmly attract and retain core viewers based on this. It shouldn't be possible to draw another mythic level, right? He knew in his heart that Xiao Jin was the ultimate strike, and he didn't plan to continue using luck to gamble for other mythic-level summoned beasts. Even though he was very curious whether there were other dragon species or even non-dragon mythic creatures among the 19 types of mythic summoned beasts, it would be too costly to waste skill cooldowns for temporary curiosity. There were still 3 days left on the skill cooldown. He originally planned to use it to draw mythic-level accessories, but decided to put that on hold for now. After all, while accessory draws had some efficiency and some players had drawn legendary-level items, the attribute differences were far less significant than those of summoned beasts. Rather than wasting the cooldown, it would be more effective to first follow the enhancement process of summoned beasts and enhance ordinary accessories to level 10. He changed the live stream title to Summon Beast Draw and lightly clicked to start. Live stream has started. Xiao Jin 999. Let Xiao Jin come on screen. Su sui tip 50 yuan. Dash, I want to see Xiao Jin. Madonna tipped 50 yuan. Dash, are we drawing mythic level again today? Hello everyone. Xiao Jin is still recovering stamina and will show up before the stream ends. Today, as the title suggests, we'll continue drawing summoned beasts all day. Yay, awesome. Jin Hao tipped 50 yuan. Dash, you can only bring one summoned beast. Why draw so many? Actually, I have a hidden job skill called Summon Beast Enhancement. Let me show you. He pulled up the character skill interface, which displayed Summon Beast Enhancement type. Active level, none effect. Consumes summon beasts of the same level as materials to enhance the target summoned beast. Success rate, fixed at 100. The higher the level, the more materials required. Summoned beasts can be enhanced. 100 success rate, that is a blood bargain. Draw them as materials? I thought you were going to abandon Xiao Jin. Class tipped 50 yuan. Dash, aren't their attribute enhancement and skill enhancement too? How did you know? Indeed, there are also special effect enhancement and skill enhancement. All can be enhanced. No wonder it's Fu Hao. Class tipped 50 yuan. Dash, could it be that levels can also be enhanced? Levels can't be enhanced. If they could, I wouldn't have to specifically go to the monster area. Class tipped 50 yuan. Dash, can you disclose other hidden skills? As for the other skills, I'll disclose them after I finish testing. I need to keep some cards close to my chest. He secretly resolved, until the critical moment, he would never easily reveal all his means. Just like in martial arts novels, one must hold back a little strength in their moves to create the biggest topic at the critical moment. It was about time. The audience had gathered, so he began the draw. Charge. 999. Tiamat tipped 1 million yuan. Dash, late, but double payout. Wow. 999. Tiamat boss keeps his promise. Some people said he would back out, but he directly doubled it. Thank you, Tiamat boss, for the 1 million tip, Fu Hao replied, suppressing his excitement and trembling. Although he firmly believed that someone of Tiamat's level wouldn't lose face over a few words. Seeing this act of doubling still shocked him. This is the real rich boss. Fu Hao is truly shocked. Starting at 200 draws. Today, are you still planning to bet with me? He waited for a long time, but there were no more replies from Tianma in the bullet screen. Sure enough, top bosses come and go as they please. Although he felt a bit disappointed. The million in tips he received had already far exceeded his total income from the past 4 days of live streaming. In the past, This was a number he wouldn't even dare to imagine. After spending so much, it felt like he was becoming numb to money in reality. He sighed softly, finally regaining a bit of his human shame. All right, let us start today's draw. Navy tipped 50 yuan. Dash, how about a voting round? A voting bet? Bets are the most interesting. It must happen. He pulled up the voting interface from the previous day and clicked to initiate it again. Can we draw a mythic level summon beast today? 1, yes 2. No, invest live stream points. Those who guess correctly can share points from those who guess wrong. 2 minutes later, the votes stabilized, and the system announced the results. Voting ratio 1. Yes 27-2. Number 73. Points ratio 1. Yes 33-2. Number 67. Wow. So many reverse bets? Wake up, brothers. Today's drawing probability is only 1. I listened to your full pressure yesterday, and now I've lost everything QAQ. If they release another mythic level, I'm going to report this game. It was just good luck yesterday. Looking at the voting results, Fu Hao's side again. Compared to data, people are more willing to believe what they see with their own eyes and experience firsthand. What he didn't know was that, influenced by his live stream, to be precise, driven by the Xiao Jin effect, the previously neglected summoning beast lottery system saw a sharp rise in purchases. Although the overall number of lottery draws has not spiraled out of control due to the high prices, the trend is clear. Let the lottery begin. 3 days later, after 4 consecutive days of full lottery draws, Fu Hao finally sorted out the results. Total lottery duration: 41 hours ordinary summoning beasts, 43 100 rare summoning beasts, 1 992 hero summoning beasts, 207 legendary, 0 mythic, 0 this wave. Can only be said to be quite unlucky. Let's settle today's betting first. Navy donated 50 yuan. Lost points for 4 consecutive days. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. This is the real face of probability. Circus donated 50 yuan. Xiao Jin's protection was successful. Give me back my points, woo woo woo. The reverse betting party has been completely wiped out, ha ha ha. 0 legendary. That's really a bit tragic. The audience began to tease, but Fu Hao showed no signs of frustration. The Black Wolf has already been obtained, and the audience numbers have stabilized. This wave is a total loss? No, both the chicken and the egg are in hand. Not getting a legendary is actually not a big deal. He officially announced to the audience, the lottery live stream will come to a temporary end. As mentioned before, the Big Prince's mission will start tomorrow. Today is the last day of the lottery live stream. The plot is coming. The newbie is about to get involved in the throne struggle. Thank you all for watching. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Before you go, let Xiao Jin show his face. Don't you ever rest. Iron Man streamer? Chapter 25. Sending out 10,000 red envelopes in the training grounds of the Kingdom of Rowan. 1,000 soldiers stood in neat rows, solemnly awaiting their orders. On the high platform, Major General Carlos, the head of initial training, spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder. Attention! The individuals standing before you are His Highness the Crown Prince Carlson, His Highness Prince Mian, and His Highness Prince Kane. Each of you will be selected by the princes to form a direct troop of 100 soldiers. Those chosen will undergo 3 months of special training, and the final decision regarding the Crown Prince will be determined through a simulated battle using illusion magic. This is a matter of great importance, a significant decision that bears the future of the kingdom, so I urge you to consider it carefully, without the use of amplification magic. Carlos's voice still echoed throughout the area. Once his speech concluded, he began to take questions from the soldiers. A soldier in the front row raised his hand first. He was a model recruit who had passed all subjects with full marks during basic training and received a personal endorsement from Carlos. You said consider carefully, so do we have a right to refuse? Carlos snorted lightly, a smirk of sarcasm on his lips. Of course. But you better think clearly about how rare an opportunity it is to join the prince's direct troop. Remember that. The soldier responded with vigor. Carlos nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the 3 princes on the other side of the platform. Based on the training performance statistics submitted earlier, your highnesses should have already shortlisted candidates. If further selection is needed, I can arrange interview spaces. The second and third princes said little, and each presented a parchment with their lists. No need for interviews. I feel the same way, Carlos said, flipping through the 2 lists, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Your highnesses only listed 100 people? No alternate list? What if there are overlapping candidates or soldiers who refuse? That's fine. We'll proceed according to the list. We'll deal with any changes as they come, said Prince Mian. I will follow my brother's arrangement, added Prince Kane. Looking at the evidently well-prepared second and third princes, Crown Prince Carlson smiled coldly. His eyes filled with sarcasm. Carlos pondered for a moment before nodding. Understood. I will ask each soldier about their intentions and report the results to you, Your Highness Carlson. He looked at the Crown Prince, who had not produced a list from the start, with curiosity. I will choose from the remaining soldiers after Mion and Kane have made their selections. Are you sure? This trial is an important test that determines the position of the Crown Prince. Before Carlos could finish, Mion and Kane interjected with friendly smiles. Brother, you don't need to be humble. Aren't you looking forward to this trial? We don't mind. You should select first, brother. With their gentle tone and proper smiles, one might almost think this was a scene of brotherly affection. But behind this hypocritical harmony lay undisguised sarcasm and probing. Enough. I didn't prepare a list. You choose first. Carlson did not want to continue the meaningless conversation and turned to leave. Then as you wish. Carlos bowed to the two princes and then descended from the platform to fulfill his duties. Only Mion and Kane remained on the high platform. Mion sneered softly. Does brother really plan to pick from the remnants? Remnants? Brother, the rest are also soldiers of our kingdom's army. I misspoke. But if they have any sense, they will naturally gravitate towards us. Those who cannot recognize the situation will end up on the opposing side. The two exchanged smiles, fully aware that they would meet on the battlefield in 3 months during the simulated battle. Yet they mockingly ridiculed their elder brother without a care. In the Crown Prince's palace, after hearing the report from his confidant, Carlson slammed the table in anger. Out of 800 people, only one is willing to join my direct troop? Yes, Your Highness. Carlson's brow furrowed tightly, his anger almost igniting from the tips of his eyebrows as he growled. Are they trying to directly push me out? Heh, as expected. This so-called trial is merely a means for Mion and Kane to showcase their power. Your Highness, how should we respond next? We can only report to Father and expose their exclusionary tactics. We are in the right. But, given His Majesty's attitude, this matter will probably be reduced to Your Highness's incompetence. Carlson fell silent, his gaze drifting through the window to the depths of the courtyard. The cold face of his father floated in his mind. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his tone as firm as iron. I will not give up, no matter what obstacles they set. The live broadcast has started. Hello, Big Spender 999. On the 9th day of the broadcast, watching the audience numbers soar in the live stream, Fu Hao smiled and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, today is my first mission, and I'm a bit nervous. Durimi donates 50 yuan. What is the mission? I briefly mentioned it yesterday, but I guess many new viewers still don't know. So let me show the mission details again. Fu Hao opened the mission interface, and a system window appeared. Assist Crown Prince Carlson in being appointed as Crown Prince. Difficulty. Unmeasurable Crown Prince Carlson of the Kingdom of Rowan requests you to train 100 direct soldiers within 3 months. These soldiers will engage in a simulated battle using illusion magic against the direct troops of Prince Mion and Prince Kane. Only by winning can Carlson be appointed as Crown Prince. Completion condition, achieve the best performance in the simulated battle. Mission rewards, Baron title and Baron territory. Crown Prince's favorability increased to friendly. Titles benefactor of the royal family and master of talent development. Failure penalty, Crown Prince's favorability decreased to hostile. The rewards look really tempting. Is this the first mission? The difficulty is too extreme. Where did you get this mission? New donates 50 yuan. Can you complete it? Such rewards indicate top-level difficulty. The penalty is too harsh. Unmeasurable is something I've never seen before. Let's change the mission. Don't waste time. I think I can complete it. But I didn't expect so many viewers to be skeptical. This really looks difficult. This isn't something that can be solved by luck or spending money, right? Seeing the opposition stronger than expected, Fu Hao played his trump card. All right, if I fail this mission, I will send out 10,000 red envelopes. Dash? Are you crazy? Wins Melody donates 50 yuan. It wouldn't be 1 yuan per red envelope, right? No. Each red envelope is 188 yuan. I'll keep my word. 10,000 red envelopes mean 180,000? Big Spender is crazy. A rain of red envelopes. A historic moment in live streaming. Given Fu Hao's daily spending rate, 180,000 is just pocket change, right? Let us consider that everyone agrees. And the mission officially begins. The first failure is coming. Fu Hao should also experience the taste of defeat. Thanks in advance for the boss's red envelopes. 10,000 ISNT enough to go around. At this moment, Fu Hao actually had no intention of truly taking out 180,000 cash to support the viewers. The prince is coming out. He stood in the courtyard of the Crown Prince's palace, seeing Carlson walking out of the palace, immediately switched to a professional smile and walked up quickly. Hello. Your Highness the Crown Prince, how have you been lately? His demeanor was humble, and his expression respectful, like a salesperson peddling goods in the palace. Kim Hao donates 50 yuan. In reality, he is a rich man, but in the game, he is a commoner. Be a bit more obedient in front of the royals. Even the Pegasus has to bow its head in front of the royals. At the moment Fu Hao greeted him, Carlson's already irritated expression grew even more complex. You're here? What was your name again? Fu Hao. Yes, Mr. Fu Hao. I'm sorry to involve you in this trouble. Huh? I thought it would be easy to recruit 100 people. But I didn't expect Mian and Kane to use threats and bribery to completely block my candidates. Mian and Kane? Pickle donated 50 yuan. It's the second prince and the third prince. Realizing more background through the donation, Fu Hao gradually clarified the situation in his mind. No wonder this trial seems so wrong. Carlson is isolated and helpless, while the second prince and the third prince are like fish in water. Although surprised, he quickly regained his composure. The task's difficulty was marked as immeasurable, and it seems to be truly justified now. How many people have you recruited so far, Your Highness? He still held hope. If he could recruit more than 30 people, there might still be a chance. One person. He was taken aback, thinking he heard wrong, and blurted out, how many people? One person. The live chat exploded. Damn it. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. Thank you for the boss's red envelope. We're having fried chicken tonight, haha. Noticing Fu Hao's shock, Carlson said apologetically, I intended to report their improper methods to my father, but to be honest, the hope is slim. If you want to give up now, I won't blame you. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to give up assisting the first prince in the task of crowning the crown prince? Giving up now incurs no penalty. It's over. There's still a chance to backtrack. But what Fu Hao truly mourned was not the red envelope, but the loss of the opportunity for territory. Especially a territory granted by a future king, symbolizing glory, is a status that money cannot buy. He envisioned the mocking faces of the 5 guild leaders. Your broken territory? Figure out the rules first. Fu Hao took a deep breath and clenched his fist. I will continue to assist. No, please allow me to assist to the end. Carlson was stunned. Are you serious? My situation has completely collapsed. I'm serious. Carlson stared at him for a moment, then nodded slightly. I understand. From today on, I will consider you a close friend. The system prompt appeared again. First prince's favorability increased to friendly. Task updated. Assist the first prince in crowning the crown prince difficulty. Immeasurable, updated goal. Recruit an additional 99 soldiers directly under the first prince and achieve the best results in the simulated battle. Rewards Viscount title and Viscount territory title. Royal benefactor title. Master of talent introduction title. Master of talent development. Failure penalty, first princes. Favorability drops to normal exiled by the kingdom of Rowan Viscount. Wow. Promotion. Confirming the new content, Fu Hao heard Carlson ask, do you think you can still recruit people? After a brief moment of distraction, Fu Hao revealed a sly smile. Since they used bribery, then I will use counter-bribery. Chapter 26. Clearance sale later at the Kingdom Military Training Center. After bidding farewell to Carlson, Fu Hao turned and walked towards the commercial area in the city center. He needed to prepare funds to buy soldiers. The 300,000 gold coins currently in his account were obtained from clearing items before the account reset, equivalent to about 150,000 yuan in real currency. Although it was a decent amount, he knew it was far from enough to buy 99 NPC soldiers. Buying NPCs? That's quite a novel idea. Just throw money at it, Fu Hao. Can NPCs really be bought? Why isn't he going to the exchange? Kusi donated 50 yuan. Why not just go directly to the currency exchange to buy gold coins? In this alternate world, players can list gold coins at the exchange for other players to purchase with crystals. This method is safe and quick, but the exchange rate is relatively low. So more people prefer direct trading between players. The audience was quite entertained by his approach of using money to solve the task, but some were puzzled by his decision to bypass the exchange and head straight to the store. Top-tier pay-to-win players like Tiana usually exchange gold coins directly at the exchange, while regular players tend to rely more on trading between themselves. However, due to permission restrictions on Fu Hao's account, he could not engage in any player-to-player trading and could only sell pay-to-win items to NPC merchants to obtain gold coins. Originally, he planned to quietly prepare the funds, but since he was on a live stream, he might as well showcase the process of organizing his inventory. Moreover, it would be inappropriate to interrupt the live stream halfway through the buying process. The exchange was indeed convenient, but it was also a good opportunity to tidy up his backpack. He had opened too many prize boxes, and things were a mess. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. Isn't it more cost-effective to sell to players? Feeling hit where it hurt, Fu Hao forced himself to remain calm. Selling to players is too troublesome. What if the audience crowds around? I can't handle that. As expected of a rich player. Tossing billions of gold coins just to avoid dead air in the live stream. He'd rather sell cheap to NPCs than let players take advantage. Lala donated 50 yuan. Rich players' time is worth more than money. Quickening his pace, he soon found a grocery store in the commercial area that recycled almost all items. Pushing open the door, accompanied by a crisp bell sound, the NPC clerk behind the counter greeted him warmly. Welcome. There were already a few players browsing in the store, but no one recognized him, even though Fu Hao had stirred up a whirlwind of topics on the community and live streaming platform. A large number of players were still immersed in the game world and completely unaware of his existence. Even if they had heard of him, it would be difficult to associate his novice outfit with a legendary pay-to-win streamer. Ujin Ao donated 50 yuan. Fu Hao. You need to keep working hard. Even fewer people recognized him than expected. There are too many players. This is normal. The novice outfit is too pedestrian. Who would recognize him? Fu Hao ignored the goods on the shelves and walked straight to the counter. Hello, I would like to sell some items. Do you recycle all types? We do, but we don't take overly expensive or worthless items, and difficult-to-handle items will be valued below market price. Fu Hao took out a total of 117 types of items obtained from the novice prize boxes from his backpack. They filled half of the store's floor, drawing astonished looks from the clerk and nearby players. Hey, look over there. What? Is he selling items? That's way too many. Wait, those seem to be pay-to-win items, right? But he's wearing novice gear. What's going on? Whispers clearly entered the live stream. Look at those players' shocked expressions. Haha. The clerk's expression can't take it anymore. Fu Hao calmly said, Could you please provide an estimate? Okay, please wait a moment. A moment later, the clerk handed him a note with prices and, simultaneously, a game interface popped up with notifications. Adventurer potions set. 50 gold coins level 10 adventurer equipment set. 140 gold coins amulet. 500 gold coins. Wow. This isn't a purchase. It's robbery. Sell it to me. I'll buy it all. The clerk continued. The remaining exclusive monster area entry tickets and 32 worthless items cannot be estimated. I'm sorry. Fu Hao had hoped to sell the exclusive entry tickets at a high price, but it seemed that the free trading system also had limitations with NPCs. He quickly estimated that each novice prize box sold for 500 crystals, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins, but the average selling price was only 305 gold coins. He decided to sell everything except the non-purchasable items. Okay, the total price is... Wait, I haven't finished yet. Huh? The clerk and several players all had question marks above their heads. Fu Hao scanned the store. Is there a warehouse? A spacious place? Of course there's a warehouse, but... The clerk, looking confused, led him to a large warehouse in the back. Fu Hao nodded in satisfaction. This is big enough. I'll take out the items by category. Please estimate them as I go. Huh? You mean? Before the clerk could finish, Fu Hao began pulling out items. 207 pieces of level 10 adventurer equipment, filling one corner of the warehouse in one go. That's a total of 207 items. Please count them accurately. Okay. The clerk swallowed hard, looking at the mountain of equipment. Fu Hao's peripheral vision caught the crowd of players gathering at the entrance. Are they crazy? Are those players? Could it be someone's alternate account? If this gets out, no one will believe it. I need to record a video for proof. Players were talking animatedly, completely unaware that their voices were being live-streamed. Audience check-in. Ordinary players stunned at the scene. Achievement number 1 completed. The total amount of items to be sold was about 150,000, plus an additional 200,000 prize boxes left over from reaching level 100 training, resulting in serious stockpiling. Clearing out clutter was quite a physical task. After exhausting himself, emptying his backpack, Fu Hao let out a long sigh. The onlooking players were already dumbfounded, forgetting how to express their shock. Finally, after tallying everything, the clerk respectfully handed him the statistics. Sorry for the wait. The total purchase price is 61,052,007 gold coins. Please confirm if you want to sell. Confirm. The moment the transaction was completed, notifications popped up in succession. Received 61,052,007 gold coins through the transaction. Achieved the achievement for a single transaction of over 100,000 items, excluding special items. Received the title Tycoon. Achieved the achievement for possessing 10 million gold coins. The title Tycoon had already been exposed in the community, so Fu Hao had anticipated it. But Merchant was a first-time achievement. He only just got the Tycoon title now. What new title is Merchant? First, public acquisition. Before the bullet screen could ask questions, Fu Hao actively opened the title information display. Merchant, when conducting bulk transactions of over 10,000 items with NPCs. The final transaction amount is additionally increased by 10. Activate skill, market analysis type. Active level, hero, LV. 1 cost, 1,000 mana. Analyzes the average market price of past transactions of the counterpart. Tycoon. Initial favorability with merchant NPCs is friendly. Has a chance to receive NPC investment tasks. Activate skill, scatter coins type. Active level, hero, LV. 1 cost, 500 mana. Throws gold coins onto the ground to distract enemies. 4 high resistance targets. The amount of gold used must be increased, ineffective against monsters and NPCs that do not understand the concept of currency. Although the title of Merchant Tycoon is newly revealed, the response in the bullet screen was less enthusiastic than expected. However, Fu Hao's attention was firmly fixed on the skill, market analysis. Market analysis. This skill should be useful. Are you planning to switch careers to become a merchant? Fu Hao smiled and replied, the description is too vague. Let's try it out first. This is a priority ordered list. Carlson handed him the soldier list, asking if he needed to reference the training results. No need. Your Highness has a keen eye. I only take care of the transactions. Are you that confident? If it fails, it won't end well if the news leaks out. Don't worry. Although he wasn't clear on how much the second and third princes spent to buy soldiers, he was very certain that joining the first prince's camp could earn double the money, and the soldiers would likely not refuse. Number 1 candidate, please come in. He raised a friendly smile and extended an invitation to the first target for recruitment. Chapter 27 NPCs can also be strengthened. Market analysis completed. Average transaction amount for recruiting Raymond, 80,000 gold coins. The first candidate just stepped into the room when Fu Hao immediately activated his market analysis skill. Fortunately, this skill is also applicable to human transactions. Can this also be used? The market price for elite soldiers is 80,000 gold coins. You received 80,000 gold coins, right? As soon as he crossed the threshold and the base price was accurately stated, Soldier Raymond instantly froze. I'll offer 120,000. Join us. Fu Hao decisively pulled out a heavy pouch from his backpack and slammed it on the table. So impressive. Give me 1 billion and I could be that cool too. Offering that much, switching factions is only natural. Raymond stared at the pouch, his pupils contracting sharply. But soon, he forced down his emotions and calmly refused. I haven't taken any money, nor do I plan to. From a current benefit standpoint, accepting this offer would undoubtedly be more advantageous. But the training resources promised by the second prince and future promotion opportunities flashed in his mind. Betraying the second prince for a mere 40,000 gold coins seemed too short-sighted. Fu Hao noticed his wavering gaze and initially thought to pull out an exclusive monster hunting zone entry ticket to induce an explanation, but realized that ordinary soldiers would not understand what that is, so he continued with a simple and crude price increase, 160,000, twice the original price. Yet Raymond remained unmoved. Sorry, money can't buy me. 320,000, 320,000 gold coins, enough to ensure a normal family's livelihood for 5 years, and even open a small shop for some business. Like most royal soldiers, Raymond wore this uniform merely to support his family. He thought of his frail and sickly sister and his parents who had fallen ill from overwork. If he could get this money, his family wouldn't have to toil day and night, suffering from hunger. Joining the second prince might yield more in the future, but that was predicated on the condition of being alive. After all, soldiers are consumables. Then there's no helping it. Next, I'll join. I'm willing to serve under the great prince. Just as Fu Hao was about to give up, Raymond suddenly spoke up, as if waking from a dream. His tone urgent. Very well, let us sign the contract. Fu Hao took out the already prepared blood contract, each worth 50,000 gold coins, a mandatory item to ensure loyalty. The second and third princes probably wouldn't be willing to use such luxuries. After all, who would expect someone to spend a fortune to poach people? Raymond stared at the glowing contract and momentarily dazed, but ultimately gritted his teeth and signed his name. You've worked hard. Remember to report when the final selection is done. Yes. Raymond stuffed a full bag of gold coins into his backpack, finally relaxing his expression as he left the interview room. Jean Hao tipped 50 yuan. Dash. Money may not be useful at the moment. Perhaps it's just not enough. Ha, this works too. 320,000 gold coins. Aren't you heartbroken? In the following interviews, Fu Hao continued his monetary offensive. Rather than interviews, it was more like buying people. 100,000. I'll join you for 200,000. 90,000, final offer. Deal. Jumping ship for 30,000 gold coins. Too realistic. Fu Hao is quite the negotiator. With accumulated experience, Fu Hao could almost determine whether someone was wavering just by looking at their eyes. Except for a few who asked for exorbitant prices or firmly refused. He almost successfully recruited 99 soldiers. The moment the recruitment task was completed, Carlson's eyes reddened as he rushed over to hug him tightly. Thank you. I will definitely repay your kindness. No, don't do that. The Great Prince's gaze seems off. Is this the scent of love? Is the Great Prince gay? Facing the audience's teasing, Fu Hao instinctively took a step back, his expression cautious. It shouldn't be, right? Bang. The second prince, Mian, slammed his palm on the desk, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at his confidant. Say that again. According to one soldier who refused us, they offered us 4 times the price. Where will my poor older brother get that money? Is an adventurer paying on their behalf? Identity yet to be determined. Investigate. Double the reward. Bring that person back to me. There are only a few days left in the new soldier recruitment period. Hurry. It's already too late. They used the blood contract. Bang. Mian's fist smashed the desk completely. His chest heaving violently, he gritted his teeth. Kane and I were too careless. From now on, we will respond seriously. He was determined to completely block the growth path of soldiers under the Great Prince. Those fools who betrayed me will regret it for life. Fu Hao arrived at the Great Prince's palace with 100 soldiers, handing over the team for the prince to command. With the prince's order, the soldiers flawlessly formed a neat square formation. Wow, well trained. The military appearance is really neat. Fu Hao then took out 100 level 100 one-handed swords from his backpack and handed them to the soldiers. The soldiers all had question marks above their heads. The only soldier who rejected the bribes from the second and third princes, Amon, bravely approached Carlson and the commander. We're not at the right level yet. We can't equip these weapons for now. Can we wait until we reach level 100 to equip them? Fu Hao didn't respond. He just continued to take out enhancement stones, low grade, intermediate 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain piled up in the courtyard. Jin Hao tipped 50 yuan. Dash, finally understand why he bought level 100 swords. The soldiers were left dumbfounded. Fu Hao began to patiently explain the enhancement process. Soon, deafening sounds of hammering erupted in the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. 100 people swung their hammers simultaneously. The sound of the hammers was thunderous, ringing in their ears. What the heck is this scene? Using enhancement as military training? Would a normal person think of this method? The audience was in an uproar, but the hammering didn't last long when a soldier suddenly raised his hand for a pause. I've enhanced it to level 7. So fast. This soldier is so lucky. Want to see the attributes? All right, bring it over. Fu Hao checked. Sturdy iron sword, 7. Level. Normal requirements. Level 100. Strength 300, attack power, 190. 363 durability, 50-50 weight, 40 critical hit rate increased by 20 description, a one-handed sword that can be used in conjunction with a shield. As the audience eagerly discussed the attributes, Fu Hao opened the skill interface and pulled up the skill. Enhancement effect conversion type, active level, unknown LV. 1. Consumes enhancement stones to convert the special effects of enhanced items. The higher the item level and enhancement level, the more materials required. His goal was very clear. To reduce the usage requirements by 50 and wash into the effect bar. Effect conversion. He clicked on the interface. Locking onto the target. Convert 1 special effect of sturdy iron sword, 7. Consume 20 low-grade enhancement stones. Conversion complete. Critical hit rate, 20 critical damage, 100. Fu Hao remained expressionless. Continuing to convert. According to community statistics, lowering usage requirements is one of the hardest special effects to roll out. He tried a total of 21 times. And finally got what he wanted. Attack power 20, condition reduction 50. Don't want a 100 critical hit? So that was the goal. I thought it was to get everyone to 10. He handed the sword back to the soldier. Try equipping it. But my level. No more nonsense. Just try. The soldier gritted his teeth and gave it a shot. Equipment successful. It's equipped? How did that happen? There's always a way. He called out to Oman. Oman, step forward. Here. He had Oman spar with the soldier who just equipped the 7th sword. Sure enough. After just one exchange, Oman was knocked off balance and lost his weapon. See that? That's the power of 7. Yes. All the soldiers, including Oman, echoed in unison, their eyes burning with fierce determination. As long as you can enhance it to 7, it will be yours. Oman raised his hand again. Is it permanent? Of course it is. Keep enhancing. The soldiers, with red eyes, began hammering away again. This time, The rhythm was no longer synchronized. One soldier enhanced his sword to 5, but couldn't help but try to continue. After failing, he watched helplessly as his weapon turned to dust, bursting into tears. My sword. My ears are about to be deafened. NPCs can cry when their weapons break. This is hilarious. Fu Hao piled up spare iron swords next to the enhancement stones. Don't be afraid, just enhance it. If it breaks, we'll replace it with a new one. On the first day of training for the kingdom's army, amidst the shocked gazes of Carlson and his close associates, the curtain was officially lifted. This was a special training session for enhancement without commands, without drills, only the sound of hammers ringing through the air. Chapter 28, the First Viscount, the First Baron. All attributes 50, territory development speed 50, effective only for territories below the Baron level. Population recruitment speed 50, effective only for territories below the Baron level. Military training speed 50, effective only for territories below the Baron level. Philip gazed at the title he was most proud of, the First Baron, as if admiring a unique piece of art, immersed in endless satisfaction and superiority. No matter how many times he looked at it, it stirred his heart, each time shocking him as if it were the first encounter. Since obtaining this title, every day for him started with opening the title interface. Confirming the effects of the First Baron had become a daily ritual. He was extremely lucky that it was almost snatched away by other players. Looking back, just 2 days after he was granted the Baron title, news of the second Baron appeared in the game, and Philip still shivered at the thrill of that near miss. If he had been just a moment late, he might not have even known about the existence of this title. He closed the title interface and checked various data about his territory, muttering to himself, "There is still a long way to go before I can be promoted to Viscount. To be promoted from Baron to Viscount usually requires a significant achievement on the battlefield or a huge accumulation of national prestige." Given the current strength of players, defeating high-level NPCs was nearly a fantasy. The most practical approach remained steadily developing his territory, continuously paying heavy taxes, and completing various royal tasks. As the first Baron, Philip, who enjoyed a 1.5 times territory development speed bonus, was full of confidence about his promotion prospects. He believed that on the road to becoming the first Viscount, he was already leading the way, unless that monster Leon Hart suddenly intervened in the national war. The first Viscount would surely be him. Ironically, what he feared most was not the second Baron, who was just a step away, but the monster focused on personal growth, Leon Hart. Although that guy also held the Baron title, he had never managed a territory, but it was precisely because his actions were unpredictable that Philip was most vigilant. Despite his great affection for the title of the first Baron, Philip always felt a sense of regret. Its bonus effects were limited to the Baron territory range. Anyway, the first Viscount would also be mine. Worrying about this was meaningless. According to the game's logic, since there was a first Baron, there should also be subsequent titles like the first Viscount, first Earl, etc. And these titles' bonuses would likely break the limits of territory levels. From the moment he obtained the Baron title, Philip silently vowed he would gather all the first noble titles into his hands. This was the privilege of the pioneers, a right reserved for the frontrunners. Although the game itself did not lack the possibility of counterattacks, he only hoped such opportunities would never fall into the hands of others. The world was already one of the survival of the fittest. It was a joke for dragons to dwell in shallow waters. After confirming the title effects, Philip regained his confidence and was about to patrol his territory. Just then, a private message popped up quietly. It was a message from the guild vice president. "President, did you see Fu Hao's live stream?" "Fu Hao's live stream?" "Yes, he is currently doing a Viscount task." The words Viscount task echoed in his mind, reverberating like thunder. He replied with a trembling tone, "You mean Baron task, right?" He remembered clearly that Fu Hao had revealed a Baron task during a lottery live stream. Such tasks that directly granted noble titles were rare. Could it be? Originally it was a Baron task, but it just updated. The task difficulty skyrocketed, and the rewards upgraded accordingly. "Got it, I'll go take a look." He immediately cut off the private message, hurriedly clicked on the live stream interface, but was blocked by a 30-second advertisement. Damn, XX advertisement. He, who was usually reluctant to subscribe to an ad-free service, could only endure the impatience and wait for the ad to finish. Meanwhile, the live stream's bullet comments rolled by like a tidal wave. Can NPCs be bribed? This idea is so novel. Does anyone know the effect of the talent introduction master title? Is this person really a newbie? Just simply dislike Fu Hao? Has the first Baron title been made public? Viscount rewards are here. Who still cares about Barons? Just as the vice president said, the task rewards clearly stated the Viscount title and Viscount territory. How did it become a Viscount task? He opened the task panel and read it word by word. Assist the Grand Prince in crowning the Crown Prince difficulty. Unmeasurable completion conditions. Recruit an additional 99 soldiers directly under the Grand Prince. Achieve the best results in a simulated battle task. Rewards. Viscount title and Viscount territory. Title. Royal Benefactor. Title. Talent Introduction Master. Title. Talent Cultivation Master. Failure penalty. Grand Prince's favorability drops to neutral. Expel from the Kingdom of Roven, recruiting 99 soldiers. He read the task conditions softly, finally understanding the true meaning of the unmeasurable difficulty. Even someone as wealthy as Fu Hao could not train a full 99 elite soldiers in a short period. His racing heart calmed down slightly as he continued watching the live stream. But he was left dumbfounded by the continuous shocking scenes, selling junk to NPCs at low prices, knowing they could be sold at high prices to players, but choosing efficiency above all, spending 320,000 gold coins to buy soldiers in one go, building up massive loyalty. In front of a mountain of enhancement stones, 100 soldiers were hammering in unison. Even the Grand Prince and his confidants joined in, using effect conversion to reduce the usage conditions by 50, allowing low-level soldiers to equip high-level weapons. Looking at the burning desire for enhancement in the soldiers' eyes, Philip could only silently accept one reality. Fu Hao completing this task was a done deal. Why did the heavens create both Leon Hart and Fu Hao at the same time? Just when he was about to give up on his dream of becoming the first Viscount, a crow flew in from the window, holding a letter. The moment the letter unfolded, the system prompt popped up suddenly. Assist the second prince in crowning the Crown Prince difficulty. Unmeasurable. The second prince, Mian, attempted to obstruct the Grand Prince, Carlson's, trial for the Crown Prince, but failed due to the assistance of a certain adventurer. Unable to act publicly now, he entrusted you, the Baron of the Kingdom of Roven, with a secret task to hinder Carlson's military training and assist his own soldiers' growth. Completion conditions. Achieve the best results in a simulated battle task. Rewards. Viscount title and Viscount territory can receive the linked task. Mian's confidant. Title. Royal Benefactor. Title. Talent Cultivation Master. Failure penalty. Second Prince Mian's favorability drops to hostile. Expelled from the Kingdom of Roven. Heaven has not abandoned me. Philip's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly sent a private message to the Vice President. Immediately gather all members. President? At least tell me the reason. Also received a Viscount task, this time on the second prince's side. After explaining the situation to the Vice President, Philip looked up at the golden sky, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Cash ability versus human sea tactics. Let us see who is superior. I did it. I enhanced to level 8. A soldier jumped up excitedly, showcasing his weapon, and a wave of envy and jealousy arose around him. Having a large base is great. Maybe it can hit 9, can go confiscate 100 level 7s, and aim for 10. The success rate for 10 is super low. Stop dreaming. Last time 10 successes was already a miracle. Leon paid 50 yuan. Aren't you going to strengthen it yourself? Fu Hao shrugged, spread his hands and smiled. With free labor available, why should I do it myself? After saying that, he summoned 7 soldiers who had completed level 7 enhancements. If you have nothing to do, come help me enhance this batch of equipment. What he casually handed out was the top-tier level 120 equipment set from the Roven Kingdom store, and the soldiers eagerly threw themselves back into the enhancement frenzy. Jin Hao paid 50 yuan. Enhancement slaves? Class paid 50 yuan. This method is quite clever. Hand over the equipment above level 5 to me. Fu Hao's words instantly deflated the 7 soldiers who were caught up in the excitement of successful enhancements. They had long been addicted to the pleasure brought by successful enhancements and couldn't extricate themselves. Addicted to enhancement. After leaving Fu Hao, using ordinary weapons will collapse, right? Leon paid 50 yuan. Brother Hao just focuses on harvesting. Bobo paid 50 yuan. In the future, all of Brother Hao's subjects will be enhancement slaves. At this moment, while organizing equipment, Fu Hao was suddenly interrupted by the Crown Prince Carlson. Ahem. Can you help me enhance my equipment? The prince, who was initially uneasy about making an unsolicited request for support, ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. Of course. However, your equipment is of too high quality. If you don't have a backup, it can only be enhanced to level 5 at most. Otherwise, it would be a pity if it broke. Level 5 is enough. Thank you. Take the enhancement stones and do it yourself. Can I let the soldiers help me? Don't you want to personally experience the fun of enhancement? No, that's not it. I'll do it myself. Afraid that Fu Hao might change his mind, Carlson hurriedly picked up the enhancement stones and squatted on the ground, seriously swinging the hammer. Brother Hao really knows how to do it. The prince personally swings the hammer to enhance. This scene could become a classic moment. The princess trusted aides also followed suit. coming to request enhancements, and Fu Hao uniformly responded, "Go get the enhancement stones and do it yourself." Wow, so generous. Rich people never waste words. They smash resources first and talk later. Just like that, the originally 100-strong Enhancement Legion now included the prince and his trusted aides, evolving into a spectacular national enhancement event. And at the very center of this scene, the instigator, Fu Hao, was still the only one who hadn't personally swung a hammer. Chapter 29, Second Trial Instance Day 2 of Soldier Training. Fu Hao originally planned to distribute an exclusive entry ticket for the monster spawning area to each soldier. But at the last moment, he changed his mind. The moment when the viewership skyrocketed during last night's live broadcast was precisely during the shocking synchronized enhancement show with 100 people. Although he had already stockpiled hundreds of entry tickets for training Xiao Jin, he thought it would be more entertaining to distribute them through a lottery box during the live stream, which would not only be more visually appealing, but also save commentary time. He stacked a total of 800,000 novice lottery boxes into a small mountain, mimicking the way the enhancement stones were piled up yesterday. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. Today is Slave Lottery Day. The soldiers stared at the massive mountain of boxes, looking dazed just like when they first saw the enhancement stones yesterday, with confusion written all over their faces. Fu Hao cleared his throat and asked, "Does anyone know about the exclusive monster spawning area?" No one answered. The soldiers silently shook their heads. He continued to explain. The exclusive monster spawning area is a magical array spawning area specially set up by the royal family and nobles to accelerate the early growth of their clansmen, originally only allowing noble descendants to use it. But with this ticket, he held up an entry ticket anyone can enter. The ticket shimmered with golden light as it swayed gently in the air, attracting everyone's attention. "Oh!" A low murmur of astonishment arose from the crowd, although not overly excited. It was clearly filled with envy and anticipation. Your current equipment allows you to level up 2 to 3 times faster than others, but entering the exclusive monster spawning area can shorten the time by 5 to 10 times. The soldiers' gazes almost reflexively focused on that entry ticket, their eyes burning with desire, as if they could snatch it away at any moment just by getting a little closer. If there was only one ticket, they would probably start fighting over it right then and there. And the way to obtain the entry ticket. Fu Hao shifted his tone and pointed at the mountain of lottery boxes, is to open these boxes. The lottery boxes will randomly yield various items, including entry tickets. The person who draws the most will receive an additional reward of 10,000 gold coins. Let's get started. As soon as the command was given, the soldiers surged forward like a tide. The noise erupted, and the scene became chaotic. The mountain of boxes was diminishing at an astonishing speed. Indeed, opening boxes together with 100 people is highly efficient, Fu Hao thought to himself with a smile. An hour later, all 800,000 boxes were completely emptied, and all items were neatly stored in Fu Hao's backpack. "You all work hard." He calmed the excited soldiers while taking out the entry tickets from his backpack, distributing one to each person. "Correct, just one for each." "Thank you, my lord." Even though they sensed they had been tricked, the soldiers still wore unmistakable joy on their faces as they received the entry tickets. "President, Fu Hao is distributing exclusive monster spawning area entry tickets. The tickets used by players can last only 10 minutes, but NPCs can use them permanently. Doesn't this count as a bug?" Members monitoring Fu Hao's live stream reported nervously, their words filled with unease. Philip gazed at the screen, his expression calm as water. As expected, he is going the route of the exclusive monster spawning area. "Don't worry, we have our countermeasures." Although he accepted the task to assist the second prince, the punishment for failure was extremely severe, being expelled from the kingdom of Rowan. If Fu Hao were to fail, he could still find another way to survive. But Philip, as a baron deeply rooted in Rowan, could not afford to lose this gamble. Thus, he carefully analyzed the live stream content and discussed it repeatedly before cautiously taking this step, realizing there was no turning back now. His plan was simple and straightforward: to utilize the unique characteristics of the monsters in the exclusive monster spawning area, discovered by the guild members by chance, to launch a large-scale raid on those 100 soldiers, although it would require mobilizing many high-level players and a large number of consumables. As long as the goal could be achieved, everything would be worth it. Is the entrance to the spawning area already sealed off? Yes, no one can enter. That place was accidentally discovered by Layla when she got lost. Ordinary players simply cannot find it, so there is currently no risk of exposure. The plan is progressing smoothly, but there is still a critical issue, even with ample preparation. It is difficult to surpass the qualitative changes brought about by enhanced equipment and the bonuses from the exclusive monster spawning area. Therefore, the only opportunity is to strike after the soldiers leave the spawning area. When they reach level 100, transfer to the ordinary spawning area, sending people to interfere at that time. It is almost impossible to kill the soldiers with the prince and his close guards present. However, disrupting the rhythm outside the spawning area can still be done. Philip's gaze sharpened. No matter how deeply Fu Hao hides, he cannot escape the prince's intelligence network. If the moment he is expelled from the kingdom is captured during the live stream, that would be quite interesting. A smirk crept upon his lips, as if he could already envision Fu Hao's disheveled appearance. At this moment, Fu Hao, dressed in level 120 equipment rather than novice gear, quietly appeared at the entrance of a certain trial instance. While the soldiers were leveling up in the exclusive spawning area, he decided to challenge new content. And the second trial instance was his target for today. Standing in front of the instance sign, he opened the instance information, and a description and leaderboard appeared on the interface. Trial of the Troll entry requirements. Below level 130 for person team. Trolls are heavy and slow, but possess terrifying strength and incredible health regeneration abilities. Fastest completion record. First, LV 125. 3 Trial Maniac, and 3 others. 046, 32, 014 second. LV 128. 1 Babbler Allah, and 3 others. 046, 55, 212 third. LV 130. 0 Blue, and 3 others. 047, 05, 441. The top trial maniac was the viewer who had donated during his challenge of the novice trial instance. However, Leon Hart's name was not on the leaderboard. He had long surpassed level 130 when he discovered the instance, missing out on numerous trial instances. Trial Maniac. Will he still watch the live stream today? Since that novice trial, the Trial Maniac had completely disappeared from the viewer list. Perhaps it was because the content of Otherworld was too vast, and he was only interested in trial instances, gradually losing interest in Fu Hao's diverse livestream content. Fu Hao couldn't help but wonder if he broke the record. How would the other party react? He took a deep breath, adjusted the livestream settings, modified the title, and decisively clicked start. Livestream started. Livestream title. Second speedrun challenge. Here we go. 9.99 class donated 50 yuan. Great. Challenging the trial instance today. What trial instance? Has the soldier training ended? I have nothing to do until the soldiers reach level 100. So just try to catch up on the backlog of instances and content, he said as he walked towards the instance sign. Opening the interface. Here is the trial of the troll. Troll trial. Have you formed a team? Trial Maniac is ranked first. You know, what about Leon Hart? Leon Hart can't do this. I'm starting to form a team now. If there are any communication issues during the team or instance, please bear with me. Class donated 50 yuan. If I team up with Fu Hao, isn't the speedrun title sure win? So envious. Where is this? Please share the location. I just reached level 131. Missed out. Mine is 4-person instance. Can one person carry the speedrun? In the future, I will play with the viewers. Today I'll try finding a random team first. Random teammates are bound to mess things up. Fu Hao is intentionally looking for people he doesn't know, right? At the instance entrance, several groups of players were enthusiastically forming teams. There were no towns or monster spawning areas, clearly all here for the trial. Fu Hao approached one of the 3-person teams. Hello. Idle. One person replied, seemingly the team leader. Is there still a spot in the team? I want to challenge the trolls trial. We have 1 spot left, but what level are you? What class? Level 100, a hidden crafting class. Level 100? Sorry, we only accept teammates above level 125. Although my level is lower, my titles and equipment can give me combat power above level 125. You can test it out. Sorry, please ask another team. The other party decisively refused. Wow, what a warm face sticking to a cold butt. They'll definitely regret it later. That's just how reality is. Level determines everything. The wealthy player shrugged helplessly and turned away. But behind him came a few disdainful sneers. TCH, level 100 wanted to hitch a ride on a dungeon run. Haven't you read the guides? The trial dungeon is not a joke. Even if it's a hidden crafting class, it's still a crafting class. What combat power can it have? With this level and this class, where does the confidence to team up come from? Chapter 30. The first team of Fu Hao worried that the audience might verbally abuse casual players. Fu Hao added a prominent subtitle in the live stream. Permanent ban for insulting casual players. Although the live stream by default does not display other players' nicknames, it is still a prudent move to avoid criticizing or belittling casual players. After all, There have been instances where players inadvertently appeared in other streamers' broadcasts and later discovered they were verbally attacked by viewers, leading to the player posting in the community to accuse the streamer. That incident eventually turned into a large-scale verbal battle between fans and anti-streaming groups. Learning from past experiences. Prevention is key. Don't worry. The speedrun title is earned through skill. Who would talk nonsense? Everyone can understand that. Seeing the positive atmosphere in the bullet screen, with no attacks or sarcastic comments, Fu Hao let out a silent sigh of relief and refocused on finding a team. However, reality was far harsher than ideals. Hello, do you have any open spots in your team? Sorry, our teammates will be here soon. Most teams were already full before he arrived at the dungeon entrance, and a few that weren't full also rejected him due to level restrictions. Level 100? No matter how you put it, level 100 is just 2. I was too naive. Fu Hao had to admit that a series of smooth experiences recently had led him to underestimate the current difficulties. It's normal for newbies to be disliked. I'll ask the last team. If that doesn't work, I'll just go to the main city and forcibly grab some newbies to team up. Haha, aren't you also a newbie? Soloing the trial dungeon. Huh? Carrying a speedrun challenge by yourself? Just as Fu Hao approached a group of players gathered at the dungeon entrance, an intense conversation caught his attention. What? The monster area we went to last time? It took over an hour to get here. Didn't I tell you to scout ahead? A female player with a longbow was venting her frustration into the air, clearly communicating with someone via voice message. Looks like the agreed teammates are late. This is going to be interesting. It seems like it's about to explode. The viewers in the bullet screen became excited, as if they could smell a good show about to unfold. Anyway, you better hurry over, or you're dead. After ending the call, she turned to her 2 companions and complained. The 2 were a woman in a priestess outfit and a burly warrior carrying dual blades. Late again? The priestess spoke with resignation. I told you to confirm the scouting position in advance, the warrior frowned. The longbow woman sighed. As if accustomed to this late teammate style, there's nothing we can do. We have to wait for her for an hour and a half. Why not play some board games to pass the time? The 3 pulled out a complete set of board game props from their backpacks. And just as they were about to set up, Fu Hao quickly approached them. Hello. Hi, is there something you need? The 3 of them looked at him warily. I just overheard that you're waiting for a teammate. Before she arrives, can I temporarily join your team as a substitute? Other teams are either full or have too high requirements. I rushed here just to challenge the trial dungeon. Please. As he spoke, he put on the most helpless and pitiful expression. His handsome face paired with his sorrowful gaze was extremely lethal. Good looks are overwhelming. Just throw money at it. It feels like it's already secured. Rebecca hesitated, while the priestess, Mr., was the first to speak. Rebecca, let him join. Claude won't mind. I'm fine with it too. Claude should get. The trial dungeon is originally meant for newbies to challenge, and she couldn't blame others for her own tardiness. It was certainly better than playing board games. Mr. chuckled softly. Under Mr.'s persuasion, Rebecca and Claude finally nodded. All right, it's settled then. Since we're teamed up, let us get ready to enter the dungeon quickly. Claude said briskly. Oh, finally in a team. The priestess is so nice. Looks like Fu Hao is quite likable. After putting away the board games, Fu Hao introduced himself. Hello, I am Fu Hao. He had originally worried that revealing his nickname would lead to his identity being recognized. However, in Otherworld, team information would automatically be disclosed after forming a team, so it would be exposed sooner or later. Rather than hiding, he might as well take a gamble, hoping the others were the type of players who didn't watch streams and focused on the game. Although this type of player was not insignificant in number, it still didn't completely put him at ease. I am Mr. Claude. After hearing his name, the 3 did not show any unusual reactions. Fu Hao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. However, the next moment, Mr. suddenly asked, Are you live streaming? Yes. Sorry for not mentioning it earlier. It's fine. There are floating cameras around here. It's hard not to notice. In Otherworld, players in streaming mode have floating cameras appear around them to alert others. Most streamers usually turn off the cameras before forming a team to avoid disturbing others. Mr. was clearly an experienced player who understood the streaming rules well. I used to stream too. How long have you been live? Today is exactly the 10th day. Oh, so you're a newbie. I streamed for about 5 months before. If you don't mind, I can teach you some tips to gain followers. Quem ao chip de 50 yuan, definitel a newbie newbie. Souvenir tipped 50 yuan. Actually just a pure newbie who got hooked 10 days ago. Pantheon tipped 50 yuan, pretending to be a newbie in front of over 20,000 people. Tips? That would be great. Fu Hao looked at the viewer's laughing bullet screen and couldn't help but respond with a smile. Fu Hao's acting is perfect. This material is simply explosive. Just as he was happily chatting with Mr., Rebecca sent a team invitation. Rebecca request to team up. Accept. Team request accepted. Then the team information interface popped up. Team information. Level name. Class LV. 127 Rebecca. Wind Archer. Team leader. LV. 123 Mr. High Priest LV. 125 Claude. Berserker LV. 100 Fu Hao. Enhanced Master. Let us rush straight into the dungeon. Please don't scrutinize. Everyone pretend not to see. Huh? Only level 100? The three couldn't help but show their curiosity towards Fu Hao, whose level was clearly lower than theirs. Even though I'm only level 100, my hidden class is very strong. My damage output is comparable to that of a level 130 player. Want to test it out? Fu Hao once again put on a pitiful expression. I'm only online for about an hour and a half. Level 100 is fine. Mr. Didn't mind. Testing would take half an hour. Let us just go ahead and fight, Claude agreed. A hidden class? This is the first time I've seen someone with one. A flash of curiosity crossed Rebecca's eyes. Although doubts lingered, they did not pursue the matter further. Perhaps because Fu Hao was just a temporary substitute. We survived. Nice. Charge. This team has speedrun potential. Speedrun team, let us go. The shadows of being rejected dozens of times finally dissipated. Even as a substitute, Fu Hao felt a long-lost warmth. He silently vowed to repay this kindness with a hidden title from the trial. He suddenly bowed deeply, catching the three off guard. It's just joining a team. There's no need to be so serious. We're just ordinary newbies, nothing special. Others must be rejecting you pretty badly. You're really kind, an angelic teammate for sure. Isn't this inadvertently flirting with the rich? One must be kind in life. After confirming the gear, potions, and skill setup, Rebecca asked, Fu Hao, are you ready? Ready. Did you look at the strategy? I did. You're a tank paladin. You might need to hold the front line. Can you do it? The level difference not only means different attribute points, but also affects skill cooldowns, equipment bonuses, and actual output. While it's not uncommon to take lower-level players along, having someone hold the front line is quite rare. Rebecca reminded with some concern. If you can't let Claude tank, I'll take the front line. Fu Hao said firmly. Are you really capable? She raised an eyebrow. No problem. Seeing his determined and confident expression, Rebecca finally compromised. If it doesn't work, just retreat quickly. Dying means you can't go online for 24 hours, which isn't worth it. It won't happen. If I die, you'll be in greater danger. Even if I take a hit, we won't die. My class can escape really fast. Rebecca chuckled lightly, quite carefree. Sister, save me. This teammate is so warm. Care value max. Got it. I'll do my best, Fu Hao replied seriously. Rebecca clicked the dungeon entrance button. Mr. Claude, are you ready? Okay. Just as Fu Hao was about to click confirm, Mr. suddenly asked, Fu Hao, how many viewers are watching now? Rebecca and Claude turned to look as well. After all, their gameplay was being live-streamed, and anyone would care about that. Now, 25. No, 26. Fu Hao replied vaguely. 26 people? Wow. It's only been 10 days since the stream started. You really have talent. Claude, don't say that randomly. The viewers will laugh. You take care of yourself. Class donated 50 yuan. Just saying it openly. Leon Fu Hao donated 50 yuan. It's 260,000 people watching. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. Fun fact, Fu Hao's first show had 50,000 viewers. Facing the barrage of comments, Fu Hao just smiled and didn't correct them. Then, he pressed the entrance button, entering the Trial of the Trolls dungeon. The system prompt sounded, the screen went black, and Fu Hao and Rebecca officially stepped into the unknown challenge. Chapter 31. Troll, Run Away. The Trial of the Troll is the trial dungeon with the lowest entry-level threshold aside from the novice trial. However, the challenge difficulty of the dungeon is not entirely arranged by level. When ranked by overall difficulty, it only falls within the last 20, making it relatively easy. Even so, players need to attempt it over 50 times on average to clear it, even if they are familiar with the strategy and cooperate well. If any members with poor skills or incompatible classes join the team, the number of attempts can increase significantly, dragging down the overall progress. Despite sometimes taking as little as a day or as long as a week to complete, this dungeon remains quite popular among trials. The reason is simple. Its completion reward is a hero-grade growth-type weapon, which is extremely attractive to players at level 120. Although growth-type weapons are not the ultimate endgame gear, they have significant advantages over ordinary weapons. The most tempting feature is, they look cool. In the game Otherworld, characters do not have a weapon appearance transformation system. Appearance is a representation of strength. Growth-type weapons not only have outstanding attributes, but also boast an incredibly flashy design. making them highly sought after by nearly all players challenging the troll trial. And Fu Hao and Rebecca's group are no exception. As soon as the dungeon entrance opened, Fu Hao rushed in first, darting ahead like an arrow, with Rebecca and the others following closely. Fu Hao, which video did you watch to get into this dungeon? Rebecca asked. The trial maniacs, he replied. Just like us. Her eyes lit up. After all, he was the first to clear it and was a maniac for trials, making the strategy highly credible. In fact, Fu Hao chose to watch the Trial Maniacs video not solely because of its quality, but because he used to be an audience member in his live stream. Whether he still watches now is unknown. I heard he sometimes personally guides speedruns on live streams. Will you invite him as a guest on your stream? Rebecca probed. I wish he could come, Fu Hao said, genuinely looking forward to the Trial Maniac's return. Viewers were as well. Gold Hao donated 50 yuan. Trial Maniac. Come out. Water Buffalo donated 50 yuan. I wouldn't dare watch my speedrun record being snatched away. Leon Fu Hao donated 50 yuan. The Trial Maniac's other titles might not last long. Better prepare mentally in advance. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. Whether summoned by the barrage of comments or by coincidence, the long-absent Trial Maniac finally made a donation. The person has appeared. How is the person feeling now? Dash ha. Fu Hao saw that familiar ID and couldn't help but smile. But thinking of his companions behind him, he suppressed his smile. The first segment of the movement route required a full 3 minutes of running, and if it were a new team unfamiliar with the terrain, it would likely take over 4 minutes and 30 seconds. During the run, Rebecca's group launched a questioning assault on Fu Hao. Will you keep grinding until the growth-type weapon drops? Yes, Fu Hao answered decisively. What about you, mister? If we wipe too badly, we will give up. But if someone loses equipment, we must grind until everyone is fully equipped. The most painful thing among friends is not losing equipment yourself, but watching someone you know get gear. You guys have a good relationship. Are you from the same guild? Yes, I joined later. Rebecca and Claude are founding members. Their conversation reminded Fu Hao of his early days in the game when he was still in a guild. But he forced himself to focus on the dungeon and the live stream, not letting memories distract him. As they chatted, they reached the first area, which was much simpler compared to the complex terrain of the novice trial. The group quickly entered the combat zone, where a 3-meter-tall troll warrior stood before them. According to the strategy, utilizing the height difference of the terrain was key, but Fu Hao had no intention of following the rules. He casually said, Little Gold, come out. Golden Dragon hatchling summoned. With the command issued, Little Gold appeared from another dimension, shining brightly, roaring adorably yet intimidatingly, Gra. Ah! Rebecca and Mr. almost screamed in unison, while Claude froze in place, clearly mistaking Little Gold for an enemy monster. Leon Fu Hao donated 50 yuan. A dragon appears in the troll dungeon? What is going on? Gold Hao donated 50 yuan. Our Little Gold doesn't bite. Except for the owner. It's normal to mistake Little Gold for a monster. I will be scared too. After all, its size is quite imposing. At that moment, the once fearsome troll trembled all over. Though Little Gold was slightly shorter, as a level 100 creature, its size was no less than that of the troll. Class donated 50 yuan. Troll, why is there a dragon here? The troll is shaking like a leaf. The ground shook when it ran away. Fu Hao decisively commanded, Little Gold, do you see that troll? Take it down. However, Little Gold, having not been summoned for a long time, was clearly throwing a tantrum, directly ignoring the order and sitting down with its tail swishing back and forth, looking proud. I'll give you a treat later, 100 pure gold coins. Eat as much as you want. When will Little Gold stop being so tsundere? Training a dragon isn't easy. That's just the charm of Little Gold. Little Gold lightly swished its tail, seemingly expressing anger, seeing that his bribe was ineffective. Fu Hao had no choice but to take out a dungeon entry ticket from his bag and waved it in the air. Do you want to be summoned while hungry all day? Damn, that's mental torture. Let us send it to the training area for a few days. Perhaps the threat worked. Little Gold clumsily stood up and slowly walked toward the troll, saying, Master, today I want to eat jewels. Rubies and sapphires will be nice. This picky habit made Fu Hao secretly sigh. The troll looked at the approaching hatchling with fear, its expression changing drastically, letting out a terrified roar. Eek. Then it turned and fled, dashing straight toward the teleportation portal to the second area. Theoretically, the door to the second area should remain locked until the first area is cleared. However, just as the troll reached the door and muttered a few incomprehensible phrases, the tightly shut door surprisingly opened automatically, and it dashed inside, vanishing in an instant. Immediately, a system prompt popped up before Fu Hao. All enemies defeated. Entrance to the second area opened. Wait, we didn't even kill it, so the door can be opened by monsters? Does this count as a 0-kill clear? I also want a little gold. This is basically cheat level play. The Trial Maniac remained silent for 10 seconds before finally sending a donation. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. Second area cleared in 17 seconds. Combat time 0 seconds. By the way, our first clear Team S record was 4 minutes and 51 seconds. Leon Fu Hao donated 50 yuan, while others grind the dungeon. Fu Hao clears it effortlessly, huh? This is the might of a mythical summon. They say getting a mythical summon leads to bankruptcy, but now it feels totally worth it. Among mythical creatures, Little Gold is undoubtedly the strongest. Just as Fu Hao watched the barrage of comments celebrating, he heard Rebecca's voice behind him. Fu Hao, what is this? All right. Chapter 32, The Tycoon in the instance Rebecca, Mr. And Claude's eyes were still glued to the figure of Little Gold, almost unable to look away. This is my summoned beast, called Little Gold. Little Gold, come over and say hello. Little Gold not only didn't say hello, but instead flicked its tail and turned its head to look elsewhere. I'm sorry. This guy's a bit proud, Fu Hao said with a forced smile while reaching out to stroke Little Gold's wings. Seeing that Little Gold did not show any signs of aggression, Rebecca and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. stared at the golden scales on Little Gold that shimmered like refracted sunlight, his voice trembling with excitement. Is this your summoned beast? Yes. I just drew it for a lottery a while ago. Fu Hao said as he stepped forward. Let's keep talking while walking, don't waste time. Little Gold obediently followed behind him, and Rebecca and the others had to hurry to keep up. This time it was Rebecca who spoke. What level is your summoned beast? Oh, Little Gold is mythic level. Mythic level. The three exclaimed in unison, their shock evident. In their understanding, hero level was already the endpoint of effort, legendary level was an unattainable dream, and mythic level was a being they couldn't even see in dreams. If Leon Hart claimed to have a mythic summoned beast, they would only be shocked, but the fact that Fu Hao, who was of a lower level than them, actually had one was simply mind-blowing. So this is what a mythic summoned beast is like. So cool. Compared to our little pony, it's simply. Don't even mention the little pony, please. Their reactions were too funny. So they really treat summoned beasts like pets. For ordinary players, isn't just a pet? Perhaps satisfied with their reactions, Little Gold proudly lifted its head and straightened its back, striking a noble and elegant pose like a model. It intended to show off, but to Rebecca and the audience, it was just one word. Adorable. Little Gold's proud attributes are off the charts. Can boasting make a dragon dance? The more you praise it, the more proud it might be, right? Completely conquered by Little Gold's contrasting cuteness, Mr. cautiously asked, Can I touch Little Gold? I want it too, please. Before the words fell, Little Gold had already bared its sharp teeth. Its gaze icy. You dare to think of touching this dragon? You can touch it, Fu Hao said slowly, but if something happens, I won't take responsibility. When I first summoned it, I reached out to touch it, and almost died on the spot. This statement hit them like cold water, and Rebecca and the others immediately fell silent. If even the summoned beast almost bit its master, then if they dared to make a move, they would probably pay the price right there. Then let's just watch. Me too. Although it's a pity, I still give up, the three said casually, but their hands had already quietly retracted, their faces unable to hide their disappointment. Susuetip 50 yuan. Let me touch Little Gold. Even if I die, it's worth it. I want it too. Being bitten to death by Little Gold is also an honor. Happy way die one. Here we go. Trial Maniac tipped 50 yuan. 1. 3 District 56 seconds to clear. Entering the second zone. Defeat all trolls or survive for 15 minutes to unlock the next area. The second zone is a survival task. Although defeating all trolls would allow for a direct clear, no team, including Trial Maniac, has completed the cleanup in 15 minutes. Therefore, the core strategy for clearing is to conserve potions and buffs and survive as long as possible. Players privately refer to it as repelling hell. In a circular space with a diameter of 30 meters, 10 trolls are spread around. Their attacks all have a knockback effect, and consecutive hits will send a player flying to the edge of the arena, where they would fall into boiling lava and die instantly. However, as long as one masters the positioning techniques, survival is not difficult, and the overall difficulty is even lower than that of the first zone. As Fu Hao Little Gold and Rebecca's group stepped into the circular space, the stone path leading to the center suddenly collapsed with a rumble. The 10 troll stone statues around trembled. Their bodies cracked and peeled, transforming one by one into living beings, their eyes glowing with eerie light as they roared and approached. Krah! The troll that had originally been hiding behind a statue in the first zone also roared suddenly. Little Gold responded defiantly. Roar! The charging trolls halted, looking at each other in confusion, and then inexplicably began to argue. Kuruku, Kaimal Kikik, Ukimhao Tipit Iliyuan. Translation, you go first. No, you go first. Why should I? Expecting an intense battle, Rebecca's group, who had been on high alert, now looked at the arguing trolls with blank expressions. After a moment, the trolls finished their argument, silently returned to their original positions, and had no intention of attacking. Leon tipped 50 yuan. Trolls, isn't it good to coexist peacefully? Happiness is the most important thing. Why bother with fighting? What do we do now? Fu Hao turned to look at his teammates and the audience, his tone somewhat hesitant. He originally planned to clear the area quickly, but this space was too narrow. If Little Gold went berserk, he might survive based on his combat experience. But his teammates might not. Moreover, if they started fighting, they could forget about a no-damage clear. It might be better to take this opportunity to gamble on the no-hit clear achievement. Let's just go offline. The first no-hit clear. The speedrun record has already been achieved anyway. Well, what do you think? We're all listening to you. After weighing it for a moment, Fu Hao nodded. Then let's wait for 15 minutes. Although the risk is that someone might refresh the speedrun record later. The achievement effect of the first no-hit clear is clearly cooler, and the rewards will definitely be more generous. By the way, I saw you brought a board game earlier. Why not play around? Sure. What should we play? How about Monopoly? Sounds good. Okay. Claude took out a magic carpet and the Monopoly set from his backpack and spread on the ground. Beneath him was bubbling lava, surrounded by a young dragon and 10 trolls. Yet they sat on the carpet like they were having a picnic in the woods, happily rolling the dice. Awesome double. Nice. Starting off with double? Take it slow. Hey, isn't this a deserted island? Claude's luck was too bad. Landmark construction. Fu Hao, well done. Please don't buy England. Trial Maniac tipped 50 yuan. You are watching the Trial Instance Speedrun Challenge live. Really? The originally lengthy 15 minutes flew by amidst the sounds of dice, clattering, and laughter. Survival successful. The passage to the third zone opens. All trolls in the second zone disappear. What a pity. If we could play one more round, we could settle the score. Fu Hao played with the dice, looking regretful. Mr. was eager to try. How about we finish this game? How can that be? Don't you want the speedrun title? Speedrun title? The three tilted their heads in unison, looking puzzled, clearly having never heard of it. Trial Maniac's videos have always focused on skills and mechanics. So it's not surprising that achievement information was omitted. Haha, the consequences of not mixing in the community. Anyway, we can't get it, so it's normal not to know. I'm curious about their expressions when they find out. There's this title, you know? Fu Hao smiled. Anyway, let's hurry. He and the audience had already imagined the excited expressions of the three when they learned about the title effect. But when he turned to look at the passage, he was startled to see the troll that had escaped from the first zone, galloping down the passage in a panic. All trolls in Area 2 have disappeared. The system eliminated the native trolls in Area 2, but that one stray from Area 1 is still alive. Rebecca watched its panicked escape and couldn't help but laugh. This guy is quite persistent, truly a troll. Jean Hao tipped 50 yuan. Don't chase anymore. Come back. Trial Maniac tipped 50 yuan. If I were chased by a dragon, I would also run to the ends of the universe. Stop running. If you keep running, you'll enter the boss zone. Chapter 33 Reasons Not to Be Late. The boss area of the troll trial. The only entrance slowly opened with a thunderous sound. The heavy stone door scraping against the ground echoed in the vast cave. The Troll King, dozing off with snot dripping from its nose in front of the throne, was startled awake. It blinked in confusion, slowly stood up, and prepared to welcome challengers. Of course, the term prepared merely meant picking up a spike club lying on the ground. Even such a simple and crude action was already quite troublesome for it. However, when the entrance fully opened, what came into its view was not the usual human challengers, but a group of panicking trolls. Those trolls from the previous area rushed into the boss room, rolling and crawling as if being pursued by something terrifying, frantically hiding behind it. What is going on? Don't they know they can't leave their area? The Troll King roared angrily, its voice like muffled thunder. However, before it could finish, it saw its little brothers trembling, their eyes filled with fear and despair. An instinctive sense of crisis stirred within it, causing it to become involuntarily tense. The air was filled with a smell that was somewhat like that of trolls, yet extremely repulsive. This odor triggered its latent instincts, causing waves of rejection and fear to rise deep within its heart. Like other trolls, the Troll King had low intelligence. It squinted its eyes, trying to distinguish the source of this smell amid the chaos. Afraid of humans and ran away? How embarrassing for a troll. It mumbled quietly and finally saw that the true invader was a human. It snorted coldly, seemingly indifferent, but for some reason, its anxious emotions grew stronger, and that instinctive unease became harder to suppress. The essence of this anxiety soon became apparent, just as it was struggling to analyze with its limited intelligence. The real challenger appeared. A dragon, a dragon. The Troll King let out a terrified roar, its pitch suddenly rising. Although most spectators believed that mythical summoned beasts were omnipotent, the little gold could suppress trolls not by relying on level crushing, but because trolls were originally created and domesticated by dragons, their genes deeply etched with fear of dragons. Even if their levels were comparable, this bloodline-induced fear was enough to make the trolls completely collapse before the battle. The Troll King's reaction was more intense than any of its minions. As a pure-blood troll, it inherited the ultimate fear of dragons from its ancestors. Faced with the approaching little gold, its reason instantly collapsed, and its massive body began to involuntarily retreat. Behind the boss area was a lava zone connected to the second area. Anyone, whether player or troll, would meet their doom if they fell in. The little brothers tried to grab the frenzied king, but were thrown off by its brute strength. In the end, the Troll King roared as it fell into the lava. Accompanied by intense burning and a wretched howl, its figure instantly swallowed by the fiery red magma. Karuma! Karuma! Once ferocious trolls wailed around the edge of the lava. What should have been a bloodbath had turned eerie and desolate. Goldhow donated 50 yuan. Little Gold is too scary. Madman donated 50 yuan. Did it jump into the lava because it was too scared? Caramel donated 500 yuan. It turns out it wasn't T the Rich bringing the win. It was Little Gold leading the charge. No battles fought throughout. Is this reasonable? The group, led by Fu Hao and Rebecca, who had originally been poised for a boss fight, was now all dumbfounded. Just running away was one thing, but jumping into the lava. Fu Hao was also a loss, but in the end, a dungeon is a dungeon. Receiving rewards means victory. Not long after the Troll King fell, a huge prompt box popped up. Troll Trial Dungeon cleared. Completion time, 26 minutes 11 seconds, 591. Completion time ranking. First place, completion time, and ranking have been recorded on the Troll Trial Dungeon entrance leaderboard. Wow. The system says we're in first place, but we didn't do anything. Indeed, Rebecca and her group had spent almost the entire time playing Monopoly in the second area, and the rest of the time following Fu Hao and Little Gold around. What'd I do? This was all Little Gold's doing. Fu Hao gently rubbed Little Gold's head, and the latter proudly raised its head, its tail draping over his shoulder, snorting haughtily. Thanks to me. Do you understand? In fact, it didn't understand why trolls were afraid of it. But that didn't stop it from enjoying the accolades. The prompt box continued to flood the screen. Refresh speedrun record. Earn the title of Troll Trial, fastest completion. This title will disappear when other players refresh the record. First achievement of completing the Troll Trial without any kills. Earn the title of Troll Trial, first no-kill completion. Is this the speedrun title Fu Hao was talking about? What is the no-kill completion? Does the Trial Dungeon always give out titles like this? Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. My title. So envious. Are you even human? Just lying around and getting 2 trial titles. Quickly check the effects. The Trial Maniac and the audience were struck by Rebecca's group's natural Versailles style bragging. Their clueless comments more painful than to show off. The audience and the Trial Maniac were filled with envy, but the prompt box had not yet stopped, due to the effect of the title of Dungeon Master. The Troll Trial first completion reward increases all attributes by 10. Achieve the achievement of completing the dungeon without killing any monsters. Earn the title of Immortal. Achieve the achievement of 100 contribution in the dungeon with more than 4 players. Earn the title of Perfect Leader. Level 129 Paladin Nunu sprinted towards the Troll Trial Dungeon. Sigh, I shouldn't have watched Fu Hao's stream yesterday, she muttered in frustration. Unable to resist the temptation to watch the replay last night, she overslept and now could only rush desperately. As the guild's recognized latecomer, she was probably going to be scolded severely by Rebecca this time. Rebecca is definitely furious. Thinking about the impending lecture that could last anywhere from 10 minutes to half an hour, Nunu's head began to ache. Finally, boarding the ferry, she finally had a moment to breathe, opened the stream intending to see what was going on. Even if she was late, her passion couldn't stop. A second speed run challenge. The stream title made her heart race. Since Fu Hao began streaming, she had never missed a single session. And the most thrilling was the night he first speedran the Novice Trial Dungeon. Could it be the Troll Trial? considering that Fu Hao was still at level 100 and that this dungeon was near the kingdom of Roven. She could almost conclude. Sure enough, the live stream showed that familiar troll terrain. If I had come earlier, maybe I could have seen Fu Hao in person. But strangely, there were no signs of other teammates in the footage. Teaming up with the audience? So envious. Were they recruited temporarily for the stream? Nunu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The 3 absent guild members were challenging the very dungeon that was the troll trial and stream time. No way. Just as her heart raced and her forehead began to sweat, in the footage, Fu Hao summoned Little Gold, followed by a familiar scream. The camera briefly showed the faces of the teammates. Those were 3 people she knew all too well: Rebecca, Mr. Claude. Nunu's throat tightened, and she finally squeezed out a sentence. Damn. Chapter 34 You Are Mine. Rake donated 50 yuan. It turns out there really is a corresponding title for the no damage clear that was just mentioned. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. The perfect leader title is a must-have for future dungeon runs. Manami donated 50 yuan. 10 hidden titles broken through in 10 days. Contribution 100 indeed. This is the true lying win. The rich guy isn't just getting on the bus. He's driving it directly. Keep driving, big rich guy. I also want to get on the bus and sit, truly sit. The title name is so cool. Isn't the death of the king of trolls considered a kill? Dungeon Master is too buggy. Hurry up and reveal the effects. As the new titles were announced one by one, the live stream room erupted in excitement. The bullet comments flooded the screen, and the audience was thrilled as if they were experiencing it themselves. At this moment, Rebecca and her group were confirming the title effects one by one, their expressions shifting from confusion to disbelief. Fu Hao, why does this title's effect seem so strange? Am I seeing things? Is this real? I can't be dreaming. Can I? Rebecca and Mr. pinched each other's faces while Claude did it himself. It doesn't hurt. It really is a dream. Forget it. Whatever will be will be. This is a virtual world. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Fu Hao pinched his face when he enhanced to level 10. What effect is it that has driven you all crazy? Hurry up and reveal it. Don't keep us in suspense. Everyone, don't worry. I'll show you right now. Fu Hao looked at their expressions and couldn't help but secretly chuckle. Then projected the title effects onto the live stream screen. Trial of the Trolls. Fastest clear. All attributes 15 HP natural recovery rate 10 Trial of the Trolls. First no damage clear. All attributes 30 HP natural recovery rate 20 immortal activate skill. You're mine. You're mine. Type. Active level. Legendary LV. 1 cooldown. 1 minute when used on monsters with HP below 10. There's a certain chance to turn them into summoned beasts. The higher the target's level, the lower the success rate. The higher the skill level, the higher the success rate. Using this skill does not grant experience points or item rewards. It can be used on the same monster a maximum of once. And the higher the skill level, the more uses available. Perfect Leader generates command attribute when releasing a battle cry during combat. The morale of friendly NPCs doubles. Wow, not bad. The titles for Fastest Clear and No Damage Clear were expected, but the additional titles of No Damage and Perfect Leader were a pleasant surprise. Especially for Fu Hao, who was planning to form a legion. The Perfect Leader title was practically tailor-made. This is too unreasonable. You're mine. What kind of skill name is that? I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Fu Hao, is this all real? Do we really have these titles? Rebecca and Mr.'s voices were somewhat choked, unable to believe everything before them. Yes, it's all yours. Fu Hao confirmed with a smile, then looked around. What are you looking for? The treasure chest is right over there. Claude looked at him suspiciously, only to see Fu Hao walk straight to a bush where half of a giant troll's massive body was exposed. Come out. He stopped and softly called. The troll shrank back, clearly still fearful. Fu Hao turned to Xiao Jin and ordered, Xiao Jin, go. Bring them to the brink of death. Just don't kill them. How dare you give such orders to a dragon? You don't want to eat gems anymore? Gurgle. Xiao Jin's stomach let out a thunderous rumble. Although exerting pressure over the trolls, being hungry was unbearable, and Xiao Jin reluctantly cast the high-level magic learned after reaching level 100. Several beams of blazing light thundered down, instantly injuring the 4 trolls, leaving them on the brink of death. Rebecca, Mr. Claude, come here. Are we going to kill these trolls? Rebecca asked in confusion. Don't you all have the immortal title? Yes. Get ready for the You Are Mine skill. The trolls will quickly recover after being brought to the brink of death. So use it when I signal. Huh? Okay. The 3 of them each locked onto a troll, their expressions tense. The trolls trembled and knelt under Xiao Jin's magic, their health rapidly nearing the bottom line. Now, you are mine. The 4 shouted the skill name in unison. Though it was embarrassing, they couldn't care less at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Who came up with that skill name? Step forward to get hit. Activate the You Are Mine skill. Please hit the target monster with a monster cube within 10 seconds. At the moment the skill activated, luminous monster cubes appeared in the hands of the four. Although initially puzzled, they quickly understood how to use it as the prompt information appeared. After making slight adjustments, four cubes flew out accurately. Troll Warrior was hit by the monster cube. Taming Troll Warrior. Several trolls were sucked into the cubes. The screen froze for a moment, then successfully popped up the prompt. Troll Warrior taming successful. Added to summon beast list. Troll Warrior rare level. 130 description. A troll with terrifying recovery ability. Low intelligence, but naturally brave. Has an instinctive fear of dragons. Hey, the level wasn't reset after taming? Fu Hao didn't care about this at first. After all, he had Xiao Jin. But Rebecca and the others were extremely excited. Wow, level 130. That's awesome. It saves the trouble of training. Although it looks a bit ugly. It must be very useful. Generally speaking, ordinary players rarely tame summon beasts due to a lack of beast taming professions or related skills, even if they summon low-level creatures. They are unlikely to play a significant role in battle. But this time was different. This was a truly combat-capable high-level summon beast. Considering all factors, while the trial titles that increased attributes were indeed powerful, the skills attached to the immortal title clearly held greater future value for Rebecca and others. Let us open the treasure chest. Fu Hao turned to the treasure chest at the end of the dungeon. He planned to take this opportunity to confirm whether the drop rate increase of the title of the luckiest person in another world would also affect team rewards. As long as the quantity of dropped items significantly increased, it would be proven. With the current 777 increase in drop rate, the drop rate for ordinary coins and materials increased by about 77 times. And in the first clear rewards, the base drop rate for growth-type weapons is 10. So, theoretically, the current drop rate is 87. 7. Did a growth weapon drop? He first checked the rewards for his teammates, only to hear excited cheers. Wow, I got one. I got one too. That is amazing. All three received growth weapons. Only then did he satisfactorily check his own rewards. Troll Sword. Exclusive. Growth type. X2 Troll Blood X175. 2. It wasn't until this moment that Fu Hao realized he had overlooked a detail. Dungeon Master Dungeon clear reward 100 plus this bonus. His drop rate increased to a full 17. 54 times. The Knight Helm, once hailed as a living legend, sighed softly. Even now, his strength remained undiminished. Worthy of the legendary name. However, his lifelong wish was to find a true disciple to impart his skills to. But unfortunately, no one had yet qualified. That damn guy. Helm recalled the genius Leon Hart, who had passed the trial. The other party clearly gained his recognition, yet refused to inherit it, taking only the additional rewards before leaving. How he longed to encounter a junior, even if slightly less talented, who had the potential to surpass Leon Hart. He would be willing to pass everything down. With the dream of his disciple defeating Leon Hart in his heart, Helm fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 35. Who versus? Interferers. Fu Hao has been touring around the low-level trial dungeons near the Kingdom of Rowan for a week, while also conducting live draws for summoned beasts and accessories. Unknowingly, a week has passed. In the exclusive monsters spawning area, the group of soldiers who had fought to level 100 finally welcomed the big Prince Carlson and Fu Hao with smiles today. Good job. Carlson sincerely greeted the soldiers who had not rested for an entire week. The soldiers, already haggard and tired, responded with unexpected high morale, saying, "Not tired at all." The captain of the soldiers, Oman, stepped forward and reported solemnly to the two. Everyone has reached level 100. A week to max level. The exclusive monster spawning area is simply cheating. Being able to use the exclusive monster spawning area after reaching max level is just unfair. Fu Hao looked at the group of enhanced slaves, or more accurately, the soldiers under Carlson, and smiled with satisfaction. He then made a surprising announcement. "Everyone, hand over your weapons." The soldiers looked at him in shock. Even the usually disciplined Oman couldn't hide his surprise and couldn't help but retort, "My lord, you said yourself that these weapons belong to us forever." "That's right." 100 soldiers protested in unison, the uproar deafening. "You can't just take them away like that." Is my lord challenging the 100-level weapons? Faced with the sudden intense reaction, Fu Hao was slightly surprised, but quickly calmed down and explained, "It's just an effect conversion. They will be returned to you later." "All right, we don't need the usage condition reduction anymore." Even so, the soldiers still reluctantly handed over their weapons. Oman was the first to step forward to hand over his sword, yet he still clutched the hilt tightly, saying in a complex tone, "It's for you. Ha ha." This weapon is indeed very important to them. Carlson coughed lightly, prompting Oman to finally let go. Fu Hao immediately proceeded with the operation, converting one special effect of sturdy iron sword, 7. Converting one special effect of sturdy iron sword, 7 cost. 20 lowest level enhancement stones cost. 20 lowest level enhancement stones conversion, complete usage condition, reduced by 50 usage condition, reduced by 50 attack power, increased by 20. He handed back the converted longsword. "Here you go." "Thank you." Oh. Oman felt the new power surging from the sword and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. From then on, no soldier hesitated, and the effect conversion went smoothly, especially that soldier wielding the 8 sword. He was overjoyed. Fu Hao even upgraded his second attribute to a high-level one. "Oman, let's have another duel." A soldier, excited, proposed a challenge, but still lost to Oman due to the gap in their qualifications, which a single attribute couldn't bridge. NPCs also have qualification gaps. Ordinary equipment can't compare to top qualifications. After a comprehensive increase in combat power, Carlson nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Everyone has worked hard. But the simulation battle has not yet started, so don't let your guard down." "Fu Hao, I originally planned to send them to train in the Lizardman tribe by the Gacha River. What do you think?" I also wanted to recommend that place. In fact, there are indeed better monster spawning areas in other kingdoms, but Carlson's soldiers belong to the Rowan Kingdom army and cannot freely cross borders for large-scale actions. Nor can the troops of the 2nd and 3rd princes. The 2nd and 3rd princes should have already learned that we use the exclusive monster spawning area. I wonder how they will respond. Are they going to send someone to assassinate us? It looks like they are plotting something. They might not even have reached level 70 yet. Carlson's intelligence network is limited to the palace, making it hard to grasp the movements outside. But Fu Hao felt an uneasy premonition. Although the audience's words were joking, they might not be without reason. Beneath the calm surface, there could be undercurrents flowing. Fu Hao's soldiers just reached max level and left the exclusive monster spawning area. After the weapon effects were converted, their combat power increased by about 20. The guild members responsible for monitoring reported the latest news to Philip. "Faster than expected. What about our soldiers?" "Currently, their levels are between 92 and 96. Just as planned. Without special entry tickets and not forcing weapon enhancements, they managed to complete their training at such speed, completely overturning all past common sense of the other world. If it weren't for Layla accidentally discovering the existence of the egg-shaped monster spawning area, even mobilizing all members of Philip's guild and the residents of the territory would not have been possible to cultivate such a team in a short time. These giant egg-shaped monsters of unknown form are densely distributed over a vast area, each with a level of 150 astonishing experience points. And low-level players can attack their core parts to enjoy the experience alone without needing to form a team. Unfortunately, the eggs are still too low in level. Philip sighed. If they could be a level higher, they could reach the top just by farming eggs. However, as the soldiers' levels approached, the experience efficiency would quickly drop. At this moment, a secret letter from the 2nd Prince Mian arrived. "Lord Philip, the simulation battle has been moved up to 1 week later. Please prepare accordingly." A week later? This timing happens to coincide with the point at which Fu Hao's soldiers form their combat power. Even if their equipment is strong, they may not be fully prepared. Philip was pleasantly surprised. The original 3-month training period was shortened to 1 week, so why not be happy about it? Good news. Just hold on for another week, and we can get the title of Viscount. The vice president loudly conveyed the good news to the distant guild members, and everyone immediately felt relieved. Philip, however, was filled with anticipation for the Viscount rank and that first Viscount title, which was the ultimate honor he truly desired. Carlson was suddenly summoned back to the palace urgently. When he returned, his expression was grim. "Fu Hao, the simulation battle has been moved up to next week. My father is unwell." And Mian proposed to confirm the crown prince as soon as possible. The proposal has been approved by the ministers. The time being moved up is no problem. Fu Hao smiled. He had thought 3 months was too long. Now that the time was compressed, it was even more to his liking. For him, the territory plan was the focus of the future. Carlson and Fu Hao marched for nearly an hour, finally arriving at the Lizardman tribe by the Gacha River. The Lizardman warriors here are level 120. With the soldiers' current level of 100 and their 7 enhanced weapons, they should have been able to handle it easily. But unexpectedly, they were stunned by the sight before them as soon as they arrived. Why are there so many people? When did the Lizardmen become so popular? There was clearly no one here yesterday. Fu Hao tried to talk to those players who were obviously farming monsters, but was met with cold rejection. No time. Don't want to talk. He finally noticed something was off in the chat channel. This group of over 100 players was all wearing high-level equipment and acted in unison, clearly under organized command. Fu Hao's heart tightened, and he felt a chill down his spine. This was a disruptive force sent by the second or third prince. How many enemies are there? This is too unfriendly to newcomers. Can't we report them for interfering with others' farming? They should have been sent by the second prince. And their purpose was to disrupt our leveling pace. Using such despicable means, I'm going to confront them right now. Carlson's eyes widened in anger. Ready to act. It's useless. Let's change to another monster spawning area. The lizard man tribe by the Geka River is not the only one. Fu Hao quickly led the team to relocate. However, those players seemed to be prepared and leisurely followed behind. Your behavior has constituted harassment. Do you understand? One of the following players retorted nonchalantly, then go report it. The operation will favor the streamer. We're just doing our normal tasks. If you don't agree, just call your audience over. Wow. They actually dare to provoke knowing they're dealing with a rich player. Rich guy, just give the order, and we'll be there immediately. So arrogant. The rich player quickly added a subtitle prohibiting the harassment of passing players and fell into deep thought. Indeed, players, under the guise of quests, unreasonably stalk and harass others. Although they can be reported from a public opinion standpoint, they hold the moral high ground. If they really call for audience support, non-combat areas cannot engage in PK, which would only add to the chaos of the situation. A direct confrontation is not feasible. Chapter 36, Secret Operation. Carlson and Fu Hao led their troops away from the Lizardman tribe, navigating through multiple monster spawning areas. However, no matter where they went, over 100 interferers seemed to follow them like shadows, closely entangling the soldiers and hindering the monster spawning progress. Wow, this is brutal. I played for so long, and it's my first time seeing interferers at this level. Despite the audience offering various strategies and suggesting to either turn off the live stream or disperse the troops to shake off the pursuit, Carlson resolutely rejected the idea. Dispersing will only increase the danger. Mian and Kane might not dare to act directly against me, but the risks for ordinary soldiers are unpredictable. Fu Hao frowned in thought. Was there really no way out? The first idea that came to his mind was to equip the soldiers with level 200 advanced gear, which could enhance their combat power to that of level 200. Even for the level 100 soldiers, by washing out an attribute that reduces usage conditions by 50. The problem, however, was that he was currently in a user trade lockdown state and could not gather a complete set of 100 level 200 gear in a short time. Next, he thought of the strategy of summoning a massive army of summoned beasts. After the live stream ended, he had crazily drawn from the lottery during the downtime, amassing up to 550,000 ordinary summoned beasts. According to the 1024, one synthesis rule, he could theoretically synthesize 55 powerful Black Wolf cavalry. However, if the soldiers couldn't control these high-level summoned beasts, or if the summoned beasts refused to acknowledge their masters, it would not only fail to reverse the disadvantage, but would also expose their trump cards prematurely. In this time-sensitive situation, there was no way to test compatibility one by one. As his thoughts surged, Fu Hao's gaze gradually turned to a long-ignored corner of the cache items in the game. Unlike traditional online games known for their paid experience optimizations, the otherworldly mall was filled with a wide variety of cache items, dazzling and overwhelming. However, most of these items were absurdly priced and inefficient, causing players to largely keep their distance. Before the first livestream, Fu Hao had personally browsed through the entire mall and compiled a detailed list of cache items based on community keyword searches. He had gone through hundreds of pages of item records, including the drop details of all lottery boxes. However, after scanning nearly 2/3 of the pages, he still couldn't find any item that could break the current deadlock, and the thought of giving up gradually emerged. Just as he was about to close the mall page, a rare item caught his attention. Teleportation gem. This was not an ordinary return scroll, nor was it a teleportation array that required a base to support it. Theoretically, the teleportation gem could achieve unlimited distance teleportation, making it a legendary item. However, due to 3 extremely harsh usage conditions, it had long been neglected. 1. The price was exorbitantly high, considered astronomical. 2. The gold required for each teleportation increased geometrically with distance, lightly emptying wallets and heavily bankrupting players. 3. Specific coordinates had to be input in advance, and players had to personally collect them on site. These 3 major limitations made it equivalent to a useless item in the eyes of others, but to Fu Hao, they were hardly a concern. He had plenty of gold and could dispatch 30 loyal assassins under Carlson to gather the coordinates. Your Highness, How many completely trustworthy subordinates do you have? About 30. Carlson frowned. What do you plan to do? You'll know soon. They are my old troops who have followed me from humble beginnings. Feel free to send them. Fu Hao no longer hesitated, decisively closing the live stream and quietly initiating his secret plan. Everyone understood? Now head to your assigned positions. Once you reach your targets, be sure to collect the coordinates and use the teleportation gems to return to your original location. Understood. With the order given, Carlson's old troops scattered, heading to their respective targets. They were going to the level 100 mid-early hunting grounds across the map. Soon after, everyone returned one after another, personally handing the completed coordinate teleportation gems back to Fu Hao. Fu Hao then allocated the gems to each soldier based on the types of coordinate areas. Next, the soldiers changed into matching teddy bear costumes. Let's hope we don't get recognized. Even if we do, it doesn't matter. We'll just switch places. I really want to see the expressions of those despicable guys when they fail the mission. At this moment, while the interferers were still lurking around the outskirts of the Lizardman tribe, trying to intercept, 100 soldiers had already completed their transfer using the teleportation gems, instantly moving between the Grand Prince's palace and various monster spawning areas, appearing like ghosts in the Flame Slime Plains, Poison Mist Swamp, and other 6 regions, successfully shaking off their pursuers. That night, a post quietly emerged in the Otherworld community. Title: What is the Teddy Bear Legion? Poster: Lost chess piece today in the Poison Mist Swamp. I stumbled upon a group of teddy bears, thinking it was a newly released funny costume set, but they collectively disappeared in 10 seconds. I checked the records and found out they actually used teleportation gems. How much would that cost? Attached coordinates: X 1234, Y 5678. The next day, Fu Hao started the live stream and responded directly. The Grand Prince's mission has temporarily hit a bottleneck. The other side has hired hundreds of high-level players for constant interference, causing our monster spawning efficiency to be suppressed by a full 70. Brother, don't give up. Report: This is obviously malicious harassment. The second prince is too dirty. He actually hired people to block us. Anyway, simulated battles depend on soldier strength. With a level difference of 20, our gear can crush them. The bullet comments were filled with regret and righteous indignation. But Fu Hao shifted the conversation. Although the mission is obstructed, we have not completely given up. We will still participate in the simulated battle 1 week from now. Even though the enemy is fully interfering with our monster spawning, their own soldiers will likely struggle to reach level 100 in these few days, right? They don't have exclusive spawning areas. At the same level, our equipment quality is unbeatable. What are we streaming today? Running dungeons? Or doing the troll trial? Aiming to enhance growth-type weapons to level 7? Team members will be selected from the audience. Cola is better than soda, donated 50 yuan. You must choose me this time. Dear Baby donated 50 yuan. Everyone move aside. It's my turn this time. Nunu donated 50 yuan. Brother Hao, take me once. I'm the only one who has gotten a growth-type weapon, and I'm being mocked every day. Nunu, please accept the overdue karma. Nunu is late again. Deduct salary. On the surface, Fu Hao was leading fans through dungeons while joking and interacting, but internally, he had other plans. In fact, the Sword of the Troll had already failed enhancement 27 times, and all growth-type weapons had shattered. Although the trial dungeon offered a 54 times drop rate, the 3-base drop rate still left him empty-handed time and again. The real problem lay in his unfortunate luck. Ever since he drew the little gold, it seemed his luck had been completely drained. Chapter 37. The King of Buyouts. The Birth of the Rich, a certain guild member monitoring Fu Hao's live stream, suddenly burst out with a strange laugh, shouting, "Extra! Extra! Major news! Damn! You scare me to death! Why are you suddenly shouting?" A member who was focused on farming monsters jumped, frowning as he rubbed his ears, glaring at him with displeasure. "What's going on?" Philip, who was also farming, raised his head to inquire. As the guild leader, he always led by example, participating in monster hunts daily and personally training soldiers. Fu Hao has given up on his quest. He said he wants to do a simulated battle. All soldier training is paused, and he is currently live streaming to recruit people for the troll trial. Is that true? See for yourself. He's streaming need people quickly. Troll trial open for all, but live streaming could also be a smokescreen. Philip's expression tightened, and he instructed, keep the members on standby. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. After all, who knows what tricks this new player, who just started less than a month ago, might have up his sleeve? However, 1 day passed, then 2, and by the 4th day, Both the second prince's camp and the entire guild still had not discovered any soldiers under the first prince, as if they had evaporated from existence, completely out of the reconnaissance range. Philip's tense nerves finally relaxed. President, wishing you a promotion to Viscount. Huh, I'm still just a baron for now. Only 4 days left, it's stable. You'll soon be the first Viscount of Rowan, definitely more famous than Leon Hart. Those guys who rejected our guild back then must be regretting it now. Watching the excited members beside him, Philip felt a deep sense of expectation and satisfaction. He once thought that reaching the milestone of Viscount would take at least 4 to 5 months, but unexpectedly, due to Fu Hao's sudden exit, he welcomed Dawn ahead of schedule. He even began to seriously consider whether to send a thank you letter to the other party. Originally, he viewed Fu Hao as an enemy who intruded and snatched away titles, but now he had become a divine assist on his path to promotion. On the day of the simulated battle, the grandest royal duel arena of the Kingdom of Rowan was filled with the king, 3 princes, and their soldiers. The audience stands were already packed, with priests officiating the trial and nobles and commoners from the capital squeezed in like sardines, the noise overwhelming. Wow, is this the duel arena? It's so magnificent. This is the first time I've seen King Rowan in person. Are all the spectators NPCs? Why are there so many? Can't players enter to watch? Leon Fu Hao donated 50 yuan. Is that Philip? It really is him. Isn't Philip the villain? I felt something was off about this guy for a long time. Watching the bullet comments scroll wildly, Fu Hao also looked over and indeed spotted Philip in the crowd. Although he didn't belong to one of the 5 major guilds, as the first player to be promoted to Baron, he was already somewhat famous. The two locked eyes, and Philip smiled as he approached. Hello, Fu Hao. Nice to meet you. I often watch your live streams. How can you say often watch when you're the one causing trouble? Philip is really being double standard here. Can one person have both Baron and Viscount titles? Are we going to have 6 major guilds now? Fu Hao calmly responded, getting straight to the point. The people who interrupted my monster farming a few days ago were from your guild, right? Philip's friendly smile faltered for a moment. Then he quickly returned to normal. What interruption? They were just helping me with a task. This casual denial only made Fu Hao more certain that the other party had indeed taken on a quest, and the rewards and penalties might be the same as his. I don't mind losing, but if you fail, the cost will be heavy. Why take this quest? Philip raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone condescending. I heard you just started playing less than a month ago, but you seem to understand quite well. As you said, failure is not an option this time. But if we don't challenge it, how can we hold on to the first title? Leon Hart was able to sweep the first achievement because he dared to fight and compete, right? As he spoke, a hint of pride appeared at the corners of his mouth, as if he were instructing a novice player. Gold Hao donated 50 yuan, although he has a point. It sounds better in theory. Fu Hao brother, forever God, donated 50 yuan. Do you even deserve to mention Leon Hart? Confidence is good, but don't get too arrogant. So, does Fu Hao really have to lose? Fu Hao replied calmly. I see. Then if you lose, you won't regret it? Philip's heart tightened, but he quickly feigned composure and smiled. To bet is to accept the outcome. However, I heard you've already paused soldier training? Success and failure can only be known through experience. That's right. Good luck to you. To you too. Their conversations seemed calm on the surface, but there were undercurrents swirling beneath. Soon, the teleportation magic activated, and 100 soldiers from the first Prince Carlson and 100 soldiers from the second Prince Mian were teleported to the center of the simulated battlefield. With the third Prince Cain abstaining, the outcome of the trial would be determined in this battle. Before the battle began, Fu Hao called Amon aside, solemnly handing him a 10 sword. This is a 10 sword. Use it as I taught you before. Remember, this is not a gift. It must be returned after the battle. Yes, master. He's actually giving a 10 equipment to an NPC. Is Amon going to cheat? If it were me, I would definitely defect and keep it for myself. Maybe. There is still a chance? A week prior, Fu Hao had publicly downplayed this task, and audience expectations had already hit rock bottom. Meanwhile, Philip was still monitoring the battle situation in the livestream. 10 sword? Did he really give that to an NPC? Is he crazy? The vice president snorted coldly, but that sword has a low base attack. I haven't even used it, so it's nothing to worry about. Our soldiers average level 110, fully equipped with rare heroic gear. Our paper strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. Start. At the king's command, the entire battlefield erupted. The simulated battle was not just about attributes and operations. It was also about morale and timing. Amon was the first to receive the advance order, and as soon as the whistle blew, he charged out with the 10 sword, immediately colliding with the enemy captain and engaging in a fierce duel. Thanks to the attack speed boost from the 7 gloves, Amon moved faster than the enemy. and the effect of the 10 sword exploded at that moment. Gain 1 second of invincibility, enemy stunned for 1. For seconds, the remaining 7 members of the Special Forces immediately followed up, surrounding the stunned enemy captain and quickly depleting his health, resulting in an instant kill. Wow, he just killed him like that? Are you sure that was a level 100 enemy? Although the rest of the battle did not turn into a complete rout, Amon darted across the battlefield like a ghost, continuously charging with 1 second of invincibility. Each strike accompanied by control effects. Gain 1 second of invincibility. Enemy stunned for 2 seconds. Gain 1 second of invincibility. Enemy stunned for 1. 7 seconds. Gain 1 second of invincibility. Enemy stunned for 1. 6 seconds. The entire battlefield became Amon's personal stage. In a chaotic battle involving 100 people, it was easy to fall into a tug-of-war, but Amon's continuous control completely broke the rhythm of the battlefield. The final battle report was released. 59 soldiers remained on Carlson's side, while Mion's side was completely wiped out. At that moment, Philip and the guild members seemed frozen, standing still. Meanwhile, Fu Hao's livestream was completely blown up by the voice support. Gold Hao donated 50 yuan, voice support online. Fu Hao brother Forever God donated 50 yuan. Is President Philip watching the stream? Give us a cheer. Brother Hao is invincible. 999 class donated 50 yuan. How did he win? Fu Hao smiled lightly. It's a secret. Let's keep some mystery, so that the adult will continue to be curious. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal the strategy for using the teleportation gem. This was a crucial trump card for turning the tide. It would be of great use in the future. Truly a devil-level strategist. So everything was already in the works. After the simulated battle ended, system notifications popped up in succession. Task to assist the Crown Prince in crowning the prince has been completed. Achievement unlocked. Impossible difficulty task cleared. Obtain title. Nothing is impossible. Obtain title. Benefactor of the royal family. Obtain title. Master of talent recruitment. Obtain title. Master of talent development. After the Crown Prince's crowning ceremony, a Viscount title and territory can be claimed. He clenched his fist. The coveted Viscount territory was finally within reach. And those 2 titles representing infinite possibilities for the future were the core keys to his next phase of plans. Names from Otherworld flashed through his mind. The 7 legends. 200 heroes. Countless exceptionally gifted geniuses. Fu Hao silently vowed. These people, I want them all. The era of skyrocketing value for the strong in Otherworld began from this moment. And long after, people would bestow him with countless titles. But the one that would terrify those in power the most would be the title of the Buyer of Kings. Meanwhile, on the other side, Philip was faced with a completely different notification. Task to assist the second prince in crowning the prince failed. Second Prince Mion's favorability turned hostile. Obtained title. Bearer of the royal family's resentment. Expelled from the kingdom of Rowan. All titles and territory confiscated. He felt as if struck by lightning. How? How is this possible? My plan was clearly flawless. The envisioned future was completely shattered, replaced by a fate nailed to the pillar of shame, never to rise again. In a fit of rage, Mion personally ordered, drag him out, expel him from Rowan, never to return. Just like that, another eternal hatred for Fu Hao was born. And Philip, unaware, would in the future join forces with other top players who also fell victim to Fu Hao, stirring up even greater waves. Chapter 38. The troubled Marquis, after completing the ceremony for his title as Viscount, Fu Hao set out the next day on the long journey to his territory. His fief, Lipisai, was located on the most remote border of the Kingdom of Rovan, far from the royal capital. Although he had long dreamed of possessing the fertile and prosperous land near the capital, facing reality now, Fu Hao could not help but feel a sense of loss. The power of wealth always concentrated at the center of power, and the most influential place for money was naturally the royal capital, where the kingdom's core talents and resources gathered. As the carriage jolted along, Fu Hao sat inside, pulling up the map interface once again, furrowing his brow in repeated confirmation. In the end, he could only reluctantly accept one fact. Lipisai was located on the border, adjacent to the giant forest known as the boundary of the demon realm. The only consolation was that as a Viscount's territory, its area was relatively large. He forcibly suppressed his dissatisfaction with the geographical location and shifted his attention to a more pragmatic development blueprint. Although his financial resources were virtually limitless in this other world, while money could solve the vast majority of problems, it could not alone build the military strength, network, and political capital needed to protect the territory. The system protected the player's personal assets, but could not safeguard the territory's resources. If he wanted Lipici to truly thrive, he would need to establish a capable defense force. What would the initial military strength of the territory be? After all, it was a viscount's rank and also an autonomous territory. So it should at least be equipped with hundreds of knights, right? Although Lipici was remote, Fu Hao's heart was still filled with expectations. Earlier, a player with a barony had revealed that their starting configuration included 10 knights, 500 soldiers, and 200,000 residents. By this estimate, the scale of a viscount's territory should be even larger, and Fu Hao even fantasized about directly taking command of a well-trained elite force. However, the higher the expectations, the deeper the disappointment. That bastard Carlson. He glared at the territory information window, his finger trembling with anger. Territory, Lipici level, Viscount's territory lord. Fu Hao Lipici territory area, 28, 120 population, 96, 250 military strength, 1 knight, 251 soldiers administrative staff, 1 administrator, 3 tax officials, 55 others finance, -4, 203,000 gold coins monthly fixed income, 3, 507, 591 gold coins monthly fixed expenditure, 3, 903. 633 gold coins. Fu Hao and the audience in front of the screen almost simultaneously thought of the same word. Bankruptcy. What the hell? How is the territory in this state? No wonder the crown prince looked so guilty during the conferment. Haha, I wouldn't want this place even if it was given to me. Is there a bankruptcy button? One night, I'm laughing so hard. He recalled Carlson's apologetic words during the conferment. I'm sorry, Fu Hao, I really couldn't find a better territory with my ability. He had thought it was merely a concession regarding the location, but it turned out the so-called apology referred to this crumbling, near-collapsed territory. Aside from its reasonable area, the overall condition of Lipici was even worse than that of an ordinary barony. What truly left Fu Hao feeling desperate was the almost non-existent military strength. While financial issues could be filled with his own funds, the thought of having to recruit and train soldiers again was a headache. He had originally believed he could solidify his foundation through spending and acquiring equipment, yet now he had to start from scratch with soldiers and residents. Without hesitation, he summoned the only administrator in the territory, a short, plump, middle-aged man who looked nervous. You called for me? Lapis said, beads of sweat on his forehead as he hurried into the Lord's office. Can you explain the situation? How can my territory be in such a state? You don't understand? Lapis replied, astonished. I was suddenly sent here too. I see. So you are indeed a nouveau riche who jumped from commoner to noble. Lapis silently sighed to himself, and then began recounting the history of this territory. 10 years ago, Lipici was one of the richest and strongest territories in the southern kingdom, mainly relying on its vast pastures and large granaries. But 10 years ago, an unexpected monster tide erupted from deep within the forest, threatening Lipici's granaries, which were the lifeblood of its prosperity. To resist the monster tide, the former lord mobilized all the troops. However, the monster tide came in waves, relentless and unending. Years of warfare led to heavy losses among the soldiers. Military supplies dwindled, and finances gradually fell into an abyss. I can understand the financial collapse. Fu Hao frowned. But why did the population and military strength drop to this level? Lapis's voice choked up slightly. The former lord and his only heir perished together in the last defensive battle, losing the core knight order and the spirit of the territory. The remaining soldiers and officials scattered, seeking refuge elsewhere. The pastures were destroyed by the monster tide, and the residents who lost their livelihoods gradually migrated away. Now, all that remains are a few old men and orphans who still hold loyalty to Lipici. The bloodline of the former lord has been severed. Fu Hao has picked up an empty shell. Did you not consider seeking help from the royal family or neighboring territories? The Lipici family has had long-standing grievances with the royal family. The former lord was stubborn and refused to bow down. He sought cooperation from surrounding territories, but was asked to cede all pastures, leading to the breakdown of negotiations. Fu Hao pondered. Did the neighboring territories not rely on Lipici for supplies before? Yes. Before the monster tide, nearly half of the surrounding food was purchased from us. And where did the departing residents and soldiers go? Most likely they flowed into the neighboring territories. Lipici has run out of food, yet the neighboring territories are willing to accept these refugees. I heard they offer very low wages, barely enough to survive, and some are even treated as slaves. But even so, it's still better than the current situation in Lipici. Fu Hao thought for a moment, his gaze gradually firming. They must come back. You have a way? Buy food. But the territory has a deficit of nearly 5 million gold coins. If over 1 million refugees return, how much food would need to be purchased? Fu Hao wasn't even listening. The big spender is about to take action. How much food would 1 million people need? Just thinking about it is madness. His plan was to directly go to other pastures to procure food. The reason for his decision to take action personally was that the transportation costs across regions were extremely high. While players could use teleportation magic circles to move quickly, bulk materials could not be transported through teleportation. From the royal capital of the Kingdom of Roven to Lipasai, players only needed 5 hours. But a merchant convoy would take over 2 weeks, during which they would also have to pay high security and transportation loss fees. But he didn't need a merchant convoy. His backpack space and weight limit had been filled with expansion coupons from the store, giving him a capacity 1,000 times that of an ordinary player. More than enough to handle this logistical operation. Seizing this opportunity, he also planned to further expand the item slot limit. With an almost infinite capacity backpack and the ability to teleport across regions, Fu Hao was confident that he could completely turn the tide. Although broadcasting the entire procurement process live would be exciting, he had an overwhelming number of teleportation stones, and in the past half-month, what he had consumed was just a drop in the bucket. However, even if he deliberately hid it, external speculation and doubt were increasing day by day. He worried that the day his secret would be exposed would cause the entire community to boil over, and he would be attacked, resisted, and scolded. His current streaming career heavily relied on popularity. But if he completely concealed it, he would miss countless public highlights and trending moments. He had regretted countless times hiding his spending identity, but there was no turning back. At least so far, hiding had indeed brought many benefits. Lord de Fuao, 999, why aren't you speaking? Did you go to the bathroom? Seeing Fu Hao's long silence, the barrage of comments filled with question marks started to flood the screen. He slowly came to his senses and made a decision. Sorry, today's live stream ends here. And I apologize for disappointing everyone. Why so suddenly? What a pity. A long live stream must be exhausting. Don't go, how go. I didn't get to watch enough. Ignoring the audience's regrets and reluctance, Fu Hao decisively ended the live stream. Chapter 39. Restricted Release, Your Highness. Are you really planning to hand over Ripus? Carlson's confidant asked, his voice tinged with hesitation and concern. He was one of the prince's closest aides, privy to all his secrets. If it weren't for Fu Hao, I wouldn't even have the chance to get this far, Carlson replied in a low voice, his gaze calm as the night. But the ancient ruins where Ripus lies dormant, that ancient site, to be precise, it's the ruins deep within the great forest, Carlson continued, his tone unhurried. If Fu Hao cannot revive Ripus, then the ruins are nothing but a castle in the air. A meaningless dream. Does your highness truly believe he can revive this wasteland? I cannot say for certain. Carlson looked into the distance. But I trust his financial power more than his abilities. If Fu Hao can truly rebuild Ripus, Carlson planned to inform him about the existence of the ruins in the great forest himself. I hope he can acquire those ancient relics. Carlson pondered, envisioning Fu Hao, who bore the power of the ruins, and it was hard to imagine how much he would grow. At this moment, Fu Hao, who had turned off the live stream, was trying to calm his fluctuating emotions. Stay calm. I need to stay calm. The scale of the live stream rapidly expanded, and the viewership surged. This should have been a joyous occasion, but the accompanying doubts shadowed him relentlessly. After all, he was an ordinary person, and facing overwhelming skepticism, he couldn't remain completely indifferent. Even if he deliberately avoided it, some comments had already taken root in his heart. How could he showcase his financial capabilities in the live stream without raising suspicions? He pondered repeatedly, his thoughts clashing in his mind like a caged beast, yet he could not find an answer. Ultimately, he decided to start with what he could do right now, browse the community's reactions. Perhaps he could find a way to operate the territory normally without relying on spending money. If the Crown Prince had given me a normal territory, I wouldn't have to think so hard. He sighed while casually scrolling through the forum pages until a title caught his attention. Response from the operation regarding Fu Hao's identity, 13. 522 comments. Fu Hao's heart tightened. The operation of Another World had always avoided discussions about loopholes and hacks, yet someone had received an official response regarding his identity? No wonder he always felt an uneasy premonition. The things he was reluctant to face had finally arrived. But why hadn't anyone mentioned it during the live stream? With trepidation and confusion, he clicked on the post. Title: Response from the operation regarding Fu Hao's identity. Author: Tanji. Hello, everyone. I'm the original poster who asked about Fu Hao's identity every day. Today, I finally received a response. The question was as follows: did Fu Hao use any loopholes or hacks? I've compiled his consumption amount, which exceeded 500 million in less than 2 weeks. Is this really reasonable? Please confirm whether he used loopholes or illegal means to acquire crystals or gold. The operations response was as follows. Upon investigation, we confirm that all data related to Fu Hao is normal, and there are no signs of utilizing loopholes or hacks. We apologize to Brother Hao for the past doubts. Selected comments. This is the first time I've seen the operation respond to such questions. I received a response yesterday as well. I was shocked. How much did Brother Hao spend for the operation to make an exception? Those who said it was a bug, come apologize. How can commoners understand the world of the rich? Skyhorse spends a lot too. Why is no one suspicious? Skyhorse spent 500 million in 2 years. Fu Hao spent 500 million in 2 weeks. Can they be compared? The operation certified he is a wealthy player. If he keeps spending, the game company will really have to build him a new building. After reading the comments, Fu Hao let out a long sigh. From the overall atmosphere, the operations response had basically dispelled most people's doubts. With official certification, he didn't know whether the operation was intentionally paying attention to him, but this response was enough to unlock the shackles that had been subtly painful in his heart. Since he had already been labeled a pay-to-win player, why not completely let go of himself? A smile crept onto his lips, as if the previous wavering had never existed. After restarting the livestream, Fu Hao immediately began to expand his backpack slots and weight limit. Would you like to increase by 10 backpack slots? Cost 1,000 crystals. Cost increases with the number of slots. Would you like to increase weight limit by 500? Cost 1,500 crystals. Cost increases with weight value. He's streaming again. Is he spending money to expand his backpack? Class donated 50 yuan. Why is he suddenly expanding his backpack? I'm going to move food, Fu Hao simply responded. The audience initially thought he was about to pull off something big and held their breath in anticipation. However, they soon realized that this time, the spending seemed somewhat unusual. Would you like to increase by 10 backpack slots? Cost 2,000 crystals. Would you like to increase weight limit by 500? Cost 2,500 crystals. Even though the costs were skyrocketing like a snowball, Fu Hao showed no signs of stopping. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. He has already surpassed 500,000. Paramana donated 50 yuan. Please stop. The game company is really going to build a new building. Kellerway donated 50 yuan. Does Brother Hao need movers? 500 slots, 10,000 weight limit, fair price. Brother Hao is going crazy with spending. Is he driven mad by the Crown Prince's broken territory? Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to hire players as movers? Like me, it looks like he is about to surpass the total spending of Skyhorse. It wasn't until he heard the notification sound that indicated he had surpassed 1 million that Fu Hao finally paused his actions. Finally stopped. Not done yet. Take a 5-minute break and continue buying. Did Brother Hao suddenly do this to protest against the operation with his spending? The audience speculated about his motives. But no one thought that this was actually Fu Hao's first time genuinely letting loose with his spending. After consuming around 1.5 million crystals, Fu Hao finally stopped. This should be enough to move all the food at once. Don't say just one meal. You could empty an entire city. A walking logistics miracle. Next, he took out the teleportation gems he had originally prepared for arming the territory. Now that the situation was urgent, there was no need to hide his power any longer. After confirming the food sale location with the administrator Lapis, Fu Hao set the nearest teleportation coordinates. Thanks to Carlson's 30 confidants spreading across the kingdom to farm monsters, he had already mastered all the geographical information of the roving kingdom. After handing the teleportation gems and a large amount of gold to Lapis and patiently instructing him on how to use them, the two activated the teleportation together. Using teleportation gem, cost 600 gold based on the distance moving. 5, 4, 600 gold just for teleportation? Isn't that like spending 300 bucks? Give me the gold, and I'll set up a magic teleportation array for you. Does the team still need people? Professional mages, teleportation array specialization. This aggressive action was just beginning. Your Highness, Fu Hao. He did it. What did he do? The territory of Ripus was back to normal operation. So soon? It had only been a short week since being granted the title of Viscount. Carlson took the report presented by his confidant. Day 1. Prepare enough food for over 1 million people for more than half a year. Day 2. Issue promotional announcements offering free food and job positions to all former citizens of Ripus who returned. Day 3. The previously displaced citizens began to return. Day 6. Open military service registration, monster material decomposition, or smelting, construction work, and other job positions. After reading the report, a trace of undeniable astonishment appeared in Carlson's eyes. He must have spent a lot of money, right? Yes. How could the grain be transported in just one day? He doesn't have spatial magic. Spatial magic is a 10th tier mythical magic that surpasses legends, and someone who just reached level 100 like Fu Hao could never learn it. Could it be that he used an adventurer's backpack? If backpacks could really be used like spatial magic, no one would be adventuring anymore. They would all be in business. That's true. Carlson and his confidant repeatedly analyzed the situation, yet they still couldn't understand Fu Hao's methods, which even the audience who witnessed the entire process found difficult to comprehend, let alone mere NPCs. Now, it truly looked like a proper territory. Surveying the completely transformed Leipi, Fu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Once a desolate land, it was now bustling with crowds and vibrant activity. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. However, the financial situation is still. Of course, the cost of all this was extremely steep due to the purchase of grain and large-scale construction. Leipi was over 500 million gold coins in debt, which, if rated financially, would be the worst in history. However, all these debts were recorded under Fu Hao's personal name, and the territory information page showed no negative figures. Everything was basically ready, with only one regret: the number of knights. Currently, there's only one knight. Given the scale, there should be at least 100. Should we ask the Crown Prince for some? As the last piece of the puzzle for restoring the territory to normal, the number of knights in Leipi remained at the pitiful value of 1. Fu Hao, who originally planned to issue a recruitment notice for free knights, suddenly remembered the legendary Knight Helm. If he could recruit Helm, it would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. Fu Hao made up his mind. Even if the cost was death, he would try to recruit Helm. Chapter 41 Hit 1, Boss. The 7 legends among the unparalleled heroes who emerged during the war between humans and demons. He is undoubtedly one of the most outstanding existences. These individuals are known as the 7 legends, all of whom represent the pinnacle of the gaming world. For ordinary players, they're not only unattainable, but even the thought of seeing them in person seems like a fantasy, let alone having any interaction. As the first player in the entire server to obtain the title of Viscount, Fu Hao already stands out among the crowd. However, in the face of legends, there is no essential difference between a Viscount and a commoner. Nevertheless, among the 7 legends, there is one who never judges others by their status. That is the legendary Knight Helm. He does not pledge allegiance to any kingdom, nor does he establish his own force, but has quietly guarded the outskirts of the kingdom of Roven for decades, only accepting truly qualified disciples. In fact, Fu Hao initially chose the kingdom of Roven as a starting point precisely to get in touch with Helm. Before the livestream began, his original plan was to join Helm's trials and become his disciple to obtain the Hidden Knight class. However, after he unexpectedly transitioned to a Master Enhancer, he is now caught in a dilemma. Should he continue on the path of enhancement or return to his original intention and become a legendary disciple? Helm's trial tasks have a level limit of 100 for players. This is also one of the reasons why Fu Hao has remained at level 100 even after reaching the maximum level. Now that his territory urgently needs strong combat power, he can no longer delay. First, clear the trials and then see. Fu Hao made up his mind that regardless of whether he ultimately succeeds in the job change, he must at least complete the trials first. Perhaps this seemingly impossible challenge is just a small test for him. The next morning, Fu Hao used a teleportation gem to arrive at Helm's mansion on the outskirts of the kingdom of Roven. Next to the mansion stands a towering stone tower, which is a trial space set up by Helm. After 2 years of no one clearing it, the area around the tower is deserted and exceptionally quiet. He approached the NPC in front of the tower to accept the task. Helm's trial difficulty. Unmeasurable, the legendary Knight Helm has set up 7 trial doors to select disciples. Only those who break through all the doors can be recognized by him. Clearance conditions. Break through all trial doors reward. Qualification as Helm's disciple title. Recognized by the legend skills. Weakness attack failure penalty. Helm's favorability drops to 0. Permanently banned from challenging this task again. Fu Hao is already familiar with the task content, but he still detailed the task interface during the livestream. This is not an ordinary dungeon, but a challenge that is extremely strict. Its geographic limitations and high difficulty settings make it the first exposure for most viewers. The bullet comments flooded in. Is it another one of those unmeasurable tasks? Helm is actually one of the 7 legends? Is this a trial similar to a dungeon? If you fail, you can't try again. That's too harsh. Once the audience understood the content, Fu Hao officially accepted the task. Accept Helm's trial task. The first door opens. As the task acceptance prompt sounded, the originally closed tower door slowly opened, revealing new prompt information. Destroy the rock. Time limit. 2 minutes. Combat skills are prohibited during the trial period. The core of the first trial is pure power output, requiring players to break a high durability rock within 2 minutes without using any skills. This is Helm's method of filtering out players who are all show and no substance. Although the levels are the same, if sufficient attributes, equipment, and title foundations are not accumulated during growth, it will be difficult to pass. Although Fu Hao's foundation is not top-notch, he possesses a trump card, a weapon that has not yet fully grown but already has level 130 weapon performance, the Troll Sword 10. A week ago, during a non-livestream period, he successfully enhanced it to 10 using the skill Destiny's Luck, and its attributes are outrageous, to say the least. The bullet comments exploded. Are we not starting? Brother Hao, stop stalling, just hit it. Faced with the audience's urging, Fu Hao remained calm and relaxed, saying, "Don't rush, everyone. I like to take my time. Before we start, let me show you something good." He leisurely brought up the information panel for the Troll Sword, slowly displaying it on the livestream screen, the slow pace contrasting sharply with the eager viewers in the livestream. Troll Sword, 10, level, hero, growth type. Exclusive, usage conditions, clear the Troll's trial growth stage. LV, 1 attack power, 710, 1490 durability, 60-60 weight, 45 weapon effects. Attack power increases with level during growth. Special effects are unlocked at growth stages LV 5, LV 10, and max. Attack power 20, attack power 30, attack power 30. When hitting a target, gain a 10 attack power buff, lasting 10 seconds, stacking up to 10 layers. When hitting a target, there is a 0.1 chance to trigger a 10-hit attack. Description: this sword was originally used by trolls, but due to the low intelligence of its user, its full potential has not been realized. 999, what kind of outrageous attributes are these? I'm so jealous. The bullet comments triggered a delay due to overheating. With the screen filled with shock over the sword's panel attributes, far exceeding all sword-type weapons in the top 10 rankings, and even its growth potential is perfect. Even if it has never grown, it is enough to rank among the strongest weapons. Do you know how much blood and tears I went through to wash out these 5 attributes? Just recalling it makes me want to cry. Although a master enhancer can infinitely roll attributes with skill enhancement effects, the probability of rolling out top-tier options for all 5 attributes at the same time is extremely low. Akin to reaching for the sky, a level 10 weapon is already rare, yet Fu Hao managed to create a second one in a short period of time. This also led to renewed doubts in the livestream about his identity as a master enhancer. I'm a master enhancer, and my professional skills have bonuses for level 10. Just understand it that way. He casually avoided revealing details about his skills, then raised his sword and struck down fiercely at the rock. Critical hit. Dealt 705. 704 damage to the target. Target has been defeated. The rock shattered in response, not even lasting 10 seconds. First door cleared, second door opens. Oh my, Next level. Even Fu Hao himself was momentarily stunned, not expecting it to shatter in one hit. 999 one-hit clearance? Brother Hao, did you activate invincibility? Regular attack of 700,000? The audience witnessed a combat style more exaggerated than an invincible combo. One sword, enough. One hit, still one hit. From the first door to the sixth door, Fu Hao used brute force to one-hit kill all of them. Finally, he arrived at the last level. But this level was completely different from the previous 6. He encountered resistance for the first time. The final boss was named Night Puppet. Critical hit. Dealt 1, 356. 355 damage to the target. However, this hit still could not shake the puppet in the slightest. 3 seconds later, the puppet's health instantly returned to full. The healing speed is too fast. Is this an immortal boss? Stop hitting, look for a strategy. Even Leon Hart is hard to fight this. Even with the attack power buff fully stacked, it still cannot suppress its healing speed. The only way out is to complete the output before it recovers. But the puppet's movement trajectory is completely erratic, making it extremely difficult to hit. This was the first time he truly experienced the so-called qualification barrier. There were no reference videos for this level, and no one had cleared it before. How to break through? If only my attack speed and movement speed could be a bit faster. After failing the task and not being able to retry, Fu Hao's heart was already tense. He placed his last hope on the ultimate effect of the Troll Sword, the 0.1 chance of a 10-hit attack. Remaining time, 30 seconds. 30 seconds, gone. Is the system deliberately stalling you? It's hard indeed. Time ticked away second by second, and the audience prepared to accept failure. But only Fu Hao's gaze was like a torch. Come on, trigger it. It's your turn to trigger now. Remaining time, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. People often say that failure is the mother of success. But if there is no chance to try again, then failure is just failure. Gritting his teeth, he refused to give up. And he didn't want to be a stepping stone for someone else's success. He had already suffered enough on the first character, and this time, he would not allow failure. At the last moment, he decisively activated his fate, forcibly raising the 0. 1 chance to 100. Remaining time, 2 seconds. 1 second. Break it. Buzz. The troll sword pierced the puppet's core, accompanied by a deep rumble, and the 10-hit attack erupted instantly, pouring down like a thunderstorm. Critical hit. Triggered troll sword effect. 10-hit attack. Dealt 1 for 113, 568 damage. The puppet's movements froze, and then it collapsed with a bang, turning into fragments. Fu Hao collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, and a series of completion prompts popped up in front of him. 1-hit kill when the boss monster's level is higher than the character's level. Gain title. 1-hit boss slayer. All doors broken through. Completed Helm's trial task. Gain title. Recognized by legends. Gain skill. Weakness attack. Achieved. Completed an unmeasurable difficulty task, due to the title having no impossible effects. All attributes increased by an additional 30 points. Qualified to become Helm's disciple. Please talk to Helms. Chapter 41. My disciple is amazing. Helm, remember, you must choose that 1 in a million, the most talented person with exceptional gifts as your disciple, just like how I chose you back then. In a deep dream, Helm once again relived his master's lingering last words. As an orphan who was born without any support, his master was the only light in his dark life, his entire world. Even after achieving fame and success as a legendary knight following the Demon-Human War, the immense emptiness from losing his master still gnawed at his heart like an unfillable abyss. Master, what if that most talented person insists on refusing to become my disciple? What should I do then? You never told me. Waking up in the faint morning light, Helm stared blankly at the sky outside the window. Solo inheritance, as the name implies, is an extreme way of inheritance that concentrates a lifetime of learning and all resources on cultivating a single disciple. Its core purpose is not to widely open the mountain gates and mass-produce mediocre disciples, but to carve out an absolute powerhouse capable of overwhelming peers and intimidating formidable enemies with all one's heart and immense resources. Although often avoided by major powers due to the risk of monopolizing core techniques, in the face of the increasingly imminent threat from the demon realm, cultivating ultimate combat power capable of contending with high-ranking demons and even demon lords has become an urgent matter. Thus, top existences like the 7 legends standing at the pinnacle of the world, or certain well-established large factions, have already made it a tacit norm to concentrate resources and cultivate extraordinary geniuses at any cost. However, Helm's situation was completely different. The true solo inheritance he inherited from his master had a strict rule at the physical level. It was absolutely impossible to impart to more than one person at the same time. Therefore, even without his master's dying instructions, he was destined to tirelessly seek that top genius who could inherit his legacy throughout his life. As soon as the smoke of the Demon-Human War cleared, Helm set off on a long journey to find a disciple. He traversed various places in the kingdom in search of young geniuses, even personally going to the renowned Imperial Knight Academy and the profound Magic Academy, setting stringent examination questions himself. However, year after year, as time flowed by like water, he still failed to find the person he desired. After all, including himself, all 7 legends were exceptionally gifted, peak existences. The slight brilliance of ordinary geniuses simply could not catch his eye. He had indeed discovered shocking talents that could stand shoulder to shoulder with legends. But they were always the core objects of cultivation for major powers. Once he forcibly poached them, it could likely trigger a bloody war. No matter how fervent his desire for a disciple was, he dared not involve his comrades who fought alongside him for his own selfish motives. After repeated setbacks, Helm painfully reflected and resolutely changed his strategy. Instead of seeking like a headless fly, why not let true geniuses come to challenge him voluntarily? Thus, he invested great effort to build 7 magnificent gates containing different trials and issued recruitment announcements to all of humanity, even to those foreign nations that did not participate in the Demon-Human War. The effect exceeded expectations. Once the announcement was made, various powers sprang into action, flocking to compete for the supreme glory of the legendary disciple, turning the city where Helm's mansion was located, once thriving on iron mining, into a bustling tourist city solely serving trial challengers. Helm silently observed the bustling changes that arose because of him, deeply convinced that the disciple he had long awaited would soon appear before him. However, Helm's excitement and anticipation did not last long. 3 months, a year, 5 years. Time quietly passed in waiting, and after a long while, no one had successfully broken through the 7 rigorous trial gates. With many applicants, but no successful selections, bizarre rumors began to circulate that he had set up the trials merely to toy with the world. The number of challengers dwindled, and eventually, the once bustling entrance became deserted, with no one coming to knock on the door. Just as he was disheartened, about to give up and try a different approach, a turning point emerged. Beings known as adventurers from another world, those who cannot die, suddenly surged from all over the world. Helm's long silent heart instantly reignited with hope. He held back his eagerness, patiently waiting for these adventurers to grow to level 100, capable of challenging the trials. Soon, the figures of adventurers began to appear before the trial gates. Finally, among the many challengers, he discovered Leon Hart, an extraordinary genius that made even the 7 legends pale in comparison. How long have I waited for this day? Disciple, from now on, let us work hard together. Helm excitedly opened his arms, his voice trembling slightly with joy. So disciple is a profession title. Leon Hart's tone was flat, even carrying a hint of detachment. Inheriting my legacy and teachings. In the future, you will stand at the pinnacle of all beings, looking down upon this vast world. Helm painted a glorious future. I refuse. The cold words fell like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. What did you say? I think I misheard. Can you say it again? Helm's smile froze, and he incredulously dug at his ears. I refuse. Decisive, with no room for negotiation. Sorry, disciple, I might be getting old. My hearing isn't great. Can you say it again? His voice carried the last glimmer of hope, almost pleading. Leon Hart did not waste any more words. Simply turned around and walked away. Disciple, where are you going? You can't abandon me, your master. Disciple, coming back to his senses. Helm felt as if he had just woken from a dream and hurriedly tried to chase after Leon Hart's retreating figure. However, Leon Hart's silhouette had already been swallowed by the light of the return scroll, disappearing without a trace. In the following 2 years, Leon Hart's resolute departure left a deep imprint on Helm's heart, making it impossible for him to forget. He still placed his vague hope on adventurers, but never encountered another who could break through all 7 gates. Leon Hart, if you have no intention of being my disciple, then why did you come to challenge my trials? He bitterly questioned the empty trial ground. He had no way of knowing that Leon Hart came merely to hide skills and titles, not sincerely seeking a master. Hoffer, how many people came to challenge today? A routine inquiry, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Today, a total of 67 challengers. The highest broke through to the 4th gate. Hoffer replied in its characteristic stiff tone, devoid of fluctuations. Hoffer was a semi-permanent intelligent magic puppet created by Loki, one of the 7 legends, the artifact craftsman. All of Helm's testing gates were constructed from intricate magic arrays, allowing Hoffer to monitor the progress and results of each trial in real time. The 4th gate? The standards are getting lower and lower. Helm shook his head with a bitter smile, disappointment evident on his face. Just as Helm was about to begin his monotonous daily work, Hoffer's unchanging tone suddenly rose. 1st gate. Breakthrough time, 1 minute and 5 seconds. Challenger, full Olympus. Helm was slightly startled. Leon Hart's record for the 1st gate was 1 minute and 22 seconds, which was already quite impressive. Oomph. Just another guy relying on brute strength to charge through. He scoffed dismissively. However, Hoffer's announcements did not cease. 2nd gate. Breakthrough time, 37 seconds. A new record has been set. Challenger, full Olympus. What? The historical record before the 2nd gate was 1 minute and 49 seconds. Held by Leon Hart. Now it has been shattered by such a large margin. Helm's heart began to race uncontrollably. Hoffer, is the trial gate operating normally? All gates are functioning properly. Have you confirmed the level? He asked eagerly. The level of Fu Hong Reepies is indeed 100. Unbelievable, even with a powerful weapon. How could a mere level 100 achieve such a feat? Moreover, the trial rules clearly prohibit the use of combat skills. Therefore, even if this person had become a disciple of the other 7 legendary figures and obtained powerful inherited skills, they would be of no use here. At this point, Helm finally concluded. Fu Hong Reepies is an unparalleled genius beyond even his estimation as a legendary knight. Finally it has come. My disciple. After 2 years, he let out a shout of joy, the sound echoing in the vast hall. Hoffer's announcements were like an uplifting hymn, continuously resounding. 3rd gate. Breakthrough time, 45 seconds. New record. 4th gate. Breakthrough time, 41 seconds. New record. 5th gate. Breakthrough time, 55 seconds. New record. 6th gate. Breakthrough time, 38 seconds. New record. Each breakthrough time did not exceed 1 minute. Helm was so excited that he was almost dancing with joy. Leonhardt? Huh. Almost took in a useless disciple. Right, Hoffer? He shouted proudly, as if to vent 2 years of pent-up frustration. Hoffer's eyes, made of magical crystals, turned to Helm, casting a very subtle gaze. Helm suddenly remembered that just a moment ago he had been lost in thought trying to find Leonhardt, a strong sense of shame instantly flooding his cheeks. But what happened in the past was still in the past. He shook his head vigorously, as if trying to shake off that embarrassing memory. Leonhardt, just wait another 6 months. No, a year will do. All the humiliations I have suffered, my precious disciple will surely avenge them all. He clenched his fists, with his fighting spirit soaring. Helm soon could not contain his inner joy and began to hum a cheerful tune, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Based on past experiences, challengers would surely pass the final gate in the time it took him to finish a song. However, after the first song ended, the announcement for the 7th gate did not come. The tension in Helm's heart tightened. Hoffer, has the last challenge not been completed yet? Fuhong Reepies is still challenging the 7th gate. Huh, is my disciple afraid that his master will be too shocked, so he's deliberately slowing down? Really, there's no need. He forced himself to calm down and hummed a cheerful tune again, trying to dispel the slight unease in his heart. However, after the second song ended, there was still no news. How long has it been? 7 minutes and 45 seconds. The time limit for the 7th gate was 15 minutes, and Leonhardt's record back then was 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Disciple, Master really wants to see your face soon. Helm seemed to be holding onto his composure, muttering to himself in as light a voice as possible. But for some reason, the ominous premonition rising in his heart made him increasingly anxious. Hoffer, how much time has passed? He couldn't help but ask again. 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Hoffer, 8 minutes and 51 seconds. Stop calling out. Do you want me to report every 10 seconds? Hoffer's electronic voice carried a hint of impatience. All right, that sounds good. 9 minutes and 20 seconds have passed. When the cold announcement declared that the time had surpassed Leonhardt's record, Helm's face turned completely dark, like the sky before a storm. 12 minutes, 13 minutes, 14 minutes. Time passed second by second, each second like a hammer striking Helm's heart. Unknowingly, only the last minute remained before time was up. Disciple, don't play around. You're joking with your master, right? Master believes in you. You can do it, disciple. 30 seconds left. Hoffer reminded mercilessly. Helm suddenly cast aside all the glory and dignity of the 7 legends, knelt on the cold floor with a thud, and with his hands clasped, began to pray devoutly. Master, if you have a spirit in heaven, please grant my disciple strength. I beg you. 3 seconds. Hoffer's voice sounded like a death knell. No, impossible. Just as Helm was about to despair, his head touching the ground, almost falling into the abyss of despair, Hoffer's flat voice finally rang out again. Fuhong Reepies has broken through the 7th gate. Time taken, 14 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 42, Helm's Persistence, ZZZ. 999, GG. I should have checked the strategy guide. 999, cleared. Holy crap. 999, what S with this damage? Class donated 50 yuan. Is this even possible? Forever Rich God donated 50 yuan. Forever Rich Brother YYDS. In Forever Rich's livestream, the most dramatic and textbook-level plot twist of his streaming career unfolded, perhaps the most shocking moment since the launch of Otherworld. Even Forever Rich, who barely cleared the game thanks to a fateful 10-hit combo, couldn't fully believe he had truly accomplished it after the dust settled. The viewers, who had been holding their breath throughout the entire process, were now collectively stunned into a state of shock. After savoring the afterglow of clearing the game and calming his wildly fluctuating emotions, Forever Rich cleared his throat and redirected his attention to the scrolling comments. Starting to interact with the audience. I was too focused on the game just now and didn't get a chance to see everyone's donations and comments. So let me catch up. Is this even possible? Class, it seems you thought I wouldn't make it, huh? Forever Rich said with a hint of teasing. Class donated 50 yuan. Haha, awkward. Forever Rich brother, with that ID of yours. If you ever encounter a streamer stronger than me, I suggest you change your name before interacting. Okay? Forever Rich chuckled in response to the donation ID. Forever Rich God donated 50 yuan. I want to change it. Otherworld only has you. After finishing the initial interaction, Forever Rich stepped toward the teleportation magic circle that had automatically generated after clearing the last level and activated it. Teleportation magic circle activating. Please wait. Remaining time, 5 seconds. 4 seconds. The prompt didn't specify where to meet Helm, so I'll just assume it's back at his mansion. Forever Rich explained to the camera. Are you about to become Helm's disciple? This quest description is too perfunctory. Teleporting to outside the tower, as the echo of the prompt lingered in his ears. Forever Rich had just set foot on solid ground when a tremendous force unexpectedly slammed into him from the side, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Forever Rich exclaimed. What's going on? Who is it? Instinctively, Forever Rich tried to push away the person who had tightly wrapped around him like an octopus. But the other's arms were as immovable as iron clamps. All he could see was a mess of glaring pure white hair. Ha ha ha. Well done. So well done. The newcomer let out a strange sound that mixed crying and manic laughter, while vigorously and almost cathartically patting Forever Rich's back. Zinho, can you please let go first? Let's talk properly. Forever Rich managed to squeeze out a request, nearly losing health from the vigorous patting. Hearing Forever Rich's words, Helm finally eased his grip a bit, taking the opportunity to create some distance. Forever Rich carefully examined the excited, tear-streaked face before him, momentarily failing to recognize who it was. Is this Helm? From the outfit, it's definitely Helm. Isn't Helm supposed to have black hair? Why is it all white? Why is he crying? What happened to his legendary dignity? Thanks to the rapidly scrolling comments in the chat, Forever Rich suddenly realized that the seemingly deranged old man with white hair before him was actually Helm, one of the 7 legendary knights. He was taken aback and hurriedly straightened his posture, trying to fix his somewhat disheveled appearance, as this person could one-hit kill the strongest player, Leon Hart. Hello, Mr. Helm. It's an immense honor to meet you, the legendary knight, in person. I have always admired your deeds deeply, Forever Rich said, adopting the most respectful demeanor and speaking sincerely. Crazy flattery. I'd have to kneel too. In response to Forever Rich's almost sycophantic greeting, Helm nodded in satisfaction, not even bothering to wipe the tears and snot from his face. Good. My disciple is really polite. Totally different from that bastard Leon Hart. Forever Rich was taken aback. Leon Hart? You know him? He keenly picked up on this key name. So it really is related to Leon Hart. Did the legend also hear about him? It's normal for NPCs to know top players. As soon as Leon Hart was mentioned, Helm seemed to be pulled back to that day when he was ruthlessly rejected, his fury bursting forth. Don't mention that bastard. He clearly passed my trial, yet he outright refused to become my disciple. It's absolutely incomprehensible. Damn him. So Leon Hart passed Helm's trial. No wonder he is so strong. I thought he didn't pass. Turns out he refused. How did Leon Hart clear the last level? Curious. Forever Rich God donated 50 yuan. All thanks to luck, Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. I want to see Leon Hart's game footage. The audience was shocked by the explosive news that Leon Hart had actually passed the trial, but for Forever Rich, the impact was even greater, as that last level was like an insurmountable chasm for him. He had barely scraped by with his cheat-like title and fateful luck. Yet Leon Hart had managed to clear it head-on and even refused the chance to become a legendary disciple. Mr. Helm, let us get down to business first. Shall we? Forever Rich cautiously steered the conversation back. Just as he finished speaking, a prominent system prompt popped up in front of him. Legendary Knight Helm has proposed a disciple application to you. Accepting it will change your profession to a new class. Do you accept? Warning. Changing to a new profession will result in losing all skills from your current class. Master Enhancer. Master Enhancer is probably better, right? I'm curious about what the Legendary Knight class is like. If I refuse, Helm might get angry, right? Feels like I'm done for. Forever Rich instantly fell into deep conflict. Judging by Helm's furious reaction when he mentioned Leon Hart, if he were to refuse like Leon Hart did, it would undoubtedly create an unresolvable enmity with this legendary powerhouse. It wouldn't just be simple hatred, but a deeply ingrained loathing. Could a dignified legendary knight really lower himself to hunt down a mere player? But thinking of Helm's terrifying obsession with Leon Hart that had lasted for 2 years made Forever Rich's heart uneasy. This is really a headache. Forever Rich couldn't help but grumble internally. Why did that guy Leon Hart refuse? Is there some huge hidden pitfall in being Helm's disciple? Despite the doubts in his heart, Forever Rich's choice had long been determined. He could never give up the Master Enhancer class, which was deeply tied to his core gameplay, identity, and even wealth. Thank you very much for your kindness and proposal, Mr. Helm. Forever Rich took a deep breath, gathering his courage to say, but I'm afraid I cannot become your disciple. Helm's ecstatic smile instantly froze. He stood there as if paralyzed, completely motionless. and even the light in his eyes seemed to extinguish. Mr. Helm? Forever Rich tentatively called out, his heart racing. Oh no, run, Forever Rich. Feels like something big is about to happen. The sharp-eyed viewers immediately sensed danger from this eerie silence and urged Forever Rich to escape in the comments. However, Fu Hao just stood there, staring intently at Helm's reaction. Soon, Helm seemed to be pulled back to his senses by something. He slowly raised his head, his gaze refocusing on Fu Hao's face, and that look was complex enough to make one's heart race. Disciple, Helm began, his voice unusually calm, even carrying a strange certainty. I'm sorry, I really... Fu Hao tried to explain again. No, Helm interrupted him decisively. You are my disciple. This is a conclusion. What's wrong with this old man? Fu Hao, quickly get out of here. What are you waiting for? I feel like I'm going to be killed. The audience's exclamations flooded the screen, yet Helm did not explode in anger or threaten as expected. Instead, at the moment Helm's words fell, a new system prompt box, glowing ominously red, forcibly popped up in front of Fu Hao's eyes. You have rejected Helm's proposal. Helm has developed an obsession with you. Forced to accept the quest, Helm's obsession cannot be abandoned. Helm's obsession difficulty, none description. The legendary knight Helm can only take one disciple due to his inheritance characteristics. For nearly 10 years, he's been searching for top talents. He is extremely certain that you possess the highest talent in the world and has decided to abandon all dignity and restraint to follow you until you accept his disciple application. Completion conditions. Accept Helm's disciple application rewards. Helm's favorability increases to trust. Helm stops following behavior after reading the entire quest description, rather than feeling discouraged. Fu Hao was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of joy. Even if he couldn't become a disciple, having a legendary knight-level super bodyguard follow him closely, this deal was simply a blood profit. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and a friendly smile quickly formed on his face as he extended his hand toward the still staring Helm. As for being a disciple, I'm afraid that's not going to happen. But I hope you'll take care of me from now on, Mr. Helm. No. Helm also extended his hand, gripping Fu Hao's firmly as if to brand him with a mark. You will definitely become my disciple. I promise. Fu Hao was calculating how to maximize the use of this free legendary level combat power, while Helm was wholeheartedly convinced that Fu Hao would eventually yield to his obsession and become his disciple. At the moment their eyes met, a subtle yet vastly different glimmer flashed in each of their eyes. Meanwhile, in a distant place, one of the 7 legends, Priest Coleman, was communicating with another legendary archer, ULS, through a floating magical crystal lens. Hey, ULS, have you heard? What is it? Did you discover another rare magical beast? No, it's Helm. That guy finally took a disciple. Nonsense. ULS scoffed, completely disbelieving. His trials, aside from that adventurer monster named Leon Hart, who can pass. And that guy rejected him. A disciple? Maybe in the next life. Really? It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, check the news network yourself. Coleman's smile faded, and his expression became extremely serious. Seeing Coleman's expression that was definitely not a joke, ULS disdain gradually solidified and dissipated, finally realizing that the matter might indeed be true. His brows furrowed tightly. He has been looking for 10 years. To be precise, it's 9 years and 7 months. Coleman corrected him precisely. You're still counting? How boring. ULS complained, but his eyes betrayed his curiosity. And you're not bored? Aren't you curious? Curious. Helm's disciple? ULS stroked his chin. He had been shouting about the highest talent for a whole decade. His ears were getting calluses from it. Yeah, so, it took 10 years to find one. TSK. ULS clicked his tongue. I want to see with my own eyes what this so-called highest talent is really like. What about you? Are you coming? Aren't you afraid of being outshined? Coleman asked with a sly smile. Are you kidding me? ULS exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. My disciple losing to Helm-S? Absolument impossible. He was full of confidence in his carefully cultivated disciple. Oh, but some people think your disciple is the strongest among us. Coleman said leisurely, then changed the subject. However, I heard not long ago, at a large event, he was defeated by that Leon Hart. Is that true? That was because that guy used underhanded means. ULS' face turned red as he argued excitedly. Come on, ULS. Coleman mercilessly pointed out, losing is losing, and you still can't accept it? Be careful your precious disciple learns that bad habit from you. Shut up. ULS, humiliated and angry, snapped, less nonsense. Are you going or not? Coleman pondered for a moment. I'm a bit curious. Helm should still be in the Roving Kingdom, right? Yes. Were you leaving for the Roving Kingdom? Coleman asked, then added, But why not just wait for our next gathering of the seven? It won't be long anyway. Will Helm bring his precious disciple to the gathering? ULS expressed doubt. Hard to say. Anyway, I'm not going to join this commotion. You go by yourself. Coleman waved his hand. Spineless. ULS sneered, be independent. Don't always stick to your sister. Referring to another legend. Before Coleman's rebuttal could come out, ULS had already decisively cut off the magical communication. In the crystal lens, Coleman's angry face instantly vanished. This magical communicator was a masterpiece of Loki, the genius artifact craftsman among the seven legends, supporting remote audio and video calls between devices of the same model. However, due to distance and magical interference, the seven legends could only truly gather once a year during offline meetings. Helm's disciple, ULS, rubbed the communicator in his hand, whispering to himself. Though he claimed to be unconcerned, he was precisely the one most invested in who would ultimately become Helm's disciple among the seven legends. TSK for the first time. I'm actually looking forward to the gathering coming soon. He looked out the window, his eyes filled with a desire to explore. Unbeknownst to him at that moment, Helm was engaged in a one-sided obsession, while the disciple he had high hopes for still had not nodded in agreement. Chapter 43. Why is Helm so obsessed with dealing with Fu Hao? Clearly, Fu Hao took longer to clear the final level than Leonhardt. The reason is that the goal of the final level's clearing method is to render the knight puppet incapable of fighting, rather than to kill it. However, Fu Hao couldn't maintain continuous attacks, and instead dealt millions of damage with a 10-hit combo, completely destroying the puppet. The 7 trial gates were all built by Deloshi Matapu, but the knight puppet for the final level was personally made by Loki, and once destroyed, even Deloshi Matapu couldn't repair it. While it is possible to ask Loki to remake it, his whereabouts are currently unknown, and whether he can attend the next legendary gathering is still uncertain. Of course, even without this reason, Helm would never let go of the disciple he had worked so hard to find. After closing the trial tower, he widely publicized that Fu Hao Reepies had become his disciple through his connections, fearing any complications since the lesson from Leonhardt was too profound. This time, he wanted to ensure everything was foolproof. After being rejected by Leonhardt and Fu Hao, Helm's pride was severely hurt, but he still felt proud of the power of his own legacy. If those guys mistakenly think my story is exaggerated, once they witness my strength, they will surely beg me to take them as disciples. Among the 7 legends, Helm possesses top-tier destructive power due to his own strength. The story of Helm taking Fu Hao as his disciple made headlines in various kingdoms and even the Empire, giving rise to rumors. Legendary Knight Helm, after 10 years, finally gains a disciple. Helm's disciple is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Deloshi Matapu personally interprets the difficulty of Helm's trials. 7 legends recognize a millennial prodigy. Coleman plots to snatch Helm's disciple. Helm's disciple is a commoner viscount from the Rowan kingdom. The rumors spread widely, and the more they were passed around, the more distorted they became. But the core fact that Fu Hao Reepies from the Rowan kingdom had become Helm's disciple had deeply rooted itself in people's minds. Fu Hao was looking through newspapers in the royal capital, and his expression grew worse. Mr. Helm, have you gone mad? I'm not your disciple. How am I supposed to clean up this mess? Disciple, don't be modest. In my eyes, there are no other disciples besides you. Fu Hao had to admit, he had been entangled by a crazy old man. The connections of a legendary hero are truly insane. I might as well just become Helm's disciple. What would happen if I keep refusing? There are marketing accounts here too. The headlines are all fabrications. Even if you exaggerate your publicity, I will not become your disciple. Fu Hao firmly responded. Just as he was at a standstill with Helm, the administrative officer Lapis knocked and entered. Lapis glanced at the old man beside Fu Hao, not recognizing that it was Helm, who had deliberately disguised himself. My Lord Viscount, knights are here looking for you. How many people came? More than 300, and the number is still increasing. How should we handle it? Fu Hao initially wanted to recruit them all, even if the maintenance cost for knights was high. He could afford it, but the Viscount of the Rowan Kingdom could only have a maximum of 150 knights. He reluctantly decided to adopt a quality-first strategy. Gather as many as possible. I'll personally interview them. By the way, have the knights who left the territory returned? Yes, about 30. Send them all away. The situation in the territory will improve, and these people will leave again. Understood. Once the interview location and time are confirmed, I will notify you. First, tell the knights that I am currently not in the territory. All right. Before Lapis left, he looked back at Fu Hao with admiration. He had originally thought Fu Hao was just a suddenly successful commoner, but unexpectedly, he was Helm's disciple. The previous contempt vanished in an instant. Watching the tide of knights and Lapis's change of attitude, Fu Hao truly felt the change in status brought by being Helm's disciple. Looking back at Helm, he was watching Fu Hao with a look that said, "This is my disciple." Fu Hao sighed and put on a gentle expression, saying, "Although, I still won't become a disciple." Fu Hao decided to level up by grinding monsters before the knights gathered. After passing Helm's trials, he had no reason to stay at level 100. The minimum level requirement for the yet-to-clear trial dungeon was 170, and he planned to level up to 170 before tackling them one by one. The trial dungeons were scattered, with the farthest dungeon taking more than 20 days to travel to and from the Reapy's territory. But Fu Hao didn't plan to waste that much time on the road. The labor force in the territory was not being used, so when else would he? In addition to regular territory development projects, he was advancing the project of recording teleportation gemstone coordinates, aiming to achieve free movement between the human realm and the demon realm, which could also be used for troop movements and ally support in the future. When Fu Hao was about to use the teleportation gemstone to go to the grinding area, using teleportation gemstone, consuming 980 gold coins based on the distance moving. 5. 4. Helm suddenly slapped the magic circle away. Master and disciple should travel together. Where did this rule come from? If you're not convinced, just consider me your disciple. Not doing it. After experiencing this situation when returning to the Reapy's territory, Fu Hao had no choice but to hand over the teleportation gemstone and the required gold coins to Helm, taking him along to the grinding area. The target monster was a level 190 Minotaur. With Fu Hao's attributes and equipment, he could easily handle level 200 monsters, making it most efficient to clear areas dense with monsters that respawn quickly. Summoning Golden Young Dragon Little Jean, help me fight monsters. No. The still untamed Little Jean refused to obey. Normally, Fu Hao would threaten with food, but today he pointed at Helm. Little Jean, if you don't fight monsters, that old man over there is going to make a move. Little Jean looked in the direction Fu Hao pointed, only to see the disheveled, white-haired Helm staring at it. Disciple, what is this creature? Due to the influence of his druid companion Antinous, Helm was well-versed in various summoned beasts, but he had never seen a dragon before since dragons only existed in myths. He never thought someone could summon one. This is my summoned beast. Golden Young Dragon, Little Jean. You know what a dragon is, right? A dragon. Helm's pupils constricted. Jean Hao rewarded 50 yuan. Little Jean is myth level. Helm is legendary level. Little Jean wins. Disciple, are you a druid? No, I'm human. In any case, please help discipline it. Discipline? If it doesn't fight monsters, beat it up. But be careful with the strength. Although Fu Hao's attack power had greatly increased due to the troll sword, his defense was still weak, and he didn't want to fight personally with the summoned beast. Since Helm was sticking to him, he might as well use him to tame Little Jean. Helm approached Little Jean, who let out a low growl as a warning, but Helm ignored it and reached out toward Little Jin's nose. Before he could touch it, Little Jin's tail, swipe attack, aimed for Helm's face, but the result was as if it was just scratching an itch, having no effect on Helm at all. You are right, disciple. It indeed has no manners, but being a dragon is understandable. Seeing that physical attacks were ineffective, Little Jean switched to magic. But Helm just chuckled. It can use magic? Impressive. Stop laughing and educate it. Fu Hao urged. Only then did Helm suppress Little Jean with his bare hands. Oh whoa. Little Jean let out a tragic howl. Wow, what level is he? It seems completely unharmed. Ha ha. Little Jean has met its true master. Bare-handed suppression. Little Jean quickly sent a telepathic message to Fu Hao. Master, I'm fighting monsters. Hurry and make that old man go away. Will you behave from now on? If you don't behave, I'll call that old man again. Got it, I'll behave. Little Jean nodded weakly. Mr. Helm, thank you for your hard work. Let fight monsters by itself from now on. Aren't you going to pet a bit more? We'll talk about it later. Fu Hao didn't understand why both players and NPCs were utterly defenseless against Xiao Jin. Was he really that cute? He shook his head and focused on farming monsters. As expected, after stacking 10 layers of the troll sword attack buff and combining it with the weak point attack skill, which reliably triggers critical hits and adjusts to the weapon's maximum attack, the Tauren was killed in one hit, dealt 625, 830 damage to the target. Target has been defeated, gained 43, 700 experience points. Level up. The weak point attack is a passive skill that requires precise hits on weak points, and for Taurens, whose weaknesses are obvious and fixed, Fu Hao could trigger it consistently without practice. In less than an hour, Fu Hao reached level 110. Level up, level up, level up. Helm was dumbfounded. The growth rate is two times faster than the official data. As the audience said, Helm's face was filled with shock. Although he recognized Fu Hao's potential, he He did not expect the upgrade speed to be so terrifying. In another world, even with exceptional talent, the experience growth rate for killing monsters of the same level follows a fixed formula. But Fu Hao completely broke this common sense. Helm had another question. Disciple, why don't you use combat skills? Because I don't have any. Combat skills, apart from class skills, can also be obtained through quests or achievements. But Fu Hao prioritized ordinary combat skills that can be enhanced through collection, so there was no need to rush to acquire them at this stage. Hearing the answer, Helm shook his head repeatedly. What a pity, such a pity. What's wrong? Just watch. Helm drew a giant weapon from his back. Hard to tell whether it was a gun or a sword, and slammed it violently into the ground. Huh! The ground cracked, boulders flew, and the towering crowd was swept away. Moments later, as the dust settled, the terrain within 100 meters was completely flattened. Witness the legendary knight Helm's might. Attack skill proficiency increased by 5. Xiao Jin, who had narrowly dodged to the edge of the attack range, trembled and sent a telepathic message to Fu Hao. This old man is too terrifying. I'm scared too. Fu Hao had heard of the legendary reputation, but thought it was mostly exaggerated. It was only at this moment that he realized the rumors about the legend being able to destroy kingdoms with ease might not be false. Disciple, will you still refuse? Fu Hao looked at the charred monster farming area and murmured to himself. Chapter 44, Mythical Weapon. Xiao Jin's true nature revealed. Xiao Jin looks tired? He can sweep everything on the battlefield. The world's strongest grandpa is born. Class tipped 50 yuan. The enhancement master is too weak. Caramel popcorn tipped 50 yuan. Turn him into a disciple of Helm. Seeing Fu Hao's dumbfounded expression, Helm burst into laughter. How about it? You can do it after practicing for 30 years. 30 years. Seeing Fu Hao's expression turn serious, Helm hurriedly corrected. I misspoke. 20 years is enough. Waiting 20 years is worse than slacking off. But this level is impressive in the early stages, right? If it were an ordinary skill, it would be powerful, but if it's a finishing move that can only be used once a day, that's hard to say. Now, do you want to become my disciple? Helm asked eagerly. No. Fu Hao calmly refused, and Helm's expression instantly darkened. Fu Hao still had no intention of becoming a disciple, but he decided to try to please Helm to improve his favorability. However, I can help you enhance your equipment. Equipment enhancement? Helm looked puzzled. Show me your weapon. My weapon? That's not possible. Do you know how precious this weapon is? If you don't give it, then forget it. Fu Hao pretended to turn away, and Helm panicked, ultimately handing over the weapon. You better be careful. Receive the Guardian Spear from Helm. Fu Hao got a legendary weapon with just a few words. And the live chat instantly erupted. Is this even possible? Amazing. First time seeing an NPC actively give a player a weapon. Unprecedented. The weapon looks incredibly cool. Hurry up and reveal its attributes. Bug. There's a bug. Quickly claim it for yourself. Class tipped 50 yuan. If you steal the weapon, I'll tip 5,000. Cologne tipped 50 yuan. Upload a video of a strip dance using the bug. You guys, do you want me to get into big trouble? Regardless of whether the system allows players to steal NPC weapons, if that were to happen, Fu Hao's territory might be overturned. Before enhancing the weapon, he first checked the weapon information. Guardian Spear level. Legendary usage requirements. Level 500, strength 3000. Knight class attack power. 6762168111 durability. 168 weight. 330. Knight class combat skills effect 50. Knight class combat skills cooldown -20. When equipped with the Guardian Shield, weapon attack power and effects increase by 40. When equipped with the Guardian Shield, can use the Absolute Guardian skill. When equipped with the Guardian Ring, weapon attack power and effects increase by 30. When originally equipped by Helm, weapon attack power and effects increase by 30. Description. Crafted by the legendary blacksmith Kaluz. The legendary knight Helm achieved great feats with this weapon during the Demon-Human War. When equipped with the Guardian Shield and Guardian Ring, resonance is triggered, enhancing performance. The handle length can be adjusted freely, can be used as a spear or sword. In spear form, only spear combat skills can be used, and in sword form, only sword combat skills can be used. Fu Hao was first shocked by the 6 attribute effects. 6 effects? Ordinary level 10 weapons only have 5, and the troll sword maxes out at 8, yet the Guardian Spear can reach 11 at level 10. More crucially, the usage requirements. Level 500. The level of the 7 legendary items has always been a hot topic in the community. Current top players are about level 310 to 320, speculating that the 7 legendary items are around level 400, while this weapon from the Demon-Human War requires level 500 to use, which means Helm's level is likely even higher. Level 500. What does the level requirement mean? What does strength 3,000 imply. A base attack of 16,000. That's too broken. First time seeing such a long description for equipment. Jin Hao tipped 50 yuan. If you reduce the usage requirement by 50, you can use it right away. Class tipped 50 yuan. I'm drooling. Mentioning the effect of reducing usage requirements, the audience began to urge Fu Hao to secretly keep Helm's weapon. 250 levels to use a level 500 legendary weapon. Steal it. Since you're stealing, then get the shield and ring too. If enhanced to level 10, according to the publicly available data from top spenders, every increase of 200-300 levels could add new effects to the enhancement effect. It's hard to imagine how terrifying a level 10 weapon at level 500 would be. Fu Hao wanted to enhance the weapon to level 7, and then use effect conversion to re-roll the effect attributes. But enhancing beyond level 5 carries a risk of destruction. And without Fate's luck, it's really not safe. If the weapon got destroyed, Helm's reaction would be unimaginable. Just as Fu Hao was lost in thought, the audience mistakenly thought he was considering whether to keep the weapon for himself, flooding the screen with encouragement and tips. Are you really going to steal it? Fu Hao is thinking about how to steal it. You only live once. If you're a man, just steal the weapon. Class tipped 50 yuan. If you steal it, I'll tip 10,000. Leon tipped Fu Hao 50 yuan. If you steal it, I'll give you 100 memberships. Rachel tipped 50 yuan. If you steal it, I'll collaborate. Rachel is here? Is this for real? Rachel also watches Fu Hao stream. Sister is streaming. I love you. Sister. Rachel, the #1 streamer of Otherworld, is second only to Leon Hart in popularity, with both looks and strength, known as the gaming goddess. Her appearance instantly shifted the audience's unified encouragement. The goddess Rachel is here. Many streamers have visited Fu Hao's live stream in the past, but this is the first time a streamer with higher popularity than Fu Hao has shown up. Fu Hao, aiming to become the top streamer in both categories, naturally knew Rachel. Checking the tip information, it was indeed her. Is this for real? Collaboration? Leon tipped Fu Hao 50 yuan. Didn't he expect Fu Hao to be this happy? New tipped 50 yuan. Protect Sister Rachel. Class tipped 50 yuan. Can't hold it anymore? If you don't steal it, you're not human. Who cares about the consequences, at worst? Be hunted by the 7 legends for a lifetime. I can collaborate with Sister Rachel. So envious. Mom, I want to be Fu Hao in my next life. Goddess Rachel, I never expected you to say that. You used to not be like this. Actually, I was just planning to. Before Fu Hao could finish a sentence, the live stream suddenly disappeared, and a prompt popped up. The host has exited Otherworld. Maintaining reconnection status. If not reconnected in 5 minutes, the live stream will end. Remaining time, 4 minutes 59 seconds dash. 9.99. This is crazy. With these conditions, anyone would be unable to resist. Jin Hao tipped 50 yuan. This, Rachel tipped 50 yuan. I was just joking. As the audience gasped, Helm blinked in disbelief, finally reacting after 10 seconds, crying out to the air in a trembling voice. Disciple, stop messing around. Come out. This isn't fun. The 500-level monster capable of flattening a 100-meter terrain with a single move now had no weapon, and its back, carrying a shield, looked particularly pitiful. Class donation of 50 yuan. Breaking news. Legendary Knight Helm has changed class to Legendary Shield Knight. That's quite bold. Fu Hao actually did something like this. Meanwhile, in reality, Chinja tried to restart his VR device after a sudden disconnection. What's going on? The device crashed? It hasn't crashed in 2 years. Why now? Why can't I restart it? After multiple unsuccessful attempts, he took off the device, turned on the lights. The voice control failed, and the lights in the room did not turn on. Chinja fumbled in the dark for his phone, which was thrown on the bed. The internet was down, and it was pitch black outside, probably due to a regional power outage. Sigh. Why now? Chinja opened the live streaming app on his phone to check his streaming status. The screen displayed a waiting message, and Fu Hao had disappeared, leaving Helm looking sad and anxiously searching for Fu Hao. If he were to go offline now, Helm would lose his legendary weapon. If one of the 7 legends lost their iconic weapon, what kind of waves would it cause in the game world? Speaking of which, there are almost no NPCs who actively hand over weapons to players. It seems Helm is really eager to take on a disciple. It would be perfect if dual classes were possible. Master Helm's disciple, a non-combat combat profession. There are so many people with part-time jobs in reality. Why is the so-called second reality of Otherworld limited to single classes? Chinja mumbled as he turned on the battery lamp on the table, tossed his phone onto the bed, and got up to wash up and eat. He didn't immediately explain the situation in the chat window. It was the perfect time for live streaming. So let the audience fill in the blanks. On the phone screen, Helm was still futilely searching. Disciple, where have you gone? Don't abandon your master. Chapter 45. Combat Power Ranking 13, Rachel. 5 days later. After much effort, Fu Hao finally managed to calm Helm down and reinforced all his equipment to level 5. After regaining trust, he frequently switched monster farming zones using teleportation gems, dedicating the entire 5 days to grinding. With an average of 17 hours of monster farming and 17 hours of live streaming each day, despite the monotony, over 150,000 loyal viewers remained firmly in the live stream room. The ability to farm monsters while streaming infinitely was due to his one-hit kill, solo farming style, which minimized fatigue. After streaming for over 80 hours, Fu Hao could now, even with his eyes closed, identify the weak points of monsters by sound alone and defeat them with a single strike. The frequent switching of farming zones made him increasingly proficient in weak point attack skills. Although his skill level hadn't increased, simply hitting weak points ensured maximum weapon damage and a 100 critical hit rate, which could be considered a cheat level skill, leaving little to complain about. Speaking of which, Leon Hart also acquired this skill. Even without becoming Helm's disciple, the weak point attack and the title of being recognized by legends remain valid. Fu Hao had only completed 2 tasks of immeasurable difficulty, but Leon Hart must have completed countless such tasks over the past 2 years. He couldn't afford to be complacent. Although the road ahead was still long, Fu Hao had unlimited cash and the title of beginner trial. In the 17th hour of farming, prolonged combat gradually made Fu Hao feel that his mental strength was reaching its limit. He gritted his teeth and stared at the dwindling experience bar, enduring. 20 minutes later, as the monster fell, a white light effect indicating a level up burst forth from his body. Dealt 2, 431. 753 damage to the target. Target has been defeated. Gained 81, 300 experience. Level up. Reached the target level of 170. Viewers congratulated him. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. 86 hours and 33 minutes. From level 100 to 170 achieved. Nuclear Explosion donated 50 yuan. I farmed with Fu Hao for 80 hours, haha. But why's my level still the same? Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. You want to go straight to the trial dungeon, right? Enjoy the game slowly. Cola Fu donated 50 yuan. What is going on? The Cash King is working harder than ordinary players. Haha. Waiting in line for the Golden Ring Snake Trial Dungeon car. 6 days to level 170. Incredible. Indeed, the rich work harder. Fu Hao called over Little Jean, who had been diligently farming monsters. Little Jean, the farming is over. Come eat gems. Really? It's really over? Little Jean, who was sleepily casting spells randomly, instantly perked up. Really? Well, have I ever lied to you? Since 5 days ago, I've been saying just a little longer. And what happened? We've been farming until now. Just as Little Jean complained, during these 5 days, it had been forced to farm monsters under Helm's supervision, making its fans unable to bear the sight. Class donated 50 yuan. Little Jean encountered bad luck. Enslaved. Sushi donated 50 yuan. Save Little Jean. Although most viewers felt sorry for Little Jean, Fu Hao couldn't let this rapidly growing young dragon go. During the time, Fu Hao leveled from 100 to 170. Little Jin's level had soared to 181. Of course, this was entirely thanks to Helm's supervision. Mr. Helm, the farming is over. It's time to go back to the territory. Helm looked at Fu Hao with an even more clingy gaze than a few days ago. The ultimate solo farming destruction power, unbelievable leveling speed, perseverance in monster farming, the financial resources to revive the territory, and the unique growth method of equipment reinforcement along with teleportation gems, a tool even Loki hadn't invented. He had to admit that Fu Hao excelled in almost every aspect, with the only shortcoming being combat skills. If he could take him as a disciple and teach him techniques, Fu Hao's strength would increase several times. But Fu Hao seemed to have no intention of becoming his disciple, which made Helm feel very frustrated. Combat Power Ranking 13, Rachel. Like Leon Hart and other top-ranked players, she was also a gaming fanatic who played Otherworld for at least 14 hours a day. With the notoriety and overwhelming gaming prowess she accumulated during game streaming activities. Although her combat power ranking fluctuated, Rachel's popularity was simply outrageous, with fans all over the world. She had never dropped out of first place in the monthly rankings for Otherworld streamers. Like other professional streamers of Otherworld, she was busy focusing on her own streaming situation and would not watch other streams unless there were special circumstances. Rachel first encountered Fu Hao's stream because of Leon Hart. After teaming up with Leon Hart by chance one day, she personally felt the gap in talent between herself and Leon Hart. Rachel, who had always believed herself to be the best in the world, was greatly impacted. From then on, Leon Hart became Rachel's idol. One day, A viewer threw out a provocative topic unrelated to Rachel's streaming content while donating. Tyler donated 5. Sister, Leonhardt's record has been broken. Did you know? As per custom, such provocative donations were supposed to be ignored, but hearing that Leonhardt's record had been broken, she went against her principles. Record? What record? Tyler donated 5. Yesterday, a newbie named Fu Hao completed the beginner's trial in just 13 minutes. Huh. There must be a limit to joking. 13 minutes? Really? Go check the community and you'll know. Wasn't T. Leonhardt's record 50 minutes? Tyler donated 5. There's a video in the community. Take a look, then I'll pause the game for now and check out the highlights. Having never watched other streamers' videos, she clicked on Fu Hao's highlight reel for the first time. First level completed in 5 seconds, not long after the video started. Rachel hit the pause button, staring in shock at the viewers. This is a bug, right? It's the first time I've seen Rachel pause the game. What's going on? The reaction is too funny. Tyler donated 5. Weapon reinforced to level 10. Rachel was still immersed in shock, unable to extricate herself, but she replayed the video as requested by the viewers. Throughout the video, Rachel kept her mouth agape in astonishment. When she learned that Fu Hao was only level 1, she even felt a chill run down her spine. Hawkeye donated 5. Rachel's sister showed a dazed expression for the first time. Little Deer donated 5. Even like this, she is still so beautiful, truly the goddess of Otherworld. Wow, it really was 13 minutes. What else with being level 1? The invincible stun combo is too outrageous. Sister, close your mouth. If her initial impression of Leonhardt was surprise, then Fu Hao's performance was sheer astonishment. From then on, she developed a habit. She had to watch Fu Hao's highlight clips every day. Due to the massive amount of time she spent on gaming and streaming, she truly had no extra time to watch live content, but she would definitely finish watching highlight videos after a stream, even if she had to fight against sleepiness. Speed, leveling from 100, getting Lil Jean, reinforcing 100 soldiers, bringing people through the trial dungeon. Fu Hao seemed to be playing a different game entirely, constantly presenting astonishing scenes, and she became increasingly addicted to Fu Hao's stream. One day, she saw Fu Hao using a teleportation gem. Watching Fu Hao's live stream, Rachel developed the idea of wanting to meet Fu Hao and Xiao Jin in person. However, the distance between her and Fu Hao is such that even with the maximum use of teleportation magic circles, it would still take more than 4 days for a round trip. As a top-ranked competitor, Rachel cannot afford to waste so much time for a meeting. And Fu Hao is busy growing rapidly, so it's not possible for him to come to her location. If only there were teleportation gems. Although the price of instant teleportation gems is steep, and they require inputting coordinates when used, as the most popular streamer, Rachel can definitely afford the round-trip costs of the teleportation gems, and the issue of inputting coordinates can be solved through other users or NPCs. What she lacks now is just an opportunity. Will Fu Hao accept my collaboration invitation? As a top streamer, she often collaborates with other players, but has never reached out personally out of personal interest. However, Fu Hao's unique gameplay makes her make an exception. This invitation is purely out of curiosity and admiration, unrelated to live stream traffic, but entirely driven by Rachel's personal desires. She worries whether Fu Hao knows her and if he would be put off, but recalling the regret of missing out with Leonhardt, she finally made up her mind. Let's give it a try. Although Fu Hao is different from Leonhardt, Rachel can see him during the live stream, but she doesn't want to just watch from distance. As a fan, who wouldn't he want to meet and talk to someone they admire? Determined, Rachel decided to make a donation during Fu Hao's live stream. With the nervousness of a top streamer, she sent a donation to Fu Hao's live stream room. This is the first time she has taken such a serious approach to meet someone. Chapter 46, Dwarf Kingdom. The day after Fu Hao reached level 170, he summoned the administrator, Lapis. How is the night recruitment going? Lapis did not answer, but handed over a list detailing the names, arrival times, and purposes of each visiting night. You've worked hard. You've handled this really well. Not at all. I'm just giving orders to my subordinates. Even without Fu Hao's special instructions, Lapis was quite capable. Staying in a territory on the brink of collapse, he must have deep feelings for Leepies and the people. After Lapis left, Fu Hao picked up the list and began to read. 190 free nights, 133 apprentice nights, and 230 affiliated nights? Since they were already affiliated knights, they must not have come to pledge allegiance. Most likely, they wanted to ally with Fu Hao or seek experience. A few familiar names caught his eye. Helm glanced at the list. Fu Hao's eyes lit up. It seems there are quite a few knights who have participated in your trials. Who do you think we should select? He could recruit a maximum of 149 knights, but considering he would personally go out to scout talent later, he decided to leave 50 slots open and only recruit 99 at first. Who should I choose? I have no impression of anyone except for their names. Don't be like that. Give some suggestions. Fu Hao thought Helm was being evasive. However, Helm really only remembered top talents like Leon Hart and Fu Hao. I really don't know. Right, let us ask Hofer. Although Helm followed Fu Hao, he always brought Hofer along. Hofer, can you rank them by ability? Please wait a moment. Hofer quickly browsed the list he received from Helm. After grasping all the information on the list, Hofer reorganized it by priority and wrote it down on a blank sheet before handing it to Helm. There are a total of 553 people, of which 472 have data. 435 have participated in the tests you set, Master. It has already been organized by test scores. Fu Hao, who had been keeping an eye on Hofer, looked at him in surprise. Mr. Helm, what exactly is Hofer? Hofer? He is a puppet created by Loki. Helm's words made everything clear. The most famous among the 7 legends is Rock. Other legendary figures gained high recognition through their outstanding performance in the Demon-Human War, while Rock, as an inventor of magical tools, became famous because many people used his inventions. Are there any other magical puppets like Hofer? Money is not an issue. There are only 7 magical puppets like Hofer in the world. 1 from Loki, 1 from me, and 1 from each of the other legends. According to Loki, the materials are hard to come by, and the production time is long. He no longer plans to make more. After hearing Helm's words, Fu Hao immediately realized that coveting legendary items from magical puppets was not wise and not necessary. So you want Hofer? If you become my disciple. Forget it. I don't want to be a disciple. Fu Hao interrupted Helm's proposal to become his disciple once every 10 minutes, as usual. Fu Hao looked at the 100 knights in front of him, who had an average level of 245. Although they were mainly free knights and apprentice knights with relatively low levels, Fu Hao was not worried at all. Among these 100 people, 99 had achieved good results in Helm's tests, and he believed that with his resource support, they would surely grow quickly. The urgent task was to equip them with new gear. Fu Hao mobilized about 1,000 camp residents to operate the equipment enhancement factory. The level 120 weapons bought from the weapon shop, even if enhanced to level 7, would not reach the level suitable for high-ranking knights. They should be back soon. According to Fu Hao's orders, the residents scattered around the world were returning one after another based on distance, and he was most looking forward to the residents who had gone to the Dwarf Kingdom. Just then, Lapis arrived at the training ground with good news. My lord, the personnel heading to target location 172 have returned. Disciple, do we really have to use this? If you don't want to use it, then don't follow me. If you don't follow, I would have an easier time. Fu Hao and Helm donned the disposable items, the mysterious mask and the mysterious robe. The former could replicate biological appearances, while the latter could replicate equipment appearances, both obtained from convenience lottery boxes. After disguising, the two hid in the grass and waited for the dwarves to pass by. As legendary figures, having to crouch and wait for dwarves like this was indeed damaging to their image. Why is it so hard to take on a disciple, The mysterious mask can even replicate dwarf appearances? Impressive. After waiting for about 30 minutes, they finally heard the voices of the dwarves. I heard there are humans nearby. Humans. Unless they want to get smashed by a hammer, they wouldn't come here. Hundreds of years ago, several races, including dwarves, were slaves in wars against humans. So they despised humans immensely. This was also the reason why, even knowing the formidable forging skills of the dwarves, no one dared to easily seek weapons from them. Although the legendary blacksmith Kaluz was a dwarf, he did not hate humans. He lived in human society for a long time, helped humans, and participated in the Demon-Human War, achieving great merits. However, this was just a rare exception, and apart from Kaluz, very few dwarves remained in human countries. As the dwarves approached, Fu Hao and Helm activated their disguise items, using mysterious mask to replicate the appearance of the designated target. Appearance replication successful. Using mysterious robe to replicate the equipment appearance of the designated target. Equipment appearance replication successful. Using mysterious potion to replicate the voice of the designated target. Voice replication successful disguised. The two looked at each other. Oh, it's exactly the same. The weapon is replicated very well too. Disciple, don't get too close. It's quite scary. Helm was startled by Fu Hao's original handsome face after getting used to it. A robe can replicate the appearance of a full set of equipment. Isn't that quite cost-effective? It only costs 500,000. Only you think it's cost-effective. 500,000, really? After joking with the audience, Fu Hao changed the live stream title. Live stream title changed to Dwarf Kingdom Adventure, Looking forward to it. I've always been curious. This is exciting. Brother, Hao put a lot of effort into the live stream content. Is the Dwarf Kingdom only inhabited by dwarves? The audience buzzed with excitement at the prospect of exploring the Dwarf Kingdom. In the other world, there are countless quests and stories. While many players have encountered dwarves during quests, none have been able to prove that they personally visited the Dwarf Kingdom. At least in the live streaming world. Fu Hao was the first, seeing the audience numbers rapidly increase. Fu Hao decided to explore the Dwarf Kingdom for a while before moving on to other alien nations like the Elf Kingdom. This was a place where no player had ventured, including Leonhardt. With grand plans in mind, Fu Hao and Helm reached the border of the Dwarf Kingdom. It would have been great if the residents could mark the coordinates of the teleportation gems in advance. But ordinary civilians could hardly approach the border areas of the Dwarf Kingdom. Fu Hao walked up to the border guards and enthusiastically greeted them in a dwarven accent. Yo, brothers, you've worked hard. Even after changing his appearance with a mysterious series of items, he still tried hard to make his demeanor appear natural. Fu Hao struggled to recall the few dwarven phrases he knew, trying to mimic their tone. Wow, it's exactly the same. Great acting. I got goosebumps, haha. But the dwarf guards frowned and stared at them. Why are you back? I forgot something at home, huh? Oh dear, my memory. You're gonna be found out. Absolutely not. Good improvisation. The dwarf guards exchanged glances, their fierce expressions suddenly revealed. What nonsense are you talking about? You guy, have you taken the wrong medicine outside? Were you really found out? Why are they reacting this way? Fu Hao was caught off guard. What's wrong with you? What did I do wrong? He squeezed out a wronged expression, still pretending to be wronged? Huh, this guy is really, completely crazy. Fu Hao was still confused. What did I do wrong? He roared, and the dwarf guards threw out 2 pieces of paper. Read it again, Nematos Jalitos. Sentenced to 30 years of exile for 5 charges. Habitual theft, fraud, drunken violence, illegal dueling, etc. You are the first to return before the exile period is over. I've said so many times, attempting to cross borders as an exile is punishable by death. Ha ha ha, so they are criminals. After understanding the situation, Fu Hao tried to put on an innocent expression and replied, all right. But the guards' expressions grew more menacing. Catch them. In the end, Fu Hao had no choice but to resort to the best strategy. Run. Mr. Helm, don't fight back, just take the hits. Fu Hao dodged the flying arrows while fleeing as fast as he could. Health dropped below 30. Health dropped below 10. After finally running to a place where his vision was blurry, Fu Hao quickly used a teleportation gem to leave. When the guard arrived, all that was left was the remnants of a magic circle. Captain, there are traces of a moving magic circle. Did they use a return scroll? It can't be used here. Unclear, but the traces are undeniable. Search the surroundings carefully. If we don't find them within 30 minutes, request reinforcements. They dare to treat us like fools. We cannot let them go. Yes, Nematos and Jalitos, the pair of mistaken exiles, were completely unaware as they headed towards the multiracial mixed settlement. Nematos, can people live there? Of course. There are quite a few dwarves there. Although I don't want to encounter elves, as long as they're not humans, it's fine. Let us have a big drink when we get there. All right. Whether they can escape the pursuit depends entirely on luck. Meanwhile, the otherworld community became lively again because of Fu Hao's incident. Fu Hao infiltrated the Dwarf Kingdom and almost got killed. 274 comments. Chapter 47 Master of the Legendary Blacksmith after failing his first infiltration. Fu Hao reworked his plan to enter the Dwarf Kingdom. He decided to use a series of mysterious disguises, but this time he would not impersonate a specific identity. Even though he had gathered names and backgrounds by eavesdropping, encountering someone he knew could still blow his cover. He thought that if he copied a dwarf's appearance and added an iron helmet that obscured his face, he might avoid this danger. He initially believed that he could pass through without issue, but discovered that even exiles from their own race were subjected to strict scrutiny in the Dwarf Kingdom. Just as Fu Hao was contemplating whether to swim across the border directly, a group of dwarves appeared in the distance. From their appearance, they seemed to be herbalists. When people think of dwarves, they often associate them with blacksmiths, but as a race with wisdom and a similar social structure. They also have various professions, such as herbalists and cooks. The dwarf herbalists spread out one by one to begin gathering herbs. Fu Hao focused on one of them, stealthily followed behind, and while the herbalist was distracted, slipped 2 teleportation gems into a small pocket of the backpack he had placed on the ground. The gems were tiny and left no sensation of foreign objects. After memorizing the backpack's characteristics, he quickly hid back in the bushes. The first phase of the plan was successful. Suddenly turned into a spy movie. Can't you just swim across the border? There are too many uncertainties with crossing the river. I'll leave that for last. Let's see if the herbalists come back tomorrow. Although unsure if the herbalist would return, Fu Hao trusted his instincts. The next day, at the same time, Fu Hao successfully retrieved the teleportation gems. He and Helm selected a less conspicuous dwarf of average size, copied his appearance, and donned an iron mask to hide their faces. In a hoarse voice, Fu Hao asked Mr. Helm, "Have you heard of the master of the chief blacksmith of the Dwarf Kingdom, Kaluz?" I don't remember. You might want to ask Hofer." Helm took out Hofer from his magical bag and inquired about the chief blacksmith of the Dwarf Kingdom. After a brief pause, Hofer suddenly mimicked the ancient dwarf dialect in a hoarse voice. How can such powerful weapons be forged? That's because one trains under excellent masters. Knights are the same, and so are blacksmiths. A great master produces great apprentices. This is our blacksmith creed. My master, you wouldn't know him. His name is Rahim, a very ordinary old man. Sigh. Now I've also become an old man. I haven't seen my master since I left the Dwarf Kingdom 20 years ago. You don't know, but I'm a wanted criminal in the Dwarf Kingdom. Restoring the conversation from 2 years ago with Kaluz. Hofer's performance is incredible. How did Loki manage to create Hofer? It feels like his performance is even better than my home robot. Helm put Hofer back into the magical bag. And Fu Hao asked, "Is Mr. Rahim still alive?" Dwarves live over 300 years, so if he hasn't fallen ill, he should still be alive. Fu Hao silently prayed that this legendary blacksmith, Kaluz's master, will be the top blacksmith in the Dwarf Kingdom. The two used the teleportation gems to infiltrate the Dwarf Kingdom. As soon as they landed, a small child bumped into Fu Hao's leg. Wow! Hearing the child's cry, a dwarf mother, who was buying fruit at a stall, hurried over and gave the child 2 hard swats on the bottom. "You little rascal. Didn't I tell you not to run around?" "Mom, they just suddenly popped up." The mother bowed apologetically to Fu Hao and Helm. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. My child doesn't understand." Fu Hao forced himself to remain calm. "It's all right. Kids will be kids." "Mom, they really just appear with a bang. What is wrong with you today? Can't you behave?" Fu Hao patted the child's head to ease the situation. "What a mischievous little one. You mustn't tease your mother. You, uncle, are a liar." Wow. Seeing the child about to cry again, the mother quickly covered his mouth and hurried away. The child's face turned red as he was dragged off. The teleportation gems could not preview the surrounding scene, and it was inevitable that a witness would see them. If they had a detailed map, it would have been different. But humans couldn't possibly obtain a map of the Dwarf Kingdom. Fortunately, only one child had seen them, which was a stroke of luck. Fu Hao began to carefully observe his surroundings. Is this the market? Stalls were filled with fruits, meats, and various ingredients, but unlike human markets, it was not noisy with shouts. The buildings were smaller in scale, yet the style was similar to human cities, clearly employing techniques learned during the time of enslavement. He approached the nearest fruit stall owner to inquire about Rahim. "Hello, could you tell me where I can find Mr. Rahim?" Noticing the variety in the dwarf's dialect, Fu Hao stopped trying to imitate. "Mr. Rahim? He should be at the blacksmith workshop." The stall owner pointed to a street corner. "Just around that corner, that's where Mr. Rahim's blacksmith workshop is." "Great, he is still alive," Fu Hao thought with relief. "Could you tell me roughly where it is?" The stall owner looked at him with a strange expression. What a peculiar guy. "Just around the corner is Mr. Rahim's blacksmith workshop." Fu Hao was ecstatic. The teleportation location was right near Rahim's workshop. Class donated 50 yuan. "Got tricked yesterday, and now I'm going to be deceived again, huh?" Little Pineapple donated 50 yuan. If I'm discovered and then exiled, that would be interesting." After bowing to the stall owner, Fu Hao turned the corner, and a huge blacksmith workshop came into view. Perhaps it wasn't work hours yet, as the workshop was eerily quiet. "Is Mr. Rahim in?" No response. "Mr. Rahim." This time, a clearly intoxicated dwarf staggered out from inside, his nose red, holding a bottle of alcohol, and hiccuping as he spoke. Who is looking for me? He was a complete, hopeless drunk. "Are you Mr. Rahim?" I am Rahim, The deeper the conversation went, the more he resembled a drunkard. Fu Hao brought up Kaluz. "You had a disciple named Kaluz, right?" In an instant, Rahim's drunkenness vanished, and he roared, "You dare mention that bastard's name in front of me." He pulled out a massive hammer and swung it at Fu Hao and Helm. What are you doing?" "What am I doing? Don't you know?" To dodge Rahim's hammer, Fu Hao ran outside the blacksmith workshop, while Helm stepped forward and blocked Rahim's hammer with his bare hands. "Master, please calm down. Who are you? How dare you call me master?" Feeling Helm's strength, Rahim calmed down and asked in a steady tone, "If you are Kaluz's master, then you're like a master to me. Kaluz is my friend. You say you're that guy's friend? You little brat. How dare you talk nonsense?" Seeing that communication was ineffective, Helm looked at Fu Hao, wanting to remove the disguise and reveal his true identity. Fu Hao hesitated for a long time, but ultimately agreed. Once news spread that a human had disguised himself as a dwarf, it would be nearly impossible to enter the dwarf kingdom again, but Helm had assisted him multiple times. And even for future utility, he needed to maintain a good relationship. He nodded to signal Helm to lift the triple disguise effect. A human. Rahim, mostly sober now, was shocked and sat down on the ground. Rahim had lived in the dwarf kingdom since birth, and this was his first time facing a human. Helm bowed with knightly etiquette. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Kaluz's friend, the legendary Knight Helm. Chapter 48. 11. The legendary Knight Helm? Are you talking about yourself? Do you know me? Helm looked puzzled. Since the other races freed themselves from the identity of human slaves, they had almost completely severed communication with humans. The guys who escaped from Mundo back to the Dwarven Kingdom spread the news of the Demon-Human War and the 7 Great Legends. Nemados and Gelitos, who were caught up in the troubles of Fuho and pursued by the guards at the border, were headed to Mundo. Mundo was a place where the exiled other races gathered, and it was the only place where there was communication among the other races. There couldn't be any humans in Mundo, right? If there were humans in Mundo, they would definitely be torn to pieces. Although not all other races hated humans. The majority viewed humans as enemies, and Mundo, as a place of severe exile, was even more dangerous than the other races' kingdoms. Not humans, but elves. Elves? If the Demon-Human War ended with the victory of the demon races, the next target is obvious. Rational elves could not possibly stand by. Although they have not publicly declared their stance, it is said that they secretly helped humans during the Demon-Human War. However, it seems there are also conflicts within the elven community. Most of the elves who achieved merit could not return to the forest and settle in Mundo. Of course, this is just a rumor. If it's true, it might open a path for reconciliation, right? Humans and elves? Don't joke around. As long as the elves who lived through that era are still alive, it's absolutely impossible. But there is the precedent of Kaluz, and you don't seem to have any repulsion towards me, do you? Not all dwarves and elves are like me. By the way, how has Kaluz been lately? Kaluz? After the Demon-Human War, he's been living in seclusion in a certain mountain. Although he participates in the legendary gatherings every year, he spends the rest of his time tinkering in the mountains. I asked him what he could do in a mountain without a forge, and he said he was researching clues to the Divine Sword. He didn't say anything else. The Divine Sword. Has he already created a legend? Helm displayed the Guardian Spear and Guardian Shield behind him, and Rahim immediately recognized the marks on the equipment as Kaluz's work. This equipment was made by Kaluz. Yes. Rahim carefully examined the spear and shield. This is insane, absolutely insane. His talent is truly madness. What are you talking about? I mean, wasting materials like this bastard of a disciple, is too outrageous. Creating a legendary level equipment and just misusing materials, it's unnecessary. Helm was stunned on the spot. Wow, the legendary blacksmith was scolded by his master. Legendary level scolding. Fuho, we must recruit Rahim, even if the audience didn't urge him. Fuho could no longer contain himself. Mr. Rahim, sorry to interrupt your conversation with Mr. Helm, but I would like to commission you to make equipment. I disguised myself to enter the Dwarven Kingdom to meet you. Please forgive any offense. His etiquette towards Rahim was more respectful than when facing the legendary master. Clearly more impressive. You are also human? Yes. Fuho removed his disguise, revealing his true form. Rahim looked him over. You are lucky not to have been caught. You want to commission me to make equipment? If you already have a finished product, I would be willing to buy it, but it seems like you don't have any. Fuho scanned the empty workshop. My workshop has been closed for 20 years. Why? The king asked me to slander Kaluz. I refused, and since then, the supply of forging materials and ores needed to make equipment has completely dried up. That equipment commission. Sorry, it was a wasted trip. Fuho, keep going. Fight on. Life always has its disappointments. It feels like the whole world is against you, Fuho. Just like when he infiltrated the Dwarven Kingdom. Fuho hit a wall again, but he did not give up. Then can you introduce me to other forging workshops? I need armor and weapons above level 400. There are some, but even if you find them, they won't take commissions. It seems I can only use money. It's not a matter of money. In the Dwarven Kingdom, weapons and armor cannot be made without the permission of the royal family and nobles. Do you know any Dwarven nobles? No, then there is no hope. The plan to buy high-level equipment at a high price completely failed, but Fuho was still not desperate. Mr. Rahim, don't you want to take up your old profession again? I already said the nobles. I mean the human kingdoms. You want me to follow in Kaluz's footsteps? No, as far as I know, Mr. Kaluz took a long time to gain recognition in human society, and I won't let you suffer like that. Fuho smiled and took out a mysterious series of items. This is an item that can replicate the appearance of living beings. Mr. Helm and I can disguise ourselves as dwarves, and you can use it to turn into a human. There's such an item. Rahim took the item, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I'm not boasting, but if you need it, I can provide you with any forging materials. Seeing him waver, Fuho hurriedly added, while silently mouthing to Helm, Ka, Lucy. Helm, who had been watching, understood and began to support. Master, my disciple will become someone beyond legends in the future. Please help him. Kaluz also misses you a lot. Seeing that the persuasion was not enough, Fuho had Hover restore Kaluz's dialogue again. Ha! Why can you create such powerful weapons? That is because I trained under an excellent master. Knights are like this, blacksmiths are the same. A good master produces a good apprentice. This is our creed as blacksmiths. My master, you wouldn't know if I told you. His voice hasn't changed at all in 20 years. Rahim listened, tears streaming down his face. I'm also moved. Recruitment successful. Grandpa, don't cry. Rahim wiped his tears and returned the item to Fuho. I'm sorry. Do you have to refuse with tears? In Fuho's heart, the image of arming the knight with level 400 equipment collapsed. I also want to pick up the hammer again, but there is a surveillance magic set here that will trigger an alarm once you leave the village. If you're discovered trying to escape, you will also be in danger. Seeing through his worries, Fuho smiled and took out another item. Just this? You don't have to worry. The teleportation gem in Fuho's palm lit up. Kaluz, you bastard. Who dares to call my name directly? Helm. Kaluz stared at the human in front of him who called his name, then looked at Helm behind him, dumbfounded. Fuho spoke. Mr. Rahim, you can remove your disguise now. There are still mysterious items. Upon hearing this, Rahim immediately removed the effect, and Kaluz saw his master's face clearly, exclaiming, Master. It's me, you bastard. Kaluz rushed forward and tightly hugged Rahim. It was a reunion after 20 years. Fuho, Helm, and the audience were all moved by this warm scene. However, Rahim suddenly grabbed Kaluz by the neck, shattering the warm atmosphere in an instant. Master, I surrender. I surrender. Surrender what? Just thinking about the hardships I suffered because of you. I'm going to strangle you. Master, I am dying. Although Rahim was an old man, he still possessed the strength of a dwarf. Seeing that he had no intention of letting go, Helm stepped forward to advise. Master, let go. Dichiaka, Fine. Rahim released his grip, seemingly not wanting to strangle his disciple right after their reunion. Thanks to Helm, I almost thought I was going to die. Ahem. Master, how did you end up here? How did Helm find you? Who is this young man? Kalust, with his characteristic impatience, asked a flurry of questions at once. Fuho stepped forward and recounted the events leading up to this moment. After hearing about the experiences in the Dwarf Kingdom, Kalust fell silent, then suddenly roared, Nobles, how dare you make things difficult for my master? Sigh, you left without a word and now worry about your master after 20 years? Kalust, I really don't know what to say. Master, please don't scold me. Why are you so persistent? Do you dare to retort? Master, please stop scolding me. I'm looking for the divine sword. Has it become a legend in human society, making you forget yourself? Rahim struck Helm's gun shield and scolded Kalust for over 10 minutes. Finally done with the lecture, he tossed out another remark, creating such garbage equipment. Do you even deserve to be called a legendary blacksmith? Are you really at ease with that? You still have much to learn. Follow me. Kalust knew he still had shortcomings and obediently followed. Fuho only wanted to facilitate a reunion, hoping to make Rahim owe him a favor and create a bond with Kalust, but the development of the situation was somewhat unexpected. Kalust approached Fuho and extended his hand. You are Fuho, right? Please take care of me from now on. Please take care of me. In that moment of handshake, countless notification windows popped up one after another. Successfully recruited legendary blacksmith Kalust as the territory's exclusive blacksmith. The equipment production speed in the territory's blacksmith shop increased by 100. The construction speed of related facilities in the territory's blacksmith shop increased by 200. The probability of finding blacksmith talents among the territory's citizens increased by 500 due to already possessing the title recognized by legends. Upgraded to a person recognized by legends. 1. Additional effects applied. Achievement unlocked. Incorporating legendary figures into the faction. Obtain the title. King S qualification. Fuho was shocked by the length of the notification windows. But the updates did not stop. Successfully recruited Rahim as the territory's exclusive blacksmith. The equipment production speed in the territory's blacksmith shop increased by 100. The construction speed of related facilities in the territory's blacksmith shop increased by 200. The probability of finding blacksmith talents among the territory's citizens increased by 500. It turned out that Rahim had proposed that he would only work if Kalust accompanied him. And unexpectedly, both master and apprentice were recruited at the same time. Was it luck? No, the core was always Helm, without Helm. Fu Hao would not have known of Rahim's existence, nor could he have facilitated this reunion. Fu Hao cast a meaningful glance at Helm, silently sighing. This guy is really something. Helm noticed his gaze and spoke. Have you finally decided to become my disciple? Not all. Even if Helm was as sticky as a piece of taffy, Fu Hao still had no intention of changing his job. He looked at the live broadcast screen, where the chat and donation sections were scrolling rapidly, and one donation stood out. Goliath donated 50 yuan. This is the power of 11. Chapter 49, Ancient Ruins, 2,000 pieces? Humans have already reached this level? Rahim couldn't help but question after looking at the order from Fu Hong. The order stated that there were 2,000 pieces of level 400 equipment, and in his view, a mere Viscount could not possibly have 2,000 level 400 knights. Kaluz also showed confusion. When passing by the training ground, he didn't TC any knights above level 300, and the total number was barely 100. If you want to sell the equipment elsewhere, I advise you to give up that thought. Besides, do you know how much material is needed to make 2,000 pieces of level 400 equipment? The concerns of the master and apprentice were not unfounded. After all, producing a large number of unused equipment would ultimately just leave them to rust in the warehouse. Moreover, the cost of making a single piece of level 400 equipment was extraordinarily high. Even if the entire annual budget of the kingdom was invested, it would probably not be enough for 2,000 pieces. Don't worry, I have my ways. Fu Hong did not provide much explanation. He only confirmed the types and quantities of materials needed and set off to prepare them. The materials that Rahim and Kaluz requested were not only expensive but also very difficult to obtain. In fact, most of these materials belong to rare Earth-type ores, typically produced only by specific countries. In the real world, rare ores are relatively easy to obtain thanks to airplanes, container ships, and a free trade system. But it was not the case in this other world. The ores used to make high-level equipment were classified as prohibited export items. And even if one wanted to transport them to other countries, safe transport would be a major issue. Of course, none of this was a problem for Fu Hong. Fortunately, he had sent out exploration teams in advance. The residents of various territories were returning one after another with teleportation gems in hand. Although the teleportation areas currently covered only 15 of a human map, it was enough to collect the materials needed by Rahim and Kaluz, provided the mine owners were willing to sell. Market analysis completed. Average trading price of coral gold, or in the Keaton territory, 120 gold coins per kilogram. You want to buy coral gold? Sorry, this year's output has already been booked. I'll offer 250 gold coins per kilogram. Even with the penalty for breaking the contract, you'll still make a decent profit. This is a matter of credibility. Even if you make a lot of money now, if you lose an important client, it will be a loss in the end. The Lord knows best that coral is an irreplaceable mineral. Even if you break the contract once or twice, those clients stop cooperating, as smuggling from other countries is simply impossible. But what if they band together to squeeze me out? 300 gold coins. I'll sell it for 350 gold coins. And I'll add a year of exclusive sales rights. Deal. How do you plan to transport these goods? If you want to smuggle them to another country, no amount of money will make me sell. If discovered, I can't take that responsibility. You can see for yourself. Due to the effect of the merchant title, the transaction amount is automatically reduced by 10. Fu Hong paid 315 gold coins per kilogram, then moved all the coral gold ore from the camp warehouse into his item inventory. Who exactly are you? See you next time for the transaction. When asked about his identity, Fu Hong did not respond, but used the teleportation gem to head to the next location. Of course, Helm accompanied him. Market analysis completed. Market analysis completed. Market analysis completed. Inventory overloaded. Unable to continue storing items. When the last batch of materials was stored, the originally empty backpack was finally full. Although there were enough slots, the weight of the minerals exceeded the limit. Can I come back for the rest next time? Of course you can. Fu Hong left the stunned lord behind and returned to the Lipi's territory. From that day on, rumors about a mysterious great magician began to quietly spread in the noble social circles of various countries. Fu Hong took all the collected materials out of his inventory and piled them in the huge warehouse urgently constructed next to the blacksmith workshop. Rahim and Kaluz looked at the mountain of rare minerals, their eyes filled with shock. In their decades-long blacksmithing careers, they had never seen such a vast amount of precious materials. No need to worry about material shortages in the future. Fu Hong smiled with satisfaction. Surrounding the Lipi's territory, the The lords of the three territories of Lot, Maya, and Reina had a reunion after a long time. Without slaves, the territory's income had decreased by 30%. What a pity. That is not the point. Are we just going to give up on the ancient ruins? What do you want to do? Go against Helm's apprentice. You can do that foolish thing yourself. Damn it, it just had to be that Helm's apprentice came to Leapy's. Fu Hong's unfathomable financial power was indeed intimidating. But if it were just that, there was still room for them to contend. However, they would never dare to challenge the legendary knight. Reina, who had been quietly listening to the conversation between the lords of Lot and Maya, spoke up. We don't need to fight desperately over the development of the ancient ruins. This is actually a good thing. He handed over a letter from a second prince. Mian, His Highness Mian, said that if the Lord of Leapy's discovers the ancient ruins, he is willing to send knights for support. Reina, are you crazy? You disclosed the news of the ancient ruins without any discussion. Didn't you propose to keep it confidential back then? That was under the premise that we could successfully take Leapy's. Now that we are unable, we can only seek another ally. But Leapy's has Helm. His Highness said there is no need to worry about Helm. Really? If Helm is not around, then it's naturally not a problem. Then let us consider that we all agree and send a reply to His Highness confirming this matter. Once the materials were in place, the work progressed steadily. The level 400 equipment made by Rahim and Kaluz would be immediately sent to the enhancement factory to be upgraded to level 7 or above. Once the level 7 or above equipment was ready, Fu Hong would use the enhancement effect conversion skill to generate a reduced usage condition attribute. The process was simple, but the time taken exceeded expectations. After all, the master and apprentice could not mass-produce with a single click, and most processes still require their personal involvement. At this rate, it would probably take another month. Thanks to the production speed increase of 200 from the recruitment, the workload that originally required 3 months was compressed to 1 month. Disciple, you look anxious, Helm said as he stroked his weapon, the Guardian Spear. Not long ago, Fu Hong had used the Cooled Fate's luck to enhance the Guardian Spear to level 8, and since then, he would stroke this spear whenever he had free time. Fu Hong's risky enhancement was not only to increase Helm's favorability, but also to test the enhancement attributes of high-level equipment. The result met expectations. The usage condition reduction effect decreased from 50 to 30. The higher the equipment level, the lower the efficiency of the attribute. But he was already satisfied. Should we recruit an administrator first? Or an architect? The Black Wolf breeding program was progressing in an orderly manner, and Fu Hong only had the recruitment of talent left to do. Just as Fu Hong was hesitating, a pigeon tapped on the window of the Lord's office. Confirming that the emblem on the letter belonged to the Crown Prince Carlson, Fu Hong hurriedly opened the window. The moment the pigeon unfolded the letter, a task prompt window popped up. Ancient ruins excavation difficulty. Unmeasurable deep in the forest adjacent to Leapy's lies the ruins of an empire that perished 3,000 years ago. Carlson, who accidentally obtained a clue, speculated that countless treasures are hidden within the ruins. Please eliminate the forest monsters, excavate the ancient ruins, and promote the development of the territory. Carlson looks forward to your assistance once you become stronger. Mission requirements: discover and excavate ancient ruins. Rewards: obtain treasures from ancient ruins. Earn the title of treasure hunter after reading the mission. Fu Hao muttered, "Can't we have a few normal tasks?" Unknowingly, the third immeasurable task arrived. Of course, he had no intention of completing Helm's persistent task, which was an exception to the no difficulty tasks. Chapter 50, Dual Focus Technique. Ender Empire Legacy Quest Completion. Earn the title of Ender Empire Heir. Achieve the unmeasurable difficulty quest completion achievement again. Gained an additional 30 to all attributes due to the absence of impossible title effect. Obtain the Dual Focus Technique skill book. Discovered dual class clue. After learning the dual focus technique, you can class change to 2 professions simultaneously. Leon Hart confirmed all the prompt windows and immediately checked the effects of the Dual Focus Technique skill book. Dual Focus Technique type. Passive level. Unknown. Can class change to 2 different professions due to the backlash of dual professions. All growth rates are reduced by 20 as expected. There is a growth penalty. From the setting that the emperors of the Ender Empire could manipulate magical power as magic swordsmen, and the reward named Dual Focus Technique. Leon Hart immediately thought of the dual profession system. Currently, Leon Hart's growth rate is 120. Thanks to the bonus from the first completion title after the shortest completion title was taken by Fu Hao. Even with the 20 reduction, he can still maintain his position as the strongest due to the advantages of dual professions. When weighing the increase in growth rate against the advantages of a second profession, Leon Hart concluded that obtaining a second profession could actually enhance his growth rate. He recalled that he had previously had the opportunity to class change to the hidden profession of Helmut's disciple. When he recently dueled another legendary disciple, he truly felt the power of legends. He had thought that after 2 years of hard work, he had become quite strong, but when faced with a legendary disciple, he could barely win. So, there's no need to mention how powerful true legends are. Of course, Leonhardt does not regret choosing his current profession over becoming Helmut's disciple. Even if he could go back in time, he would still choose his current profession. But now, having obtained the dual focus technique, the situation is different. The problem is that he must ensure that no one has passed Helmut's trial yet. The novice trial and Helmut's trial are fundamentally different. The former can be completed through strategy, while the latter tests pure skill. Simply relying on the invincible stun combo of 10 weapons will not suffice. Leonhardt firmly believes that no one but himself can pass Helmut's trial. Still, it's worth confirming. Leonhardt entered the community and searched for the keyword helmet. The first title in the search results caught his eye. Why doesn't Fu Hao become Helmut's disciple? 30k comments. Fu Hao. Did he pass Helmut's trial? The nickname Fu Hao is still deeply etched in his memory. He entered Fu Hao's homepage and clicked on the latest uploaded video of Helmut's trial. The final level was actually cleared with single-shot damage. Leonhardt was shocked by Fu Hao's subversion of the rules. But what concerned him more was that, although he, like Leonhardt, refused to become a disciple, he was forced to accept Helmut's persistent quest. Why did Fu Hao trigger a hidden quest after refusing to complete it? After a brief reflection, Leonhardt gave up on further investigation. It seems that the path to becoming Helmut's disciple again has been blocked. Leonhardt continued watching the video. Fu Hao used Helmut's renown to recruit knights, infiltrated the Dwarf Kingdom, and successfully recruited the legendary blacksmiths of 2 generations, making Leonhardt realize that Fu Hao might need the dual profession the most. The identity of Helmut's disciple not only brings skills, but also connects him to the resources of the entire legendary circle. Fu Hao possesses the dual titles from the novice trial and the dungeon master title, meaning his 220 growth rate can perfectly offset the 20 penalty of the dual focus technique. There is no way I will give up my dual profession. According to the description of the Ender Empire Legacy quest, he is currently the only one in the entire server who possesses the dual focus technique. If Fu Hao wants to obtain it, he can only snatch it from Leonhardt, who has no intention of conceding. This way, they owe each other nothing. Fu Hao took the record of the novice trial, and he cut off Fu Hao's chance of obtaining the dual profession through regular means. Although it's a bit regrettable that he can't become Helmut's disciple. However, there is still one more way to become a legendary disciple. Perhaps they will meet soon. Leonhardt looks forward to the day he meets Fu Hao and steps forward to obtain a new profession. Carlson gave Fu Hao not only a task, but also a book detailing information about ancient ruins, including their locations, monster distributions, and development plans. As Fu Hao read, he sighed. As expected of the great prince, the preparation is so thorough. Where did the people who criticized the garbage territory go? A large-scale, delicious scene. No wonder the territory's state is abnormal. Curious about what treasures the ancient ruins hold. As Fu Hao read the contents of the book, he muttered the name of the empire that left behind the ancient ruins. Ender Empire. Does anyone know about this country? After playing in another world for 2 years, it's the first time Fu Hao has heard of this country's name. Never heard of it. No impression at all. No idea. Wait a minute. He searched for the keyword Ender in the community, but only an NPC named Handel appeared. There is no information about this country at all, combining the quest information and the book's information. It seems that the ancient ruins left behind by the Ender Empire, which perished 3,000 years ago, are located within the Great Forest. If there were information about the Ender Empire, it would be possible to speculate on what kind of treasures are hidden in the ruins. However, apart from the information about the country of magic and sword in the book, there is nothing else known, so it's impossible to speculate on the rewards at this moment. After finishing the section on the speculation of the ancient ruins, when Fu Hao read the part about how to develop the ancient ruins, his expression became serious. It will take 2 years. Carlson's plan is predicated on having a certain military force. Even if he strengthens equipment and improves soldier quality, it will still take over a year. Considering the need to fend off countless monsters in the forest, spending a significant amount of time is inevitable. However, Fu Hao just wants to complete this task as quickly as possible and then enter the next stage. If he invests all military forces into this task for a whole year, but the final reward is not as expected, it would be a loss. He must develop the territory, his own strength, and Xiao Jin's growth in a balanced manner. He stared at the massive river that runs through the forest and territory on the map, lost in thought. Perhaps there's a more clever way. Chapter 51. Debut in a glamorous social circle. Fu Hao gazed at the river, devising a strategy involving water attacks. Insufficient troops? Simply borrow the power of nature. For example, by constructing a dam upstream, one could open the sluice gates at a critical moment and wash the enemy away. If the opponent were human, this strategy would be too obvious, but fortunately, he was dealing with low-intelligence monsters. The key lay in the construction of the dam. Although there were enough laborers, building a large structure like a dam required skilled architects. The question was where to find them. The answer was clear. Only royalty or nobility could construct such large buildings. Fu Hao checked the backlog of territory tasks related to social gatherings. Territory task: attend Count Doran's birthday party territory task. Attend Viscount Soma's title promotion celebration territory task. Attend Master Gilesbur's Imperial Night School qualification celebration. Fu Hao decided to attend the coming-of-age party for the daughter of Duchess Doris, which was expected to have many high-ranking nobles in attendance. Typically, players from commoner backgrounds found it difficult to receive so many noble social tasks. But Fu Hao's extravagant spending and rumors about him being Helm's disciple swept through the kingdom of Rowan, prompting nobles eager to associate with him to send invitations, resulting in a mountain of accumulated tasks. In addition to party tasks, there were investment proposals, political marriages, and more. This is my first social party. Should I learn to dance? Fu Hao began preparing for the party 3 days later. 3 days later, at the Duchess Doris's residence, a 17th birthday celebration party for the daughter of Duchess Doris was underway. Approximately 300 people attended the party, which was not many compared to those hosted by the royal palace. But the status of the attending nobles was even higher than at palace parties. Few nobles could refuse an invitation personally issued by Duchess Doris, and many attended just to see the kingdom's most talented young woman, Ella. Ella was venting her dissatisfaction to her father, Duchess Doris, about rumors that he would decide her lifelong marriage today. "Father, I've already said, I did not want to get married yet." Ella rarely contradicted her father, but this time she could not hold back. "How could I bear to send my precious daughter far away?" The Duke sighed. Ella sensed something unusual in her father's words. "Did Prince Mian propose to me?" The Duke was shocked. Only he and his personal guard knew about Prince Mian's proposal. "How did you know?" "From the situation, it's obvious. Among the neutral nobles, your influence is the strongest, and the second prince must want to win you over, with marriage being the only way. Besides, he hasn't given up on the throne. After the first prince, Carlson, won in the prince's trial, many neutral nobles shifted their allegiance to him, gradually closing the power gap between the second prince and the first prince. Thus, it was inevitable that Prince Mian would propose to Duchess Doris. That's right. I want to refuse, but I can't find a suitable reason, so I have to publicly declare that my daughter will choose her own husband. In noble society, it is very rare for either party to choose their marriage partner themselves. But given your talent and reputation, this excuse is still reasonable. So today I have to choose a husband," Ella said with a bitter smile after confirming Prince Mian's name on the guest list. If she rejected Mian's pursuit and did not choose another man, it would surely put Duchess Doris in an awkward position. "I'm sorry, but her father did not think this was a bad thing. I have gathered the best talents in the kingdom of Rowan. You will surely find someone you admire." Ella understood that this was unavoidable. She pressed her lips together and nodded. "Prince Mian has arrived," the guard announced loudly, and the nobles in the banquet hall turned to look at the entrance. Dressed in formal attire, Mian entered with 2 attendants and walked straight toward Duchess Doris and Ella. "Duchess Doris, Miss Ella, good day." Mian performed the royal greeting. "Your presence is much appreciated." Duchess Doris and Ella politely responded, even if they did not like him. They could not show it openly. After some small talk, Mian stared at Ella's face and uttered words of praise. "Miss Ella, it's been 5 years since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful." This was not flattery. Ella was not only hailed as the most talented woman in the kingdom of Rowan, but her beauty was also outstanding among noble ladies. "Prince Mian, you're looking more handsome as well." Ella responded perfunctorily. Although Mian was good-looking, Ella felt no affection for him. "Haha, you flatter me. However, Duchess, I heard that Miss Ella will choose her husband from among the party guests. Is that true?" "Indeed. As long as it is someone chosen by Ella, I will approve." It is said that Duchess Doris dotes on her daughter, and indeed it seems so. I will do my utmost to hope to be selected by Miss Ella. Mian displayed his signature smile, just as he was about to leave. The entrance guard announced again, "Viscount Lepes has arrived." Upon hearing Viscount Lepes, the banquet hall became even more lively than when Mian entered. "Viscount Lepes? Isn't that Helm's disciple?" "Yes. I heard he revived the nearly bankrupt Lepes territory within a week. How much did he spend?" Mian's expression changed drastically as the discussions about Fu Hao around him completely overshadowed his entrance. A commoner dared to attend a party hosted by a duchess. Duchess Doris. I will go drive him away. No one was unaware that Fu Hao was on the side of the first prince, and in the prince's trial, he had made Mian suffer. The nobles discussing Fu Hao at the surrounding tables noticed Mian's anger and quickly fell silent. Prince Mian, Viscount Lepes was personally invited by me. I know you have a poor relationship with him, but I advise you to endure it. If you anger Helm's disciple, can you afford the consequences? The duchess's words forced Mian to suppress his anger. Although Fu Hao was only a viscount, his status as Helm's disciple was enough to overshadow the prince like him. Seizing the opportunity of the awkward atmosphere, Ella moved to another table. Father, I'm going to check out other tables. Go ahead, and if you find someone you like, let me know. Mian watched Ella walk away, sneering. He had already notified all potential competitors that unless they wanted to be his enemies, no one would attempt to win Ella's heart. Mian's threat worked. Ella walked around more than 20 tables and only received polite greetings, with no young men of her age making advances. She immediately realized it was Mian's doing, but had no way to counter it. Worse yet, Mian stepped onto the stage and used sound amplification magic to attract everyone's attention. Duchess Doris wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Good day, everyone. I am Prince Mian. I am here today to confess. Miss Ella, I love you. Please accept my feelings. Duchess Doris sensed that Prince Mian was up to something and hurriedly tried to intervene, but it was already too late. The hall erupted with enthusiastic cheers and applause, clearly from Mian supporters. He signaled to his attendants to hand him the amplification device and asked again, Miss Ella, will you accept my proposal? Ella bit her lip and firmly refused. I'm sorry. Mian's expression darkened, and the hall fell into an awkward, icy silence. I heard that Miss Ella would choose her husband today. If you already have someone in mind, I will step aside. If not, then you are mocking me and all the nobles present. Is that not so? Exactly. Miss Ella, please accept Prince Mian's proposal. The chorus of agreement rose, and Ella realized she was trapped, desperately thinking of a countermeasure. She suddenly remembered that Fu Hao Lepes, the only person in the hall who was not threatened by Mian, was there. He was Helm's disciple, known for rejecting others, and was also the first prince's most trusted confidant, a fact known to all. Because the nobles were all surrounding him, Ella never had the chance to talk to him. Ella couldn't predict how he would react, but she decided to take a gamble. In fact, I have already made a lifelong commitment to my beloved. Ella's words caused an uproar in the banquet hall, and Mian's eyebrows twitched violently. Who is it? If you dare to lie. Ella took a deep breath, and her clear voice resonated throughout the venue. My fiancé is Viscount Fu Hao Repes. Chapter 52. The Calamity of Fu Hao. As soon as Ella spoke, all the guests, including Mian, turned to look at Fu Hao. Me, Fu Hao, who was unexpectedly called out, had a task prompt window pop up in front of him. False marriage difficulty. None task completion condition. Admit to being Ella's fiancé reward. Recruit Ella. Click for details. Increase Duke Doris's favorability to friendly. Obtain the title of Unsold Man. This task is so simple. Unsoltman, haha. Marriage. Marriage. The chat window in the live stream was filled with lighthearted teasing, but whether in reality or in the game, marriage was a significant decision that couldn't be taken lightly. Mian, suppressing his anger, shouted at Fu Hao, Viscount Repes. Is what Miss Ella said true? Ah, please don't be so hasty. Just wait a moment. Mian was shaking with rage, but dared not insult Helm's disciple. Fu Hao did not respond immediately, but carefully examined the task details. The title of Unsold Man seemed less like a reward and more like a punishment. The effect was likely to reduce charm with female NPCs and increase charm with married NPCs. The increase of Duke Doris's favorability to friendly was a decent reward, but didn't mean much for Fu Hao. He already had the title effect of Recognized by Legends, 1, which meant his base favorability with NPCs was already high. The only valuable reward was the recruitment of Ella. He had previously surveyed the community about Ella, the #1 talent in the Kingdom of Rovin, with an evaluation far exceeding what a 17-year-old girl should have. Fu Hao clicked to view the details, and Ella's detailed information appeared. Name, Ella Doris level, 101 profession, none title. The most outstanding talent in the Kingdom of Rovin, traits intelligence, SSS knowledge, S, wisdom, a 3 S's in intelligence. Wow. An intelligence monster is born. This must be recruited, according to the territory system, among the citizens with traits of intelligence, knowledge, and wisdom. The highest level is only A. Even the legendary blacksmith Kaluz is only SS. Ella's potential can be said to surpass legends. With such high intelligence, what would her performance be like if she grew to the legendary level? Fu Hao pondered how to utilize her abilities. Seeing Fu Hao silent, Ella grew more anxious. Her future and the fate of the Duke's mansion depended entirely on his answer. Finally, Fu Hao spoke. I indeed made an agreement with Miss Ella to get married. On the same day, in the capital of the Khaleesi Empire, Rachel finished monster grinding and returned to the town, waiting at the main base for a certain celebrity during her break. Even without particularly exciting livestream content, her viewer count remained #1. Before grinding monsters today, I'm going to meet a celebrity. Which celebrity? It would be Leon Hart, would it? Miss Nana? Fu Hao? Ready donated 5. Fu Hao is live streaming. It shouldn't be him. Could it be Leon Hart? If Leon Hart comes, that would be amazing. It's not Leon Hart. Although Leon Hart has appeared many times in other live streams, it was always by chance, and nobody was directly related to Leon Hart, including Rachel. The audience started guessing real-life stars. But Rachel just smiled. She appeared calm on the surface, but inside she was excited about the upcoming meeting. Finally, the moment had come. It had been a while since Rachel proposed a collaboration with Fu Hao. Rachel had contacted Fu Hao privately, and she couldn't wait to meet him and Little Jean. However, she needed to consider scheduling, content issues, and live streaming methods. So it took until now for the collaboration to happen. It should be time. Sure enough, the door opened, and Fu Hao walked in. Although it was their first meeting, Rachel was already very familiar with Fu Hao's appearance from his live streams. So, she quickly recognized him. Fu Hao, over here. Fu Hao is live streaming. What is going on? Hello, Miss Rachel. Fu Hao approached her. Wow, it really is Mr. Fu Hao. Rachel excitedly sized up the approaching Fu Hao. Compared to Rachel's immense popularity, Fu Hao appeared particularly calm. This stark contrast sparked intense reactions in the chat window of Rachel's livestream. Sister, don't get too excited. It's not Fu Hao who is lucky. It's Rachel who is lucky. Fu Hao is so calm. Does Rachel also like rich people? After calming down, Rachel spoke. Sorry, I often watch your live streams and got a bit too excited without realizing it. You often watch my live streams? Yes, although I can't watch in real time. I've seen all your edited videos. Recently, you even recruited the legendary blacksmith and his master, right? 15 hours of streaming every day and still watching edits? When do you sleep? I'll sleep when I'm dead. What I say, legendary blacksmith. Fu Hao is really popular lately. By the way, Mr. Fu Hao, could you introduce yourself to my audience? Even though you're famous, just in case. Hello everyone, I am Fu Hao. I haven't been playing Otherworld for long, and I just started live streaming, so please take care of me. Is there anyone who doesn't know Fu Hao? A newcomer, but already so famous. Ah, so he is the one who broke Leon Hart's record. After this self-introduction, Rachel switched to question mode. Just introducing yourself isn't enough. I'll ask a few more questions. What is your average viewer count and follower count? Well, recently, my average viewer count is around 200,000 to 300,000. At most, it can reach 600,000. I've confirmed that I have 2 million followers, but I'm not sure about the rest. How long have you been streaming? A little over a month. That is amazing. I only had about 100,000 viewers in my first month. Crazy. Wow. In just a month, the average viewer count is already 300,000. What is your level and profession? My level is at 170, and my profession is Master Enhancer, which is a hidden crafting profession. Did everyone hear that? He reached level 170 in just a month. I heard he spent less than a week grinding monsters, right? Yes. Shade donated 5. Did I hear that right? Level 170 in a week. Dash. 999. It completely overturns common sense. The chat was flooded with question marks, and Rachel decided to speed up the pace. Directly moving into the first content segment to watch Fu Hao's video together. Many people might think this is bragging, so let us directly watch Mr. Fu Hao's experience video. Rachel played a 15-minute video that she had carefully edited, compressing Fu Hao's experiences over more than a month. How did you feel when you enhanced to level 10 and obtained a Master Enhancer profession? It felt great. Before challenging the novice trial, did you anticipate breaking the shortest record? Actually, it requires luck. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and the livestream effect was good. Wow, Little Jean, will you show us later? I'll let everyone see. Is it also fun to carry others through the trial dungeon? Are they still watching your livestream? Yes, including Nunu, who often watches my livestream. There are 4 viewers who are still watching my livestream and frequently donate. Mr. Fu Hao is quite faithful with Leon Hart, both clearing the Helm trial, and both refusing to become disciples. I didn't expect Leon Hart to pass the trial. Wow, things developed this way. Did you know about Raheem's backstory in advance? No, I had no idea. It was just luck. The 15-minute video ended, and the comments exploded. True financial tycoon streamer. Sister Rachel better be careful. It feels like she will be surpassed soon. Now the audience should have a certain understanding of Mr. Fu Hao. Let's move on to the next segment, audience questions. Only accepting 20 paid questions related to Fu Hao. As soon as the words were out, the donations flooded in. Reiner donated 5. Is Sister Rachel the most beautiful woman I've ever seen? Yes or no? The first question put him in a dilemma. Fu Hao thought to himself that of course chaos is the most beautiful, but he absolutely cannot say no at this moment. Rachel looked at Fu Hao with anticipation. Saying no in this situation would definitely cause big trouble. Yes. Rachel is indeed at the peak of beauty. Sister's gaze is off. A bit suspicious. Leon donated 5. Asked Sister Rachel, who is better, Leon Hart or Fu Hao? Right now, I prefer Mr. Fu Hao more. This was Rachel's heartfelt truth without any disguise. Oh, 9.99. Sister can't fall in love with Fu Hao. She's already fallen. Fortunately, the subsequent questions were much easier. Don Quixote donated 5. Growing so fast, what rank are you aiming for? Of course, number 1. Directly aiming at Leon Hart, haha. Mary donated 5. Besides games, is the goal for streaming also number 1? Fu Hao glanced at Rachel. The goal is also number 1 for streaming. Right next to number 1. Scary. At this growth rate, it really might be surpassed. After answering all the questions, the two of them conducted an otherworldly QA test, showcased segments like Little Jean, and successfully ended the collaborative stream. Phew, I was so nervous that my mind was a mess. Chinja took off the virtual reality connection device and let out a long breath. Even though he had been streaming for over a month and was completely familiar with it, being in the stream of a major streamer with millions of viewers still made him feel nervous after a long time. However, I think I performed quite well. Fu Hao habitually picked up his phone and found over 100 missed calls, all from chaos. An ominous premonition struck, and as soon as he called back, it connected after just one ring. What is the matter? Why so many calls? Are you happy? I'm asking if you're happy. What does happiness have to do with anything? Very good, extremely good. Not only are you getting married, but you're also doing a dating stream with someone considered the most beautiful. How could you not be happy? Fu Hao was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained to Chaos. The marriage is just a recruiter. And saying Sister Rachel is beautiful was just flattery. You can see from the stream. Enough. I want to go out too. Where to? To your stream. Chapter 53. The excavation operation of ancient ruins commences in the banquet hall. Fu Hao met many high-ranking nobles, and through these connections, he was introduced to several architects. Without hesitation, he poured money into recruiting all these architects. Although one architect with experience in dam construction would suffice for building design in the game Otherworld, which has system assistance, the more capable architects recruited, the stronger the building speed bonus from the territory system would be. Fu Hao retained the minimum manpower needed to maintain the equipment enhancement factory and invested all available labor from the territory into the dam construction. Tens of thousands of residents busily transported building materials from other territories, and the scene resembled the construction of the pyramids. So this is how the pyramids were built. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. Unlike the construction of the pyramids, Fu Hao paid extremely generous compensation. Rection tipped 50 yuan. From a distance, it's a tragedy. Up close, it's a comedy. Indeed, from afar, it looked like tens of thousands of residents were enslaved by an evil lord. But up close, it was a scene of fulfilling labor filled with smiles. Even without discussing compensation, the residents who had lived nearly like slaves in other territories had developed a high level of trust in Fu Hao, who provided them with food and work. Now, all that was left was Ella. Ella was a talent with SSS-level intelligence and had the potential to become a spokesperson for future legends. Although Fu Hao had unexpectedly brought her under his wing, he had not yet figured out how to utilize her. Let's hide Ella for now. He decided not to involve her in territory construction for the time being, but to send her to the great library of the Khalees Empire. Maybe if she read some books, her knowledge level could increase. What should I do now? Level up? I want to tackle the trial dungeons. There were only about 3 weeks left until the excavation of the ancient ruins began. The dam construction, water attack preparations, and the equipment enhancement for 100 nights all required time. Fu Hao planned to tackle the trial dungeons and key quests during this period to improve his strength. 3 weeks later, after clearing 11 trial dungeons, Fu Hao returned to the territory, achieving speed runs in 5 of them and a first-time no-damage clear in 1. The 6 dungeons that did not achieve speed runs either required dealing with massive hordes of monsters or needed to solve countless traps. The first time no damage clear was achieved in a dungeon with a boss difficulty that was off the charts. relying on a stroke of luck to trigger a 10-hit critical strike kill. Initially planning to continue leveling up after clearing the dungeons, Fu Hao changed his mind, thinking that the ancient ruins might yield cheat level items that could help him achieve more speed runs or zero damage records. Once a trial dungeon exceeds the level limit, it cannot be re-entered, so it was best to exhaust all obtainable rewards while he still could. The administrative officer Lapis, who managed the territory in Fu Hao's absence, came to report. 5 days ago, the dam was completed, and this year's rainy season has seen more rainfall than previous years, with water levels exceeding expectations. A total of 107 sets of level 400 equipment sets have been completed. Good job. Is there anything else important? His Royal Highness Prince Mion's confidant came by and said he wanted to speak with you, and this is the letter he left. The content of the letter was as Fu Hao expected. Nonsense about not cooperating with Prince Carlson. Throw the letter away. Okay, I understand. After hearing the report, Fu Hao went to the equipment enhancement factory. Looking at the mountain of level 400 equipment, he sighed, time to start grinding again. Equipment enhancement and box opening could be done by the residents, but the enhancement effect conversion could only be operated by Fu Hao himself, who held the enhancement master profession. He started with the spear, converting one special effect of the red iron spear, 7, consuming 50 lowest level enhancement materials. Effect conversion completed. Attack power 35. Boss attack power 55, while a conversion yields 25,000. Level 400 equipment is really expensive. It was 60,000 for enhancing the helm weapons before. The enhancement effect values differ between level 100 and 400 equipment, but they share one similarity. It is very difficult for any equipment to have a condition-reducing attribute. Effect conversion completed. Boss attack power 55. Ignore targets defense 50. Effect conversion completed. Ignore targets defense 50. 15 chance to inflict bleeding on attack. Effect conversion completed. 15 chance to inflict bleeding on attack. Attack power 35. Effect conversion completed. Ignore targets defense 50. Condition reduced by 40. After an average of about 20 conversions, he finally rolled out a condition-reducing attribute. Each piece took about 2 minutes. Completing all would take nearly 24 hours. Everyone will keep me company, right? Delohi tipped 50 yuan. Mom is calling me for dinner. Class tipped 50 yuan. Suddenly there's a raid mission. You traitors. Although the audience claimed they wouldn't watch, the actual viewer count remained steady. Not again. This trash game. Over 100 times. How is it still not appearing? I beg you, just show up once. The enhancement effect conversion itself has a somewhat monotonous thrill. And with Fu Hao's commentary, it unexpectedly produced entertainment value. 3 hours later, Fu Hao held the 80-second spear and suddenly froze. The prompt window was longer than usual, converting one special effect of the red iron spear, 9, consuming 110 lowest level enhancement materials. Effect conversion completed. Attack power 35. Attack power 35. Attack power 50. Boss attack power 75. Boss attack power 75. Attack power 50. 9? What the hell? How did 9 suddenly appear? This can be sold. Even more astonishing was what followed. Effect conversion completed. Attack power 35. Condition reduced by 40. Boss attack power 75. Condition reduced by 40. Attack power 50. 15 chance to inflict slow on attack. 2 condition-reducing attributes appeared simultaneously. Fu Hao previously thought this attribute could not appear more than once, but it turned out to be extremely low probability. Doesn't that mean he can stack this attribute? If it reaches 10, it might be better than the troll sword, as the audience suggested. If he could replicate the effects of the troll sword at level 10, the red iron spear with its high base attack might be even stronger. However, the troll sword is a growth-type weapon that has not yet fully matured, and its 9 attributes are mixed with some underwhelming effects, making it temporarily difficult to replace. Let us not worry about that for now. I'll consider how to handle it later. Let us continue the effect conversion work. After a brief excitement, Fu Hao's gaze became blank again. As the completed enhanced equipment gradually piled up, his fatigue also accumulated. About 24 hours later, Fu Hao gathered the Knight Regiment. Everyone has assembled. The highest level Knight Goth, who had been stationed in the Lipi's territory, confirmed the number of people and reported. Fu Hao looked at the knights, displaying a satisfied expression, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, most of you joined my Knight Regiment because of your identity as a disciple of Helm, but I assure you, even without this connection, I will not let you regret it." He poured out the completed effect-converted level 400 equipment sets from his backpack. Each person gets 1 set. Put on. Yes. The knights equipped themselves in turn, and Fu Hao used a magic spellbook to summon 100 magic slimes to serve as cannon fodder, evenly distributed across the training ground. Remember the test we did with the magic slimes last time? Yes. Let us see how much stronger you've become compared to last time. Attack! Attack! The knights unleashed their skills, and moments later, all the slimes vanished. Goth reported again, "My lord, we eliminated the slimes 10 times faster than last time." Fu Hao nodded in satisfaction, and the knights were ecstatic about their newfound strength. Very good. You have been engaged in simulated combat training for the past month, right? Yes. Today we will begin formal combat. Don't let your strength make you complacent. Understood. Fu Hao used various monster lure devices to successfully draw out a wave of monsters that was more than 3 times the usual scale. Standing on a high ground, tens of thousands of monsters surged into view. All right, let us go. Holy crap. I've never seen so many monsters before. The numbers are terrifying. Even as the monsters approached, Fu Hao remained calm. Not just because of Helm, who could flatten an area of 100 meters with a single blow, but because he had a plan. At 1,000 meters, 500 meters, and 200 meters, when the monsters reached the target point, Fu Hao and Helm used teleportation gems to arrive near the dam they had marked in advance. The waiting mages saw him appear and immediately received the order, blow up the dam. The mages used long-range magic to attack specific points, and after the dam shook violently, it collapsed with a thunderous roar. The reason for blowing it up instead of opening the gates was that Fu Hao never intended to reuse the dam. Although this sacrificed its reusability, it significantly shortened the construction period. He teleported back to the high ground and saw the torrent caused by the collapse sweeping away tens of thousands of monsters. While it was impossible to determine if the monsters were dead, washing them away was sufficient. Finally, Fu Hao teleported to the location where the excavation team, composed of knights, miners, and thieves, was waiting. The ancient ruins excavation operation officially commenced. Chapter 54, The Great Forest. The excavation team consists of about 400 people. Before departure, Hao distributed the gold coins needed for the teleportation gems and the activation gems to each person. Cross the river. Move. After the command was given, each team leader repeated the instructions, and the spectacular scene of 400 people activating the teleportation simultaneously unfolded. Using teleportation gems, consuming 900 gold coins based on the distance moving. 5. 4. The river crossing used 400 teleportation gems. For Hao, time is gold. After arriving at the outskirts of the Great Forest through the teleportation gems, Fu Hao personally stood at the forefront of the formation. Initially, he wanted Helm to be the vanguard, but perhaps because Fu Hao had exhausted his magic after enhancing the Guardian Spear to level 8. Helm refused the request to become a disciple, and their relationship remained at a mutually beneficial stage. Helm would desperately save Fu Hao when he was in life-threatening danger, but he could not be casually dispatched for daily matters. Fu Hao originally wanted to let the Knight Commander Goth be the vanguard, but suddenly remembered the long-forgotten title of Perfect Leader. Perfect Leader generates leadership attribute. Standing at the front line during battle, morale of allied NPCs doubles. This title's leadership attribute is crucial. So far, Fu Hao has cleared 13 trial dungeons, accumulating all attribute bonuses, including leadership through effects from dungeon bosses, speedruns, and 0 damage titles. Although the current leadership of 225 points is the last attribute obtained and has never had any upgrade points allocated, it has already reached a high score that is difficult to achieve without deliberate grinding. The attribute value is a bit regrettable. Don't take advantage and act innocent. Is Hao in Versailles? Is this intentional? Since clearing the troll trial dungeon, Fu Hao's complaints about the title effects have become a well-known meme in the live broadcast room, much to the audience's delight. In fact, the so-called regret is just due to his high standards. 225 points of leadership is already the ceiling for players who do not intentionally allocate points. Standing at the front line, Fu Hao once again confirmed the effects of leadership. Leadership, 225, attribute effects, morale of subordinate soldiers 11. 25, focus of subordinate soldiers 11. 25, stamina of subordinate soldiers 11. 25, movement speed of subordinate soldiers 11. 25, when standing at the front line. Attribute effects double the morale boost, is most effective in disadvantageous situations, while the other bonuses shine brighter at present. Fu Hao had the guide stand beside him, took out the long-lost beginner sword, and kept this weapon because of its 10-second stun and 1-second invincibility effect, which provides excellent self-preservation ability in the face of numerous monsters. Forward. With the command, the 1,000-person excavation team surged into the Great Forest. The moment they stepped into the forest area, a new prompt window popped up. Entering the Great Forest, a cold, sinister atmosphere filled with monsters. Body significantly shrinks. All attributes decrease by 15. Fu Hao had already instructed 100 combat knights to take the holy potion, an expensive consumable sold by the preschool. Monster, which can dispel evil aura, lasting for 1 hour, costing 500 gold coins each, making it a low-cost performance consumable. It hurts to spend gold. Only knights get to drink it? The fully armed excavation team officially delved deeper into the forest, encountering death monkeys, purple poisonous snakes, mud monsters, and other miscellaneous enemies along the way. The outer knights discovered the monsters and immediately launched a combined attack, clearing the area in an instant. Long spears thrust together. Long spears thrust together. All clear. The monsters were just eliminated like that. This knight faction is the strongest, right? Although the Great Forest has various high-level monsters. Ordinary monsters are no match for the equipped level 400 set of knights. If they encountered thousands of monsters attacking, the equipment might not be enough. But due to the recent artificial flood, most forest monsters near the territory of Leapies were washed away, leaving only a few dozen miscellaneous enemies. And the excavation team advanced like a hot knife through butter. 5 hours later. Too easy, too simple. The plan went so smoothly that Fu Hao began to worry that the live broadcast content would be too boring. Until the excavation team reached the final target point, the Minotaur tribe. There was indeed a monster tribe next to the ancient ruins, just as expected. With the help of intelligence provided by Prince Karuzin and the assistance of a beast tamer specializing in mental sensing, Fu Hao had already mastered the distribution of forest monsters and successfully avoided the tribes along the way. However, the Minotaur tribe adjacent to the ancient ruins was unavoidable. It seems that this place was not affected by the monster wave, which was a bit unexpected. Fu Hao muttered to himself as he led 5 knights to scout ahead. The number of Minotaurs matched the beast tamer's detection results, showing no reduction. Whether due to being far from the disaster area or racial characteristics remains unknown. But at this point, there was no choice but to confront them head-on. He returned to the excavation team, leaving 10 knights to protect the non-combat personnel, and led the remaining knights to charge towards the tribe again. Even if surrounded by hundreds of monsters, they could retreat through the teleportation gems and then counterattack, leaving Fu Hao with no concerns. Purely donating 50 yuan. Teleportation gems are really cheat items. Nunu donated 50 yuan, considering the cost of use. This is a high cost performance ratio, attack. Fu Hao abandoned the pre-battle speech. The knight's morale was already sky high and did not need additional motivation. Each monster was dealt with within 10 seconds, agile and mobile. Yes, Fu Hao's plan was to have multiple knights deal with one Minotaur while they were scattered, quickly picking them off one by one. Gurgle, gurgle. However, the plan fell through. Upon discovering the enemy, the Minotaurs quickly formed a battle array like well-trained human elites. 999, although they appear as monsters, their actions resemble humans, and this rare scene filled the chat window with question marks. Fu Hao reluctantly gave up the guerrilla tactics and decided to confront them head-on. Due to terrain limitations, the number of combatants per engagement was limited, and the knight faction would not fall into encirclement. Forcefully break through. Yes. Charge, kill them. The knight's long spears and the Minotaur's weapons swung simultaneously. Gurgle. Both knights and Minotaurs took a step back. A stalemate formed. Why are they so strong? After knocking down one Minotaur, Fu Hao surveyed the battlefield and sighed helplessly. The average level of the knights is 255, equipped with level 400 sets, and their actual combat power is close to that of ordinary mid-tier knights at level 300. While most other monsters in the Great Forest are at the late stage of level 200, yet the Minotaurs before him can match them, their strength far exceeding expectations. Seeing Fu Hao in difficulty, Helm finally spoke up. Disciple, do you need help? Free? As long as you agree to become. Enough. Ahem. All right. Helm scratched his head and took a step back, looking somewhat awkward. Chapter 55. The first 10 shield of the universe 3 weeks ago. Using low-level enhancement tools to enhance Armadillo's shield. 5. Enhancement successful. Enhancement level increased to 7, due to the effect of the low-level enhancement tool. An additional enhancement level of 2, Instant success. With a playful attitude, Fu Hao enhanced the newly acquired growth-type equipment, the Armadillo shield, in the trial dungeon, and unexpectedly succeeded in enhancing it to level 7 in one go. Fu Hao couldn't help but sigh. It would have been great if it had gone this smoothly earlier. Remembering the experience of grinding the trial dungeon repeatedly to obtain the troll sword at level 7 until exhausting the cooldown for fate luck, he muttered to himself, "This is a bit troublesome." Originally, the plan was to wait for Karuz and Rahim to collaborate with the Equipment Enhancement Factory to produce 400 level equipment at level 7, then enhance each to level 10, to be worn at level 240. The armor includes 5 parts: helmet, top, bottom, gloves, and shoes, plus the shield, making a total of 6 parts that need enhancement. The cooldown time for Fate Luck is 1 week, and if used at a critical moment, enhancing all to level 10 would take about 2 months. Fu Hao thought he had plenty of time, but was worried that grinding the trial dungeon before reaching level 240 would lead to attribute overflow due to equipment exceeding limits. Although he had not confirmed the effects of each part at level 10, they would surely be powerful, and he regretted missing out on the title reward from the trial dungeon. Forget it, let fate decide. Looking at the newly acquired armadillo shield at level 7 and the red iron shield at level 7 he carried when leaving the territory, Fu Hao no longer hesitated. Took out the low-level enhancement tool, pointed at the 2 pieces of equipment, and said word by word, "Whichever one I click on is it." "No way. You're deciding based on this. Crazy, ha ha ha." The audience immediately saw through his choice of which equipment to enhance. The audience split into 2 factions. One advocated enhancing the 400 level equipment first to pursue defense, while the other insisted on enhancing the lower-level equipment to grind for the trial titles. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. Choose Red Iron Shield. The Trial Maniac is praying. Choose Armadillo. The Trial Maniac speedrun title is in jeopardy. After shouting the slogans, Fu Hao's hammer pointed at the Red Iron Shield. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. Awesome. Kim Hao donated 80 yuan. The universe's first enhanced 10 shield. Let us go. Without hesitation, Fu Hao swung the hammer at the Red Iron Shield. But the result was the opposite of what the audience expected. Using a low-level enhancement tool to attempt to enhance Red Iron Shield 7. Enhancement failed. Red Iron Shield 7 was destroyed. What is going on? As expected, what shouldn't succeed just won't. Fu Hao was completely disheartened and decided to enhance the other piece of equipment to destruction to cut off any lingering thoughts. He had actually intended to sacrifice this piece of equipment all along. It seemed all his luck had been used up on drawing little gold. Feeling he had exhausted his luck, he used a Fate Luck skill this time and then enhanced the Armadillo Shield. Using Fate Luck skill with a fixed low-level enhancement tool, when successful, the probability of an additional enhancement level of 3 is 100. Using a low-level enhancement tool to enhance Armadillo Shield 7. Due to the effect of the low-level enhancement tool, an additional enhancement level of 3. Enhancement successful, enhancement level increased to 10. Step back. Everyone retreat. To try new tactic, Fu Hao ordered the night group to fall back. Not chasing us? What is going on? Strangely, the Tauren did not pursue, but merely held their ground. These guys really have issues. Normal monsters would have been excited to chase, but they lined up like humans. And he had never seen monsters in this form. There were many doubts. It felt like they were preventing us from approaching the ancient ruins. Could they be the guardians of the ruins? Regardless, since they didn't chase, there was no need to waste teleportation stones moving back and forth, which made Fu Hao feel relieved. You all just wait here. What kind of trick are they up to now, huh? After Fu Hao pulled about 100 meters away from the Tauren, he checked the attributes of the newly enhanced Armadillo Shield 10. Armadillo Shield 10, level. Hero, growth type. Bound, usage requirement. Clear the trial of the sturdy shield growth stage. LV, 1 defense, 520, 855 durability, 394, 425 weight, 85. Defense increases during growth at growth stages LV, 5, LV, 10, and max. Additional special effects are added. Shield defense power 20. Damage received reduced by 20. Shield defense power 30 when blocking enemy attacks. Stun enemies in front for 1 second. Cooldown time 5 seconds when a shield blocks enemy attacks. Damage taken is reduced by 50 and reflects 50 of the enemy's attack power damage. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Description: a shield made from the carapace of a creature similar to an armadillo. High in defense and durability, but very vulnerable to fire attribute attacks. Wow, so strong. Although there had already been discussions about this shield in the community, and the audience was well aware, they still expressed their astonishment in the chat window upon seeing the attributes of this shield. Fu Hao spent 6 hours just to convert the single enhancement effect to ensure all 5 attributes were effective. Although he was reluctant, there was no other way. The effects could be re-rolled. He resolutely reset the 5 attributes he had painstakingly grinded. The only thing that could break through the current predicament was the effect that, when blocking enemy attacks, pushes enemies back within 10 meters, cooldown 5 seconds. Fu Hao worked on the enhancement effect conversion for over 6 hours, during which he confirmed the types of options that appeared after the shield was enhanced to 10 and recorded the useful options separately. Effect conversion completed, effect conversion completed, effect conversion completed. An hour later, the Knight group and the Orc tribe remained at a stalemate. And Fu Hao finally rolled out the desired pushback attribute. Phew, it just wouldn't come out when I wanted it hard. That's science. Haha, pushback is a cheating attribute, right? The probability is really low. Aren't the Towering off work yet? Among the 5 special effects, 2 were useless options, which is a bit regrettable, but since the shield was mainly used to push enemies back, it was acceptable. After equipping the newly converted Armadillo shield, Fu Hao revealed an evil smile. Waited a long time. Huh? After explaining the tactics to the Knights, he charged towards the front line. The Knights no longer fought alongside him, but followed in a fan shape. 5 Taurans swung their axes at the same time. Wow, we're dead. Seeing the Taurans swing their giant axes, the audience felt scared. After reaching level 170, Fu Hao had been grinding the trial dungeon to boost his attributes. But facing monsters with attributes equivalent to level 300 mid-early stage, being directly attacked by 5 Tauran would be very dangerous. However, Fu Hao was fearless. In the past, when teaming up with guild members, he loved to shout after a successful block. Did you see? This is the god of blocking. He wouldn't dare say anything else. But he believed his shield blocking skills could rival Leon Hart, even though the latter didn't use a shield at all. He completely ignored the other Tauran attacking him and focused on the timing of the attack from the Tauran in front of him. Now, at the right moment, Fu Hao swung the shield. Accompanied by the crisp sound of blocking, he activated the skill of the Enhanced 10 shield, Super Pushback. Successfully blocked enemy attack. Enemies within 10 meters are pushed back 10 meters. A blue shockwave erupted centered on the shield, sending the Tauran flying, repelling with a 1-second stagger. Fu Hao and the Knights took the opportunity to charge forward 10 meters. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. This is what a rich guy is. Suonfe donati 50 yuan. This repelling range is too insane. Manke donated 50 yuan. The god of repelling himself, no doubt. So, the timing for blocking is perfect. Focus on blocking the enemy's attacks. Yes. Hearing Fu Hao's command, the Knights activated their defense skills and gritted their teeth to withstand it. As the 5-second cooldown ended, Fu Hao moved forward again, blocking precisely. Successfully blocked enemy attack. Enemies within a 10-meter radius are repelled 10 meters. Another wave of impact, another charge. There is still about 500 meters to the estimated entrance of the ruins, and repeating this 50 times will get them there. These Minotaurs won't follow them into the ruins, right? Watching the continuous explosions of shockwaves, Fu Hao imagined the treasures inside the ruins. It better not be a pile of junk, since it's a land of swords and magic. There should at least be a lost ancient magic book or a magic sword. In his fantasies, for minutes flew by, and he had already reached the entrance of the ruins. First discovery of the tomb of the last emperor of the Ender Empire. The Emperor's tomb? Looking at the prompt information, Fu Hao showed a surprised expression. Chapter 56. The Emperor's Tomb. The Emperor's Tomb? This is going to be a big score. The mysterious ancient ruins and the Emperor's Tomb are clearly of different styles. Compared to the ruins built by unknown hands, the Emperor's Tomb may yield even greater rewards. Although the excavation has turned into grave robbing, Fu Hao doesn't care about such trivial matters. However, the question arises, how to get in? In front of the tomb is a rectangular sign resembling a door, but upon closer inspection, it turns out to be just a decoration. Fu Hao uses a powerful push to drive back the Minotaur and checks the front, back, and sides of the tomb, but he still can't find the entrance. If he wants to dig, he needs to call in the excavation team, but whether they can focus on digging while surrounded by orcs is uncertain. And blindly digging may not lead to the interior of the tomb. Didn't they say this is a land of magic and swords? The sign in front of the tomb features a pattern of a sword crossed with a wand, so it seems that the information from the Great Prince Carlson is correct. Let's try teleportation. Fu Hao lightly touches the sign, and suddenly a teleportation magic circle appears below. Entry qualifications met. Teleporting to the interior of the last emperor of the Endel Empire's tomb. 5. 4. Oh, it really works? What's going on? How did you know? During the 5 seconds of teleportation, Fu Hao imagines the scene inside the tomb. The audience is excited about the emperor's tomb, but he feels a vague unease. In reality, imperial tombs are often accompanied by a large amount of gold and silver treasures, which is exactly what he does not need. Please, let it not be a pile of gold. Before he finishes speaking, the teleportation completes. He quickly looks around and finds himself in a square space of about 10 pings, completely enclosed on all sides. The name Emperor's Tomb makes one expect to see a magnificent structure like a pyramid, but everyone is stunned at this moment. Huh, is this it? There must be a hidden door, right? Forget about doors. There isn't even an emperor's coffin or accompanying items here, just a sword stuck in the ground. Although he has avoided the worst-case scenario filled with treasures, the scene before him is still quite disappointing. Fu Hao forces himself to comfort, given this situation. The last emperor must have left behind a divine sword. However, the appearance of this sword looks more like the beginner's sword he currently holds, rather than some divine sword. Jin Hao tipped 50 yuan. Why are you sweating on your forehead? Class tipped 50 yuan. How much did it cost to build the dam? Philip tipped 50 yuan. It hurts. It seems I've been robbed already. Let's look for a hidden passage. Watching the audience is teasing. Fu Hao extinguishes his fantasies and walks expressionlessly towards the sword. He grips the hilt and gently pulls. The sword comes out smoothly, fortunately not being one of those swords that only heroes can wield. Acquired sealed sword bound. Acquired subspace ring bound. Subspace ring? The hilt has a ring-like decoration, and it turns out to be an independent item. Fu Hao immediately checks the information on the two items. Sealed sword level. Unknown. Bound. Usage requirements. None attack power. 27 weight. 25. Active skill soul summoning description. A sword sealed by an unknown power. Possessing indestructible characteristics. Subspace ring level. Mythical. Bound. Usage requirements. None durability. 30-30 weight. 0. 1. Active skill subspace generation description. A ring engraved with subspace skills. Dash. 9.99. I can actually get a mythical accessory in a dungeon. Mythical, and with no usage requirements. Too bad it's a bound item. Sigh. Seeing the item information, Fu Hao can't help but sigh. Although getting a mythical accessory is a good thing, he didn't use confirm luck to draw for mythical items in the previous accessory lottery because the known effects of mythical accessories are generally average. But that doesn't mean all mythical accessories are weak. But why did it have to be the subspace ring? For Fu Hao, who has already expanded his backpack to nearly unlimited capacity, the subspace skill is completely useless. He quickly casts aside his expectations for the ring and turns his attention to the sealed sword. Damn, is this for real? Does this count as a weapon? Neither players nor NPCs have ever seen equipment with no durability, aside from its lackluster attack power. The only highlight of this sword is the skill Soul Summoning. Soul Summoning. Fu Hao tries to activate the skill, and magical mist surges from the blade, coalescing into an old man with a crown and a dignified demeanor. The old man gazes at Fu Hao. Are you my heir? Who are you? Not even I know. Indeed, I do not know. Although Fu Hao guesses the old man's identity, he still politely inquires. I am the 10th emperor of the Indal Empire. The emperor's voice is deep yet clear. Fu Hao immediately bows. Greetings, your majesty. Enough. Since you do not know me, it seems the history of the Indal Empire has been completely forgotten. The emperor smiles bitterly. 3,000 years have passed, and it is inevitable. Fortunately, the heir has appeared. He examines Fu Hao again. An heir, huh? An heir? Do you think just anyone can enter my tomb? Without the qualifications of an heir, one cannot step inside at all. I see. No wonder. I was wondering why Helm and the knights hadn't come in yet. Fu Hao finally understands why only he could enter. What does it mean to be an heir? It is hard to describe. Just look for yourself. The emperor chuckles lightly and places his hand on Fu Hao's head, playing the memory of Asenes Ro Indal. The scene suddenly shifts, and Fu Hao finds himself holding a wand in his left hand and a sword in his right. Looking up, thousands of arrows are flying toward him, but there are no allies around. All the arrows are aimed solely at him, or rather, the emperor. What is going on? Amid the gasps of Fu Hao and the audience, the emperor calmly recites a spell. Blink. The view spins again, and this time he finds himself amidst a dense crowd of enemies. It's the emperor, the enemy soldiers exclaim, but the tight formation prevents them from providing timely support. The emperor swings his sword, unleashing pure white sword energy, with 4 sword energies flying in a cross shape, easily cutting through all targets within 100 meters. Wow, so strong. Is he even stronger than Helm? But the emperor's performance isn't over yet. Absorb shield, as if predicting the attacks. He uses the shield to absorb 10 spells from enemy mages. The moment the shield disappears, a knight wielding a great sword charges right in front of him. The emperor calmly blocks the slash while simultaneously chanting a new spell, Slowbind. The knights suddenly lean forward collectively, unable to move. The Emperor seizes the opportunity to unleash sword energy again, and the enemy soldiers fall in a pool of blood as the memory playback ends. How is it? This is the true sword magic passed down through generations of the Indal Emperors. Do you desire it? Do you want to possess it? The Emperor, who was just imposing a moment ago, now speaks in a nearly flattering tone, clearly proud of his sword magic to the point of forgetting himself. A second helm is being born. Is he going to take on a disciple? This skill must require a job change. It's ridiculously powerful. How do you use both a wand and a sword at the same time? Fu Hao strikes at the key point. The Emperor calls it sword magic. But in the game, no class has ever been able to equip two different types of weapons simultaneously. Strictly speaking, while there are combinations of using a short sword and a long sword or multiple throwing items, no one has ever used weapons with opposing attributes, like a sword and a wand, at the same time, not even players or NPCs. Curious, are you? Curious to the point of madness? Cancel soul summoning. Ahem. Just kidding. This secret is on par with the demon sword technique, only passed down to the Emperor, the dual mind method. Once mastered, it allows one to manipulate two different types of magic and sword energy simultaneously. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, a prompt appeared in front of Fu Hao. Discovered dual class clue. After learning the dual mind method skill, you can transfer to two professions simultaneously. Damn. Looking at the prompt, Fu Hao couldn't help but curse. Damn. 999 dual class? 999 the hidden content that Fu Hao had never dared to hope for appeared in the most unexpected place. Chapter 57 Master. It must be done. After confirming the existence of dual professions, a greedy light ignited in Fu Hao's eyes. The dual mental techniques were exactly the hidden content he needed the most. According to the Emperor, this was a secret technique passed down through generations of the Indal Empire. Once missed, who knows when he could obtain clues about dual professions again. You said, I am the heir. Can you pass it on to me now? Fu Hao asked straightforwardly. Of course, the Emperor nodded, but there is a condition. What condition? Revive the Indal Empire. You want me to establish a country? Although he was mentally prepared, Fu Hao was still stunned to hear this outrageous request. Don't you want to be emperor? The Emperor asked in confusion. It's not about wanting or not. It's impossible. In the other world, a player must become a suzerain of more than 5 kingdoms, own 10 times the territory of the Rowan Kingdom, and have over 100 million citizens. Even though Fu Hao had become a Viscount of Rowan, this goal was still out of reach. You haven't realized your potential, the Emperor shook his head. What are the conditions for entering the tomb? Is it based on attributes? Or growth speed? Is it related to the ancient relic excavation tasks? Fu Hao pressed on. Before the Emperor could answer, a task prompt suddenly popped up. Revive the Indal Empire difficulty. Unmeasurable the last emperor of the Indal Empire, Asini's Ro Indal, hopes you will rebuild the empire. Acceptance condition. Sign a magical contract. Rewards. Obtain the dual mental technique skill. Obtain the opportunity to class change to Indal Mage. Obtain the opportunity to class change to Indal Swordsman. Completion condition. Establish the Indal Empire. Completion rewards. Emperor's favorability increases to trust. Obtain the key to the Indal Empire's treasury. Here we go again. Fu Hao frowned at the unmeasurable difficulty. It's not unmeasurable. It's simply impossible, right? If I accept, is it okay not to complete it? There is no failure penalty. Fortunately, the task had no time limit or penalties. The only concern was the magical contract. The prompt indicated that the contract's content was protected by the system and would not restrict the player's range of activities. Fu Hao clicked to accept, and the Emperor handed over a contract made of magical energy. Must retain the name of the Indal Kingdom when establishing the nation. Must inherit the legal status of the Indal Empire and become the 11th Emperor. Asini's Ro Indal will pass on the dual mental techniques. 2. Asini's Ro Indal will teach magical swordsmanship. After the revival of the Indal Empire, Asini's Ro Indal will deliver the key to the Indal Empire's treasury to heir. What is your name? Fu Hao. The Emperor inscribed the name in the blank space of the contract, and the system prompt appeared again. Do you wish to sign a magical contract with Asini's Ro Indal? The contract content will be enforced by the game system. Fu Hao confirmed without hesitation. Accept the task of reviving the Indal Empire. Leon Fu Hao donated 50 yuan. Mom said not to sign agreements casually. You signed so readily? It should be called the Hao Empire instead. In fact, the only restriction of the contract for Fu Hao was the name of the kingdom, and he easily signed it. However, after accepting the task, the Emperor's gaze suddenly filled with pity. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. The Emperor hurriedly concealed his expression. Although Fu Hao was puzzled, he decided to ignore it for now. The most important thing was not the Emperor's gaze. Quickly tell me, how do I learn the dual mental techniques? Watch closely. The emperor placed his hand on Fu Hao's head, as he had done before to showcase memories. Fu Hao expected to hear complex mental technique incantations, but unexpectedly, the transfer occurred simply through contact. Obtained the dual mental technique skill, Fu Hao immediately checked the skill description. Dual mental techniques type. Passive level. Unknown can class change to 2 different professions due to possessing multiple professions simultaneously. All growth speeds are reduced by 20 wow. Fu Hao was amazed when he saw the first line, but frowned at the second. A 20 reduction in growth speed? Facing Fu Hao's doubtful gaze, the emperor hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. You can use the treasures in the subspace ring." "Wait, there are treasures in the ring?" Fu Hao interrupted. He had thought that the subspace itself was the reward, but it turned out that the real treasure was hidden in the ring. Of course, the ring not only contains the treasury of the empire, but also the entire legacy of the Endel Empire. Be sure to take good care of it. Don't break it. Upon hearing that it contained the legacy of the entire empire, Fu Hao could no longer pay attention to what the emperor was saying. Ukim Hao donatit il yuan. This is a huge profit. Quickly open the subspace and take a look. I'm so curious. Fu Hao was eager to check the contents of the ring, but the emperor suddenly spoke. "Now let's teach you magic. Do you wish to class change to Endel Mage?" Images of the emperor casting spells appeared before him. Although he hadn't gained combat experience like Helm, the emperor's strength was visibly superior to Helm's, both in destructive power and diversity of magic. Fu Hao had not seen all of Helm's skills, but he knew that Helm would not hold back when accepting disciples. However, the emperor's magical swordsmanship had a fatal flaw. Helm's inheritance only required 1 profession, while magical swordsmanship needed 2. Is it not possible to just learn magic or swordsmanship? Have any of the emperors throughout the generations only learn 1? The emperor looked at Fu Hao as if he were a fool. Absurd. Magical swordsmanship is designed to use both magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. If you only learn 1, you can't even unleash 20 of its power. In short, this was a bundled sale. Fu Hao was relieved that he hadn't given up his Master of Enhancement profession for magical swordsmanship, giving up the unknown power for the existing Master of Enhancement profession. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively. If he had changed professions, he wouldn't even have the face to see Helm. "What did you say?" The emperor couldn't understand his mumbling. "Release the soul summon." With a command from Fu Hao, the emperor transformed into magical smoke and was absorbed by the sealed sword. "I will make good use of the dual mental techniques and the treasures in the subspace." He gently stroked the sword hilt and put the sword into his backpack. Class donated 50 yuan. It is said that after this day, no one ever saw the emperor's face again. Ali donated 50 yuan. "Thank you. Saw the Kim Hao donatet nam yuan." The emperor gave everything without reservation. Dual mental techniques are a huge profit. The emperor is so pitiful. I forgot to ask how to get out. In helplessness, Fu Hao used a teleportation gem to return to the entrance of the tomb. "Disciple, my lord." The lord and Helm had been holding off the Minotaur Knights alone due to Fu Hao's sudden disappearance and finally waited for his return. Ancient relic excavation task completed. Successfully completed an unmeasurable difficulty task achievement again, due to the lack of impossible title effects. Additionally gained 30 to all attributes, obtained the title Treasure Hunter, although the task reward was only a title. Fu Hao looked at the prompt, a smile forming on his lips. Just the dual profession had already brought in immense gains. The subspace ring must contain astonishing treasures, making this the richest task he had received so far. He looked at Helm, who had continued to accompany him and provided countless assistance despite being repeatedly refused as a disciple. Even though Helm was an NPC, Fu Hao always felt guilty for taking advantage of him without becoming a disciple. Was this really okay? But at this moment, the question that had troubled him for a long time finally had an answer. The legendary disciple. What a resounding title, especially for a knight with deep connections to Fu Hao. Master. Fu Hao shouted this title with unprecedented enthusiasm. Upon hearing this call, Helm instantly froze at the word master. He had waited too long for it. Disciple. Helm's response was choked with emotion. Master. Fu Hao's voice even carried a hint of tears. Disciple. The knights struggled to fend off the Tauren while staring in astonishment at this touching reunion. Philip tipped 50 yuan. You might as well perform a play. Ha ha. I laughed so hard I snorted. This is too sudden. The dual cultivation method is really great. The emperor is truly unfortunate. Ha ha ha. Chapter 58, the most critical crisis in history. Fu Hao, accompanied by Helm, the Knight Order, and the excavation team, used a teleportation gem to return to the Lipi's territory in just 5 seconds, a journey that had taken 5 hours on the way there. The sharp contrast was almost disorienting. The audience lamented that using the teleportation gem for the night order was too wasteful, but Fu Hao, whose mind was filled with thoughts of successfully taking on Apprentice, paid no attention. Upon returning to the territory, he rushed to the Lord's private training room with Helm. This secret room was protected by a magical array, and no one was allowed to enter without permission. Now, let the inheritance begin. Helm could hardly contain his excitement. Legendary Knight Helm has submitted an apprentice application to you. Upon acceptance, he will change profession to a new class. Do you accept? Unlike the first time, there was no warning about the master profession disappearing this time. Accept. Fu Hao did not hesitate. Is there any single profession stronger than Helm's disciple in this other world? Even if there is, the probability of obtaining it is minimal, especially since it is a night class. Helm placed his hand on Fu Hao's back, and a system prompt appeared. Accepting Helm's application, class change in progress. Remaining time 1 hour 25 minutes. 1 hour 25 minutes? What kind of profession takes so long? Fu Hao muttered under his breath. Since he had activated the live broadcast special voice mode, he didn't have to worry about Helm hearing him. Pajamas donated 50 yuan, as expected of a legend. Even the class change takes this long. The reason for the long duration of the class change was not related to the strength of the profession, but because Helm's profession inheritance belonged to a one-person lineage. Helm mastered and developed skills through inheriting the unknown power, and taking an apprentice meant passing this power on to Fu Hao. Although Helm would no longer be able to improve his skills after the inheritance, he had already reached his peak 10 years ago, so he had no regrets. An hour later, the audience had long since grown tired of discussing what profession name or skills Helm's disciple would have. And Fu Hao was also anxious because he could not check the subspace treasures. Finally, the long class change time ended, and a long-awaited prompt box appeared. Change to the hidden profession Guardian Knight. Generated Guardian Power skill. Generated Guardian Shield skill. Generated Taunt skill. Generated Mount Tai skill. Generated Shield Charge skill. Generated Space Cutting skill. Generated Earth Shatter skill. Generated Sword Mastery skill. Generated Spear Mastery skill. Generated Shield Mastery skill. Generated Medium Armor Mastery skill. The profession name comes with the title of legend. Guardian Knight? Isn't it supposed to be the strongest? Why is it called Guardian? Fu Hao was indifferent to the profession name and went straight to the skill details. 7 active skills from Mastery passive skills. The number was no different from an ordinary profession, but more would be unlocked after reaching level 300 in Second Awakening. For now, there was no need to dwell on the quantity. The key was performance. Oh, wow. What the hell? With each skill he looked at, Fu Hao couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Class donated 50 yuan. Show it already. If you don't show it soon, I'll unfollow. You're actually looking secretly. Seeing the audience getting anxious, Fu Hao showcased Earth Shatter, a skill Helm had used before. Earth Shatter type. Active level. Legend LV. 1 cooldown. 30 seconds cost. 2,500 mana. Slams the weapon into the ground, reshaping the terrain in a straight line for 22 meters ahead, dealing 275 base attack damage to all enemies. The cooldown is a bit long, right? What the hell? 999, the barrage was flooded with exclamations of disbelief. And in just 5 seconds, the delay in the barrage was triggered. A level 1 skill with a 22-meter range and 275 damage. Even with a 30-second cooldown and a mana cost of 2,500, was still considered insane. If Fu Hao were an ordinary level 100 player, he simply couldn't afford to use it, but he had balanced his attributes through title bonuses and his high intelligence provided ample mana, leaving only the cooldown time as a concern. Greedy, isn't this being too unsatisfied? It's a divine skill. I suggest going to solo a boss immediately. Unfortunately, the audience couldn't empathize with Fu Hao's worries, so he turned to Helm. He was looking at him with eyes full of emotion. Master, the disciple has finally succeeded. Helm sensed the unknown power flowing within Fu Hao, confirming that the inheritance was complete. Knowing Helm's backstory, Fu Hao felt a bit teary at his reaction. 10 years of searching for an apprentice had finally come to fruition. How precious this feeling was. Master, disciple, Umbrella donated 50 yuan. It's starting again. Fu Hao rushed over to embrace Helm, and at the same time, a task completion prompt appeared. Completed Helm's obsession task. Helm's favorability increased to trust. Helm's tracking terminated. Master, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. From now on, I will inherit your will, so you can rest easy. That won't do. Helm shook his head decisively. Phew. Fu Hao felt a sense of relief, as if he had succeeded. If the other party really wanted to retire, he would have a headache. In that case, can you assist me in developing the territory? Fu Hao got straight to the point. After recruiting Helm, there are now 3 legendary level NPCs in the territory. What benefits does recruiting a legendary knight bring? You want to be both a master and a tool. Faced with Fu Hao's recruitment proposal, Helm pondered for a moment before speaking. Disciple, I know you want to develop the territory, but I don't want you to neglect your personal training because of it. The sudden admonishment made Fu Hao's heart tighten, fearing that Helm would backtrack on accepting him as a disciple. However, developing the territory might promote training. So, Helm changed the subject. I have a suggestion. You know Leon Hart, right? Defeat him, and I will unconditionally obey any of your commands. Before he finished speaking, a task prompt appeared. Helm's show-off difficulty cannot be measured. The legendary Knight Helm, having taken you as his apprentice, has mostly dispelled his resentment towards Leon Hart, but still wants to prove that his disciple is stronger than Leon Hart. He requests that you defeat Leon Hart as a condition of loyalty, and failing the duel will result in task failure. Completion condition. Defeat the player ranked 1 in battle, Leon Hart. In a duel, completion reward. Helm's loyalty contract, failure penalty. Helm's favorability drops to friendly. Something big is about to happen. Leon Hart musti. Look at Fu Hao's expression. Leon donated 50 yuan. Leon Hart versus Fu Hao, go for it. Fu Hao will always be a god, donated 50 yuan. Ha ha ha. It's time to learn a lesson, right? Rachel donated 50 yuan. Damn, Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. If the duel is successful, it's likely to refresh the highest audience number in history. As the screen filled with donations and the audience was in a frenzy, Fu Hao stared at the prompt, completely dumbfounded. He had planned to surpass Leon Hart's battle ranking, but had never considered a direct duel. Leon Hart was universally recognized as an untouchable monster player. He had never publicly revealed his attribute panel, but the fact that he had long held the #1 spot on the battle power leaderboard was enough to prove that his attributes far exceeded those of other top players. Especially after Fu Hao revealed the effects of the newbie trial title, players had even higher expectations for Leon Hart's attributes. What was even more terrifying was that Leon Hart's core advantage was not his attributes, but his skill. Fu Hao believed that under equal conditions, no matter how many duels were held, no one could defeat Leon Hart. The biggest challenge is the complete lack of knowledge about Leon Hart's attributes. No matter how strong Leon Hart is, as long as there is targeted preparation, there might still be a chance of winning. However, the unknown turns all strategies into empty talk. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone, but I don't even know where Leon Hart is. Thinking of this, his stiff expression gradually relaxed. Although it's a pity that he couldn't recruit Herder, it's still better than being beaten up by Leon Hart during the live broadcast. You don't need to worry about that. Helm's old face flushed. Upon returning to the territory, he received a challenge letter and heard that Leon Hart had become a disciple of another legend, and there's a high probability of meeting him at the legend gathering. If you hadn't agreed to be my disciple, I might have gone to challenge him by grabbing him by the neck. Haha. Disciple? Fu Hao was completely petrified. Jean Hao tipped 50 yuan. The end. This longest-lasting viewer succinctly summarized Fu Hao's current feelings with 2 brief words. Chapter 59. The Pie in the Picture Legendary Gathering. The gathering of 7 legendary beings held annually attracts the attention of kings, emperors, and leaders of supernatural forces that transcend nations. Once the 7 legends propose a request for collaboration to combat the invasion of the demon realm, it is virtually impossible for any nation to refuse, as they hold absolute power. Although the legends have never threatened nations with their power, the leaders remain anxious. The location of the gathering changes every year, sometimes in the ruins of a desert, sometimes borrowing a conference room from an empire. But one thing that never changes is the time. The end date of the gathering is uncertain, but the start date remains the same every 10 years. Fu Hao clearly remembers that there are exactly 5 months until the next gathering. Originally, he planned to recruit Helm and use the legendary gathering to win over other legends. So this date has long been etched in his mind. After finally regaining his composure, Fu Hao confirmed with Helm. Master, the legendary gathering is in 5 months, right? Helm's eyes shimmered with appreciation. I didn't expect you to remember the date of the gathering. Truly, my disciple, you think of your master. Fu Hao ignored the misunderstanding and stated directly, thank you for your trust, but defeating Leon Hart in 5 months is really too difficult. My disciple is too humble. It's not humility, it's, I believe in you. Helm clenched his fists and struck a fighting pose, his eyes more fervent than ever. Clearly his blind confidence in Fu Hao had reached its peak. I've already said it's not humility. Excessive modesty is hypocrisy. A man should be confident and ready for battle. Communication completely broke down. Ha 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 ha. It's over. 5 months is too tight. Fu Hao began to seriously consider whether to give up attending the legendary gathering. Side story. Mion's conspiracy. Prince Mion asked his confidant in a low voice. I heard that Fu Hao has already completed the excavation of the ancient ruins? Yes. Spies infiltrating the excavation team have confirmed. He lured the monster tide and blew up the dam. This guy, I thought he was just fooling around by mobilizing all the residents to build a dam, but it actually worked. What did they dig up? Well, the excavation team didn't participate in the core digging. It seems Fu Hao completed it alone. In any case, it must be something good after all. It's the ruins of the Indal Empire. Although few people know of the existence of the Indal Empire, there are still some. As a kingdom of magic and sword, Indal left behind countless artifacts and treasures, some of which have been passed down to this day and even stored in the treasuries of various nations. The Kingdom of Rovan is one of the countries that possesses Indal treasures, allowing royal family members to directly experience the glory of the empire through these treasures. The eldest Prince Carlson and the second Prince Mian are obsessed with the ancient ruins because a sign of the Indal Empire was discovered nearby. If it weren't for the Indal ruins, they wouldn't waste money and manpower on ordinary ruins. Notify all the lords and have my uncle dispatch 100 members of the Iron Blood Knights. No, I will personally ask my uncle. The confidant broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Dispatching 100 people at once. What if we get discovered? Mian interrupted. Do you think I'm a fool? As long as we get the treasures of Indal, who will care about our interference in the territory? Besides, we have a ready-made excuse. But why use the Iron Blood Knights? The knights from the Lepes territory are even weaker than the surrounding territories. We could just have the Lord send troops. Have you forgotten the lesson from underestimating last time? We must use our strongest forces to deal with Fu Hao. As you wish, Your Highness. The confidant knew that even though the decision from the last prince's trial was led by Mian, he could not absolve himself of responsibility as a participant. He hurriedly bowed and left, while Mian packed his things to prepare to meet his uncle. Fu Hao. Putting aside everything else, stealing Ella is unforgivable. Ella is not only a tool for Mian to win over the neutral faction, but also the woman he has cherished for 3 years. Mian, who already hated Fu Hao to the bone, became even more paranoid after losing Ella. Helm's disciple? I want to see how long you can bounce around without a territory. Fu Hao forced himself to forget the fact that he would duel Leon Hart in 5 months and finally remembered the spatial ring. Spatial space. The spatial skill has been used. A spatial passage has been generated. Reciting the spatial absorption spell can automatically absorb designated items, limited to items you own. The caster can enter the interior of the spatial space through the passage. A black oval-shaped dimensional door appeared before him, just large enough for one person to pass through with a blurry scene behind it. He originally thought the spatial space would be as convenient as a game backpack, but it turned out he still had to manually transport items. However, as long as the contents were solid enough, Fu Hao was willing to accept it. He closed his eyes and passed through the dimensional door. Fu Hao has gifted 10,000 yuan. Wow. Hearing the donation notification, he opened his eyes, and the entire space was enveloped in blue light, with a massive magical power conglomerate floating in the air, with no visible top when he looked up. Looking around, dozens of doors were arranged in a circular pattern around the magical entity, with both the ground and the sky being pure white. The space so vast it was hard to measure. Sort items by category. Fu Hao walked to the nearest wooden door, pulled the handle, but the door would not budge. A system prompt popped up. Entering the door requires the correct password. He rushed to other doors to try, but all prompted for a password. Earth Shatter, Space Cutter, Shield Charge. All attack skills were unleashed, but the wooden door remained intact. Even legendary skills can fail. Epic Fail Scene. In desperation, Fu Hao summoned the sealed sword and activated Soul Summon. The Emperor appeared and coldly laughed. You think you can privately take the treasures of Indal without permission? Wishful thinking. Your Majesty, if you want to rebuild the Empire, you must contribute, right? I've seen you actually became that guy Helm's disciple, and you've left my magic sword art aside? You can see? Fu Hao was shocked. Could the soul see through the backpack? You dare to underestimate my magic sword art. This is the first time I have suffered such humiliation in my life. Even my enemies would respect my magic sword art. The Emperor's tone was filled with indignation. It turned out that Fu Hao had only learned the dual heart technique, but ignored the magic sword art, deeply hurting the Emperor's pride. Fu Hao hurriedly reassured, your magic sword art is certainly stronger. It just doesn't suit me. How about I help you find another successor? Only you can perceive my existence. No one else can inherit it. Moreover, inheritance is not something that can be done casually. Then what do you want? It's still not too late to back out now. As long as you sign a contract promising to practice the magic sword art and promote it. That's impossible. The emperor's forehead veins bulged. If one could see the anger meter, it would have shot up to 80 at this moment. Then you can forget about obtaining the treasures. You don't plan to rebuild the empire anymore? I don't care. Fu Hao countered, as rebuilding the empire was the emperor's obsession. Who else would care about the restoration of the country 3,000 years later? Anyway, the sealed sword and the spatial ring are both my belonging items. You can do as you please, just don't let them rot in my backpack. You dare to threaten me? My magic sword art. You will regret this. After you die, the ownership contract will naturally be lifted. I can wait another 100 years. Ha ha. The emperor laughed maniacally and turned into smoke. Absorbed by the sword, the soul summon skill has been forcibly cancelled. Fu Hao tried to summon again, only to receive a skill failure prompt. This old madman. Just as Fu Hao was getting impatient, the administrator Rappies rushed in with urgency. My lord, the neighboring territories of Lot, Maya, and Reina have simultaneously launched territorial wars. They claim we have plundered serfs, demanding the return of enslaved subjects, and are asking for astronomical compensation. This comes at a perfect time. Fu Hao pulled out a cold smile. The original subspace was blocked and filled with pent-up anger. How could it miss the opportunity to vent on the target that was delivered right to its door? Chapter 60, the First Territorial War in the Otherworld. Territorial wars are usually conducted peacefully, and the Kingdom of Rowan is no exception. Since the invention of illusion magic, real-life combat has been banned in territorial wars. In an era where manpower equates to national strength, the royal family does not wish to see territorial wars devolve into resource-draining civil wars. However, the emergence of illusion magic has instead led to frequent territorial disputes, making territorial wars a norm. Victories can be determined without bloodshed, avoiding complex political struggles while forcing conservative nobles to continuously strengthen their military forces. The nearby camps of Lot, Maya, and Reina, while actively training knights, have become supporting characters in this territorial war. As expected, they came. Lord Lot gazed at the iconic black armor of the Iron Blood Knights and sighed. I said there was no need to worry. Lord Reina forced a calm facade, but was internally shocked that Mion had sent 100 Iron Blood Knights, far exceeding the usual standards for a territorial war. Could it be to counter Helm? He thought. The intervention of a legendary figure in a territorial war would diminish their authority, especially since Helm had promised not to interfere in the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Rowan. But on second thought, after searching for a disciple for 10 years, Helm might not be able to resist making an exception. If Helm intervenes, the Iron Blood Knights would have no chance of winning. He concluded that Mion's move was purely to crush Fu Hao with overwhelming military force, humiliating his title of legendary disciple. The appointed notary for the territorial war began the confirmation process. Lords Lot, Maya, and Reina, do you jointly declare war on the Ripus camp? Yes. The three lords spoke in unison. Lord Ripus, do you accept the challenge? The three pairs of eyes focused on Fu Hao. If he refused, the Ripus territory would have to pay a fine of 60 of its annual income. However, for the heavily indebted Ripus camp, the monetary penalty held no deterrent, and the only risk was the damage to the reputation of the legendary disciple. But Fu Hao, who desperately sought to expand his territory, would not miss such a golden opportunity. I accept. The three lords displayed expressions of expected surprise, having risen from commoners to nobles, and now being Helm's disciples. How could Fu Hao back down in such a situation? The notary turned to the three lords. Please state your demands for victory. Lord Reina unfurled a parchment filled with demands. Return 327, 520 serfs originally belonging to the Lot camp. Return 433. 951 serfs originally belonging to the Maya camp. Return 436. 228 serfs originally belonging to the Reina camp. Equally divide the treasures of the Indal Empire ruins. Compensation for escaped serfs at 1,000 gold coins each. The live stream instantly erupted. This is outrageous. The ultimate form of greed. Clearly a robbery. Yet Fu Hao secretly rejoiced that the more outrageous the demands, the easier it would be to counter. Lord Ripus, please state your demands for victory. The three lords held their breath, preparing to refuse the unreasonable demands, only to hear Fu Hao casually say, "You three lords lack ambition. I want all of your territories and subjects. Of course, I will bet an equivalent stake." The meeting room fell into dead silence. Lord Reina finally couldn't hold back. Do you know what this means? Losing your territory means becoming a fallen noble, even worse than a lowly baron. Of course I know. If the three of you are too afraid to gamble, then let's pretend this territorial war never happened. Fu Hao deliberately paused. Refusing meant paying heavy taxes, while accepting would entail the risk of losing everything. Reina concluded that this was Fu Hao's desperate evasion strategy. Class donated 50 yuan. Are you scared? One Piece donated 50 yuan. If you're scared, just admit defeat. Leon Fu Hao donated 50 yuan. Well, how be afraid? How is scared? If he merges the 3 territories, can he become a count? The first count in history. Go for it. No wonder he hid his equipment. It turns out he was waiting for the fish to bite. Wait. The 3 lords left to discuss. Reina, what do you think? Lord Lot was sweating profusely. We must accept. Are you crazy? If we lose, it's all over. Didn't you say we just need to observe? Calm down, I agree too. Lord Maya interjected. The magical scan showed that the average level of the Ripest Knights was only 255, and their equipment was just 150 level common goods. The Iron Blood Knights could not possibly lose. But what if? Lot, if we back down now, the wrath of the second prince will fall upon us. Reina added. In the end, Lord Lot compromised. Back in the meeting room, Reina gritted his teeth and spoke. We accept Lord Ripest's demands. Fu Hao quietly clenched his fist. He had hidden callous in the 400-level equipment he crafted, even at the cost of consuming a mysterious robe worth 1.5 million to cover the strength of the knights. All to wait for this moment. Manti donated 50 yuan. Is this a trap? The 3 signed the Blood Covenant, and the territorial war was officially established. The battle would commence tomorrow on the Ripest Plains, with the preparation costs for the illusion magic borne by the applicant. After the notary announced and left, Fu Hao and the 3 lords exchanged glances, each harboring different ambitions. Reina carefully scanned Fu Hao's knights, but found no sign of helm. Not here. Phew. Lords Lot and Maya breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they couldn't recognize the Iron Blood Knights. Even if they did recognize them, what would it matter? What if Fu Hao tipped off helm? You're too timid. Reina handed Lot a cup of wine, thinking about how to split the treasures of the ancient ruins with the second prince. Lot fell silent, no longer arguing. The preparations for the illusion magic were complete. The 3 lords chose to withdraw from the battle, leaving Lord Ripest to fight alone. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Then the territorial war begins. Everything that happens within the illusion magic is irreversible. As the notary's voice fell, the 3 lords retreated outside the magical range. Lord Ripest personally entered the battle. I've heard his level is quite low, but he passed Helm's trial. Haha. All 100 members of the Iron Blood Knights are elites, with the lowest level exceeding 320. Don't worry too much. The 3 looked at the Iron Blood Knights' stern formation, regaining their confidence, waiting for the moment of crushing victory. On the other side, Fu Hao stared at the Iron Blood Knights. The administrator Lapis had argued that the opponent was not a knight order and that the battle should be halted, but was refused. The arrow was already on the string, especially since he also had hidden trump cards. He trusted his newly acquired skills, Earth Smash, Space Cut, and Shield Charge. But as the title of the legendary Guardian Knight suggests, the strongest is not the attack, but the defensive skills, even if the enemy's strength exceeded expectations. Fu Hao was confident he could turn the tide. Let's try to suppress them first. He raised the troll's sword and charged forward, but the enemy remained unmoved, maintaining a tight formation. The range is sufficient. As the distance closed to 5 meters, Fu Hao swung his sword down toward the ground. Earth Smash. The ground violently cracked open, boulders flew, and the Knight Order was thrown into chaos. Beyond the physical shock, Earth Smash also inflicted negative effects such as dizziness, obscured vision, and balance disruption. Just as Fu Hao was about to command the knights to charge, a prompt window stunned him. Critical hit triggered the effect of the troll's sword. Unleashing a 10-hit combo, dealt 271 damage x 10 to the target. Target is incapacitated. Achieved a one-time kill of over 100 enemies above your level. Gained the title of one-man squad. Victory in the territorial war. Ripest territory expanded by 70. 522. Ripest population increased by 521, 120. Met the minimum requirements for promotion to count in the Kingdom of Rowan. Do you wish to accept the count promotion quest? The chat area was flooded with question marks and exclamation points. Everyone present, including the Knights of Fu Hao, the Iron Blood Knights, the 3 lords, and the notary, were all stunned, staring at Fu Hao, who single-handedly wiped out 100 elite troops, their faces full of shock. Chapter 61. Philip's Choice 10 consecutive slashes is undoubtedly a top-tier skill among the 10 special effects, but it's 0. 1 trigger probability has led Fu Hao to regard it as a backup trump card that requires the luck of fate to use. Indeed, one must clear their mind to succeed. Fu Hao lightly caressed the troll sword, recalling how he had waited for 15 minutes in the helm trial without success, only to trigger it on the first hit when he had no expectations, once again confirming the mystical law of unintentional success. 50 meters behind, Fuao. The knightly orders snapped out of their shock, shouting, "Long live the Lord! Long live Leapies! Long live the legendary knight!" The 100-strong, iron-blooded knight order stood frozen. The secret mission ordered by their captain long forgotten, as they sincerely marveled. Is this really a disciple of Helm? The strongest talent in history is indeed not an empty boast. Perhaps a new legend will be born within 10 years. Since the captain bore all the responsibility for the mission's failure, they instead gladly accepted the fact of witnessing the birth of a new legend, joining Fu Hao's knightly order in their cheers. Long live Hao! Long live Lord Leapies! Cheers to the new legend! The three lords looked ashen. We should have thought of this. We should have thought of this. It must be the second prince and Lord Leapies teaming up to trap us. Otherwise, how could we have provoked someone we shouldn't have? According to the rules, the outcome of territorial wars cannot be changed even by the king. It was only a matter of time before the three became fallen nobles. Watching the live stream, Philip suddenly stood up. How long did it take Fu Hao to go from Viscount to Count? I haven't even restored my Baron title, while he has already reached a higher tier. In order to quickly regain his Viscount status, Philip hunted monsters day and night in the border area between the human realm and the demon realm. His goal was singular: to become the first count in the entire server, even the first king. To achieve this, Philip severed all ties with guild members and acquaintances, reduced his sleep, and spent all day grinding monsters. He firmly believed that as long as he accumulated enough military merit by hunting monsters, even if his title was just a Fade, he would one day surpass Fu Hao and become the first count. But reality was harsher than he imagined. He hadn't even restored his Viscount title, while Fu Hao had already met the conditions for promotion to count. I might as well quit the game. He repeatedly muttered to himself that the important thing was not to give up, but it was hard to muster the energy to catch up to such a monstrous newcomer. Should he gamble his account? The account gambling system was deleted long ago. Just as he was feeling desperate, he suddenly recalled a warning from the NPC in the border area: never step into the demon realm. So far, among the top players, there were many ruthless hunters of monsters, but no one had dared to venture into the demon realm on their own. Why not give it a try? After all, I was on a quit anyway. I might as well see what the demon realm looks like. Philip steeled himself, spending all his wealth to buy top-tier antidotes and holy potions before stepping into the fog-laden border. The antidotes were to traverse the demon realm's edge, which was perpetually shrouded in toxic mists, while the holy potions were to prevent monster attacks triggered by the scent of humans. Having managed a Viscount territory for many years, he had saved up quite a bit, but after consuming dozens of bottles of top-tier potions, his gold coins were instantly depleted. I should have cashed out first. Philip regretted it somewhat, but at this point, returning the items would only get him back less than 20 of his money, so he decided to proceed as planned. After walking for 5 or 6 hours, with more than half of his antidotes remaining, his holy potions were about to run out. The closer he got to the demon realm, the more monsters appeared, and the remaining potions would last at most for 1 more hour. Another hour passed, and the buildings or demons of the demon realm had yet to appear, with only a few drops of holy potion left. Philip knew that the moment the potions ran out would be the moment of death. At least let me see the demon realm before I die. He calmly accepted his fate. Goodbye, another world. Goodbye, former guildmates. Philip silently bid farewell in his heart. However, the expected death sound effect did not come. He looked up in confusion, only to see the monsters trembling on the ground, while a sorceress was looking down at him with great interest, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. A human has actually made it this far. Witnessing the 6th desired demon king Alcunia, becoming the first player to meet the demon race. Receiving the title first to meet the demon race. Becoming the first player to meet a demon king. Receiving the title first to meet a demon king. Falling into Alcunia's charm state. Charm resistance failed. Falling into curse state. Curse resistance failed. Falling into silent state. Silence resistance failed. Before Philip could react, he was already under the effects of charm, curse, and silence, with his HP plummeting to 20. The Demon King. Philip was shocked into incoherence, but instinctively opened his title interface. First to meet the demon race. When becoming a demon, all attributes 50, and base intimacy with the demon race 30. First to meet a demon king. When becoming a demon, all attributes 100, and base intimacy with the demon race 30. Become a demon? What is this? Before Philip could finish, Demon King Alcunia spoke. Human, do you want to live? Alcunia's voice echoed. I want. Philip swallowed hard. The The Demon King clearly had ulterior motives. Sure enough, Alcunia presented the condition he most wanted to hear. Very well. I give you the opportunity to become a demon. Would you like to change your class to lower demon? Upon changing, you will lose your human realm profession, skills, achievements, titles. But current level and attributes will be retained. Appearance will change to that of a demon. Cannot be modified with appearance change tickets. Gain access to the demon realm, but lose access to the human realm. Without hesitation, Philip clicked confirm. Dragging it out under the cursed state would undoubtedly lead to death. A wise choice. Alcunia's fingertips overflowed with demonic energy, enveloping Philip. With a chilling, crackling sound, his body began to transform. Horns sprouted from his head, black wings unfurled from his back. His skin turned pale with a bluish hue. His eyes became as black as ink, and he grew taller than an average human, completely taking on the appearance of a demon. As soon as the abnormal states, triggered by gazing at Alcunia, were confirmed to be lifted, Philip was about to check his new appearance when he was interrupted by the Demon King. Follow me. Alcunia, turn around. Whether as a human or a lower demon, Philip found himself unable to resist Alcunia's commands. After following the Demon King for 5 minutes, they passed through a cloud of mist, revealing a magnificent demon city. Wow. As a top-tier player, Philip considered himself well-traveled in the human realm, but he had never seen such a grand castle. Soon, the two entered the city through the magic circle at the city gate. Another prompt appeared before Philip. First player to step into the demon realm. Receiving the title first to step into the demon realm. While physically present in the demon realm, all attributes 50. How insane, just having become a demon. Philip had already received 3 server-first titles, tripling his attributes. Although he had lost the professions and skills he had painstakingly accumulated, with the skills inherent to demons, he could easily make up for the losses. Fu Hao's attribute increase was only 2. 2 times, right? Philip revealed a sinister smile. And the demon form made that smile even more eerie. It seemed that the war between humans and demons was about to begin. With renewed hope, Philip's dream had shifted from becoming a king to becoming a demon king. Chapter 62. The Count's mission after the territory war ended. Fu Hao had a busy day ahead. Have you heard? From today, taxes will be reduced. Not only that, the new lord is said to be a legendary knight. As he took over the territories of Lot, Maya, and Reina, Fu Hao calmed the emotions of the residents while advancing the reconstruction. How can we thank the Lord? Is this a dream? To actually wait for this day. He returned the residents of Reepies to the ranch area freed from the monster threat due to the dam explosion. He also ordered 50,000 pieces of soldier equipment, each from Kaluz and Rahim, with the materials naturally prepared by Fu Hao. The Guardian Spear. I really want to have it. After finishing the trivial matters, Fu Hao couldn't help but feel regret. He thought he could at least replicate Helm's Guardian Spear and Guardian Shield, but found that the necessary materials were currently unattainable. It's a pity, but there's nothing he can do. He was determined to strengthen Helm's equipment to level 10. Although he hadn't officially recruited Helm, as a master and one of the strongest legends in the world, Fu Hao firmly believed that investment would yield returns. Of course, his real thought was, what's mine is also my disciples. It's fine to borrow it during battles. Using the skill of Fate's luck, Fu Hao first strengthened the Armadillo Shield to level 10, followed by the 400-level gauntlets. For the remaining 4 parts, headgear, upper body, lower body, and shoes, he planned to strengthen all to level 10 before starting on Helm's equipment. Has the result of the territory war come out yet? No, not yet. Report immediately when it does. Yes, Mion eagerly awaited the territory war results, thinking about how Fu Hao would lose the treasures of the ancient relics and become a laughingstock. Feeling particularly pleased, he had no doubt about the strength of the Iron Blood Knights. After all, they were elite enough to easily crush even noble knight factions. In fact, the knight factions from the 3 territories were inherently stronger than the temporary troops Fu Hao had assembled. A normal person might choose to deploy the knight factions from the 3 territories to reduce risk, but Mion, having been tricked by Fu Hao twice, dare not take it lightly again. He could only blame himself for being overly ambitious. Exactly. Look at his greedy appearance. Perhaps he is confident in defeating the knight factions of the 3 lords, but when encountering the Iron Blood Knights, he will surely meet a terrible fate. The prince is indeed wise. Just as the two were feeling proud, the results of the territory war finally arrived. Your Highness, the results are here. Resolved in just a few minutes? The servant's hand trembled as he opened the letter. What is wrong? Did Fu Hao forfeit and run away? He was defeated in one blow. As expected, the Iron Blood Knights do have some strength. The servant's face turned pale as he struggled to speak. Fu Hao one-shot killed 100 of our Iron Blood Knights. Mian snatched the letter, and his face instantly turned as pale as the servants. Count promotion in the Kingdom of Roven difficulty. SSS to establish a new count title in the Kingdom of Roven. Support from more than half of the high-ranking nobles is required. Please obtain recommendation letters from high-ranking nobles. Mission completion conditions. Obtain more than 18 recommendation letters from high-ranking nobles. Mission rewards. Obtain the title of Count finally. A normal difficulty mission has arrived. Seeing the SSS difficulty, Fu Hao smiled. Previously, he had been faced with bizarre missions that were either impossible to measure or had no difficulty at all. Now facing SSS felt quite friendly. Candy rewarded 50 yuan. SSS difficulty doesn't count as normal, right? Kleepa's rewarded 50 yuan. I haven't played any other difficulty missions apart from those that can't be measured. A small 3S difficulty can be resolved quickly. Fu Hao confidently said that persuading others was his specialty. The first person he visited was the nominal craftsman mentor, Duchess Doris. I've heard about it. I've already prepared the recommendation letter. Here you go. Thank you. The neutral faction indeed has a keen sense. Can you introduce other high-ranking nobles? Sorry. If you weren't from the Great Prince's faction, it would be easier to say. What useless old guy. Fu Hao secretly complained. A smooth-talking duke. How long will you remain neutral? Stop being such a turtle. Helpless, Fu Hao used a teleportation gem to arrive at the Great Prince's palace, which felt as familiar to him as the Reapy's territory. Fu Hao, my good friend, do you know how long I've been waiting for you? The Great Prince Carlson welcomed him warmly. I just heard about the territory war. Calling you a legendary knight is not an exaggeration. You flatter me, Great Prince. No, thanks to you and Mr. Helm, I finally caught my breath. You always help me. As a prince, I should be helping you instead. In fact, I came to seek your help. Could you have the high-ranking nobles from your faction write me a recommendation letter? Of course. Fortunately, Carlson did not disappoint Fu Hao. How many can I get? I only have 7 confirmed high-ranking nobles on my side. Most support Mian or a neutral. I want to intervene, personally, but it's really inconvenient. Carlson showed a troubled expression. That's enough. With Duchess Doris, Fu Hao already had 8 letters, needing 10 more. But he was not worried at all. After staring blankly at the letter for 10 minutes, Mian finally came to his senses, the Count title. It was expected that Fu Hao, who had swallowed the 3 territories, coveted the Count position, but the weight of high-ranking nobles was vastly different from that of low-ranking nobles. As a sworn enemy, Mian had to stop this. Leaving the Great Prince's palace, Fu Hao headed to the territory of the high-ranking noble he met at Duchess Doris's party. Thankfully, he attended that party. Even with the title of Helm's disciple, persuading strangers was worlds apart from persuading acquaintances. Count Claude, long time no see. Long time no see. Viscount, what brings you here? To be straightforward, I need a recommendation letter for the Count title. Count Claude's expression darkened. I would like to help Mr. Helm's disciple, but I'm afraid I can't. Is it because of the succession issue? To be honest, Prince Mian sent a letter warning that anyone who dares to write you a recommendation letter will be considered an enemy. You mustn't say I leaked this information. That dog Mian again. Mian only knows how to play dirty behind the scenes. This Mian is really annoying. The live chat was instantly flooded with comments cursing Mian, but Fu Hao remained calm. He took out a money bag he had prepared long ago and slammed it onto the coffee table, the table legs creaking under the weight. What do you mean by this? No other meaning. How about 1 million gold coins for a recommendation letter? I heard you recently started a new business and are short on funds? Start a buying off the nobles, whether the news was true or not. Count Claude's gaze was glued to the money bag, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Sorry, a noble's reputation cannot be measured by money. 2 million. Fu Hao took out another bag of gold coins. If Mian uses this to suppress you, I will definitely help you resolve it. How about it? Count Claude fell silent. Seeing this, Fu Hao stood up to leave, only to be grabbed by the shoulder. I'll write it. That's the spirit. Who can resist 1 million? 5 hours later, Fu Hao gathered the 10 required recommendation letters, and the task completion prompt popped up. Roven Kingdom Count Promotion Task completed. Promoted from Viscount to Count in the Roven Kingdom. Territory upgraded to Count's territory. First player to obtain the Count title. Gain the title of First Count. SSS task completed for 600 million. Much cheaper than the Ancient Relic mission. Quickly reveal the title attributes. Although he completed the SSS level task, Fu Hao felt no sense of achievement. All he did was use teleportation gems to transfer money around. However, when he saw the effect of the title First Earl, his eyes sparkled again. First Earl, all attributes 150, territory development speed 50, effective only for territories below the Earl level. Population recruitment speed 50, effective only for territories below the Earl level. Military training speed 50. Effective only for territories below the Earl level. Generates active skill. Overlords I type. Active level. Legendary LV. 1. Can view detailed information. Chapter 63. Trial Dungeon Revenge. After handling the territory affairs, Fu Hao used a teleportation gem to return to the trial dungeon. The trial of the venomous scorpion entry requirements. A party of 3 under level 180. The dungeon will spawn countless venomous scorpions. Speedrun rankings. First place LV. 171. 0 ABIs, and 2 others. 017. 32. 824. Second place LV. 179. 5 Hody, and 2 others. 023. 31. 331. Third place LV. 174. 0 Maria, and 2 others. 041. 05. 528. My highest ranking, 7,241st place LV. 175. 0 Fu Hao, and 2 others. 233. 01. 005 on the ranking board at the dungeon entrance. The humiliating rank of 7,241 was recorded, belonging to the bottom 10. Far from the realm of speedrunning. Here comes the black history, The attribute restraint is too severe. As the audience said, this is a matter of attribute restraint. The poison damage from thousands of monsters is extremely unfavorable for Fu Hao, no matter how strong he is. The only monster he can hit with a regular attack is just one, and in the speed-focused trial of the venomous scorpion, Fu Hao is nothing more than a scraping player. If he could enter solo, he might achieve a first-time no-damage clear in 10 or even 20 hours using the invincible effect of his 10 swords. But the enforced 3-person entry mechanism denied him even that opportunity. Of course, Fu Hao wasn't without countermeasures. He had a trump card, the Golden Young Dragon, Xiao Jin. With a higher level than Fu Hao, Xiao Jin has a passive ability that negates status effects, allowing him to be immune to the scorpion's toxins. And his signature area magic can easily clear thousands of scorpions. But the problem is, once Xiao Jin is summoned, all the scorpions will hide underground. Reluctantly, Fu Hao had to seal Xiao Jin outside the dungeon. Last time it was because Xiao Jin was too strong, but this time it wouldn't be the same. Fu Hao called back the 2 viewers who had challenged the scorpion dungeon with him last time. Hello, I'm the strongest newbie. I love Saburo bread. I appreciate your hard work last time, so I specially invited you again this time. Fortunately, both of you have not yet reached level 180. As Fu Hao's loyal fans, the strongest newbie and I love Saburo bread were already satisfied just to be in the same frame with Fu Hao and Xiao Jin. But Fu Hao felt guilty for the embarrassing clear ranking they had achieved last time. What are you talking about? It was no trouble at all. I'm actually very happy to play with Hao Ge for so long. Thanks to Hao Ge, my viewer count has skyrocketed, contrary to Fu Hao's concerns. The 2 were actually glad to extend their time teaming up with him. Today will end quickly, just watch. Applying to enter the trial of the venomous scorpion dungeon. All party members accept the dungeon entry. Entering the trial of the venomous scorpion dungeon as soon as Fu Hao submitted the entry application. Both of them immediately click confirm. The trial of the venomous scorpion is the simplest in structure among all trial dungeons, with only a single gate and no teleportation area. However, the difficulty of this gate is comparable to the sum of all levels in other dungeons. After a brief darkness upon entry, Fu Hao's vision gradually restored to reveal a sandy beach filled with thousands of caves. Before the battle began, Fu Hao issued a standby command to the 2. You 2 wait for me here. But isn't it better to act together? Acting separately is actually more dangerous. The scorpion's aggro covers the entire area. Their doubts were completely reasonable. Even hiding at the edge of the battle area wouldn't escape the aggro of thousands of scorpions. During the last challenge, Fu Hao had tried to achieve a no-damage clear alone using the invincible effect of his 10 swords, but ultimately failed. This time, there was no need to worry. Fu Hao revealed a confident smile. The skill he was going to use was Taunt. Unlike other tanks' taunts, which cannot cancel the monster's attack mode midway, this one can forcibly concentrate all enemy aggro onto himself and covers an ultra-wide range of 60 meters from level 1. Fu Hao approached the center of the battle area, and the venomous scorpions hidden beneath the sandy beach began to reveal themselves. Their body shapes were no different from ordinary scorpions, but the sight of thousands gathered was chilling. So disgusting. Just hearing it gives me goosebumps, haha. My fear of clusters is kicking in. The audience in the chat expressed their discomfort, and the actual viewership numbers slightly declined. But Fu Hao remained undeterred, focusing on executing his plan. Taunt. Activated taunt skill. For 3 minutes, all enemies within the skill range will have their priority attack target locked onto you. The taunt lasts for 3 minutes, but has a longer cooldown. To achieve a no damage clear, all scorpions must be dealt with within those 3 minutes. Thousands of scorpions surged toward Fu Hao, and he launched a regular attack with his 10 swords on one of them. Dealt 10 damage to target. Target has been defeated. Gained 1 second of invincibility. Attack resisted. Despite the scorpions swarming in, Fu Hao remained still in his invincible state. During the invincibility buff, Fu Hao countered the scorpion's stinger attacks with a shield. Successfully countered target attack. Enemies within 10 meters are pushed back 10 meters the moment the super knockback triggered. Fu Hao quickly moved diagonally to a corner of the map. Dash. Why use knockback? The audience, who thought Fu Hao would use Earth Smash to clear the monsters after the cooldown ended, filled the chat with question marks. But Fu Hao remained unfazed, repeating the diagonal movement with each counter. 1 second of invincibility, with a super knockback every 5 seconds. About 2 minutes and 20 seconds after activating the taunt skill, Fu Hao finally reached the target corner. Once in the corner, he waited another 10 seconds until the scorpions gathered as densely as possible before finally bringing out the long-awaited Earth Smash skill. Of course, he didn't forget to switch his weapon to the troll sword first. Although both the 10 swords and the 10 troll swords could one-shot the scorpions, Fu Hao felt that the higher damage number would be more satisfying. Earth Smash. After multiple tests, Fu Hao confirmed that the attack angle of Earth Smash is between 100 and 110 degrees, meaning that attacking from the corner of the square map would cover all enemies in the skill's range. After the skill was activated, what splashed was not boulders, but hundreds of thousands of grains of sand raining down on the scorpions. Dealt 927, 530 damage to target. Target has been defeated. Dealt 961, 826 damage to target. Target has been defeated. Dealt 14, 663 damage to target. Target has been defeated. This speed is incredible. He didn't miss a single monster. His operation is too fierce. When Fu Hao's intentionally extended battle information window finally stopped refreshing, he finally got the expected results. Achieved the achievement defeat over 500 enemies above own level in a single match. Obtained the title one-man squad. Achieved the achievement defeat over 1,000 enemies above own level in a single match. Obtained the title one-man team. Achieved the achievement defeat over 5,000 enemies above own level in a single match. Obtained the title one-man legion. Created the record for highest cumulative damage in 1 second. Obtained the title strongest in 1 second. The strongest in 1 second title will disappear when other players refresh the 1 second cumulative damage record. Cleared the trial of the venomous scorpion dungeon. Clear time, 2 minutes 54 seconds 410. Clear time ranking. First, clear time and ranking have been recorded on the leaderboard at the entrance of the trial of the venomous scorpion dungeon. Fresh speedrun record. Obtain the title trial of the venomous scorpion speedrun. The trial of the venomous scorpion speedrun. Title will disappear when other players refresh the speedrun record. First, achieve the achievement no damage clear the trial of the venomous scorpion. Obtain the title trial of the venomous scorpion. First, no damage clear. Oh. Fu Hao raised an eyebrow. He originally planned to achieve the titles of one-man squad and one-man team by gathering monsters for a single hit, but unexpectedly unlocked the one-man legion and strongest in 1 second titles. He didn't expect to defeat over 5,000. Damn. 999. Is he a newbie? Is he a newbie? Is he a newbie? Fu Hao, I love you. Brother, Hao is the best. In the distance, the stunned newbie strongest and the fan of Saborlo bread shouted as they rushed towards Fu Hao. Any audience member who obtained a speed run or no damage title reacted similarly. Carrie donated 50 yuan. Fu Hao gained 2 new followers, so envious. How much does the title attribute add? The fan of Saborlo bread seems to be crying, ha ha ha. Fu Hao was also curious about the effect of the strongest in 1 second title and immediately disclosed the details of the newly obtained titles. One-man squad. Attack power increases by 30 when the number of enemies exceeds 500. One-man team. Attack power increases by 30 when the number of enemies exceeds 1,000. One-man legion. Attack power increases by 30 when the number of enemies exceeds 5,000. Strongest in 1 second. Generates the active skill strongest in 1 second. Strongest in 1 second type. Active level. Legendary cooldown. 24 hours. Final damage dealt to enemies within 1 second increases by 1,000. After using the skill, using skills, normal attacks, and defensive actions is prohibited for 24 hours. Trial of the venomous scorpion speedrun. All attributes 20-0. 3 chance to inflict poison status abnormality upon attack. Trial of the venomous scorpion. First, no damage clear. All attributes 40-0. 6 chance to inflict poison status abnormality upon attack. Strongest in 1 second is simply like a cheat. Starting from a cheat level title, Fu Hao rarely used the term cheat to describe a new title, which shows its strength. It's not a cheat. It's super godly. Too bad there's a penalty. The person who lost the title must be crying. Huh? Could it be Leon Hart again? Compared to the title effects, the audience was more concerned about who had lost the title. The 1 second cumulative damage record has been refreshed. Due to not meeting the holding qualifications, the strongest in 1 second title has been deleted. Damn. Brother, what happened to you? Due to the profanity being blocked, the player with the ID Tianma was suddenly stared at suspiciously by his teammates. My strongest in 1 second was stolen. Huh? Who did it? Most likely that guy Richie. With the ID Tianma, which contrasts greatly with his profession. As a magic-type player, he immediately thought of Richie, who holds the undead profession and can control countless undead. Among the high-level players he knew, only Richie's area attack could possibly refresh the 1 second cumulative damage. If he had known earlier, he would have refreshed the damage record ahead of time. The strongest in 1 second is actually one of the hardest titles to be stolen. Using the strongest 1 second skill in the environment of obtaining that title can increase the 1 second cumulative damage by 11 times, which is almost impossible to surpass. But the skill has a severe penalty, and unless in dire straits, no one dares to use it lightly. There is still time to refresh the record. That guy Richie must be unprepared. Let us go right now. Help me notify others. The raid will be postponed for a week. The strongest in 1 second is the strongest trump card that can reverse the situation in all scenarios, such as trials, team dungeons, and territory wars, and is worth spending a week to reclaim. Just as Tianma paused the monster grinding, he suddenly received a private message from a guild member who was an old friend he had played with for a long time. Brother Tianma, money. The other party hesitated, and Tianma immediately guessed the intention. Need gold? How much? Not. It's that kid Fu Hao. I told you before not to mention that kid to me. Whether he takes first place or not is none of my business. Don't mention it again in the future. Due to the severe psychological shadow left by the mythical summoning beast incident, Tianma had long prohibited all guild members from mentioning Fu Hao in front of him. To avoid his taboo, the members even referred to Fu Hao as money. Sorry, but you must know this. That kid Fu Hao obtained your previous strongest in 1 second title. Brother Tianma, Brother Tianma, Brother Tianma. Tianma silently cut off the private message. Brother, did Fu Hao do something? Could it be? Yes, just as you thought. The one who stole the title ISNT Richie. It's Fu Hao. Tianma remained unusually calm, but his teammates felt a chill from his overly calm demeanor. Brother, that's great. Let us hurry and watch the replay to calculate the damage. His teammates excitedly opened the live replay, dragging it to the moment before Fu Hao activated Earth Shatter, with a prompt that it refreshed 5 minutes ago. It should be here. The teammate rewound the video to just before Fu Hao used Earth Shatter and press play. Tianma and his teammates silently watched the entire thing. After confirming all the titles obtained by Fu Hao, the teammates subconsciously began to calculate. At least killed over 5,000, average damage around 2 million. That's 10 billion. The two silently looked up at the sky, speechless for a long time. Chapter 64. Auto Monster Farming, Speedrun Record. Earn the title Dark Trial, Speedrun, Dark Trial, Speedrun. Title will disappear when other players refresh speedrun records. First achievement of no damage clear in Dark Trial. Earned the title Dark Trial, first no damage clear, after equipping the title harvesting machine. Fu Hao broke through his limits again and collected the strongest combat class. Candy donated 50 yuan. Fortunately, the level hasn't continued to rise. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. My attributes are gradually collapsing. Ice donated 50 yuan. Really clean and neat clear. From the entrance level restriction of below level 180 to below level 210. Fu Hao has unlocked all available achievements in 11 trial dungeons, 11 speedrun titles, 7 first no damage clear titles, although he achieved no damage in all 11 dungeons using cheat level class skills. Unfortunately, the 0 damage records for 4 of those dungeons had already been achieved by other players, preventing him from claiming all the first titles. Class donated 50 yuan. With this level, can we go straight to the level 260 trial dungeon? After the dungeons below level 210, there are the dungeons below level 260. Although it seems like only a 50 level difference, due to the damage reduction caused by level suppression and the attribute gap per level, the difficulty is immense. Yet, the audience firmly believes, as long as it's Hao, he can clear it easily. Although the trial dungeons below level 260 are located in a high-level area far from the Kingdom of Roven, distance is not an issue for Fu Hao, who possesses teleportation gems. Charge, King of Grinding activated. Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. Please stop. Don't farm anymore. If this continues, I'm quitting the game. It is well known that the Trial Maniac holds the title for the fastest clear, with only the dungeons below level 260 yet to be refreshed by Fu Hao. Music donated 50 yuan. At least the Trial Maniac has suffered less than Leon Hart. Haha. Fu Hao has challenged a total of 15 trial dungeons, including beginner trials, refreshing Leon Hart's speedrun record 5 times and the Trial Maniac's record 3 times. Leon Hart is probably going crazy. Haha. He'll be beaten up in 5 months. Hao's record shouldn't worry about being refreshed. After all, he compressed the time several times. Just when the audience anticipated the level 260 dungeon, Fu Hao announced he would wait to grow a bit more before challenging the level 260 trial dungeon. Although he was eager to challenge the next one after sweeping through 11 trial dungeons, he did not forget that he was a streamer relying on topics to survive. Even if he played the existing content step by step, he could maintain interest, but to become the #1 streamer, he had to constantly create new topics. He was confident that he could clear the level 260 dungeon now, but he couldn't guarantee that he could achieve speedrun and no damage in the same crushing manner as now. Moreover, there are more efficient ways to grow than trial dungeons. No need to grind. So what to do now? First, level up to 200 and challenge the training tower. Training tower? Yes. We should go to the training tower first. The training tower is designed for players who hit a growth bottleneck due to the explosive demand for experience after reaching level 200, also known as the Tower of Growth. Clearing each floor grants character experience, skill proficiency, growth equipment experience, and summon beast experience. It is also the place that made Leon Hart famous throughout the server. All player operations in the training tower are recorded for others to observe, and there is a ranking system for each floor. Leon Hart had dominated most of the floors, and his no-commentary clear videos went viral on streaming platforms and video sites, solidifying his status as an absolute top-tier streamer. Of course, that was all a year ago. Now, high-level players grind low-level rankings for attention, and aside from the high levels, Leon Hart's name is rarely seen. Fu Hao is forever a god, donated 50 yuan. Leon Hart just cleared the 78th floor of the training tower not long ago. Leon Hart just cleared the 78th floor of the training tower not long ago. Currently soloing to break through the 70th floor. What do you mean? Why has he been riding the hype lately? Admin, quickly ban him. Fu Hao ignored the forever brother, who was trying to stir up trouble with donations, and announced, "Today's stream ends here. See you tomorrow." After the stream, Fu Hao opened the video platform to search for Leon Hart. The top video was a year-old Leon Hart's Training Tower Strategy compilation, with 253 billion views, compared to the 1.2 billion views of popular streamer Rachel, and Fu Hao's 700 million views. His influence is evident. In just 1 year, the views have increased by another 100 million. However, Fu Hao was not focused on popularity, but on video revenue. Unfortunately, none of these views would end up in his pocket. Regrettably, Leon Hart's videos were all edited and reposted by ordinary users, and he earned nothing from them. Why doesn't Leon Hart become a streamer? Could it be that he's very wealthy? Fu Hao knew well that relying solely on beginner trials and videos related to small gold, he already had several videos with billions of views, and the revenue from billion-level views was astronomical. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Let's study the strategy first. He urgently needed to thoroughly research the clearance strategies for each floor. Every minute and second was precious. Although his previous character had reached the 39th floor, the specific details had long faded. Fu Hao replayed the Leon Hart compilation he had watched a year ago. Oh right, this is how Leon Hart did it. Crazy. However, after watching for less than an hour, Fu Hao realized he was terribly wrong. He couldn't learn it all. Leon Hart's clears relied on crushing level attributes and hidden items, but more importantly, his godly skills. Having experienced the Helm trials, Fu Hao knew that his skill level was at most in the Diamond Master rank, while Leon Hart could be considered a legend among professional players. Forget it. He is him. I am me. Let us walk my own path. Fu Hao turned off the Leon Hart video and turned to the official strategy, planning the tactics for each floor in his mind as he watched. How many floors can I reach? The highest in my previous life was the 39th floor, and I was stuck at the 40th floor for a month before finding the breakthrough feel. But I was permanently stuck there due to my father's request to quit the game. At least I need to surpass the 40th floor. He was eager to surpass his past self. The next day, Fu Hao, who was in poor condition from staying up late studying training tower videos, forced himself to start the stream. Here we go. Welcome everyone. Today is a monster farming stream. Help run. Health 17-hour monster farming stream has begun. Haven't seen monster farming in a long time. Can't we change to something else? Other streamers' monster farming streams each have their highlights. But Fu Hao's is particularly dull. No deaths, no study of monster mechanics, all one-hit kills, which seems fresh at first glance, but after watching for over 10 hours, it's inevitable to feel aesthetic fatigue. Although he maintained a basic viewership with the heat, the number of chats and donations significantly dropped. Knowing the audience's concerns, Fu Hao spoke up to reassure them. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Soon 80 hours, right? It really will be soon, right? 30 minutes later. Brothers, gather the monsters. Yes. The knight group with max loyalty since the territory war executed the command precisely, gathering the monsters within 30 seconds. Perfectly syncing with the cooldown of Earth Shatter. Earth Shatter. Fu Hao swung his sword while yawning. Over 100 monsters let out a wail, but Fu Hao didn't even lift his eyelids. Dealt 1, 722, 631 damage to the target. Target has been defeated. Gained 125,000 experience points. Gained a 10-second 10 attack power boost. 10. Gather again. Yes. After 30 seconds, the Knight Brigade timely brought back a new batch of monsters. All Fu Hao needed to do was repeat the sword-swinging motion when the cooldown ended. Earth Shatter. Dealt 1, 851, 534 damage to the target. Target has been defeated. Gained 125,000 experience points. Gained a 10-second 10 attack power boost. 20. If only it could be automated. But unfortunately, it's not a keyboard game. Watching the nearly automated monster farming process, Fu Hao sighed. What is this? The monster shuttle has departed. Earth Shatter, perfect for gathering monsters. Why didn't the other lords think of this trick? 30 minutes later. My lord, the monster respawn rate can't keep up. Alright, move to the next spawning point. Yes. Fu Hao and his group used the teleportation gem to transfer and continued farming monsters in the same way. The monsters are gathered. Earth Shatter. My lord. Earth Shatter. The audience finally experienced the true horror of Earth Shatter. Its core cheating point was not the range, but the cooldown time. Superman número 1 tip 51. Leon Hart. Don't you plan to call it even? Chapter 65. Subspace Skill Utilization. Level Up. Achievement Level 200 unlocked. Title Intermediate Adventure acquired. Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations. Well, thanks. The loudest cheers for reaching level 200 undoubtedly came from the Knight Order. Long live the Lord. Long live the legendary Knight. The Knights cheered as if they had personally leveled up to 200. Lonely donated 50 yuan. Knight Order. Finally freed. That scoundrel Lord. I'll deal with you all after the training tower ends. Remember to give out some performance bonuses. In fact, during the past 3 days of monster grinding, only the Knight Order suffered, while the Lord himself was just summoning beasts, opening accessory boxes, changing attributes, and occasionally using Earth Shatter every 30 seconds. If the Knight Order were players instead of NPCs, this livestream would have likely sparked a public outcry against exploitation by the streamer. Kingdom of Robin, Sheer Canyon. As usual, a large number of players above level 200 gathered around Sheer Canyon. Although there is a huge user base for Otherworld, conversely, most players are below level 200, belonging to the light user tier, making areas that can gather so many players above level 200 quite rare. The live stream and community refer to early level 200 players as mid-level users, but in reality, level 200 has already entered the top 10 of the entire server. The Lord moved through the crowd discreetly, disguised by a mysterious item, going unrecognized. As his level increased, the number of high-level players he encountered grew, thus increasing the probability of recognition. Therefore, he changed his appearance every time he entered a densely populated area. High-level players rely more on information, which is also the main reason for the Lord's growing fame. The average level of viewers in his live stream was nearing 140. The Lord concealed his identity to go to the training tower with another hidden intention. I hope I don't run into Leon Hart. Leon Hart, frequently entering and exiting the training tower, had become an open secret. Although there had been no reports of sightings near Sheer Canyon in the Kingdom of Robin, the Lord did not dare to let his guard down. Phew! Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and the Lord successfully entered the training tower. It's been a while. Upon arriving at the waiting area on the 0th floor of the training tower through the teleportation portal, the Lord felt a surge of emotions. It had only been 2 months since he last entered, yet due to experiencing the most tumultuous month of his life, it felt like a different era. If I hadn't gambled my account, I would have already cleared the 40th floor. Before deleting his account, the Lord had bet with the guild leader, Chaos, and 2 other members on who would clear the 40th floor first. According to Chaos, they had all cleared it now. As he looked around the waiting area, the Lord's gaze was drawn to the leaderboard. one player cleared 78 floors. Leon Hart, one player cleared 77 floors. Leon Hart, one player cleared 76 floors. Leon Hart, that's ruthless, even though he had mentally prepared for it. Seeing only Leon Hart on the leaderboard for floors 70 to 78 was still shocking. It seems that the 70th floor is quite difficult. There were 16 players who cleared the 69th floor, but only Leon Hart cleared the 70th. The Lord browsed the leaderboard for a while longer, and once the viewer count reached the target, he started the live stream. Good morning, Lord. Oh, it's the training tower. Are we going straight in? Let us wait until we have more viewers. 20 minutes later, confirming that the target viewership had been reached, the Lord stepped into the teleportation portal in the center of the map and entered the first floor of the training tower. Entered the first floor of the training tower. Please eliminate all enemies. A large number of fire sprite monsters began to spawn in the map. The Lord focused on the spawn animation, waiting for the precise moment to unleash Earth Shatter. For someone skilled in perfect parrying, timing was second nature. Earth Shatter. The training tower map was smaller than expected. At the moment the skill activated, almost the entire ground was lifted. Gulu the fire sprite screamed in death as it was just spawned, turning to ashes. Clear the first floor of the training tower. Clear time, 11 seconds, 245. Clear ranking, 3rd. Experience points acquired. All summoned beasts gain experience points. All equipment and growth type equipment gain growth experience points. All skills gain growth experience points. Wow. 3rd place. Please nerf Earth Shatter. Others are playing an online game. He is playing a single-player game. What monsters are the top 2? The Lord accurately grasped the spawn timing, but still didn't top the leaderboard. The problem lay in the skill release speed, which was only 0. 1 to 0. 2 seconds off from the level 1 record. Clearly a limitation of hand speed. Since there were no extra rewards, it was better to save energy for higher floors. Continuing to climb. The Lord ascended the training tower without pause. 2nd floor. Level 200 boss. Normal attacks 1-shot. 3rd floor. Agile humanoid boss. Earth Shatter 1-shot kill. 4th floor. Survive against a level 300 boss for 10 minutes. Kite using all skills of the legendary knight, and clear in 35 seconds. Unlike ordinary level 200 players who got stuck on floors 4 to 5, the Lord ascended to the 49th floor without taking damage, achieving 23 first rankings along the way. He was more focused on the experience rewards, which increased exponentially with each floor. I'm level 234, Little Gold is level 226, Black Wolf is level 211. The Lord paid special attention to Black Wolf's level. Although enhanced to 10, a normal quality Black Wolf, even with the newbie trial experience bonus, grew much slower than the mythical grade Little Gold. After climbing to the 49th floor, Black Wolf surged from level 72 to 211. This could come in handy. Continuous card draws brought the number of Black Wolves to 300, and after becoming a count, he could command 500 knights, enough to arm 60 of his troops. If I had known, I would have saved up more Black Wolves before climbing the tower. But the Lord was more concerned about his own combat power. Under the pressure from Leon Hart, he had no time to leisurely pursue optimal growth. The Troll Sword was almost maxed, and the Armadillo Shield was nearing max level. Although the growth-type equipment of hero quality did not have flashy effects, a 40 basic attack and defense increase was enough to make up for the shortcomings of the effects. Skill levels were hard to increase. Legendary skills were indeed difficult to level up. Most enhancement master profession skills were unupgradable, and the legendary knight skills only reached level 5, while the ordinary quality mastery skills rose to level 22. After a simple adjustment, the Lord challenged the 50th floor. The difficulty of the training tower increased linearly with each floor, but every 10 floors often hid secrets. The 50th floor was particularly incompatible with the Lord's attributes. Enter the 50th floor of the training tower. Normal attacks and combat skills are prohibited. Summoned beasts are prohibited. Please survive for 10 minutes, with the core skills disabled. Normal attacks, and even Little Gold were sealed. All of the Lord's 3 major weapons became ineffective. After the prompt disappeared, various ranged monsters spawned at the edges of the map. Goblins with bows, orcs wielding stones, and so on, a total of 5 types. And just looking at their appearance indicated that they were not easy to deal with. There were 2 strategies for clearing the 50th floor. 1, like Leon Hart, evade all attacks through skillful operation. 2, like an ordinary player, withstand the onslaught using a massive number of magic scrolls and functional items. Not being a godly player, the Lord naturally chose the latter. Luckily, he had more than enough money. But the problem was, magic scrolls had level usage restrictions. Players below level 300 could not use them, which had almost become a consensus among high-level players. Oh no, how we clear the 50th floor? GG. No output. Can't survive for 10 minutes. Don't force it. Just give up. Just as the viewers thought the Lord was about to fail, he opened the subspace and dove in. $9.99. I'll take a 10-minute break before coming out. The subspace, once regarded by the rich and the audience as a chicken rib, now reveals its disruptive value. No casting delay. Not affected by teleportation prohibition magic. Only accessible to the individual. Can stay indefinitely. This is simply a divine skill tailored for survival. Previously, the rich had tested the concealment of the subspace in restricted areas like the trial dungeon, and the results were nothing short of perfect. Is time still flowing outside? This is possible. So much potential. After 10 minutes, the long-awaited prompt finally pops up. Breakthrough at the 50th level of the training tower. Completion time, 10 minutes. Completion ranking. Teach. It seems there are no achievements for no damage or unused items here. In the ambiguous remarks of the rich after clearing, the first viewer's tip ignites the screen. Jean Hao tipped 50 yuan. The rich, in a desperate situation, hides in the subspace. Chapter 66. Accessories 10 accessory enhancement type. Active level. None use accessories of the same level as materials for enhancement. The enhancement probability is fixed at 100. The higher the enhancement level, the more materials are required. The description remains the same. When attempting to enhance a summoned beast for the first time, Fu Hao saw the possibility in enhancing the Black Wolf to level 10 and immediately tested accessory enhancement. As expected, the quantity of materials required is the same. Similar to the summoned beast, enhancing an accessory to level 10 requires 1023 accessories of the same level. After checking the attribute changes of the first and second accessories, Fu Hao sighed. Accessories with only special effects showed no improvement after enhancement. If only the enhancement effects were a bit better currently. There are 7 types of publicly available mythical accessories. Fu Hao initially thought that as long as the attributes were slightly better, he would use ordinary level 10 accessories. However, there is too much unknown information about mythical accessories, making it impossible to waste time and resources drawing for accessories. He randomly picked an ordinary accessory to start the enhancement. The attribute difference was negligible, making the selection unnecessary. After completing the level 10 enhancement in 3 seconds, the attribute panel popped up. Cotton necklace, 10, level, ordinary, neck, usage conditions, none strength, 21 gold acquisition rate, 10 mana recovery speed, 5 stamina recovery speed, 5 generates active skill magic storage. What the heck is this? As expected, the increase in basic attributes is useless, and the special effects are even more disappointing. The gold drop rate and recovery effects are of no use to him. What is magic storage? He immediately checked the skill description. Magic storage type, active level, unknown LV. One can store 1 magic in the accessory at most. After storage, using the skill again will release the magic. After releasing, it needs to be stored again. It's somewhat like a magic scroll. A character can wear up to 7 accessories, 4 rings, 2 earrings, 1 necklace, and cannot switch during combat, meaning he can release stored magic up to 7 times at most. This seems quite good. Although the mechanism is similar to magic scrolls, there are no level restrictions, and it can store powerful magic that scrolls cannot accommodate. Most importantly, it does not consume resources. It seems he needs to draw more accessories when he has the time. Just as he included accessory drawing in his plans, Fu Hao suddenly thought, but where do I get the magic? After clearing the 50th floor, Fu Hao rushed to the 59th floor without stopping. It started to get tough. Compared to the average clearance speed of 1 minute below the 50th floor, the average time spent in the 50th floor range exceeded 4 minutes. The real challenge is the 60th floor, whose difficulty is vastly different from the 50th floor and even higher than some floors above the 60th, resulting in a similar number of clearances between the 50th and 69th floors. Beer Cola donated 50 yuan. Give up here. Fu Hao is always a god donated 50 yuan. Are you scared now? Rush to the 60th floor. Level up first, then rush for higher efficiency. No need to force it. Clearing the 59th floor is already impressive. Seeing that Fu Hao did not immediately challenge the 60th floor after clearing the 59th, the audience was divided into 2 factions. One did not want him to take risks, while the other encouraged him to challenge for the sake of the livestream effect. But both sides did not believe he could clear it. Only a few viewers who were unfamiliar with the training tower believed in miracles. Of course, I have to challenge the 60th floor. Let us open a vote for betting. Fu Hao opened a vote on whether he could clear the 60th floor, and the audience immediately went wild betting with livestream points. Class donated 50 yuan. This situation must be possible. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. Hao's 100 confident clearance when opening the bet. The final result was as expected. Vote ratio. Can clear 21, cannot clear 79. Points ratio. Can clear 12, cannot clear 88. The audience did not underestimate Fu Hao's no damage speedrun from level 1 to 59. His firepower was evident. However, the mechanism of the 60th floor cannot be cleared solely by damage. The task on the 60th floor is to defeat the humanoid boss, Jasmine. As a low-health, low-defense mage, she should be the ideal target for Earth Shatter, but she has 5 core mechanisms. 1. Absolute defense magic, 5 layers of shields, each of which can nullify any attack for 1 second, regenerating after 30 seconds. 2. No delay blink, triggered when the distance to the player is less than 5 meters, providing overwhelming mobility. 3. Unconventional attacks, releases bizarre magic that covers the entire map, hitting it is fatal. And the deadly coincidence is the cooldown time of Earth Shatter just happens to sync with the shield's regeneration time. And the range magic of Little Jean can only cover half the map, meaning under regular tactics. Fu Hao can at most break 1 layer of shield before needing to wait for a 30-second cycle, during which he also needs to dodge fatal magic. Before entering the 60th floor, Fu Hao stared at the 10 accessories in his backpack, deep in thought. There are 2 types of magic that can limit the mage's mobility. Chase-type blink shortens the distance to the target. Binding-type magic seals the ability to blink. The binding type seems more reliable. Although he has stored blink-type magic, in actual testing, both the range and speed are inferior to Jasmine's. The Emperor's blink is simply a divine skill. It's a pity to think about it. When he was possessed by the last Emperor of the Empire, he had witnessed nearly instant teleportation, but unfortunately, it is not a skill of the current character and cannot be stored. Fu Hao replaced all the equipped accessories with 7 accessories that stored divine binding, stepping into the teleportation portal of the 60th floor. Got it. Entering the 60th floor of the training tower. Defeat Jasmine. The prompt disappeared in an instant, and the petite female mage appeared, surrounded by 5 layers of shields, as shown in the video. Fu Hao first retreated to the corner of the map and unleashed Earth Shatter, dealt 0 damage to the enemy. 1 second after the attack hit, the outermost defense shield shattered like glass. Just as Jasmine was about to counterattack, she found herself unable to move. The magic vine binding stored in Shining Emerald Ring is activated. As Fu Hao released the binding, he charged towards Jasmine. The vine binding only lasts for 1 second, but it was enough to close the distance to 3 meters. According to the mechanism, if the distance is less than 5 meters, Jasmine will trigger blink. However, just when the audience thought the binding had failed, the second ring shone brightly. The magic vine binding stored in Amethyst Ring is activated. The vanished vines reappeared as if time had reversed. The core difference between magic storage and scrolls became evident. Magic scrolls consume mana and have cooldowns. Accessory storage has no consumption, no cooldown, and the same magic can be released continuously 7 times. Fu Hao got close to Jasmine and executed a normal attack, dealt 0 damage to the enemy. The vines refreshed again, and the second layer of shield shattered. After repeating the normal attack, binding, and shield breaking 4 times, the 5th layer of shield finally broke. Fu Hao immediately activated his strongest 1-second skill. Final damage dealt to the enemy increased by 1,000 within 1 second. Although his attributes far exceeded level 300, the level suppression caused damage to be halved, and only this skill could ensure a kill. Spatial cut. To prevent any accidents, he used the single target skill with the highest damage coefficient, aiming for the weak point of Freya, a position learned from studying Leon Hart strategy videos. Cough. Critical hit. Dealt 654, 310 damage to the enemy. Defeated the enemy. Cleared the 60th floor of the training tower. Clear time, 6 seconds 999. Clear ranking. First, my points, damn. 6 seconds, haha, did it in a blink? How'd How do it? Cold Light Beam donated 50 yuan. Leon Hart's record is 12 minutes, 31 seconds. Hao's is 6 seconds. Leap of Trust donated 50 yuan. Those who failed their bets come out to apologize. Jean Hao donates 50 yuan. Never doubt him. Once the barrage and donation frenzy calms down, Fu Hao announces, today's challenge of the training tower ends here. Class donates 50 yuan. Can't attack the tower for 24 hours. Should we stop the broadcast? Fu Hao shakes his head, looking tenderly at the level 400 equipment in his backpack. No, it's time to wash and enhance the attributes of the gloves and shoes. Chapter 67. The Cosmic First Double 10 Shoes. Due to the strongest 1-second skill penalty, unable to fight for 24 hours. At first glance, it seems similar to the death penalty of being unable to log in for 24 hours, but for Fu Hao, it is practically meaningless. Humming a cheerful tune, Fu Hao closed the prompt window, displaying the changing enhancement effects. Usage condition reduced by 40, jump power 30, jump power 30. Moving attack skill jump power 200, jump power 30 when jumping. Maximum 300. Last 30 seconds. What the hell, what is this chicken? Little book rewards 50 yuan. Spring Brothers online. Ha ha ha. Jumping King is here. Ha ha. Absolutely can jump over it. Ha ha. After clearing level 60, Fu Hao immediately began to enhance his attributes. Targeting the pre-prepared level 400 gloves and newly made level 400 shoes. At level 248, he only needed one attribute that reduces usage conditions to wear level 400 equipment. But the problem is, that attribute just wouldn't come out. If he only pursued one usage condition reduction, it wouldn't be hard to achieve. But Fu Hao hoped to have all 4 other effective attributes at the same time, or to include top level 10 enhancements. Why don't we just reveal it and brush directly? No. Covering it makes it exciting. It must be covered. After not brushing out the ideal attributes for 4 consecutive hours, Fu Hao gradually became anxious, but the audience preferred this kind of tension. He deliberately only revealed the topmost attribute, using the mechanism that the usage condition reduction must appear in the first line to create suspense, which instead tripled the amount of rewards. The audience really enjoys this setup. The rewards have tripled. In the long run, Fu Hao cares more about the duel with Leon Hart 5 months later. Regardless of the outcome, the battle with the legend will bring explosive topics. But having never experienced true failure, he subconsciously resists imperfection, always feeling that if something isn't done well, it will all collapse. But shouldn't be that bad, right? Forget it. Let us go with what the audience likes. Fu Hao suppressed his distracting thoughts and continued to brush attributes while maintaining the cover, transforming the 5 special effects of Crimson Iron Boots, 10, consuming 130 low-level enhancement tools. Money is burning. How much will this cost? Is it starting again? After exceeding twice the average drop rate without the target attribute, Fu Hao finally got angry, though only a little. After all, the probability mechanism is inherently magical. Hitting 10 3 times in a row is good luck, while hitting 93 times in a row feels like being targeted by the officials. Drawing on his experience of enhancing hundreds of night equipment, he suppressed his anger and continued to brush. Finally, it appeared. Usage condition reduced by 40. Usage condition reduced by 40, are you kidding me? The first time in tens of thousands of transformations that 2 lines of the same attribute appeared shocked the audience. How much would this be worth if sold? Sell it and brush again. 1 line was fine, but 2. Fu Hao suddenly stopped at the upper half of the 3rd line of attributes, feeling it was familiar. Usage condition reduced by 40. Usage condition reduced by 40. Usage condition reduced by 40. Wow, $9.99. Can this be worn at level 1? What the hell? Leon Fu Hao rewarded 50 yuan. Are you really not going to sell this? Jin Hao rewarded 50 yuan. If level 10 can be traded, it can be worn at level 10. Luomi rewarded 50 yuan. Wearing level 400 equipment at level 10. The audience was excited about the absurd setting of wearing level 400 equipment at level 10, but Fu Hao couldn't smile. Although the equipment could be traded, the account-bound equipment made it impossible for him to transfer it, and selling it to NPCs would be a waste. Sigh. Let us continue brushing. He decisively chose to transform attributes, not even checking the level 10 effects. Wow, is this still continuing? Amazing. Anyway, it can't be sold, so brushing it is also right. The next day, after 8 hours of rest, Fu Hao spent 16 hours finally brushing out satisfactory attributes. Usage condition reduced by 40. Movement speed 30. Movement speed 30. Speed 100 after moving for 5 seconds. Effect disappears when stopping or performing other actions. Speed 100 after moving for 5 seconds. Effect disappears when stopping or performing other actions. His anxious heart finally settled. Awesome. Is this a success? My points. Although the gloves were still not processed, Fu Hao was already satisfied with the shoe attributes. The penalty time for the strongest 1-second skill has ended. Confirming the end of the penalty, Fu Hao modified the live stream title, announcing the continuation of the training tower strategy. He wore level 7 transitional equipment and ungraduated level 10 gloves, stepping towards level 61, but stumbled forward the moment he lifted his foot. Ha 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 ha, laughing to death. Let me adapt to the movement speed before rushing. 5 days later, Fu Hao finally completed his adaptation to movement speed and re-challenged the training tower. If it were just adapting to 60 movement speed, it wouldn't take this long, but the frequently triggered 200 movement speed boost nearly caused him to fall off the map several times. Fortunately, the 5 days of hard training were not in vain. Breakthrough at training tower level 69. Clear time, 19 minutes and 11 seconds. Clear ranking. 8th, for most players, levels 61 to 69 are harder than level 60. But for Fu Hao, they were insignificant pure attribute crushing levels. Even with level 400 equipment and accessories storing magic, he couldn't achieve any speed clears. He charged directly to level 70. But he stepped into level 70 without hesitation, which was exactly the reason for prioritizing brushing shoe attributes. Entering Training Tower, level 70. Please survive for 10 minutes. With the prompt, the scene spawned 5 tracking magic missiles, 2 spinning light swords, 15 magic landmines, 3 automatic stone crossbow launchers. What the hell? Is this something a person can pass? Designed to be disgusting, right? Facing the barrage of missiles, sword lights, and crossbow arrows, Fu Hao calmly maneuvered. Not out of overconfidence, but calculating the timing. Now, after starting to move for 5 seconds, movement speed is increased by 100. After starting to move for 5 seconds, movement speed is increased by 100. The moment the speed buff was triggered, Fu Hao made a right-angle turn, narrowly avoiding the crossbow arrow that was launched the latest but reached the fastest. Too fast. Can you play like this on level 70? The crossbow arrows have a straight trajectory. As long as the launch timing is predicted, they can be avoided. The real threats are the tracking missiles and spinning light swords. The former S speed reaches 170 of the player S movement speed, while the latter locks onto targets for rotating cuts. However, Fu Hao's maximum movement speed reached 260. Even though he needed to move intermittently to conserve stamina, he could still easily create distance. These 10 minutes. Whoosh, just consider a walk. Whoosh. Although it's very boring. Whoosh, please bear with me. Maybe you can really refresh Leon Hart's record. What about those who said level 70 was impossible? Dash. Is this it? If this goes on, he might really reach level 80. The myth of Leon Hart is shattered. As Fu Hao turned level 70 into a parkour challenge, the dignity of that level instantly collapsed. The audience, who had never seen a strategy for level 70, couldn't even understand where the difficulty lay. Ordinary players, even high-level players on the 69th floor, have their daily experiences on the 70th floor. 1. Stunned by missiles in succession, killed by a flurry of lightsaber strikes. 2. Barely blocking one round of missiles, only to be killed by newly generated missiles and lightsabers. 3. Using all skills, still unable to last more than 10 minutes. Leon Hart's solution for the 70th floor, precisely calculating the launch intervals of crossbows, the speed difference between missiles and lightsabers, and the positions of landmines, using mechanics to make traps cancel each other out, which is truly the pinnacle of mental competition. On the other hand, Fu Hao chooses the simplest and most straightforward solution. Just run. Why bother with all that effort? Running is enough. For Fu Hao, rather than calculating, it's better to use speed to charge through. After adapting to the movement speed, he can even yawn while completing a 10-minute parkour. Breaking through the 70th floor of the training tower. Completion time, 10 minutes completion ranking. First, truly hard work. I really want to beat him up. The strategy for the 70th floor is simple. 10 shoes enhance the master. This is the highest climb after Leon Hart, right? Fu Hao walks straight towards the portal to the 71st floor. Based on experience, the difficulty of this floor should be comparable to the 40th floor. Entering the 70th floor of the training tower, mimetic body has been generated. I'll take a break after finishing this floor. He looks up at the monster, his pupils suddenly contracting. What appears before him is not the archer from the video, but a familiar figure. Leon Hart? Chapter 68. Leon Hart versus Fu Hao. Leon Hart? What's going on? Is it really Leon Hart? This game is absolutely insane. With golden hair, cascading down, and pale skin, the unique dragon-scaled armor from another world looks undeniably like the real Leon Hart standing in front of Fu Hao. Fu Hao is forever the god. Donated 50 yuan. Wah. Leon Hart donated 50 yuan to Fu Hao. I can actually see this scene. Class donated 50 yuan. If I win this, can I complete Helm's quest? Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. Leon Hart real? Has appeared? Seriously. It's not even a lucky day. Why did the heavens decide to drop this trial 5 months early? Fu Hao was both amused and bewildered, while Leon Hart, or rather, the Leon Hart mimic, stood still, quietly staring at him. It turns out it's a passive trigger monster. To avoid triggering a battle, Fu Hao remained motionless, carefully observing the replica. The dragon-scaled armor is unchanged. The gauntlets and helmet are of a recent style. The weapon is a one-handed sword, unlike the two-handed greatsword used to clear the 78th floor. It's more in line with the configuration of the 70th to 71st floors. Although Fu Hao had seen Leon Hart fight through recordings and leaked videos, he had never confirmed his skills titles, and equipment details as intuitively as he did at this moment. But one thing is certain, Leon Hart can use all kinds of weapons. One-handed swords, great swords, spears, blunt weapons, axes, daggers, dual swords, bows, crossbows, slings. There are at least 10 kinds recorded in the training tower. He hadn't used a one-handed sword since the 71st floor. This should be the configuration for that level. In the Another World, which had never had a player replication mechanism, did this mimic perfectly replicate Leon Hart's operations, skills, and weapons? No one knows. He could only brace himself. Unlike trial dungeons, once you enter a new floor of the training tower, you can't quit midway. The only way to exit is through death. Hopefully, it hasn't copied his operations. Fu Hao prayed. The strange standoff between Fu Hao and Leon Hart continued. Fu Hao was both devising tactics and waiting for the audience to gather. He deliberately maintained the standoff, changing the livestream title to Leon Hart versus Fu Hao, with the cover only showing Leon Hart's face. Sure enough, the community exploded, and the server was on the brink of collapse. A large number of users flocked to Fu Hao's livestream. Fu Hao is forever the god, donated 50 yuan. Fu Hao seems calm, but he must be scared, right? Panicking, right? I understand. Rank 1, I'd panic too. The 71st floor suddenly changed from newbie village to hell difficulty. As long as he doesn't copy operations, he can win based on attributes. I feel like I'll be killed in a minute. I believe in Fu Hao. Bro, show us some skills quickly. To further stir emotions, Fu Hao opened to points betting. Leon Hart versus Fu Hao 1. Leon Hart 2. Fu Hao 1-1-1-1-1-1. Is there even a need to vote? The scene with Fu Hao is coming. Betting against him is a win. Hurry up. 22. The strongest vine can kill in 1 second. As the number of votes surged, the viewership skyrocketed from 700,000 to 790,000. Just as Fu Hao regretted not breaking 800,000. A prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. Rachel is live. 861, 550 viewers have switched to this stream. Sister Rachel, thank you for your broadcast. Witnessing the online number surge to 1.6 million, Fu Hao was left speechless. In Another World, cross-broadcaster broadcasts are extremely rare, and top streamer Rachel had never broadcasted someone else's stream before. 1.6 million viewers? 860,000 viewers. Sister Rachel is amazing. Are they flirting? There is something weird going on. The 800,000 viewers brought in by Rachel caused the chat to boil again. Although some viewers left, the influx of new traffic stabilized the total number around 1.6 million. The triangular narrative surrounding Rachel, Leon Hart, and Fu Hao successfully kept the audience engaged. First, let us announce the betting results. Voting proportion 1. Leon Hart 82. Fu Hao 20. Points proportion 1. Leon Hart 82-2. Fu Hao 18. Due to the recent trend of counterbetting, Fu Hao's support rate was higher than expected. Gambling King donated 50 yuan. I lost everything betting on the positive before. This time I'm going all in on the counterbet. We're doomed. Is the Gambling King of Another World here? While the audience was still debating, Fu Hao had already completed his tactical planning. He raised the troll sword, Earth Shatter, as Fu Hao's signature skill. The Earth Fissure spread from beneath his feet toward Leon Hart. He thought that a full map attack couldn't be dodged. But Leon Hart swung his sword down with one hand, using the reaction force to leap high, while debris grazed the tips of his hair. It's over. Is this reaction speed something a human can have? I'm laughing so hard, he can't win at all. Is range attack useless? Fu Hao didn't expect to defeat him in one move. The Earth Fissure was merely a bait to test Leon Hart's health and reaction. After all, Leon Hart's fighting style changes with his opponent, earning him the title of the Thousand-Faced Tactician. Fu Hao also needed to figure out the mechanism of the mimic. Here it comes. He focused on the straight-charging Leon Hart mimic, activating the magic in his ring at the moment the distance closed. The vine-binding magic stored in the colorful ring is activated. He released the magic while charging forward, planning to bind for 1 second and then slice through the space. But the scene before him made his pupils shrink. The target resisted the vine-binding magic. You have been hit by the vine-binding magic. Action sealed for 1 second. Before the prompt sound even finished, the vines wrapped around Fu Hao's body instead. What the hell? Before he could finish his thought, Leon Hart's sword light was upon him. Received 580 damage from Leon Hart. 5 consecutive hits. Death. Login prohibited for 24 hours. Amulet consumed to avoid experience loss. Shock, fear, horror. This century's duel watched by 1.6 million people ended with Fu Hao's miserable defeat, lasting only 5 seconds. Chapter 69, Chaos. Fu Hao Gu is forever God, donating 50 yuan. Leon Hart is still my God. Class donates 50 yuan. It's too early to challenge now. Kenny donates 50 yuan. I lost. Gambling King donates 50 yuan. My points. Leon Hart is too strong. Ranking first is indeed well-deserved. The fried chicken I ordered just arrived. Is today's live broadcast ending here? How about switching to real-life content? Fu Hao stared at Leon Hart's figure on the gray-white screen, listening to the donation alerts and the barrage in the chat, standing in silence. The first death happened in front of 1.6 million viewers. From the start of the battle to death took only 5 seconds. This crushing defeat, which couldn't even be called a duel, hit him hard. Today's live broadcast ends here. He bid farewell to the viewers in a hoarse voice and pressed the end broadcast button. In a southern territory of the Kalise Empire, Tianma and the guild members were gathered around a giant screen watching the live broadcast showing Leon Hart's figure. During a guild meeting, a member accidentally stumbled upon a post about Leon Hart versus Fu Hao, and the situation spiraled out of control. President, let us stop watching. We already know the result. Why make ourselves miserable? You guys don't really think Fu Hao can win, do you? Tianma coldly scanned the crowd, and the guild members all shrank back. Only one newcomer spoke up. I think Fu Hao can win. Using binding magic like in the 60th floor to connect the strongest 1 second, and then follow up with spatial cutting, even Leon Hart wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? The air in the meeting room suddenly turned cold, and the members lowered their heads, flooding the guild chat without the president. Oh my god, we're doomed. Who brought this newcomer? It was Killer Bai who brought him. Killer Bai, can't you take the newcomer training seriously? To everyone's surprise, Tianma actually spoke up. Actually, I also think Fu Hao can win. Huh, the strongest 1 second skill is too outrageous. You all saw it. It's almost like a cheat. President, you actually watched Fu Hao's training tower live? I did. To be honest, it was pretty shocking. Didn't you all watch it? Silence spread in the meeting room. Of course, they had watched it. Which high-level player wouldn't be curious about Fu Hao's operations in the training tower? Not to mention that losing the strongest 1 second made Tianma pay attention to his opponent's movements as a mandatory course. Not to mention, in terms of PvP, Fu Hao is almost invincible right now. As long as the mimetic body doesn't have additional boss health bonuses, Fu Hao will definitely win. If the vine binding requires directional magic operations, Tianma might not be so certain, but that magic is automatically locked and at a very high level, making it difficult even for top players to resist. That said, the members still had doubts, since it could end in 5 seconds. Why drag out the time to attract viewers? It felt like they were deliberately teasing the audience. Witnessing the results firsthand and predicting them are ultimately different. The members were worried that Tianma would fall back into his inner demons due to Fu Hao's activity. I don't want to see him show off. But aren't you all curious about what it looks like when Leon Hart is defeated? Tianma retorted. Even if it's a mimetic body clone, this is the first time he has been defeated by a player. Most players regard Leon Hart as a faith, and while top players look up to him, deep down, they all long to witness his downfall. Just as Tianma finished speaking, in a live broadcast, Fu Hao swung his sword and activated Earth Crush, while Leon Hart dodged in the air with monstrous reflexes. Wow, is he insane? He can dodge that? Despite Tianma's reminder to stay quiet, the members couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately afterward, Fu Hao released the vine binding against the charging Leon Hart, but was instead bound himself, suffering a 5-hit combo and getting killed. The screen turning gray. After a long time, Tianma whispered, so it turns out the real monster is someone else. He suddenly remembered a fact he had intentionally forgotten. They were living in Leon Hart's era, in a rarely used high-level monster spawning area. A 7-member team was forming to hunt monsters. Wait, a member called out to his teammates. I heard Fu Hao and Leon Hart are fighting. President, should we watch this first? Huh, didn't they say it would be 5 months until they fought? I'm not sure, a friend told me. Since Fu Hao became Helm's disciple, Leon Hart versus Fu Hao has become a hot topic in the high-level player circle. Among low-level players, Leon Hart is more popular, but in the eyes of high-level players, Fu Hao's status has already risen to be on par with Leon Hart. It's the training tower. A member dressed in a cute bear costume chimed in. I'm watching Fu Hao's live broadcast. The 71st floor boss is a mimetic body that copied Leon Hart's appearance. Really? Awesome. But Chaos, you're actually watching the live? I suddenly got interested. Chaos vaguely replied, having secretly watched Fu Hao's live broadcast, only now feeling brave enough to speak up because of her teammate's topic. Fortunately, her teammates did not suspect her. All right, let us watch together. The captain decided. The group retreated to a safe zone, focusing intently on the live broadcast. Being able to reach the 71st floor is already impressive. How did they get past the 70th floor? Sigh. We haven't even been to the 50th floor. I didn't expect this game to be so money-consuming. Not just spending money. Fu Hao's luck is also good. Who would have thought the novice trial title would be so strong? In any case, I'm so envious. Who do you think will win? I support Fu Hao. Using the strategy from the 60th floor, no one can withstand it. I'm voting for Leon Hart. After all, he is a legendary figure. He shouldn't be killed instantly, right? She knew her friend Qin Zhe. Fu Hao took Leon Hart as his target. And the upcoming duel in 5 months is a heavy burden. She hoped Fu Hao could defeat Leon Hart to relieve that pressure. Chaos stared at the screen, and when she saw Rachel attracting viewers for Fu Hao, she almost lost her composure, but remembered her teammates were beside her and barely managed to restrain herself. However, as Fu Hao unleashed Earth Crush, the battle ended in a devastating defeat within 5 seconds. Wow, this is ridiculous. How can we fight at the 71st floor now? Don't worry about it. We can't even get past the 50th floor. I'm talking about the high-level players. They have their own ways. The teammates chattered, but Chaos remained silent. Only after Fu Hao ended the live broadcast did he speak. I'm logging off first. Without waiting for a response, he directly exited the game. After removing the virtual reality device, Qin Zhe fell into contemplation, and his phone vibrated with a call from Chaos. Hello, it's me. Are you okay? What do you mean by okay? Losing to Leon Hart. And that character died for the first time in the game. It is indeed the first time, but it's fine. It's actually quite good. Huh? Chaos was confused by this unexpected answer. Isn't this a great practice opportunity? The opponent in 5 months can now be approached with his mimetic body. Although it's not the real Leon Hart, where else can you find such a similar practical target? The impact of being witnessed dying by one. 6 million viewers had not completely faded, but as Qin Zhe reviewed the battle, he realized this was a godsend opportunity. If he had killed Leon Hart just now, he would have lost the precious sample to analyze Leon Hart. This failure at this moment surprisingly made him feel relieved. Chapter 70, Leon Hart vs. Fu Hao. Second battle, encountering the Leon Hart mimic on the 71st floor of the training tower, was like a bolt from the blue. But if one knows the time and place of a lightning strike in advance, can they avoid or defend against it? Although the opponent is the ever-changing Leon Hart. Remember that this is just a mimic monster, not a real player. Its action patterns will eventually reveal a pattern. If one were to battle the real Leon Hart 100 times, both sides would accumulate equal experience. But the mimic is different. Only Fu Hao can unilaterally gather information and accumulate experience. However, he can't keep dying endlessly. Even though he promised Chaos that he would challenge multiple times, he doesn't plan to waste time with infinite retries. Next time, there must be a clear winner. His plan is extract information from the opponent for the longest time and end the battle at the decisive moment. Pre-battle preparation. 3-pronged strategy. First prong. Timing lock. Wait for the cooldown of Destiny's luck to finish, ensuring synchronization with the strongest 1-second trigger. Even if Leon Hart's defense is astonishing, 110 times damage is enough to break through it. Second prong. Magic restructuring. Abandon the full-screen vine binding and switch to rapid teleportation and other agile spells. The magical counter trap from the first battle is still fresh in mind. Third prong. Equipment reconstruction. Shield 10. Change the super knockback to a damage reduction attribute against Leon Hart, triggering a 0 damage effect when damage is below 10. Gloves 10. Achieve attack cancellation and attack speed stacking to ensure smooth combos. Duo Luo donated 50 yuan. Did you see the explosive news from the community yesterday? How go? I didn't see it. Jean Hao donated 50 yuan. You're on the official news. Candy donated 50 yuan. Are you challenging the 71st floor today? Not challenging for now, preparing first. The audience is relaxed. Not many genuinely expect Fu Hao to win. Betting on him to win is merely a way to gain entertainment points. If real money were involved, the support rate would probably be less than 5. Fortunately, no one blamed him for the swift defeat. Instead, they saw it as fun, allowing Hao to calmly adjust his equipment. 4 days later, the cooldown of Destiny's luck was completed, and the equipment adjustments were finished. Defense, 7, 251, 197 durability, 425 weight, 85, strength 50, stamina 50, shield defense, successful. 5 total defense for 20 seconds, max 5 stacks, damage taken reduced by 15, damage taken reduced by 20, shield defense 30, shield defense range expanded to 1. 5 times actual size, if shield defense is successful and damage is below 10 of max HP. Damage is reduced to 0. Crimson Iron Gloves, 10, level, rare usage condition, level 400, strength 1500. Agility 1500 defense, 512 durability, 30-30 weight. 7. Agility 200. Usage condition reduced by 40. Attack speed 30. Attack speed 30. Can cancel normal melee attacks when attacking hits. Attack speed increases by 10 for 10 seconds. Max 10 stacks. Fu Hao confirmed. Destiny's luck okay. Accessory configuration okay. Equipment worn okay. Even the counter strategy was reviewed for the third time, and he stood up and walked toward the teleportation portal, entering the 71st floor of the training tower. Generating mimic, long time no see. Fu Hao initiated conversation, and the mimic silently stared. He opened a voting bet, deliberately delaying time to wait for the audience to gather. When the live stream cover changed to Leon Hart's avatar and the title changed to the second battle, the online numbers soared exponentially. 600, 000, 700, 000, 900, 000, 100, 000. Even without relying on Rachel's broadcast, just the hype around Leon Hart reached 1 million online viewers. Voting results: Leon Hart 96, Fu Hao 4. The 4 support rate is likely emotional bets from loyal fans, indicating the strong deterrence from the first battle. Betting against him could yield huge profits. To those who believe in me, I will strive hard. Fu Hao Ge is forever a god, donated 50 yuan. How could you win? Haha. Fu Hao raised his sword, his movements identical to those in the first battle. Using Earth Crush again? Can't learn to change tactics? But at the moment of swinging his sword, he activated the stored magic. Magic rapidly activated from the Rainbow Ring storage, within 1 minute. Movement speed and attack speed increased by 40. With glove bonuses of 60 attack speed and 40 attack speed for magic, it stacked doubly. Dodge if you can. Earth Crush. The sword blade struck the ground, and the fisher raced toward the mimic at double the speed of the first battle. Unsurprisingly, the mimic leaped to evade, but was hit mid-air by the wave. Dealt 9,205 damage to the target, 10 attack power for 10 seconds, 10 attack speed for 10 seconds, before the audience could gasp. Fu Hao had teleported directly beneath the mimic. Can't move in the air, right? Space cutting. Crit. Dealt 46. 558 damage to the target, 10 attack power for 10 seconds, 10 attack speed for 10 seconds. The combo is too fierce. Betting against him is heating up. The battle did not end. However, the mimic was only stiff for 0. For seconds, much shorter than expected. Its resistance was outrageous, right? Fu Hao, who originally planned to follow up with a shield charge, was forced to connect with a normal attack. After knocking back the opponent, he immediately rolled away before the mimic could recover from its stiffness. He dodged the attack to the limit, countering with a 36-hit combo. Seeing the mimic fail to pursue, he activated the movement speed bonus. Basic movement speed, equipment, magic, with a total bonus of 400. After 5 seconds, the speed bonus peaked at 400, and Fu Hao initiated a hit-and-run tactic. Since aerial combos were difficult to maintain, it was better to focus on attrition. He used extreme speed to create distance, waiting for Earth Crush to cool down. Dizzy, better run for 23 seconds. Ow, is drifting again. I'm getting car sick. Leon Hart is just standing there. Stop running. Use the subspace. Some audience members questioned why he didn't use subspace to survive. Fu Hao had considered it, but the mimic would inevitably guard the exit, making the risk much higher than continuous guerrilla tactics. The problem was the damage. Earth Crush only dealt 9,205 damage. For someone used to dealing millions and even breaking 10,000 against humanoid bosses, this number was like a regression. He was shocked inside, but kept a calm exterior. Come on, Leon Hart, how will you respond? Knowing there wouldn't be a reply, he muttered to himself. He was curious. If he were Leon Hart, how would he break the current deadlock? He deliberately provoked, but while moving, he caught sight of the mimic's empty left hand, which now held an additional item. A whip. Chapter 71. 1 win, 1 loss, giant whip. For those who run around everywhere, a whip is their nemesis, right? I never expected to face a weapon like a whip, which is neither a spear nor a bow, completely beyond my expectations. But can a whip really counter 400 movement speed? If you have the ability, come catch me. Cough. Whoosh. Received 551 points of damage. This madman. Even with 400 movement speed, maintaining distance in a narrow training tower map is no easy task. Fu Hao is located at the edge of the rectangular map, while the mimic body firmly occupies the center. Once the distance closes, the opponent will surely pursue. He initially thought that a difference of 200 movement speed would be enough to evade attacks, but the new weapon, the whip, disrupted his predictions. The attack windup is extremely short, the trajectory is hard to predict, and its range even exceeds that of a spear. Received 111 points of damage, damn. After several failed attempts to dodge, Fu Hao realized that this was not an attack he could evade merely through practice. Even countering with a shield was difficult. The only consolation is that the damage is lower than expected, but compared to the scraping damage of Earth Shatter, the opponent's damage is actually higher. Has the first phase of the strategy failed? In fact, he never expected to win with a single blow. He was more interested in testing the response capabilities of high movement speed against ranged weapons like bows and crossbows. Defensive strategy activated. Absolute barrier unyielding. Unyielding skill activated. Can be cancelled after 5 seconds. Immune to all abnormal statuses. 100 block rate. Defense increased by 247. Unable to move during the unyielding skill Guardian Breath. Consumes 30 of max HP MP. Applies a final damage reduction buff of 68 to self and up to 26 allies. Unable to use Earth Shatter, Space Cut. Shield charge during the duration Guardian Shield. Consumes 20 of max HP MP. Generates a shield protecting self and up to 27 allies. Equivalent to 71 of current shield attributes. Unable to use Earth Shatter, Space Cut, Shield charge during the duration stacking defense. Damage reduction, automatic shield. Fu Hao exchanged passive defense for active combat. The Mimic Body's whip arrived as expected, but became a mere scraping against the double shields. Received 29 points of damage. Damage is less than 10 of max HP. Damage reduced to 0 with full defense. Fu Hao is almost invincible as long as he successfully blocks. Face it like a man. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. The Mimic Body seemed to understand the provocation, retracting the whip and switching to a sword for close combat. Fu Hao also swung his sword. Although he couldn't counterattack after blocking, standing still and trading blows was currently the best solution. Received 670 points of damage, dealt 1. 729 points of damage to the target, a 3x damage difference. Though he lost 50 HP, he could still hold on. Let's see who runs out of health first. From the base attributes, Leon Hard has the advantage, but Fu Hao bets he cannot accurately assess his total HP, especially not knowing that Fu Hao has already lost 50 HP due to skill usage. However, after one exchange, the Mimic Body actively distanced itself. It drove Leon Hard away. Can I really win? Winning would be legendary. It's just a Mimic Body. This time, the Mimic Body pulled out not a whip, but a giant crossbow, not using a spear. Fu Hao guessed wrong again, although he knew range damage was usually lower than melee. The oppressive feeling of the giant weapon made him cautious. Is this crossbow size normal? Isn't this a siege weapon? Dodge. How did a siege weapon appear here? After a brief hesitation, Fu Hao made a decision. I trust my shield. He positioned the floating guardian shield in front of him, aligned with his own shield. For seconds later, the crossbow bolt flew through the air. Didn't he die? With his vision not turning gray, Fu Hao hurriedly checked the battle log. Received 249 points of damage. Damage is less than 10 of max HP. Damage reduced to 0 few. Class donated 50 yuan. Isn't this a bulletproof shield? This can block? Did you see that? This is 10 shields. The chat area erupted in excitement due to the miraculous defense, and the Mimic Body switched to a regular bow. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Hao summoned Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin. Cast Fireball. Golden Young Dragon summoned a Wu. After months of climbing the tower, the grown Xiao Jin's size surged, and his roar became deeper. Xiao Jin has grown up. How can a summoned beast be this cute? Testing magical countermeasures. Xiao Jin is the most suitable. Huh. It's okay, Xiao Jin. Do you see that, big uncle? MHM. Cast Fireball. Golden Young Dragon dealt 20 points of damage to the target, as expected. As Fu Hao anticipated, directional abnormal status spells would trigger a countermeasure, but persistent area spells, like Fireball, would not. The Mimic Body then aimed its bow at Xiao Jin. Although the latter had a shield, his large size made it hard to completely evade. Xiao Jin, transformation. Don't. The dignity of a dragon is at stake. Oh, then just take a few arrows and calm down. Oomph. It's just a few arrows. It hurts. Golden Young Dragon's HP dropped below 70. Isn't it time to use transformation? Just wait and see. At the moment the Mimic Body knocked an arrow, Xiao Jin finally activated transformation. A flash of golden light. He transformed into a golden-haired, golden-eyed boy dressed in luxurious clothing and jewelry. Even his arrogant expression was vividly portrayed. The transformed Xiao Jin hid behind Fu Hao, clearly terrified of the bow and arrow. Xiao, she donated 50 yuan. Xiao Jin Xiao Jin fan numéro en donated 50 yuan. So handsome. The golden-haired boy hits the cute spot. Smaller than I imagined. Xiao Jin is still a baby. Hao, hurry up and give a close-up of Xiao Jin. Fu Hao ignored the screams and focused on observing the countermeasure mechanism. Let us try sleep spell. Golden Young Dragon fell into a 0.2-second coma. Only directional abnormal status spells can trigger countermeasure. Subsequent tests concluded at least 11 countermeasure triggers, physical attacks, and non-directional magic cannot be countered decisive moment. Turning defense into offense, it's about time to end this. Xiao Jin, cast Fireball infinitely until out of mana. Having figured out the countermeasure mechanism and the new weapon, Fu Hao no longer wanted to prolong the battle. Although Xiao Jin's Fireball spells had low damage, the cumulative effect would force the Mimic Body to close in. As the Mimic Body charged again, Fu Hao decisiva de cancelled unyielding. Gacha. The flash stored in the Oath Necklace activated. After instantly dodging, he simultaneously cancelled the Guardian series skills. Cancel Guardian Breath. Cancel Guardian Shield. At this point, all restrictions on activating Earth Shatter were lifted. The Mimic Body indeed pursued, and Fu Hao smiled. The strongest 1 second. Final damage dealt to enemies increased by 1,000 within 1 second. After turning off the livestream sound, he lowered his voice. Fate's favor, 10-fold slash. Force trigger of weapon effect to 100, activated 10-fold slash. We'll see the true outcome in 5 months, Leonhardt. Finally, gazing at the Mimic Body's face, Fu Hao swung his sword. Earth Shatter. Triggered Troll Sword Effect. Activated 10 consecutive shots, dealt 91. 350 points of damage x 10. Target has been defeated. Broke through the 71st floor of the training tower. Clearing rank, second. Jin Hao donated 50 yuan. Become the strongest European emperor in the universe. Fu Hao Gu is forever the god. Rewarded 50 yuan. Damn, this can win. Gambling King rewarded 50 yuan. Thank God. Chapter 72, ranked second in combat power. Alan ranked second in combat power. Alan rushed to the training tower immediately after being resurrected. For the past 4 days, he had abandoned his ongoing tasks, farming monsters, and even ignored the golden dungeon discovered by his guild, fully dedicating himself to conquering the 70th floor of the training tower. Just wait, Leonhardt, I'm coming. Alan murmured as he arrived at the entrance of the training tower. Forever the Second was the nickname Alan was most famous for, and also the one he hated the most. Having always ranked first in any game, he could not accept being second. The first place would be remembered by everyone, while the second place would go unnoticed. While this statement might be exaggerated, it was essentially true. If Leonhardt's fame was 100, Alan's was only about 5 or 6. The humiliating nickname and the overwhelming popularity gap made Alan, positioned closest to Leonhardt, endure a profound sense of inferiority. Alan was not blind to reality. He had long accepted that he could not surpass Leonhardt in combat power rankings. But he firmly believed that he could crush Leonhardt in personal combat because his myth skills' inherent domain ensured victory. Leonhardt could use all weapons, but the price was that he could not use any attack skills, which was his greatest weakness. As long as he applied the inherent domain skill to prohibit normal attacks, he could completely block Leonhardt's offense. Although this wouldn't count as directly defeating Leonhardt, Alan was eager to defeat him in any form and to let the public know. The problem was that he didn't know how to encounter Leonhardt or how to make him accept a duel. How could a newcomer challenge Leonhardt? Ridiculous. When he heard that the newcomer, Fu Hao, who had become Leonhardt's rival as a legendary disciple, had actually conquered the 70th floor of the training tower and revealed that the 71st floor had Leonhardt's mimic body, Alan couldn't sit still. If he missed this opportunity, he might never be able to win against Leonhardt. Now that Leonhardt had also become a legendary disciple and gained a new profession, even if he got a chance to duel, he might not win. However, the Leonhardt on the 71st floor was in a state before becoming a legendary disciple. The situation was different. I must conquer the 70th floor today and defeat Leonhardt. Alan made up his mind, took a deep breath, and stepped into the 70th floor of the training tower. He would not let the glory of being the first to defeat Leonhardt go to anyone else, especially not to a newcomer who had played for less than 2 months. Fortunately, his experience from 4 attempts came in handy. Break through the 70th floor of the training tower. Completion time, 10 minutes. Completion ranking, -. Alan cheered after narrowly dodging a flying sword and completing the challenge in a thrilling manner just 10 minutes ago. Although he gained a lot of experience points, the 96-hour penalty for dying 4 times made the reward seem insignificant. For Alan, the glory of defeating Leonhardt was the greatest reward. I have to thank Fu Hao. Initially, he hated this newcomer seen as Leonhardt's rival, but now he only felt gratitude. Your revenge, I'll complete it for you. Before entering the 71st floor, Alan made his final preparations, sealing away all the magical skills and scrolls he might habitually use and equipping accessories focused on maximizing mana recovery. Just as he was about to set the inherent domain skill, he suddenly hesitated. Could I win without using the inherent domain? This was a consumable skill, and he only had one use left. He wanted to save it as much as possible. Forget it, no gambling. Inherent domain. Please enter rules to activate the inherent domain. Remaining uses. 1. Prohibit the use of normal attacks. Are you sure you want to set prohibit the use of normal attacks? Confirm. Inherent domain activation starting. Remaining activation time. 59 seconds. Cannot use other skills during inherent domain activation. Now it's foolproof. Alan fixed his gaze on the timer, and while waiting, he began to fantasize about the scene after victory. The video would be titled Leonhart's First Defeat, and after uploading, reporters would definitely seek interviews. I need to make room in my schedule. I should tell the guild members first. I've ignored their private messages for 4 days. As he imagined the more respectful looks from his guild members, the activation time for the inherent domain approached. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Alan gripped his weapon and stepped through the portal. Inherent domain has been activated. Entering the 71st floor of the training tower, generating mimic body, prepare to die, Leonhart. What? The figure in the center of the map was not Leonhart, but a handsome man with black hair and sharp features, though not as impressive as Leonhart. His face was familiar. In the moment of Alan's daze, he noticed the rapidly approaching rock and finally reacted. Fu Hao, you this? Received 34. 660 damage from Fu Hao 10. You have died. Login prohibited for 24 hours. Consume talisman item to avoid experience loss, forever the second. Alan's ambition to tear off the humiliating label was completely crushed by Fu Hao's earth-shattering blow. Newcomer defeats the strongest. Comments 105. 220. Deep analysis of Leonhart's attributes. Comment 65. 039. Deep analysis of Fu Hao's attributes. Comment 72. 591. Fu Hao audience count exceeds 1.89 million. Comments 58. 001. Analysis of the rematch between Leonhart and Fu Hao. Comments 96. 298. Community staff member Peng Yuzhen looked at the community homepage in astonishment. Team leader. The response is incredible. All the headlines and hot posts are about Leonhart and Fu Hao. The inquiries here are also overwhelming. What inquiries? Xiao Jin's advertising endorsement inquiry. The transformation version is too cute. It exploded when shown to the largest audience. Business opportunities were attracted by Xiao Jin, but the profits went into Fu Hao's pocket. Even if the advertising revenue was high, it couldn't compare to the small change Fu Hao squandered. The next day, with 12 hours left until the strongest 1-second penalty ended, Fu Hao logged into Otherworld early and used a teleportation gem to head to the capital of the Karis Empire. Currently, at level 261, far exceeding the original target of level 250. The reason for setting level 250 as the target was simple. Reaching level 250 and above would allow entry into the combat power rankings. Being on the rankings was not just for show. Being listed would grant titles and achievements, and breaking into specific ranks would unlock even more special benefits. Therefore, it was already common knowledge in the game to pause all tasks and head to the Karis Empire to register for the combat power rankings once surpassing level 250. How high could I rank? Although I defeated Leonhart with the strongest 1 second and 10 consecutive slashes, when only considering regular attack and defense data, there was still a gap between the two. If based on the 1 second burst, perhaps no one could match Fu Hao, but the combat power ranking was based on attribute weight rather than actual combat simulation, clearly not using 1 second as a standard. I should be able to make it into the top 100, right? On a massive stone tablet in the capital square, the top 10 were engraved. First, Leonhart second, Alan third, Cliff fourth, Zeus fifth, Ormastus sixth, Shuekai seventh, Tianma eighth, Romance ninth, Rich 10th, Mecha from Leonhart to Mecha. These are names familiar to veteran players since the game's launch. One day, my name will appear here. Fu Hao clenched his fist. He set the livestream title to Combat Power Ranking Public Reveal, and within just 30 minutes of starting the stream, 1 million viewers flooded in. Knowing that delaying would cause a loss of viewers, Fu Hao no longer waited and directly touched the stone tablet. Do you want to register combat power ranking information? Registration cannot be canceled, and subsequent growth information will be automatically updated. Nervous? Definitely not number 1. He has already defeated Leonhart. Isn't he number 1? But that's not the real Leonhart. Predicting at least top 2. Register after max level. The audience is clear that Fu Hao defeated Leon Hart relying on the strongest 1 second and 10 consecutive critical hits. So the expectations for the ranking are not high. Register. Chapter 73. Ranked 7th in Combat Power. Fu Hao, as the words register were spoken, a brilliant stream of light erupted from the stone tablet, instantly enveloping Fu Hao before quickly retracting into the stone tablet. He had always registered alongside guild members, so doing it alone felt quite nerve-wracking. The dazzling light drew the attention of everyone around him, and even with 1 million spectators, facing such a focused gaze made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although the stone tablet was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people at once, at this moment, only Fu Hao was registering his information. The results should be out soon. Based on past experience, the information registration process usually takes about 10 seconds. Sure enough, the system notification popped up as expected, but it was longer than he had anticipated. Combat Power Ranking information registered. Combat Power Ranking. 7th title obtained. Adventure of the Carless Empire. Enter top 50 of Combat Power Ranking. Enter top 30 of Combat Power Ranking. Enter top 10 of Combat Power Ranking. Enter top 1 of Combat Power Ranking. Enter top 10 of Combat Power Ranking. Title obtained. Pioneer. Pioneer title effect changes in real time based on Combat Power Ranking. Can receive Baron title. In the Carless Empire, cannot receive if holding titles from other countries. 7th place. He thought it would be great to make it into the top 100, but the fateful number 7 not only placed Fu Hao in the top 10, but also completely rewrote his gaming life. It turned out that only Leon Hart was a monster. He took a step back and looked again at the rankings on the stone tablet. First, Leon Hart 2nd, Alan 3rd, Cliff 4th, Zeus 5th, Omniscient Master 6th, Snow Vegetable 7th, Fu Hao 8th, Pegasus 9th, Romance 10th, Richie Wow, Gold Hao tipped 50 yuan. Damn, class tipped 50 yuan. How is this determined? New tipped 50 yuan. I will never forget the experience of being carried by Fu Hao. Dash 261 SD place at 7th? This is actually 1st place. Dash 7 TH place without a second awakening? 5 days later. Dead. Login prohibited for 24 hours. Consumed amulet item to avoid experience loss. Climbing the training tower was temporarily halted. After 2 consecutive failures on the 74th floor of the training tower, Fu Hao announced a pause in climbing. Although theoretically, he had the strength to clear it, he had no confidence that he would succeed in the next attempt. With only 5 months left until the battle with Leon Hart, he could not afford to waste any more time. Candy tipped 50 yuan. What will you do starting tomorrow? What else can I do? Of course, it's time to grind monsters and level up. To prepare for the decisive battle with Leon Hart, he took the time to conquer the trial dungeon. And now he had completed all dungeons below level 300. Dungeons above level 300 required a second awakening, which he had not yet achieved. Therefore, the only remaining path for growth was grinding monsters. Grinding monsters is so boring. I still want to watch the training tower live stream. The viewers were lamenting in the chat, but Fu Hao had no choice. On the 7th day of monster grinding live stream, Fu Hao's average viewership plummeted from 1 million at the 71st floor of the training tower to 500,000. With the long-term repetitive content, viewer attrition was inevitable, and this was fundamentally why comprehensive game live streams dominated before Otherworld exploded in popularity. However, perhaps due to defeating Leon Hart and the residual fame of being ranked 7th, the actual viewership was higher than Fu Hao had expected, possibly thanks to Little Jin's efforts. Little Jin, if you slack off again, I'll beat you up. I'm not slacking off. With Helm absent, Fu Hao had to double as a trainer for Little Jin. Although he had nearly been killed by Little Jin's tail when it was level 100, he could now completely subdue the giant dragon. Son 50 yuan. Fu Hao, you're really too much. Little Jin fan number 1 tipped 50 yuan. Please stop abusing Little Jin. Fans were happy to see Little Jin all day, but felt sorry for it being forced to work so hard. A daily grinding time of 16 hours was understandable, even if fans complained. However, thanks to the fan supervision, Little Jin's level had increased by 7 levels after the training tower. Currently at level 260, while Fu Hao was at level 276, both nearing the 300 level threshold. Strawberry tipped 50 yuan. When will Hao challenge the training tower again? Probably after reaching level 300. Levels 100 and 200 each have their significance. But level 300 is more special as it allows for the second awakening quest. Fu Hao held 2 external grade professions and couldn't help but wonder, how strong will he be after the second awakening? According to community information, the second awakening will strengthen existing skills or generate new ones. He was most looking forward to enhancing the master skills that had not been fully utilized due to stringent conditions. even though he was still spending lavishly to enhance level 7 equipment for tens of thousands of soldiers. It was still a drop in the bucket compared to the infinite crystals he possessed. If the practicality of enhancement skills improved, this ace of infinite resources would shine even brighter. According to Su Shi, the changes at level 300 for summoned beasts were akin to their second awakening. Just like players triggering their second awakening at level 300, summoned beasts would also enhance skills and unlock new abilities at level 300. To achieve his goals as soon as possible, Fu Hao planned to continue his grind mode until max level. However, an unexpected event interrupted his plans. A legendary level dungeon? Recently, Fu Hao, who had been focused on streaming, rarely browsed the community, but the audience's tips made him sit up straight. The Carless Empire had the first legendary level dungeon in gaming history. Bong Bong tipped 50 yuan. Yes, but the first team that discovered it was wiped out. Now the 5 major guilds and top players are fighting for control of the dungeon. In the game settings, safe zones prohibit PK, but the entrance to randomly appearing dungeons is in a PK-allowed area until cleared. The PK range for legendary level dungeons is even a radius of 1 kilometer, and the location happens to be in a popular grinding area near the capital of the Carless Empire, with the 5 major guilds, top players, PK enthusiasts, casual players, and onlookers were all gathered, creating a chaotic scene. The dungeon is in the Forna Forest, right? Bong Bong tipped 50 yuan. Yes. It's in the forest right next to the Carless capital. After confirming the location with the audience, Fu Hao took out the teleportation gem. Hearing that all the top players were gathering, how could he miss it? Ranked 7th in combat power, Fu Hao, charging forth. Let's go. Finally, I don't have to watch grinding anymore. Fu Hao announced his participation in the battle. Chapitre 74, Fiching Dragon Roar, Démon Culte, Thunderblade, Mechanical Empire, Rome. These are the 5 most famous and powerful guilds in Otherworld. They not only enjoy high popularity and top-tier combat power, but they also each have a guild leader ranked in the top 10 for combat strength, with their headquarters located in the Carless Empire. These notable characteristics distinguish them from other guilds, collectively referred to as the 5 major guilds. On a daily basis, the 5 major guilds maintain a facade of harmony through information sharing. Although there are occasional frictions due to the competition for outdoor bosses, overall they coexist peacefully, as the benefits of collaboration far outweigh the conflicts. However, when the first legendary dungeon in Otherworld appeared, it completely tore apart this false peace. We managed to snatch the dungeon access from the first team that discovered it. Meika, who was squeezed to 11th place, shouted with a face full of frustration. Ridiculous. 11th place dares to speak up? You should worry about being kicked out of the 5 major guilds first. The 2nd-ranked Alan, 4th-ranked Zeus, and 6th-ranked Shuetsai chimed in. Based on rankings, Pegasus, also someone pointed the finger at the only silent guild leader of the 5 major guilds. Wanna die? Pegasus drew his magic staff, dark mist swirling around him. He would not tolerate anyone challenging his rank. No, that's not what I meant. Haha, seeing that Pegasus was about to make a move. Meika took a step back. This was the PK area near the dungeon entrance. Once Pegasus, who excelled in team battles, attacked, they would undoubtedly be dead. As Meika and Pegasus paused their argument, Alan suggested, how about taking turns entering the dungeon based on combat strength rankings? After all, we might not even clear it, and legendary dungeons will appear again in the future. Bullshit. The latest arrival has quite the nerve, spouting nonsense. Don't pretend to be fair. You want to hog it all, don't you? Do you think you're the first place? Alan's suggestion sparked a new round of arguments, with each guild leader throwing out proposals but failing to reach a consensus. TSK, it's really noisy. Keep it down, we'll be overheard. Am I wrong? Those with strength should naturally go first. While the leaders of the 5 major guilds were arguing endlessly, a large number of onlookers, like a swarm of bees, surged into the area around the dungeon entrance to watch this farce. Why are only the leaders of the 5 major guilds talking? Didn't they say other top players and guilds had formed alliances? Why are they just watching the show? Originally, the elected alliance leader was a player ranked 18th. But he was killed in a one-on-one duel with Meika in less than 10 seconds, causing the alliance to disband. Is there such a big gap between 11th and 18th? Who knows? In any case, the 5 major guilds are also wary of the other players, considering the disparity in numbers. But they've already established the rule that if the guild leader is too weak, they don't deserve equal treatment, giving them a reason to disregard others. If all players united to fight against the 5 major guilds, there would be significant casualties, but victory wouldn't be impossible. However, the entry slots for the legendary dungeon are limited. Even if they won, they might not be able to enter the dungeon. Risking random equipment drops by opposing the 5 major guilds is clearly not worth it, so naturally, no one is willing to do so. If only Lord Leonhardt were here, as long as Lord Leonhardt said one word, destroy the 5 major guilds, they would be doomed. As the #1 combat power without a guild, Leonhardt is the spiritual pillar for all players outside the 5 major guilds. Death in PK results in random equipment drops. But once Leonhardt gives the order, no one would hesitate. Imagining fighting alongside Leonhardt would be an honor they could boast about for a lifetime. Unfortunately, Leonhardt could not possibly appear here. Someone had just spotted him far from the capital of the Khalees Empire yesterday. Unless he used a teleportation gem, it was impossible for Leonhardt to arrive here at this moment. Hearing discussions about Leonhardt around him, the player ranked 67th, Bump, suddenly remembered Fuhua's livestream. That player, the only one who had defeated Leonhardt, was ranked 7th in combat power, free from guild constraints, and could use a teleportation gem to reach this place directly. Perhaps he was the key to breaking the deadlock. Bump quickly opened the livestream interface, entering player combat area. If a player dies in combat, they will randomly drop held items. It seems this is the starting point. After confirming the PK area prompt, Fuhua whispered. He initially wanted to teleport directly to the dungeon entrance, but found that the teleportation gem could only mark already explored locations. He needed to walk to unfamiliar areas. How do I get there? The terrain of the Forna Forest is complex, with hills and dense forests obstructing visibility, making it hard to find a path. Just as Fuhua was feeling puzzled, a cute female player entered his view. Hello. Do you know where the legendary dungeon is? I do. Can you tell me the direction? I'm going that way too. Let me take you. Really? Thank you. Nice. Found a guide again. She doesn't know Fuhua? Fuhua didn't disguise himself, showing his true self as the player ranked 7th. So why bother with a disguise when meeting other top players? Goldhow donated 50 yuan. Ask her if she knows Fuhua. Do you know Fuhua? Fuhua, the one who defeated Leonhardt? Yes, you know him? You look a bit like him. Could you be Fuhua? Haha, it's me. As soon as Fuhua nodded, the female player's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Nothing. She stopped talking and continued walking. What's going on? Is she a Leonhardt fan? A minute later, the two arrived at an area gathering more than a dozen players. Here we are. What is going on? No way. At the moment the guiding female player exchanged glances with those around her, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Brothers, this is Fuhua, ranked 7th in combat power. Don't take it lightly, be serious. What? Fuhua, the newcomer who defeated Leonhardt? Wow, the sister actually caught a big fish, daring to wander alone in the PK area. Quite bold. The players all stood up and surrounded Fuhua. Looks like you want to fight me. Judging by their outfits, they're from the Assassin's Guild. A bunch of dirty X, just as the audience expected. This was an assassin team. We want to make things hard for you. Just give us a piece of gear worth 10. Before he could finish speaking, Fuhua activated the magic stored in his ring. Activate the magic blink stored in multicolored ring. Blinking out of the encirclement, Fuhua pretended to charge forward. Catch him. The fat sheep is running. 10 gear is worth at least 1 billion. Of course, the charge was fake. Seeing the assassins lined up, Fuhua sneered. 6-fold blessing. Activate the magic blessing stored in emerald ring. Attack and defense increased by 17. 3 for 10 seconds. Activate the magic blessing stored in ruby ring. Attack and defense increased by 17. 3 for 10 seconds. Fuhua, who focused on functional magic during his battle with Leonhardt, could finally use his blessings freely at this moment. After releasing it 6 times in succession, a brilliant flow of light enveloped Fuhua. Seeing this scene, the assassins exclaimed, "Not good. Run. Too late." Earth Shatter. The level 9 Earth Shatter was no longer what it used to be. Both damage and range had been enhanced. Critical hit. Dealt 325. 105 damage to the target. Target has been defeated. Dealt 182, 598 damage to the target. Target has been defeated. First time defeating a player. Gained the title Player Killer. Achieved 1-hit kill a player above own level achievement. Gained the title 1-hit 1 player. The area swept by the Earth Crusher is barren. A total of 12 assassins, and the log window pops up with 12 messages saying the targets have been defeated. Gene Hao donated 50 yuan. Do they think they're Leonhardt? Class donated 50 yuan. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Pinecone donated 50 yuan. Today's lesson. First figure out who the opponent is. Can you provoke the 7th in battle power? Clearing the field feels so good. What rank are they? Fuhua glanced at the equipment dropped by the assassins. If it were in the past, these rare items would have made him envious, but now. Fuhua looked at the items dropped by the assassins upon their death. Looks good. He would have been tempted before. But now the wealthy man picking money off the roadside cannot process it due to player trading restrictions. Kenny donated 50 yuan. Aren't you picking up the equipment? How go? So much has dropped. Not picking up the assassin's items might get reported. If there are players nearby, they can come and take it. After 10 minutes, the ownership of the items will disappear, and then picking it up will be fine. Wow, you don't want all that? I'm rushing over right now. First come, first served. Everyone, I'm going ahead. A fierce scramble for items is about to begin. The player who was killed by Fu Hao looked at the death prompt in despair. Full of terror. You have died. You are banned from logging in for 24 hours. Consumed amulet item to avoid experience loss. Died at the hands of a player. Additional penalty applied. Drop Thunder Cleaver Repair Sword Set. Drop Mikhail's Dagger 7. Drop Pitch Black Chain Armor 5. Drop Twins Ruby Ring. Dropped Invisibly Toxic 3 pieces. Dropped Absorption Shield Magic Scroll. Drop Top Tier Universal Recovery Potion 9 pieces. Drop Clone Technique Headscarf. It must be a dream. Yes, a dream. How could I drop 8 items otherwise? That day, the lonely 12 members of the Assassin Guild shed tears of regret for Fu Hao's super drop rate, while Fu Hao himself got nothing. Chapter 75, Fu Hao vs. Mecha. Under the guidance of the audience, when Fu Hao arrived near the dungeon entrance, Bang Bang immediately welcomed him. Fu Hao, go over here. Bang Bang shouted with amplification magic, instantly drawing the crowd's attention away from the leaders of the 5 major guilds. Fu Hao, ranked 7th in combat power? Is it really him? The commotion among the onlookers quickly reached the ears of the 5 guild leaders, who paused their conversations, each displaying different expressions. Fu Hao is here? Where? Let him come out. Damn. Alan recalled the instant kill on the 71st floor of the training tower, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Mecha wanted to vent his frustration over being pushed out of the top 10. Tima's neck veins bulged from being intercepted by Fu Hao 3 times in a row. He didn't expect to see Fu Hao so soon. Did he come alone? Zeus and Yakina, who had no direct conflict with Fu Hao, curiously examined the strongest newcomer in history, whose popularity and topic relevance were on par with their own. Go, show us your little gold. Congratulations on reaching 7th. I watched your video defeating Leon Hart. While responding to the cheers, Fu Hao walked towards the dungeon entrance, remaining vigilant against any possible attacks motivated by curiosity, hatred, or envy for his 10-tier equipment. But fortunately, he made it safely. He took out an amplification device and thanked his supporters. Thank you, everyone. If you haven't followed the Fu Hao channel yet, please click to follow. He casually threw in an advertisement. I didn't realize he was this popular already. If you still don't know Fu Hao, you should quit the game. Advertising at a time like this. This man is serious about streaming. The audience count has exceeded 1 million. Navigating through the crowd, Fu Hao reunited with Bang Bang. Fu Hao, go. I'm Bang Bang, ranked 67th in combat power. Ah, you're the one who provided me with information. Thank you so much. I heard you have no guild. Is that true? Yes. When Fu Hao confirmed his lack of guild affiliation, the crowd stirred again. If Fu Hao could start the guild, he could become the 6th major guild, right? Just by picking high-level players from the audience, it would be stronger than the 5 major guilds. After all, they're S territory too. Even if it's a duchy, not an empire. What kind of magic is this? The voice sounds like it's speaking right next to me. Amplification magic can only simply boost volume and is bound to disturb others. However, the premium amplification device is different. It allows everyone to clearly hear the user's voice and even transmit the voice of the conversation partner in sync. The chance of obtaining it is extremely low, and as a consumable, very few people use it frequently. Can you be the president of our Ordinary Players Alliance? Me? Fu Hao pretended to be surprised. As long as it's Fu Hao go, we have no objections. We all respect you. Please help us stop the monopoly of the 5 major guilds. Fu Hao, Fu Hao, Fu Hao. As expected, players from non-5 major guilds pushed Fu Hao to the front line of resistance. He displayed a helpless expression and accepted the proposal. The public resentment against the 5 major guilds was deeper than he had imagined. What he felt was not just oppression and jealousy, but also a resistance against hegemony. The 5 major guilds had long relied on their influence in the Karis Empire to occupy dungeons and exploit system loopholes to interfere with ordinary players' quests. Even Fu Hao had suffered greatly from this in the past. Other guilds could be ignored, but the guys from the Mechanical Empire must not go unpunished. They had used despicable means to steal the hero dungeon discovered by the guild, so they must pay the price. Fu Hao led the top 100 combat power players, approaching the dungeon entrance blocked by the 5 major guilds. The guild members immediately cleared the passage, and Fu Hao faced the 5 leaders, Alan, Zeus, Yakina, Tianma, and Mecha for the first time. Although they had never met, Fu Hao recognized these legendary figures from the opening of the server at a glance. "You're Fu Hao? Let's duel." "Tianma, long time no see." Fu Hao ignored Meika, who spoke up and greeted Tianma with a smile. Meika's face instantly turned pale with anger. "Ah, Meika is so miserable. 11th place is just self-aware." "Ah, hello," Tianma awkwardly replied, secretly cursing. What does this bastard want to do? To him, Fu Hao was a calamity who had stolen the strongest 1-second skill, pushing him down the rankings. "I know you're busy, but do come to the live stream often when you have time." In Fu Hao's mind, Tianma was a big spender who had tipped 500,000, and he had to maintain a good relationship. Tianma watches Fu Hao's live stream. He tipped 500,000 last time. Tianma actually watches Fu Hao's live stream. Having been pushed out of the rankings by Fu Hao, Tianma must feel very complicated. Fu Hao is trying to get close, seeing Tianma at a loss for words. The members of the demon cult behind him quietly messaged with suggestions. "Boss, just agree to him. Building a good relationship with Fu Hao might allow us to recruit him." A huge win. Tianma realized that Fu Hao had no guild affiliation, and even if they were temporarily at odds, there might be a possibility of recruiting him in the future. Moreover, given Fu Hao's current growth rate, reaching the top of the combat power ranking was only a matter of time. Ahem. Actually, I've always loved watching your training tower streams. Are you too treating me like a transparent person? Meika could no longer tolerate being ignored and shouted angrily. "Fu Hao, duel with me." Suddenly wanting to duel? What's wrong, scared? No, if you want to duel. Fu Hao couldn't ask for more. Fu Hao wanted to take this opportunity to heavily defeat Meika's Mechanical Empire Guild. Killing the guild leader could lead to turmoil in the guild, allowing him to take revenge and reduce competition for dungeons, killing two birds with one stone. However, what a pity it would be to only duel in the PK area. When Fu Hao suggested skipping the duel and going directly to PK, player killing, Meika hesitated. He understood that once he died, not only would he randomly drop equipment, but it would also shake the guild's dominance. But then he thought, if I can kill the one who defeated Leon Hart, I would be the strongest in one-on-one combat. If he drops a 10-tier equipment, I could at least make billions. The risk is extremely high, but the return is even more enticing. Moreover, in one-on-one combat, attribute counters are more critical than combat power rankings, and he felt confident. Alright, no duel, directly PK. Cool. After Meika's challenge, the atmosphere on-site boiled. The audience shouted for the battle to begin, and even the members of the 5 major guilds held their breath in anticipation. With everyone's help, a spacious PK arena was quickly cleared. It's still not too late to regret now. Thanks for your concern, but I refuse. You will regret it. Alan served as the referee, and with a command, the battle erupted. Meika struck first, mechanical summon. Mechanical control. Over 200 robots instantly filled the arena. Fu Hao responded with Earth Crush, smashing all the robots. But this was exactly Meika's plan. Mechanical repair. The broken robots restored as if time had reversed. Although this skill has a long cooldown time and is limited to reviving units that died within 30 seconds, it perfectly counters Fu Hao's Earth Crush. Interference waves. Meika sees the opportunity to generate interference fields around each robot, sealing magic activation, which was a countermeasure against the little gold and 10-tier accessory magic. The robot's level was only 160, and their attack power was not high, but through mechanical control, they enhanced the debuff function, allowing continuous attacks to inflict unlimited abnormal statuses. Even if Fu Hao had skills to immunize against abnormalities, with magic sealed, all ranged means were lost, leaving him to either take it head-on or be exploded by self-destructing robots. It's over, Fu Hao. Meika was confident of victory. He had sealed all of Fu Hao's known methods, and now the other party had only 2 options left: to be endlessly stacked with abnormal status buffs, or to endure and be killed by the self-destructing robots. Sure enough, Fu Hao fell into a panic. If he had known that the opponent was Meika, he would have definitely studied the strategy. But being overwhelmed by the legendary dungeon and the 5 major guilds left him with no time to prepare. You are too arrogant, Fu Hao thought to himself. Black Wolf summon. Just one wolf wants to block my robot? Ridiculous. Meika sneered, unaware that summoning the Black Wolf while already having summoned Little Gold meant something significant. Additional summon, 300. With Fu Hao's command, level 240 and above Black Wolves surged into the arena like a tidal wave, their dense figures leaving the onlookers momentarily breathless. Shock, fear, and astonishment completely dominated everyone. This man, who seemed to have an infinite number of trump cards, was none other than Fu Hao. Chapter 76. The Generous Tree. What's going on? Dash. including the chat rooms of all broadcasts featuring Fu Hao and Meika's battle. The chat sections were instantly flooded with question marks. The players present were equally shocked. If their emotions were converted into emojis, thousands of question marks would be flying in the air. Leon Fu Hao donated 50 yuan. Fugu always surprises people. Holila donated 50 yuan. Did he intentionally hide his moves while fighting Leon Hart? Dinosaur donated 50 yuan. When did he change classes to Beast Tamer? People were shocked, not only because Fu Hao was holding back against Leon Hart, but also because summoning multiple summons at once was a unique ability of the Beast Tamer class. Even the top-ranked Beast Tamer, Su Shi, couldn't summon hundreds of creatures simultaneously. Perhaps the legendary druid could, but such a situation had never occurred among players. Referee, isn't this a foul? Meika looked at Alan with an almost pleading expression. Perhaps due to the excessive debuff from mechanical control skills, the already outnumbered robots had no way to fight back against the pack of black wolves, and if this continued, they too would be torn apart. Although Alan felt sympathy for Meika, he couldn't intervene. Within the allowed rules, Fu Hao's summoning was entirely legitimate. Desperate, Meika finally set aside all pride and surrendered to Fu Hao. I surrender. Meika had 5 items that absolutely couldn't be dropped, unlike other top players. He was well aware of the risks of dying in PK. Want to surrender? Fu Hao was needed inwardly. Killing Meika wouldn't grant experience, and the dropped equipment had nothing to do with him. Defeating a player ranked 11th wouldn't raise his reputation, and the only benefit was reducing competition for dungeons. Since there was already a clear enemy in Philip, he didn't want to create new ones. Unfortunately, the opponent was the president of the Mechanical Empire. Don't gamble without confidence. Haven't you heard that before? Ha 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 ha. Actively provoking and then surrendering. Clearing the hegemony. Well done. Without robots, Meika is just trash. Good luck. Stop talking nonsense. Just kill me. Without all his robots, Meika was bitten by the wolf pack, pleading with Fu Hao. Rather than being slowly tortured to death, he preferred to die quickly. But Fu Hao was resolute. Save some mana. Why should the president of the Mechanical Empire die comfortably? Fu Hao decided to give back to his former guild members and use the 11th ranked player to establish his authority. You got a foul mouth, haha. Meika, who was silenced by the system for cursing, died in humiliation as the wolves tore him apart. Although the members of the Mechanical Empire were briefly agitated, they did not initiate a direct confrontation, knowing the vast difference in strength. Defeated the enemy. At the moment Fu Hao killed Meika, ordinary players erupted with excitement. Fu Ge is the strongest. Fu Hao, long live the super newcomer. Thousands of people shouted in unison, even without amplification magic. The sound was deafening. This was the first time the leaders of the 5 major guilds had suffered a crushing defeat in player combat. Although Alan had lost on the 71st floor of the training tower, only he knew and it wasn't publicly recorded. Thank you, Fu Ge, for defeating Meika. Players who had been oppressed by Meika and their guild members came forward to express their gratitude. They didn't seek dungeon qualifications, only revenge. Meika had once insulted them as worthless trash, and now he died even more miserably. How could that not be satisfying? Thank you for what? Haha. Fu Hao walked towards the scattered 11 items. Wow, so many dropped. Each of the 11 items exuded a sense of high quality, the lowest being heroic grade. And there might even be legendary ones. What a pity. No matter how good the equipment was, for Fu Hao, who could not trade, it was just a flower in the mirror. I should have brought Chaos with me. If she could pick up the equipment, at least it could be transferred to another account. But she had her own schedule. Even if she could come, it would be difficult to arrive on time without a teleportation gem. Wow, I'm rich. Looks like more than 10 dropped. Super high drop rate. Meika was stripped down to his underwear. Is the PK drop rate this high? According to the mechanism of prioritizing high-value items during PK, Meika was almost completely looted. What to do? If I let it go as before, it would surely lead to a chaotic battle, and I would become the target. He suddenly remembered. The dungeon limits entry to 4 people. The core of the infighting among the 5 major guilds was precisely the limitation of 4 entry slots, meaning one of the 5 would inevitably be excluded. And now that Fu Hao had replaced Meika, the situation remained the same. Negotiations were still needed to decide who would enter and who would stay. Whether the dungeon could be cleared and what rewards would be obtained were still uncertain. Fu Hao looked at the 4 people and guessed that there must be a conservative who was unwilling to take risks. What if I exchange Meika's equipment for entry qualifications? Although he still didn't know the value of the items, trading unknown risks for certain benefits was quite a bargain. The problem was the ordinary players supporting me. If I entered alone with the 5 major guilds, I would inevitably be seen as colluding. Fu Hao scanned the 11 pieces of equipment and came up with an idea. Let's give away 3 pieces to ordinary players. By splitting out 3 pieces from the 11, it wouldn't affect trading with the 5 major guilds and could also appease the public sentiment. Could you give me a spot? Fu Hao then proposed his plan. The members of the Mechanical Empire were furious upon hearing this, but fortunately, they were stopped by the members of the Pegasus Magic Sect and ordinary players. This proposal is good. I will withdraw. Surprisingly, Pegasus was the first to respond. But I want to pick 8 items from the 11 first. That's fine. Pegasus might have recognized some rare equipment. After he made his selection, the remaining 3 pieces were left for ordinary players. You all have no objections, right? Pegasus asked the other guild leaders. Agreed. This is a wish come true. Based on combat power rankings, this is reasonable. The 4 unanimously agreed. Finally, Fu Hao turned to the ordinary players. Do you all accept this plan? He anxiously awaited a response, but unexpectedly, the cheers were even more fervent than when Meika was defeated. Long live Fu Hao. So cool. From today on, I'm a fan of Fu Hao. Fu Hao. Fu Hao. Jasmine donated 50 yuan. Having money really allows one to do whatever they want. Fu Hao. The disputes among the 5 major guilds and the grievances of ordinary players were all resolved by Fu Hao using the equipment of others. The important thing was that everyone, except for the Mechanical Empire and Meika, was satisfied with this outcome. Chapter 77, The Strongest 4-Man Team in the Forna Forest. The PK area, which should have been a place of bloody slaughter, now presented a strange sight with over 1,000 players lined up in long queues across the rugged terrain. I won. With the lottery machine set up by Fu Hao displaying the winning numbers, the players erupted in ecstatic cheers. So envious. Congratulations. I want to participate too. The audience and on-site players congratulated the winners. Although the prizes were highly valuable, since they were given away for free by Fu Hao, people felt more admiration and vicarious satisfaction rather than jealousy. After confirming the winners received their corresponding equipment, Fu Hao immediately conducted interviews. Hello, can you share your nickname and profession? I'm called Super Muscle Man, and my profession is a resilient martial artist. Super Muscle Man's voice trembled with excitement. Please share your thoughts with the audience present and those watching the stream. First of all, I want to thank Brother Hao for creating such an opportunity. To be honest, we didn't do anything. You could have completely ignored us, but I didn't expect you to be so generous. I will watch your streams every day from now on and recommend them to people around me. However, receiving gratitude for a giveaway he did not even need to do made Fu Hao's conscience twinge slightly. He forced himself to maintain composure and continue the interview. Is that so? Thank you. Would you mind sharing the equipment information? Of course. Should I share it directly with Brother Hao? Yes, I'll display it on a live stream. Super Muscle Man shared the information of the puppet gloves. Puppet gloves, 5. Level. Legendary requirements. Level 300. Control type profession defense. 237 durability. 1423 weight. 5 agility. 500 control type skill cooldown. Reduced by 50 control type skill effects. 100 description. Gloves commonly used by the legendary puppeteer Merfu 300 years ago. Legendary gloves. Cooldown reduction by 50. That's insane. Super Muscle Man has really hit the jackpot. Wow. Legendary level? So jealous. Despite being limited to control-type professions, the base attributes alone surpassed Fu Hao's 10 enhanced equipment due to its legendary status. Ugh, so envious, Fu Hao thought to himself. Wiping away tears. Although he possessed the legendary blacksmith Kaluz, he had yet to forge a single piece of legendary equipment. Naturally, he couldn't show any of this and could only put on a kind smile to congratulate Super Muscle Man. To have legendary gloves, congratulations. Thank you. With the first winner receiving legendary equipment, the atmosphere on-site became even more fervent. Damn, just one number off. Sigh, I really have no luck. I won. 40 minutes later, 3 winners had emerged. Due to supporting a lottery for 10 people, the event, which had thousands participating, ended faster than expected. Fu Hao deliberately controlled the pace since the dungeon required a 1-hour wait for entry. If anyone left or died midway, they would have to restart the entry process. 10 minutes until dungeon entry. Fu Hao finally opened the team information interface. Team information. Level. Name. Profession. LV. 350 Allen. Frenzied martial artist. Team leader. LV. 342 Shuetsai. Swordmaster of the Wind. LV. 336 Zeus. Lightning Sorcerer. LV. 276 Fu Hao. Enhancement Master Legendary Guardian Knight. WoW. As expected of players in the top 10 in combat power, their levels are astonishing, considering the sharp decrease in leveling speed after level 300. The actual gap between Fu Hao and them exceeded 2 times. Trial Maniac tipped 50 yuan. Top 10 teams in Legendary Dungeon. So exciting. Class tipped 50 yuan. Zeus's nickname and profession match perfectly. Alan at level 350 is too exaggerated. Zeus's level is actually lower than Xuetzai's. All are holders of hidden professions. This 4-man team might be the strongest. Fu Hao actually has dual professions. The audience reacted enthusiastically as they discovered the real levels of Alan, Zeus, and Xuetzai through the team information. The combat power rankings only displayed nicknames and combat power if players did not voluntarily disclose their levels. Ordinary users would have no way of knowing them. Even though the notorious leaders of the 5 major guilds drew attention, their notoriety did not diminish. Shouldn't there be an entry fee? Why do I feel like I'm losing out? Level doesn't matter. Otherwise, what's the point of the combat power rankings? It seemed that Xuetzai and Zeus were monitoring Fu Hao's stream, responding to the chat content. Sword enthusiast tipped 50 yuan. Sister Xuetzai is so beautiful. Hehe, good taste. Beautiful? What are you talking about? Zeus, do you have an opinion? Just joking. She's fierce, everyone. Ah, Xuetzai and Zeus have a good relationship. So top players can be so down to earth. While the two were bantering, Fu Hao changed the stream title to Legendary Dungeon Foot Alan, Zeus, Xuetzai. And as he watched the viewer count rise, he couldn't help but chuckle. Quality isn't enough, so we make up for it with quantity. Although my individual influence doesn't compare to Leon Hart's, having the 5 major guild leaders together carries an influence comparable to Leon Hart's, even though Leon Hart is just a simulated entity. It's about time to prepare. Alan doused the relaxed atmosphere with a cold splash of water. He clearly did not want to blend into Fu Hao's stream. Fu Hao started the pre-dungeon preparation as per his request. The so-called preparation was merely determining the battle formation and sharing skill information. The first team had been wiped out before they even officially advanced, leaving limited data. I'll take the damage. My skills include... All right. We've all seen the videos. Zeus, you've seen them too, right? Yeah. There haven't been many changes since the training tower video. No need to discuss it further. Fu Hao's full attendance audience. So even aloof players watch Fu Hao streams. This was the benefit of live streaming. It eliminated the need to explain abilities to teammates one by one. Although he had anticipated this, knowing that top players had watched his streams brought joy to Fu Hao's heart. Would Leon Hart also watch my videos? He both hoped that Leon Hart saw him as a rival and worried that the other would meticulously analyze each of his streams. After all, most of his abilities have been exposed on camera. If Leon Hart had already analyzed him thoroughly, the legendary showdown would be even more challenging. Fu Hao turned to the silent Alan. Did you also watch my streams, Alan? Alan's expression was complex. If anyone had repeatedly watched Fu Hao's battles against Leon Hart, it would probably be him. I have. The basic formation is set like this. Fu Hao in the front, me on the left, Xuetzai on the right, and Zeus in the back. The formation can be flexibly adjusted if it becomes unstable, with Fu Hao as the tank and damage dealer at the front. Melee damage dealer Alan on the left, Xuetzai in the center, and range damage dealer Zeus at the back. This was nearly a perfect configuration. Although practical synergy would require some adjustment, it was theoretically flawless. After confirming the formation, they exchanged details about skills affecting their action ranges. Taking Fu Hao as an example, they needed to coordinate the timing of the Guardian Shield immunity with the release of his Guardian power. Although he possessed both damage and tanking capabilities, the penalty mechanism of the Guardian skills prevented him from maximizing both damage output and defense simultaneously. Alan, Zeus, and Xuetzai each had varying numbers of skills, but all possessed core skills that could change their combat style. 1 minute until dungeon entry. After completing all equipment adjustments, Fu Hao gazed at the entrance to the legendary dungeon, lost in thought. As Fu Hao, he had traversed countless trial dungeons, but this was his first time entering a legendary dungeon. There were no titles for speedy or injury-free completions here, but he could gain massive experience and rare equipment. With his level about to break 300, he was filled with heightened anticipation for the experience rewards from the legendary dungeon. Unfortunately, there is no effect of the copy master. Even if it only retains the 100 bonus for clearing copy rewards, experience could still be doubled. As he complained in his heart, the last minute quietly slipped away, entering the abandoned ancient tomb instance. A chilling aura envelopes the body, causing all attributes to decrease by 10. As soon as everyone entered, the group immediately used holy water to dispel the negative state, leaving the chilling aura attributes restored. Although the first team did not kill any monsters, they clarified the penalties of the venue and the countermeasures. After dispelling the abnormal buff, Fu Hao looked around. In the thick fog, a blood moon stood out prominently. Instances usually evoke thoughts of caves. Although trial instances have different maps, they're all spaces that do not see the light of day. Ordinary instances use open areas as maps, but of course, they cannot move indefinitely. Eventually, moving in one direction will be blocked by an air wall. This legendary instance has a more unique atmosphere than ordinary instances. Is this the Demon Realm? I have never seen such a map. According to legend, the moon seen in the Demon Realm will appear blood red. If the rumors are true, this is likely a corner of the Demon Realm. Chapter 78. Experience points soar. Monsters encountered. As the frontline fighter, Fu Hao was the first to spot the target, a king slime that stood twice the height of a human. This type of monster had only appeared in this dungeon before. The first team had reached the late 200s in level, yet they were still one shot killed by the king slime, demonstrating how formidable it was. After the three king slimes discovered the team, they approached rapidly with astonishing jumping power. As the distance closed, Fu Hao struck first as planned. He swung his weapon and unleashed Earth Crush, dealing the first round of attacks. Critical hit. Dealt 6,088. 210 damage to the enemy. Dealt 2, 923, 985 damage to the enemy. Dealt 3, 0, 15. 834 damage to the enemy. Fu Hao had hoped to achieve a 10-hit critical strike to take down all three slimes in front of his teammates, but the 0, 1 triggering probability did not favor him. However, in team battles, his core task was to absorb damage rather than output damage. Fu Hao simultaneously activated 4 tank skills. Taunt forces the monster to target him for attacks. Mountain provides top-tier defense and nullifies abnormal statuses. Guardian's Power Shield increases defense for himself and his teammates. This was the first time Fu Hao fully utilized the tank system in a team battle. Previously, he had only participated in trial dungeons, where he had to output damage alone due to level suppression. But now, he had 3 teammates behind him whose damage capabilities were on par with his. Received 1, 850 damage from the enemy. Received 1, 799 damage from the enemy. Received 691 damage from the enemy. Damage received is less than 10 of maximum HP. Damage reduction is 0, dealt 125. 801 damage to the enemy. Leave the output to us. Confirming that all 3 slimes had locked their aggro on a Fu Hao. The 3 of them unleashed their burst damage without holding back. Alan, Magic Fist 10-hit combo. Alan rapidly punched, and a massive fist of condensed magic pierced through the 3 slimes. Zeus, Judgment of the Gods. The lightning strike that Zeus had been chanting since discovering the monsters crashed down. Yakina, Flash Strike. After a 10-second casting time, she executed a blade draw faster than light. With Yakina's Blade Light, all 3 slimes fell simultaneously. Defeated the enemy. Received 2, 512, 000 experience points. Received 8 low-level experience boosting potions. Received 23 King Slime usage 7. 5 million. Fu Hao cheered at the experience points, knowing that although ordinary dungeon monsters give higher experience, the reward from a legendary dungeon still exceeded expectations. However, the audience's attention was focused on the new items. What is the experience boosting potion? A new item? Fu Hao immediately checked the item information. Lowest level experience boosting potion usage requirements. None level. Ordinary gain 1, 000. 000 experience points description. A potion that grants experience directly upon use, with a chance to drop from defeating Demon Realm creatures. Wow. Alan voiced Fu Hao's thoughts, having clearly checked the item information as well. What the heck? Is this real? Yakina and Zeus also saw the item information through the live stream and were equally shocked. For Fu Hao, who urgently needed to level up, this was a timely gift, but for the 3 of them in the mid-300s, the value of experience points was far lower than titles, skills, or equipment. Their shock stemmed from no usage restrictions, freely tradable, and directly providing 1 million experience points. This was a game-changing item for novice players. Although Otherworld has a low efficiency for cash shop items, and the wealthy rarely spend, this low-level and high-efficiency experience potion would surely cause a buying frenzy once listed in the auction house. If this were to sell, how much could it be worth? It would be priceless. Hearing the 2's conversation, Fu Hao silently shed tears. Just give the experience. Why use such a method? No matter how high the price, he could only stare in frustration since he couldn't trade it. But compared to directly giving experience, the potion could enjoy a 777 drop rate bonus, so it wasn't all bad. It might be more expensive than legendary equipment. Fu Hao's strongest passive, drop rate. Eating this at level 10 would make you soar. The drop rate is insane. Fortunately, his teammates were not ungrateful. Thanks, Fu Hao. The drop rate is incredible. How did you manage that? Next time we find an ordinary dungeon, definitely call me. I'll use the teleport gem to get there instantly. Even Alan, who had been cold towards Fu Hao, showed a bit more warmth in his eyes. Fu Hao forced us mind. Let's keep pushing forward. To avoid further awkwardness, Fu Hao urged everyone to continue the dungeon. Not long after, a sinister ancient tomb appeared before them. Unlike ordinary tombs, the coffins here were directly exposed on the ground. Be careful, something feels off. Before he could finish, humanoid monsters suddenly emerged from dozens of coffins. Ugh, are these zombies? But when the monsters spoke, everyone realized they were not zombies, but intelligent vampires, belonging to the demon race rather than mere monsters. This was the first time Fu Hao, Alan, Zeus, and Yakina faced enemies from the demon race. How long has it been since I've seen humans? Is it after the human-demon war? I haven't tasted human blood in ages. Dozens of vampires lunged straight at the group. However, when they dealt damage, they found it shockingly low. Damn it, I can't hurt them. Why are they so tough? My lightning strike didn't even phase them. Dealt 98 damage to the enemy. Fu Hao's normal attack dealt only 2-digit damage, something he had never experienced even against Leonhardt. Fu Hao, how long can you hold out? Alan asked anxiously. Fu Hao quickly checked his health, benefiting from the armadillo defense posture and dual shield skills, blocking most attacks behind his shields. Received 1. 399 damage from the enemy. Damage reduction is 0. Received 1. 591 damage from the enemy. Damage reduction is 0. Received 4. 250 damage from the enemy. Vampire attempts to drain blood. Abnormal blood drain status has been nullified. If this were in the training tower, it would be a deadly crisis. But in the dungeon, Fu Hao could calmly respond with healing potions. Used lowest level red potion. Restored 20 of maximum HP. Strange, why is blood drain ineffective against him? Hearing the vampire's confusion, Fu Hao checked the battle logs and shouted to his teammates, who were outputting madly. Taunt has 2 minutes left. Attacks from vampires will definitely add the blood drain abnormal status. Everyone try to avoid it. Upon hearing this, the 3 were willing to expose their hidden weapons to quickly kill the monsters, as defeating the demon race might unlock special achievements and titles. However, their struggles were ultimately futile. Damn it. Get away, you blood-sucking bastards. Help. No. The moment Fu Hao's taunt effect ended, dozens of vampires abandoned him, who couldn't be drained, and quickly pounced on Alan, Zeus, and Yakina. What they feared most was not the damage, but the blood drain abnormal status warned about by Fu Hao. It would gradually turn players into vampires. Yakina has left the team. Zeus has left the team. Alan the captain has left the team. You have become the captain, restoring to his normal posture. Fu Hao saw the sharp fangs of the transformed 3, their pale skin glowing with a purple hue and elongated ears. They had turned into vampires. It's over. We're going to be wiped out. This difficulty is impossible even for Leonhardt. As the audience senses that the dungeon is about to fail, Fu Hao begins to prepare for one last desperate attempt. He remembers the intelligence from the first team and equips 10 accessories that store the blessing of Barusa, a rare skill that possesses both holy and magical attributes, which might counter the demon race. The demon race's resistance to holy attributes is unknown, but it's better to be prepared than not. Activating the blessing of Barusa stored in the rainbow ring. For 30 seconds, all attacks are converted to holy attribute. Holy damage increased by 14. After stacking 7 layers of blessings, Fu Hao is ready to unleash Earth Shatter, just as the cooldown for Fate's luck completes. After defeating Leonhardt, he used this skill to enhance Helm's weapon, the Guardian Spear, to level 10, and now the 1-week cooldown has passed. Is this a sign guiding me to use 10 consecutive critical hits? Although he is reluctant to use it unless necessary, the timing is too perfect. If he fails, there will be no more chances to challenge. Fu Hao activates Fate's luck to lock in 10 consecutive critical hits, preparing the strongest 1 second with Earth Shatter. Where the light sweeps, all the vampires fall, and at the same time, a brilliant glow of upgrade erupts from Fu Hao. Did it succeed? After confirming that all enemies have been defeated, he gasps for breath and opens the battle record. Besides the new items and titles dropped by the vampires, what attracted more are a few lines of key prompts. Acquired Crimson Flame, Samurai Sword 5. Isn't this Yukina's weapon? Chapter 79. This knife is mine now. Tianma, the members of the 5 major guilds. And ordinary players remained in front of the live broadcast room as Fu Hao and his group entered the legendary dungeon. Brother, do you really not regret it? I don't regret it. Tianma's desire for the legendary dungeon was no less than that of the other guild leaders. But compared to the unknown risks in the dungeon, He valued Makus equipment more. Given the uncertainty of clearing the dungeon, acquiring known valuable equipment was clearly more reliable. Fu Hao initially thought that Tianma, being a spendthrift, would be eager for adventure, but he didn't expect that after Tianma had crazily enhanced his gear with the strongest luck, he began to avoid any gamble on luck. But if I didn't have this, I definitely wouldn't give up on the legendary dungeon. Tianma gazed at the item perception skill in his skill bar, his eyes softening. This hidden skill, which he had never revealed to anyone, allowed him to see the true attributes of equipment within his field of vision. The higher the level, the stronger the insight, and the higher the equipment level limit that could be analyzed. The strongest 1-second effect and penalty mechanism had to be made public, but he intended to keep the item perception a secret forever. After checking the 8 pieces of equipment obtained from Fu Hao, Tianma felt a surge of emotions. He never dreamed he could so easily acquire 8 top-tier items. A week ago, when he scanned the equipment of the 5 guild leaders with item perception, he was captivated by the moon earring worn by Meika. Moon earring level. Mythical usage requirement. Level 300 critical hit rate under moonlight. 20 when worn simultaneously with the sun earring. All attribute attacks are converted to non-attribute. Although the first special effect had strict limitations for Tianma, who specialized in magic attributes, the second effect of non-attribute conversion was essential, as he already owned the sun earring. However, if he wanted to buy it from Meika, he would have to expose the existence of item perception, which could arouse the suspicion of other guild leaders and even lead them to hide their trump cards. As for snatching it through PK, there was no guarantee of victory, and the risk far outweighed the benefits. Just when Tianma was at a loss, Fu Hao's generosity changed everything. He precisely selected the moon earring from the 11 pieces of equipment and deliberately left the legendary level puppet gloves behind. This was both a thank you to Fu Hao and a way to cover up the existence of item perception. If he monopolized 8 top-tier items, it would inevitably arouse Meika's suspicion. As for the remaining 7 pieces, he planned to sell them back to Meika at a reasonable price, maintaining a facade of peace while making a small profit. Come on, let me see your strength. Closing the equipment bar, Tianma focused on watching the live broadcast, where Fu Hao and his group were currently engaged in a fierce battle with the King Slime. The coordination is perfect. This is a real treasure-hunting team. Fu Hao was in his element in team combat, much more so than when soloing, attracting all the aggro, calmly taking damage, while the damage dealers only needed to mindlessly deal damage. He was simply the perfect tank for the damage dealers. However, Fu Hao's even more terrifying value in the team was the massive profits brought by the 777 drop rate. When he saw the experience potions, Tianma was once again shocked. Brother, have they all turned into vampires? Seeing Alan and the others mutate, Tianma felt relieved. Just 20 bottles of experience potions could make a fortune. And if they farmed hundreds more, the gap in combat power between him and Fu Hao's group would widen further. Anyway, Fu Hao wasn't short on money, but if Alan Xuetzai and Zeus also had finances to match his, catching up would be nearly impossible. Fortunately, the current drop rate was still within a controllable range, especially when he saw Fu Hao picking up his teammates' equipment. He couldn't help but laugh. Haha, this kid always manages to create surprises. Oh no. The moment he saw the Scarlet Flame samurai sword, Fu Hao's heart tightened. Trial Maniac tipped 50 yuan. No. How could this sword be here? Jin Hao tipped 50 yuan. How much equipment dropped? Class tipped 50 yuan. Successfully stripped the 4 major guild leaders. What's going on? Is this considered PK drop? Please reveal the equipment information. Impossible. Maybe it's just an item with the same name. Vampires have intelligence. Maybe they enhanced it themselves. Fu Hao trembled as he opened the equipment details. Scarlet Flame Samurai Sword. 5. Level. Legendary usage requirement. Level 280. Sword Mastery LV. 20 attack power. 2. 450 to 4. 210 durability. 94 120 weight. 160 attack speed. 100 critical hit rate. 100 description. A legendary blade forged by an unnamed master. Even if it is the strongest sword in the world, it is not the most beautiful sword in the world. It's over. It really is hers. The simple yet almost cheat-like attributes, combined with the description of the most beautiful sword in the world, undoubtedly confirmed that this was Xuetzai's sword. Jin Hao tipped 50 yuan. Goodbye, Troll Sword. Xue tipped 50 yuan. Troll Sword 10 for keepsake. Xuetzai fan tipped 50 yuan. I believe Fu Hao will return it. Return? Return what? If it were someone else, they would have privately kept it, but Fu Hao might. Returning means a national goodwill certification. If he doesn't return it, unfollow. In the debate over returning or not returning, Fu Hao fell into contemplation. Isn't it untradeable? Why did it go directly into my backpack? How should I return it now? Could it be that equipment dropped after transforming into a monster doesn't belong to the player? If I turn into a monster, can I also drop equipment? Even if it's feasible, there are 3 major challenges. Where to find vampires, how to drop specific equipment accurately. Without the drop rate bonus, it would require dying 20 to 30 times. Sigh, I can only be the bad guy this time. Fu Hao initially intended to return it, but reluctantly decided to play dirty. Since he was going to play dirty, he might as well have some fun. He quietly unequipped the troll sword and equipped the Scarlet Flame samurai sword. Dash 999 amidst the audience's barrage of question marks. Fu Hao imitated a classic scene and announced in an exaggerated tone, "This knife is now mine." Chapter 80 Experience Points. More experience points. The live stream ends here today. Thank you, everyone. Make sure to rest early. Bye. Jean Hao tipped 50 yuan. Open the treasure chest before leaving. Live stream has ended. After ending the live stream, Fu Hao let out a long sigh of relief. No matter how many viewers and fans he had, the members of the 5 major guilds and their friends would definitely flood the chat with tips and messages after the stream. Once they started to build momentum, Fu Hao's fans would inevitably retaliate, and the live chat would descend into chaos. Although he had achieved his goal, Fu Hao decided to observe for now to minimize negative impact. He finally calmed down to check the rewards for defeating the vampires. Target has been defeated. Gain 950, 000 experience points, enough to level up to level 280, just by killing a few dozen vampires. His level skyrocketed by 4 levels from 276 level 97 experience directly to 280 level 3. Fu Hao speculated that this was the result of multiple factors such as the high level and strength of the vampires, the experience bonus from legendary dungeons, and the solo enjoyment of the experience from a 4-person dungeon. And more importantly, he had not used any experience potions yet. Gained 36 intermediate experience boost potions. Intermediate experience boost potion usage requirement. Level 150 level. Mythical gain 100, 000 experience points description. A potion that grants experience points upon use, with a chance to drop from defeating demon realm creatures, can be traded. Although the intermediate potion can be traded, Fu Hao was destined to consume them all. The only consolation was that the level 150 usage requirement made its value lower than the lowest level potions. A total of 980 intermediate potions and 90 lowest level potions were obtained. After using all the potions, he could gain 1 billion experience points, enough to level him up to level 287, leveling up 10 levels from 1 dungeon. Although he was in urgent need of leveling up, rushing in to compete for the entry qualification of the legendary dungeon now seemed unwise. He continued to check other drops. Gained 1 fragment of the blood-sucking skill book. Only 1? Even with an 77 times drop rate boost, and an additional 35 times drop rate from 3 players leaving. Only 1 fragment of the blood-sucking skill book dropped. And it might not have dropped at all. He immediately checked the description. Blood-sucking type. Passive level. Legendary LV. 1. When attacking enemies, restores 1 HP and MP of the damage dealt. 5 for humanoid enemies. The damage and recovery ratio isn't bad, but with Fu Hao's indestructible defense, this skill seemed useless. Next were the equipment drops from Alan, Zeus, and Yakina. Alan, 12 pieces Zeus, 8 pieces Yakina, 10 pieces. Fu Hao first checked Alan's equipment, but was greatly disappointed. Most were limited to the martial artist class and were of no use to him. The only highlight was a mythical accessory, forest necklace level, mythical usage requirement, level 300 elf affinity 2. 000 grants visibility to all elves when worn description, a necklace that elves have been desperately searching for. Fu Hao was not very interested in the special effect, but was attracted by the description. He planned to visit the Elf Kingdom next. This necklace might come in handy. He temporarily set aside Zeus and Yukina's items and turned to check the titles and dungeon rewards. Due to the effect of the Dungeon Master title, attributes in the abandoned ancient tomb increase by 40 points each. First player to defeat the demon race. Gain the title. Enemy of the demon race, enemy of the demon race. 100 damage to demon race. Minus 50 damage received from demon race. This title is also useless. Fu Hao couldn't hide his disappointment. Unless the legendary dungeon frequently spawned demon race monsters in the future, this title would only be useful in the demon realm. And the war between the human realm and the demon realm would not break out in the short term. Finally, Fu Hao opened the dungeon completion treasure chest, and suddenly a golden light flashed. Gained 70 highest level experience, boost potions. Damn. Is that it? Where's my mythical weapon? Usage requirement. Level 250 level. Mythical gain 10, 000, 000, 000 experience points description. Has a chance to drop from defeating demon realm creatures. 10 billion experience. That's okay. Fu Hao instantly turned his sorrow into joy. 70 potions provided 700 billion experience, enough to reach level 300. He no longer hesitated and clicked to use. Do you want to use 70 highest level experience boost potions? Goodbye. Level 200 me. Welcome, level 300 me. Here we go. With flashes of golden light. Gained 700 billion experience points, level up. Reached level 300. Accepted the Master Enhancer class, Second Awakening quest. Accepted the Legendary Knight class, Second Awakening quest. Looking at the Second Awakening quests, Fu Hao's mouth curled up. He looked at the 17 unidentified pieces of equipment from Yakina and Zeus. Please, let there be 5 pieces. No, for usable ones. The next day, in the plaza of the Karis Empire capital, players crowded in front of the strength ranking monument, which updated daily. With 3 seconds until the update, everyone counted down in unison. 3, 2, 1. The monument's text refreshed. First Leon Hart, second Fu Hao, third Cliff, fourth Pegasus, fifth All-Round Master, sixth Romantic, seventh Rich, eighth Black and White, ninth Curse, 10th Rachel Wow. Big update. Fu Hao is second. What is going on? Pegasus actually pushed All-Round Master down. The crowd was in an uproar. Some quickly uploaded the new ranking to the community, and the topic post was instantly pinned, spreading the news throughout another world. Meanwhile, story meeting tip 5. Sister, you made it to the top 10. Really? Ah, it's true. Entered the top 10 of strength rankings. Title Pioneer effect has been updated. Rachel looked at the prompt window in surprise. Although she did not watch Fu Hao's livestream in full, she had learned the gist through replays. And it was hard to believe he actually made it into the top 10. Her historical highest ranking was 12th, and this was her first time entering the top 10. The biggest beneficiary of the Legendary Dungeon event was Fu Hao, but the one who benefited most passively was Pegasus. 4th. I actually got 4th. I was 8th just yesterday. Haha. Pegasus paced back and forth, overjoyed to have finally broken through the 7th place barrier. Congratulations, President. The President should have been in the top 4 long ago. President. The Dragon Roar Guild has sent an invitation for a meeting of the 5 major guilds. Do you want to go? Or ignore it? Pegasus's smile faded as he cleared his throat. Of course we should go. He would not blindly stand with Fu Hao because of his favor. Fu Hao was a noble of the Rowan Kingdom, and the reason the Dragon Roar Guild summoned the 5 major guilds this time was precisely related to the Rowan Kingdom. Chapter 81 Prelude to War. Baron Ape of the Khalees Empire. In a conference room that could accommodate dozens of people, the leaders and executives of the 4 major guilds, excluding the Demon Cult Guild, gathered together 25 hours after the deaths of Alan, Shuekai, and Zeus. The 4 leaders all wore serious expressions, except for Meika, who appeared somewhat relaxed. I used to think I was the only unlucky one who fell into the abyss of hell. But now I find that my companions who happily boarded the heavenly train with me back then have also all tumbled into hell. Alan, when I asked you for help back then, you turned a blind eye, and now the retribution has come, hasn't it? But thanks to Fu Hao, I've finally gotten rid of my position as the Eternal Second. Should I congratulate you? Haha. The resurrected Meika, who had barely gathered some spare equipment, was now mocking Alan sarcastically. Meika, is now the time for infighting? Before Alan could speak, Shuekai retorted. What else? Do you have the ability to take revenge on Fu Hao? Do you really think that he will return the equipment just because of public pressure? There is definitely pressure. Today is his first unexplained suspension, and we don't want to take the equipment for free. We will pay the corresponding price. The price for legendary equipment? Don't you know how much Fu Hao can spend? Moreover, he has already equipped the Crimson Flame Sword. You. Shuekai slammed her hand on the table, but Alan raised his hand to stop her. I don't know if we can get the equipment back, but I have a direct way to take revenge, not through indirect means like manipulating public opinion, but by taking action directly. Really? What method? You gathered us for this, right? The word revenge made everyone's eyes light up. The 5 major guilds that had lost face because of Fu Hao would likely become trapped in a psychological shadow forever if they did not retaliate. Just then, Tianma walked into the conference room with members of the Demon Cult Guild. Everyone is here. Upon seeing Tianma, Meika immediately rushed forward. Return my equipment. You bastard. Tianma looked at Alan. Should I leave? Under Tianma's threat, Alan shook his head. Despite also hating this sole beneficiary, he could not abandon his power. Meika, you can discuss personal matters later. Personal matters? Stop talking nonsense. Try being robbed of your equipment. Considering it from another perspective, Makus' anger was not without reason. Alan decided to resolve the internal conflict first. Tianma, are you not planning to return Makus' equipment? You can't use most of the equipment anyway. Tianma extended 3 fingers, 3 items. I can return him 3 pieces of desired equipment. Out of the 8 items he obtained from Fu Hao, only 3 were truly vital to Meika. Furthermore, Tianma had never intended to completely offend Meika. He had already transferred the crucial puppet gloves to a regular player to prevent Meika from returning to the top 10 and threatening his position. Alliances are fine, but the initiative must remain in his hands. You dare use my things to negotiate? Meika shouted angrily. Alan interrupted the raging Meika. Calm down. If this continues, you want to get anything back? Zeus and Shuekai also echoed, and Meika finally compromised, reclaiming 3 non-core pieces of equipment, just as Tianma had anticipated, which did not include the moon earrings. Once everyone was seated, Alan finally got to the main topic. The Kingdom of Roven is about to erupt into civil war, and the second prince has sought aid from the Empire. The Kingdom of Roven? Isn't that Fu Hao's territory? The astute ones had already guessed the direction. Everyone knows I'm under Marquis Schumer, right? A week ago, I received a request to participate in the war from the Marquis. I originally planned to refuse before the deadline, as accepting the task means giving up all ongoing matters. Alan paused, his eyes turning fierce, but now I've changed my mind. According to investigations, Fu Hao and the second prince of Roven are already enemies. Accepting the task gives us the chance to fight Fu Hao. If we miss this opportunity, we will never have another chance for revenge. Everyone fell silent. They had all witnessed Fu Hao's rapid growth. If left unchecked, there will be no chance of victory in the future. Even if Fu Hao returns the equipment, I will still participate in the war. I cannot tolerate this humiliation. The more people who participate, the better, and the task can also be shared. I propose that all 5 major guilds participate. What do you think? The first to respond was still Meika. The Mechanical Empire will participate. I want to see that bastard expelled from the Kingdom of Roven and fall into despair. After a brief discussion with the guild executives, Zeus and Tianma also agreed to participate. The Roman guild will join. The demon cult will of course participate. We need to have some fun. Finally, only Shuekai's Thunderblade guild remained. She did not want to be enemies with Fu Hao again. His unfathomable potential was frightening. But if the 5 major guilds were to remain without her, the Thunderblade guild would likely be isolated. After weighing her options, she gritted her teeth. Thunderblade will also participate, as the members of the 5 major guilds accepted the mission to participate in the Kingdom of Roven's war. Fu Hao was still asleep during his broadcast suspension. Meanwhile, discussions about him in the community became increasingly heated. Online journalists focused on gaming events were competing to discuss the matter for traffic, and public opinion quickly polarized. Fu Hao's character is really trash. LOL. Would you return it if you were in his place? He spends millions every day. Who would dare team up with him in the future? To be honest, this matter is too fresh. It's hard to draw conclusions directly. The streamer only cares about popularity. Keyboard warriors have gone silent. First, take care of your own character. It's not too late now. In terms of the event itself, it was merely a common dispute in gaming. However, when it involved Fu Hao and the 5 major guilds, and with the guilds deliberately manipulating public opinion, the attention skyrocketed. The internet has never lacked jealousy and blind following, especially towards someone like Fu Hao, who had become popular in a short time. Those who were envious seized the opportunity to vent their emotions, while the 5 major guilds fanned the flames, escalating the conflict further. However, the day after the event fermented, a post completely reversed the direction. Title: The True Face of the 5 Major Guilds. Author: Jirue. Hello everyone. I am Jirue, the president of the Wind Guild. Recently, there has been a lot of controversy about Fu Hao and the 5 major guilds, and I want to share a personal experience. 6 months ago, while our guild was hunting at Merfu Lake in the Khalees Empire, we discovered a hero dungeon. At that time, among the 14 members, 3 entered the dungeon while 11 waited outside. Unexpectedly, a member of the Mechanical Empire, one of the 5 major guilds, witnessed this scene and gathered his companions, threatening the 11 outside. If you don't give up the dungeon, we will kill all of you, and you can forget about farming monsters at Merfu Lake in the future. Although the area outside the dungeon is a PK zone, giving them the right to attack waiting players, it is really excessive to use this as a threat to force the players already inside to give up. At that time, we were completing a unique monster mass kill task at Merfu Lake, which had been going on for more than a week. The Mechanical Empire's threat left us in a dilemma. In the end, the 3 inside the dungeon were forced to give up and committed suicide. But the real tragedy came afterward. After confirming that we had given up the dungeon, the members of the Mechanical Empire launched a surprise attack on the remaining 11 to seize the equipment. Caught off guard, we were unjustly killed. At that time, I posted in the community to expose this, but the comments were all about how it was normal to rob a common dungeon, and the post quickly sank. Attached, recording video from that time. Later, I discovered that the bullying behavior of the 5 major guilds was far from over. Some may wonder, what does being bullied by the Mechanical Empire 6 months ago have to do with Fu Hao not returning equipment after playing for 2 months? It was only yesterday that I learned that one of our guild members is a real-life friend of Fu Hao and had told him about the misdeeds of the 5 major guilds 6 months ago. Attached, video of that member with Fu Hao. Fu Hao collaborated with the 5 major guilds while strategizing for legendary dungeons, showing that he did not arbitrarily dislike them. Even if he had grievances, he alone would be powerless to resist. But after obtaining the equipment, he would definitely think, why should I return it to these scumbags? Although I haven't directly asked Fu Hao, I think a person who spends hundreds of thousands to millions every day and even lends out mecha equipment, would he be greedy enough not to return the equipment? What does everyone think? Jeraway's long post suddenly topped the trending list, and players who were once oppressed by the 5 major guilds began to revive old threads. The community's opinion quickly shifted from condemning Fu Hao to exposing the dark history of the guilds. After reading the post, Qin just stuck out his tongue. The writing of the guild leader uncle is really good. Did he write it? You didn't know? He posted last time too. At that time, I was so angry thinking about that incident that I didn't read it carefully, and the post sank quickly. In any case, this time it's thanks to me, right? I publicly acknowledged our acquaintance, and now the guild members are asking about you every day, and they're still clamoring to meet you. Chaos looked at Qin proudly through the phone, and his adorable appearance made him momentarily dazed. What are you dazed about? No, it's nothing. By the way, do the members really want to meet me? Yes, they all said they must meet you. Actually, Qin also wanted to reunite with the guild members, but he was conflicted about whether to reveal his identity. It's better to keep it a secret for now. It would be troublesome if it leaked. That's true. If that big mouth Shauna finds out, it will definitely spread throughout the server in a second. She is still talking about the time you missed your skills 3 times in the last raid. Looks like I need to have a talk with Shauna. Let us set a time then. Okay, when I take a break from streaming, I'll use a teleportation gem to find you. Although he felt guilty about hiding his identity, at this moment, Qin's desire to see them was even stronger. Chapter 82, Duke Charge. A week has passed since the legendary dungeon event, and Fu Hao remains unreachable. The fan forums for Fu Hao and Xiao Jin are filled with messages eagerly awaiting his return. When will Hao Ge come back? Is he really going to stop streaming? Please don't quit the game. Those haters should be struck by lightning. He probably doesn't want to play anymore because of the bad reviews. After all, he is a rich second-generation kid, so it doesn't matter if he streams or not. He wouldn't really quit, would he? Will we never see Xiao Jin again? Even Ho and MCN can't sit still. If Fu Hao quits streaming, their cash cow, Xiao Jin, will be gone, and all advertising contracts will be ruined. Have you contacted him? Yes, he left a message saying, I will return soon, don't worry. What's the public opinion like? Since 2 days ago, those criticizing Fu Hao have reached a point where they are confronting anyone they see. Why hasn't he resumed streaming? It's unclear. Have you gone to the territory to find him? Yes, but I was turned away. I'm just a commoner. You should have gotten a Baron title by now. Leader, aren't you also a commoner? So stop complaining. 5 days ago, at the Lapi Territory Equipment Enhancement Factory, Enhancement Master's second awakening difficulty. Impossible to measure task completion conditions. Successfully enhance 1,000 pieces of equipment above level 7. Successfully enhance 1 piece of equipment at level 10. Task rewards. Enhancement Master's second awakening. Obtain the title Enhancement Expert. The difficulty of the second awakening task is actually impossible to measure. Fu Hao paused the enhancement process and checked the task information again. No matter how many times he looked, the task requirements remained 1,000 pieces of level 7 equipment and 1 piece of level 10 equipment. If not for his infinite funds and fortune, this task would be impossible to start. Fortunately, the Legendary Knight Second Awakening task is not marked as impossible to measure. The equipment made by the citizens doesn't count as mine. Or can I argue about that? While complaining, Fu Hao swung his hammer at the weapons forged for soldiers by Kaluz and Rahim. The enhancement factory operated 24 hours a day, producing level 7 equipment. But his task progress bar hadn't moved at all. He must enhance the items himself for them to count. Luckily, he chose the timing of his break wisely. After a week of boring monster hunting streams, resuming boring enhancement streams would cause even the most loyal viewers to drift away. Fu Hao planned to complete the Enhancement Master's second awakening task during his break. My lord, this is level 6 equipment. The factory manager piled the newly forged weapons at Fu Hao's feet and stepped back. Fu Hao took a deep breath and immediately began swinging the hammer. 8 days after the legendary dungeon event, Fu Hao, using his fortune, completed the level 10 enhancement and a day later, finally achieved 1,000 level 7 enhancements. Ah! With a roar, system prompts popped up continuously. Enhancement Master second awakening task completed. Enhancement Master profession second awakening in progress. Enhancement limit break skill effect changed. Enhancement item synthesis skill effect changed. Enhancement effect conversion skill effect changed. Summon beast enhancement skill effect changed. Attribute enhancement skill effect changed. Characteristic enhancement skill effect changed. Skill enhancement skill effect changed. Accessory enhancement skill effect changed. Lucky attribute increased by 500. Generated destruction repair skill. Generated enhancement mastery skill. Generated item enhancement skill. Holding mythical level soul. Extra generated soul enhancement skill. Obtained title enhancement expert. Achieved impossible to measure difficulty task completion achievement again. Due to lacking the impossible title effect, additionally obtained 30 to all attributes. Wow. Incredible. All enhancement master skill effects were upgraded comprehensively, and 4 new skills were added. More than the new skills. Fu Hao was happier that those previously unused skills finally had a purpose. What is a mythical level soul? Fu Hao struggled to recall a forgotten memory. It should be the one mentioned by the Emperor of the Indal Empire, regardless of whether it's a hidden class or a regular class. Upon reaching level 300 and completing the second awakening, the system generates exclusive skills based on the player's style, achievements, and attributes. Since he holds the Emperor's soul, he received an extra soul enhancement. Let's take a look at Summon Beast enhancement. Fu Hao's primary concern is still Xiao Jin, although it remains quite useful. The shock of it dominating the trial dungeon when it first appeared has long faded. It's not that Xiao Jin has weakened, but Fu Hao has grown too quickly. Please be powerful. He silently opened the skill description. Summon Beast enhancement type. Active level. Unknown consume the Summon Beast as material to enhance the target Summon Beast. The higher the enhancement stage, the lower the success probability. The final success rate is determined by the level and quantity of materials. Seeing the term probability, Fu Hao tightened his fist. Ordinary players might prefer percentage certainty, but he loves probability, especially the high returns from extremely low probabilities. As long as there's a sliver of probability, he can secure it with his fortune. Other skills. He checked them one by one, his expression gradually turning to shock. Having released the resumption notice 4 hours early, Fu Hao finally started streaming after 8 days. Hello everyone, long time no see. I was dying waiting. Will you continue streaming from now on? Gold Hao donated 50 yuan. Although it's late. Congratulations on reaching second place on the power ranking. New donated 50 yuan. How good? Why are you coming back now? Test Trial Maniac donated 50 yuan. You haven't forgotten our agreement for the trial dungeon, right? Not long after starting the stream, the audience surpassed 1 million. Is this the legendary return buff? Normally, the return buff requires at least a month of inactivity to trigger, but Fu Hao only took a little over a week off and attracted such traffic, which is truly miraculous. Sorry everyone for the sudden break. I was actually worried I wouldn't be able to stream anymore, so I took a moment to calm down. But I never intended to quit streaming, so please rest assured. That's great. I knew you would come back. You scared me to death. Occasionally, there were donations suspected to be from the 5 major guilds trying to stir up trouble, but they were quickly silenced by dozens of live stream moderators to ensure smooth communication between Fu Hao and the audience. Class donated 50 yuan. Is today's content monster hunting? I don't plan to hunt monsters for a while. Why? Didn't you say you'd start hunting after level 300? It's not that I'm not hunting, but it's completely unnecessary now. Fu Hao released a pre-recorded leveling video. Wow, $9.99. Why is the experience so high? 700 billion? The Enhancement Master's second awakening task has been completed, and starting today, I will challenge the legendary Guardian Knight second awakening task. You're going to get stronger again? What is the Enhancement Master second awakening task? Quickly reveal the second awakening skills. Let's take it slow. Before that, I will first answer everyone's most concerning question. Fu Hao grinned and changed the stream title to the first shocking reveal of the equipment from the leaders of the 5 major guilds. Wow, $9.99. Just by looking at this expression, I got a lot of good stuff. As soon as the title was changed, the previously steady growth curve of the audience skyrocketed. Just as Fu Hao expected, what everyone wanted to see most was still the equipment from the 5 major guilds. Upon learning that Fu Hao had publicly disclosed the equipment information, Alan, Yakaina, and Zeus's expressions changed dramatically. Public disclosure meant they had no intention of returning it. Damn it. Zeus was so furious that he wanted to give Fu Hao a malicious tip, but Alan stopped him. Even if you leave a tip, it will only make you a laughingstock. Have you forgotten how we appear in others' eyes? But this is too frustrating. Everything the guild members did has fallen on our heads. Who among us cared about the opinions of ordinary players before? That is not wrong to say. Alan sighed and continued. Focus on the battle. As long as we win this war, public opinion can turn around at any time. Got it. 2 hours later, Fu Hao publicly revealed 30 pieces of equipment obtained from the 5 major guilds. Aside from 5 pieces for personal use, including the Crimson Flame, Samurai Sword, and the Forest Necklace, the remaining 25 pieces, although unsuitable for him, were enough to make ordinary players envious, and the audience reacted enthusiastically. Candy tipped 50 yuan. The 5 major guilds have lost all face. Ha 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 ha. They got what they deserved. How much are these pieces of equipment worth? The equipment was fully disclosed, and the legendary knight's second awakening began. Fu Hao's words were interrupted by a sudden system prompt. The Kingdom of Rowan has entered a state of civil war. The entire Kingdom of Rowan has been designated as a PK area. The starting area has excluded the Kingdom of Rowan. What's going on? Just as Fu Hao was confused by the prompt, a familiar carrier pigeon knocked on the Lord S office window. He immediately opened the window to welcome the pigeon. And once again, it was the usual combination of a teleportation scroll and a letter. The moment he unfolded the letter, a task prompt popped up: participate in the civil war of the Kingdom of Rowan difficulty. Unmeasurable the second prince, Mion, has colluded with the Duke of Charles's family to rebel against the Khalees Empire. After occupying the royal palace, the Duke of Charles's family deposed the king, and Mion declared himself king. The first prince, Carlson, sensing the coup, fled with his loyal ministers through secret passages and issued a request for allied support. As Mion's primary target for elimination, you are forcibly drafted into the war and must join the first prince's camp. Task completion conditions: kill the second prince, Mion. Annihilate the rebel forces. Task rewards determined by merit. Task failure penalty: expulsion from the Kingdom of Rowan. You have been forcibly accepted into the task of participating in the civil war of the Kingdom of Rowan. Another unmeasurable task. What did the Khalees Empire get involved? Has Mion gone mad? After silently reading through the task details, Fu Hao finally broke the silence, clenched his fist, and shouted angrily, "Charge, Duke!" Chapter 83. The Emperor's taming, as the saying goes, crises are opportunities. However, after completing the second awakening of the Strengthening Master and fully upgrading his skills, Fu Hao had long regarded the civil war as a joke. Instead, he felt fortunate that this rebellion provided the shortest shortcut to becoming a national hero and being promoted to Duke. The first Earl had granted him the Eye of the Overlord skill. What skills would the first Marquis and the first Duke provide? Just as Fu Hao was daydreaming, a donation suddenly popped up. Imitator donated 50 yuan. Brother Hao, behind you. Whenever Fu Hao was alone in a small space like his residence, such pranks of having ghosts behind him were not uncommon. But this time it was different. Before Fu Hao could turn around, a dagger had already pierced his neck. Received 1,029,001 points of damage from the enemy. Received damage exceeding maximum HP by 100 in a single hit. Effect of red iron chest armor 10. Triggered, damage nullified. Gained 10 seconds of invincibility. What is going on? Is it really haunted? Seeing the system prompt made Fu Hao break into a cold sweat. The 1,03 million damage far exceeded his maximum HP. Fortunately, the chest armor he had specifically upgraded to level 10 for the strengthening task saved his life. The damage, immunity, and 10 seconds of invincibility effect were powerful, but the triggering condition was to take damage exceeding 100 of maximum HP. Fu Hao had intended to switch effects, but due to his obsessive-compulsive disorder and fatigue from continuous strengthening, he ended up saving his life instead. What the heck? Is it an assassin? Oh no! Brother Hao, dodge. The audience, like Fu Hao, broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the prompt. If he died and faced a death penalty that caused him to be offline for another 24 hours after just returning to the stream, he might lose a lot of followers. What to do? The safest plan was to use a teleportation gem to escape to Helm's location, but in the panic, there were only 4 seconds left of invincibility, which was not enough for the 5 seconds required for the gem to activate. Fight! It's all or nothing. Although he had just been killed in one hit, he activated the Mountain and Guardian's Breath skills, and then used the Guardian's Shield to defend with all his might. He might be able to withstand subsequent attacks, Besides, assassins had high attack, but low defense. Just as he assumed a battle stance, Fu Hao suddenly remembered, right? I can use the Eye of the Overlord. He immediately activated the skill to check the assassin's information. Eye of the Overlord skill activated, confirming NPC detailed information. Name, Zen level, 505 occupation, assassin title, elite killer traits, calm, says stealth agility HP, 755, 30755, 300 MP, 28, 532, 000 strength, 4, 0, 15 agility, 10, 309 intelligence, 2, 0, 25 stamina, 3, 287 leadership, 950 description. The strongest assassin of the Karas Empire. Only listens to the Emperor's orders. Invincibility remaining time, 1 second. Seeing the level of 500, Fu Hao instantly gave up the idea of fighting and dove into the subspace. Thankfully, he checked the attributes with the Overlord's eye. Otherwise, if he was blocked by skill, he wouldn't even be able to escape into subspace. Class donated 50 yuan. Subspace divine skill haha. Candy donated 50 yuan. What to do now? In subspace, no movement items could be used, meaning Fu Hao would eventually have to return to the Lord's office guarded by the assassin. There were 2 ways to break the deadlock. 1. Wait for Helm to come. But subspace couldn't observe the outside world, so it was purely left to fate. 2. Wait for the 24-hour cooldown of the chest armor's effect to end. Then venture out to use the teleportation gem. However, the situation of the Civil War was urgent. The Lord going missing for 24 hours could cause chaos in the territory. And the one who sent the assassin likely calculated this 24-hour window. More critically, neither of these methods was a fundamental solution. He couldn't always act with Helm or soldiers. Trapped in subspace, Fu Hao suddenly remembered the strongest NPC he had seen, the myth-level soul certified by the system, Emperor Asini's Roendel, who once ruled the Empire. If he could gain his assistance, what was there to fear from a level 500 assassin? He dug out the sealing sword from the corner of his backpack and tried to summon it. Soul summon. Soul summon skill activation failed. The Emperor still refused to respond. Fu Hao then took out the lowest level strengthening tool and tried to strengthen it. Strengthening tool usage failed. It turned out that the sealing sword was not recognized by the system as equipment, and the concept of durability was ineffective here. Looking at the newly acquired item strengthening skill description, Fu Hao's mouth curled up. Item strengthening type. Active level. Unknown, can strengthen any item. Success, downgrade destroy probability, based on equipment strengthening system judgment. Material consumption, based on equipment strengthening system. Whether it breaks or not, we'll find out by taking a gamble. He decisively began to strengthen. Consumed 1 lowest level strengthening tool. Item strengthening successful. Sealing sword 1. It succeeded, but the Emperor remained silent. It seemed that level 1 was not enough to threaten him. Bang, bang, bang. After continuously strengthening to level 5, the Emperor still did not respond. Is he really not coming out after all this? What a stubborn old man. Fu Hao knew what the Emperor was thinking. He probably felt that since he had experienced his terrifying strength firsthand, he wouldn't dare to truly destroy the sword. As the Emperor expected, Fu Hao actually didn't want to cut off contact with him, even if he had to sever ties. He should at least wait until he got the key to the treasury first, right? But Fu Hao possessed the skill to destroy and repair obtained through equipment strengthening. At this moment, Fu Hao was no longer afraid of anything. As he raised the strengthening hammer, the viewers in the live stream urged him to stop. Stop! Hurry! Stop! Fu Hao ignored their pleas and smashed down hard. Item strengthening failed. Sealing sword 5. Sealing sword 5. The sword trembled violently but did not break. Fu Hao immediately took out a new tool. 3, 2, 1. Soul summon skill forcibly activated. Enough. Enough? Who are you ordering? 3, 2. Quick, stop. This works, huh? The Emperor jumped up in fright, still refusing to summon the soul. Seeing the Emperor hesitate, Fu Hao raised the hammer again, still refusing. Don't smash it. I want refuse. The Emperor hurriedly tried to stop him. He knew that once the sword broke, the plan to revive the Indal Empire would be completely ruined. Keyboard Warrior donated 50 yuan. The Emperor is human too. Class donated 50 yuan. So funny. Huh? Fu Hao pointed to dozens of doors in the subspace. What is the password? I can't say. The Emperor understood that handing over the treasury password was merely a temporary solution. Fu Hao, who had tasted the sweetness, would never stop at just a few treasures. Fu Hao had not held out much hope. What he really wanted was, please help me cast a spell. You want to store it in an accessory? The Emperor had been secretly observing Fu Hao and instantly guessed his intention. Yes, you can use magic in a soul state, right? After all, the emperor had personally taught the dual heart technique, and Fu Hao didn't believe he couldn't cast spells. What magic do you want? All of it. Absolutely impossible. Fu Hao frowned and raised the hammer again. It's not that I don't want to give it. It's just physically impossible. The magic power carried by the soul is limited and cannot be extracted infinitely. However, using it once is still feasible. Although large-scale magic cannot be used, it would be more than enough to deal with that assassin outside. For example, that assassin outside is over level 500, the Sword of Light. This could be said to be the strongest magic aimed at a single target. The already desperate Fu Hao felt a glimmer of hope reignite in his eyes. Chapter 84. The Outbreak of War Unexpectedly. My raid actually failed. Zane stared blankly at the subspace barrier leading to another world, murmuring softly. As a seasoned assassin trained from a young age, who had walked in the shadows for 20 years, his figure had silently passed behind countless targets, reaping lives as naturally as breathing. Given his qualifications and status, he originally should not have needed to personally hunt down a newly emerged adventurer. However, due to the sensitive identity of being a disciple of Helm and Mion's almost forceful request, he had no choice but to set aside his arrogance and come to the front lines. Even so, he still adhered to the first principle of an assassin: never underestimate the enemy. Before the mission, he collected all the information he could find as usual. Although his tracking skills could not lock onto a target using a teleportation gem, he still pieced together detailed intelligence through several Imperial lords who had interacted with Fu Hao. Is this subspace? Zane gently extended his finger to touch the oval black barrier before him. As his fingertip made contact, it felt as though he passed through a mass of invisible mist, reaching the other side. Truly, a marvelous magic. He transformed into a shadow once more, blending into the darkness of a corner in the Lord's office. This was the first time in 20 years that he was forced into a passive lurking state during a mission. 30 minutes later, Fu Hao unexpectedly appeared from subspace earlier than anticipated. Facing this fearless prey, Zane simply revealed himself and spoke coldly. Why are you out so early? Do you think dying early means being reborn early? Zane had always been indifferent to his targets, as they were mostly just task numbers. But Fu Hao was different. He was the first person to survive Zane's lethal strike, which was enough to pique his interest. Of course, this curiosity was predicated on the fact that even if he failed, there was no way he would be counterkilled. I only have one question. Fu Hao did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Who sent you?" This question caused Zane to tremble slightly, a strange thrill welling up at his heart. It had been too long. Since he entered this line of work, no target had ever lasted long enough to converse with him. Moreover, this question was exactly what he had always wanted to hear. He suppressed his excitement, ready to slowly speak the line he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. But then, forget it, I don't need to guess, it's Mion. How do you? Before Zane could finish his sentence, the 2 swords and 5 guns floating around Fu Hao suddenly shot towards him. Even with his extraordinary reaction speed, Zane found it difficult to evade 7 weapons that automatically locked onto their target in an instant. He chose to evade what seemed to be the least threatening sword, only to realize it was a 10 enhanced weapon with a powerful debuff. Deals 104 damage to the enemy. Enemy is stunned for 0.2 seconds. Gains 1 second of invincibility. As a top-tier assassin at level 500, Zane possessed astonishing debuff resistance, and the Emperor's bright sword magic could only cause 0.2 seconds of stiffness, but that was enough. Deals 930 damage to the enemy. Attack increases by 10, lasting 10 seconds. Consecutive melee attacks successful. Enemy is stunned for 0.2 seconds. As the 10 troll sword pierced through his body, the 5-7 red iron spears penetrated his form in succession. The greatest advantage of the bright sword was that the weapon would automatically track the designated target, and the attack judgment was as if the caster had struck personally. Attack speed increases by 10, lasting 10 seconds. Attack speed increases again by 10, lasting 10 seconds. With the effect of 7 layers of 10 gloves stacked, Fu Hao unleashed space cutting, and the red flame samurai sword in his hand drew a deadly arc. Critical hit. Deals 540 damage to the enemy. Enemy is additionally stunned for 0.6 seconds. Ugh. Zane, who had managed to endure being pierced by the long spear earlier, finally let out a low groan of pain. Fu Hao's attack buffs were being synchronized through the bright sword, and the 2 swords and 5 long spears continued to spin in the air, once again penetrating his body. Immediately after, the shield charge followed. Enemy is additionally stunned for 0.6 seconds. Master my tipped 50 yuan. Unlimited stiffness is too brutal. Class tipped 50 yuan. Who can withstand attacks from 7 weapons? In the end, Zane could not withstand the hell of stiffness created by the bright sword and the extreme attack speed, dissipating into light, his death starkly contrasting with his imposing entrance. Enemy defeated. Gain Shadow Mask. Gain Pitch Black Dagger. First time defeating a target with a level difference of over 200 levels. Gain the title Level Destroyer. Now even a level 500 can be killed easily. Another hidden title. Can I learn magic swordsmanship now? As the battle concluded, Fu Hao looked at the swords and guns still floating in the air and murmured to himself, weaker than I imagined. Although he had easily slain a level 500 assassin with unlimited stiffness, he understood that the Emperor's so-called strongest single-target magic was not actually that impressive. If Zane's resistance had been a bit stronger, it might have been him who fell. In fact, the Emperor had not lied. The power of the bright sword skill depended on the caster's attributes and weapon strength. If the Emperor had personally unleashed it with the holy sword, it could indeed wreak havoc. Let's think positively. Fu Hao gently patted his tin breastplate, comforting himself, at least this magic can still grow. And I have 7 weapons. Once they are all enhanced to 10, maybe even the Emperor will have to look up to me. He casually closed the magic effect and began to check the new title he had just obtained. Level Destroyer when the enemy's level is higher than your own. For every 5 levels difference, increase attack power by 1. This passive, which would be useless to ordinary players, was immensely crucial for Fu Hao. He was always challenging enemies far above his own level, and this effect was like a timely help. Just as he was about to continue browsing through his loot, the door suddenly burst open, and the Administrator Lapis rushed in with a pale face. My lord, there's trouble. Marquis Levy and Marquis Alphen have declared war on our territory and are advancing towards the border. So soon? This is too fast. They just finished dealing with the assassin? The use of teleportation gems was far more than just transferring personnel. In addition to marking coordinates and mass transporting citizens, Fu Hao also used it for real-time intelligence gathering. He dispatched keen-sense citizens to guard key points, and once they detected anything unusual, they would immediately use the teleportation gem to return to report to Lapis. This method, although costly, was swift and safe, with no worries about intelligence delays or leaks. Did you not analyze that they wouldn't act personally? Fu Hao frowned. I'm sorry. Levy and Alphen were typical nobles of the Second Prince faction, and, coincidentally, their territories bordered the newly acquired Lot, Maya, and Reina territories. Previously, Lapis had analyzed that given their personalities, the probability of them taking the initiative was extremely low. Is it because of the assassin? Fu Hao pondered. Although he had gained the people's hearts through tax reductions and salary increases, and built prestige relying on his identity as a disciple of Helm, the citizens of the new territory did not view him as a savior like those in the Reapy's territory, nor were they as absolutely loyal as the first batch of knights. Without him, the new territory would have long been trampled by the enemy, and the enemy clearly knew this. Thanks to you, he quietly said, gently stroking his tin breastplate. If it weren't for this equipment, he might not even be able to log into the game right now, let alone defend the territory. After this battle, he was determined. No matter how inconspicuous the equipment effect, he would never underestimate it. Thinking of the possibility of hostile players mixing in during the Civil War, Fu Hao closed the live broadcast sound and ordered Lapis, gather the knights, and put the soldiers on high alert. Just a state of alert? What about the other territories? Although the territorial war appears to be a nightly duel, the real battle, the number of soldiers is the key to victory. I know. Fu Hao revealed a faint smile. I have my ways to keep them temporarily occupied. He took a teleportation gem out of his backpack. If anyone asked him how to define this item, he would answer, this is the most terrifying weapon of war in the world.